que te quiero ver. Arranca las 24 horas de Barcelona de Sim Racing. Salida perfecta de MSI. Y se pone accidente.
¿Cómo viene? Vitemos, tira el coche, la 4. Toque, atención, uy.
El momento de la noche.
Ojo, tenemos problemas en los líderes, problemas para MSI, Monty. Oficialmente tenemos a Zenit en primera posición tras los problemas de MSI reincorporándose ya a la pista y encarando la primera chicane.
Pues a 1 hora y 15 minutos del final de carrera tenemos pelea en pista. ¡Ahí se va! ¡Menudo Bomb! Se va a pasar largo, pero lo está intentando. Pablo López lo defiende. Se mete por el interior. Carlos Gil lo ha cogido, llega a la curva. ¡Se va! ¡Pablo López!
Última vuelta a las 24 horas de Barcelona. Adri Pérez, Marc Pérez y Alejandro Sánchez consiguen la victoria a las 24 horas de Sim Racing del Circuito Barcelona-Catalunya por segundo año consecutivo.
Who are looking for back-to-back victories in this event. Back-to-back victories last year was insane enough, but now looking towards that fateful and that really prestigious third time in a row. Well, we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out.
We certainly will. Naturally, apologies for anyone in the live chat. I believe there's not an audio feed coming through to me. Oh, yes, there is now. We are back and running here. So great to have you all with us, obviously, for this very, very good event. Obviously, plenty of high-quality drivers. As Kieran alluded to, we have got such a prestigious lineup, folks. And we've come, I cannot believe it's been a whole year already. You're absolutely right, Kieran. The amount of time we have had now. We're already back now for yet again the same event, which I have to say went off extremely well last season. Over 33,000 of you subscribed or came in and joined the Mundo GT 24-hour de Barcelona-Catalunya and tuned in to watch this event, and it was absolutely brilliant. And I have to say, you just don't know what to expect. That's the best thing of it. We are here, obviously, at the Spanish circuit, the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, 16 corners, one of the most, I would say, well, an abundance of different corners around this track. It's certainly the everyman circuit, I think. Certainly with it being a test track for Formula 1 in pre-winter testing. Naturally, they're coming here now. This time, obviously, in GTE cars, where we'll be seeing some of the best of the business roll out, including one big name. Alex Palau joins the circuit, Kieran.
He does, and it's amazing when these real motorsport drivers come through into sim racing and show and try their hand at it. I mean, we've seen it over the past year for obvious reasons that the motorsport drivers have had to try their hand at sim racing, and it seems like they've absolutely fallen in love with it, and it's absolutely fantastic to see them try their hand and show us how good they really are against some of the best sim racers we have on offer here. All eyes will be on MSI Esports, and can any of the other 30 odd teams put up a proper title challenge?
That is the question. MSI going for that 3 times record. They're looking to try and get 3 times a victory in this race. Of course, they're currently undisputed. The undisputed champions currently 2 years running. They're going for the magic number 3. Can they achieve that? That is the big question. Obviously, plenty of other drivers, though, to look forward to. As you can see, the cars rolling out now, currently on their warm-up laps. And naturally, they'll be trying to get, I suppose, used to the circuit, get themselves ready for another event. Naturally, they would have had qualifying already, things of that nature. But nothing's better than getting prepared for a high intense race. If you remember last year, Kieran, we were of course delayed by a start, obviously due to some technical issues, which I think made the drivers sort of maybe feel like they were sitting on the edge of their seats, perhaps the high anticipation of getting underway. And we saw that heading into turn 1. They literally, all of them were throwing it right into that sector of the circuit, weren't they? They literally went for it at the start.
I mean, I was nervous at the start of that race, having been delayed by an hour, having to talk about... I mean, we came dangerously close to talking about what we had for breakfast that morning, George. That's how close we came into burning through everything we'd prepared for the whole 24 hours. But no, honestly, for the drivers, it would have been a little bit of a nervous time, preparing yourself to get started at a certain time and having that start delayed. Obviously, it's going to play tricks on your mind. And how do you keep yourself focused and prepared for the race proper when it starts, despite all the delays? Hopefully we get none of that this time around. We get straight into the racing action, which I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah, and as you can see, the virtual crowd all out in their abundance watching this race here today. As are you at home. I'd like to personally thank you for tuning in to this race. It's I've got to say, racing is great, but with you guys in the audience as well, it makes it that much better, of course. So please light up that live chat as well. I can already see we've got the likes of Jess Games here as well in the chat, as well as Sam Thompson, as well as Bjorno Krulis. Sorry if I butchered that name, do apologise. And obviously we'll be here and on board to answer any questions that you may have. Feel free to interact with us in the broadcast. We'll of course keep you up to date as things go through. But already, I have to say, the crowd's out in their abundance. We've got the cars around on the circuit. A gorgeous day here in Spain, which is very, very vital, of course, for good, high-intense racing. Although saying that, maybe a few clouds could come in and spoil the show. But as they're now making their way through, heading their way up through this part of the circuit, you can see it, looking at Nunez, in fact, setting the fastest lap of 1:45.536. Not bad at all, but as you can imagine, it's all about getting attuned to the track with only 8 minutes left in the warm-up. How do you think the drivers are feeling heading into, I suppose, the main event of the evening?
They'll probably be going in with a sense of optimism. I mean, in a 24-hour, we've seen it, even this year at Le Mans, at the 24-hour endurance race. Things aren't decided until you pass that checkered flag in about 24 hours' time. I mean, we saw that in the LMP2 class. One Robert Kubica was so close to getting a class win alongside the rest of his team, but the car decided it just wasn't going to play anymore in the final minute. Adding to that story, when they got the car back and they started the car, it started perfectly fine. It was just a malfunction at that specific moment that the car just didn't want to play anymore. And that cost them the entire class victory. So really, you cannot underestimate a 24-hour. You can go in there with the target. You can go in there with the optimism. But if the car's not playing ball, if one of your teammates makes a mistake and slightly clips the wall, gives yourself damage, well, that could have an effect going into it. But 24 hours is also a long time. If you make your mistakes at the start of the race, gloss over them, because you've still got a long, long way to go. Plenty can happen in the 24-hour, and hopefully we'll be able to bring you right up to speed with them throughout the entire event.
Yeah, well, we had it last year, if you remember, Kieran. It looked like Zenith Esports were going to dominate, in fact, heading into last season. It looked like they were going to be the ones that were going to take victory, but their efforts were usurped, of course, heading into the middle sector late on in the evening, as myself and Jack Canan were broadcasting. Of course, if you remember, Zenith Esports rounding the Verth curve, heading up towards Campsa Corner. Unfortunately, caught Michael Jourdain, who came across, who is obviously a professional racing driver. Michael Jourdain actually had 2 incidents with Zenith Esports in that race last season, effectively usurping their chances of taking victory, and that is what led to MSI taking it. But it just solidifies your comments there, Kieran. Anything can happen in a 24-hour event. It doesn't matter how great you are off the line, although it is an advantage. Don't get me wrong, you'd prefer a good start, but at the same time, all your efforts could all be undone in a matter of moments around a circuit such as this, because certainly that middle sector where you're going down into Verth curve, taking that high inclination up left, probably the high elevation point of the circuit where you're making that climb, that distinct climb up towards the fast corner of Campsa, where you throw the throttle down and then push down towards the Lakea bend on that downhill straight where usually the Formula 1 cars would have DRS. But I have to say, amazing indeed. Can we anticipate more action or more drama like we had last year?
I think we can. As you said, Zenith Esports had a chance to win it before they went into the wall and unfortunately had a load of damage to their car. We also had the Williams team last year. They're back this year. They had a couple of problems as well, especially with the first 3 turns. They couldn't seem to get a proper flow last time around, so they'll be hoping for better chances this time as well. As well as that, we've got the combined Yassi and Veloce team joining us for this year, so it'd be really interesting to see how they get on throughout the entire event. But it's a long time, and you won't really know where your position could be until we look into the last 2 hours of the race. But at the moment, it's Zenith Esports in the lead of this warm-up. A couple of updates to bring to you. The Altus Esports team, they'll be starting from the back of the grid. They've had to have a last-minute driver change due to medical issues, so they will have to start at the back of the grid. The same for the Williams team. They will also have to start from the back of the grid after running into problems. We've just got problems for now. There's no expansion on that, as we see the MSI Esports head straight to the top of the table then by 0.2 of a second in the warm-up session.
Yeah, and opting for a different car this year, of course, as they make their way around the next right-hander. You can just see the MSI Esports team, Salva Talons, taking a seat for them. And they've gone for a little bit of a change in the lineup, but still relatively the same, of course. They are still very much high top contenders, of course, this season. And Salva Talons proving that by holding on to P1 at this time. Iago Martinez in P2 with Sergio Gudiel Ferrero, who's currently in P3, as well as Marcos Nunez, who initially took top spot. You can see there's a little bit of a cluster happening heading up towards Verth Curve now. Ever so treacherous at this point of the circuit. Oh, wowee. Very tight indeed heading up through on the warm-up. Certainly these drivers not leaving anything to chance here, and Salva Talon's taken a very interesting line heading up through Verth, but managed to pull it off, so well done him. Certainly can be very tricky around Verth Curve, as we've alluded to, as they now make their way down through towards the next right-hander, the swinging right-hander at Campster Corner. Very well, they've come out of that now, heading down towards Lakea now and powering up through towards Bank San Badell. And this one, of course, oversteer can be brutal around this part of the circuit. Bank San Badell, if you brush the curbs, of course, it can send your car into obscurity, that's for sure. Heading around the next right-hander and very shortly down towards the next chicane, of course, chicane RACC. And as they do so, around New Holland shortly, and this is where they'll be powering down the stretch. And as I said before, Spain, as you can just see him stopping on track, in fact, a bit interesting place to stop, but nevertheless, he's going to reset and go to the Customs GT. We got Carlos Blanco, Enrique Poliano, as well as Bernat Artano and Sergio Rodriguez and Ezequiel Reche. Number 7 is Deccan Esports, Raul Suarez, Gonzalo Perez, Jose Caballero, Jose Espadas, as well as Luis Gonzalez, Josu Solaguren. Dream Factory, they have got Raul Diego, Jordi Clara, Samuel Grana, Juan Iglesias, Diego Catalan, and Danny Martin. Number 9 is Euromaster Esports, back again as well. Eitor Alvarez, Fran Parada, Alejandro Avin, and Juan Friat. As well as number 10, Fast Repair Motorsport, Javier Berenguil, as well as Jose Padin, Jose Galliera, as well as Yosemi Chava, as well as Sergio Fernandez and Joita Perez as well. Gamer Esports is Iniacho. Okay, we were going to introduce a lot of these drivers later. We're making a few changes, folks. We will keep you up to date with that. So we're just hearing a word in our ear. But yet again, just taking a brief look at some of these teams here, Kieran. Plenty of variation, lots of potential, a lot of quality, and a lot of potential for drama in racing as well.
Yeah, 36 teams will take the start. How many will see the checkered flag? How many of them will make their target met. Lots of good lineups here, lots of great drivers, as well as lots of really, really good teams behind them. Kilometro Zero being one of them. They're a very robust team. They've been through a lot, especially through last year as well. They'll be looking to try and improve on what they had last year. Fast Repair Motorsport, great name, love that name. Always a couple of great names when you come into endurance racing. Great to see the spirit is high, at least for the start. MSI Esports being the ones to watch. They come in here with a chance to make it 3 out of 3. So very exciting times for them. And of course, we've got the Visceral Racing team, Williams as well joining in, and Yasheed Veloce partnership alongside Zenith Esports, who were leading last year's event as well. So there will definitely be ones to watch as we head now into the closing stages of the warm-up.
Yeah, we're literally seconds away, folks, as the counter strikes 0. And that is the end of the warm-up session. Very shortly, we'll be getting into race trim, getting the drivers ready to go out and really give it their all heading into this race. It's going to be extraordinary, folks. I hope you're all looking forward to it. I certainly am. And as you say, MSI, the ones to watch, currently on top of the standings tower right now after the warm-up. So they're definitely going to be filled with confidence after that. Can they make it that crucial 3 out of 3 as the drivers now take a look at, well, certainly look to grid up now, as you can now see the pictures still once again across the Circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya. Everyone in expectation to see who is going to land on top. Of course, we've got a whole 24 hours to get through first, folks, before we can get down to that point. But I have to say, the anticipation, I tell you what, the tension, you can cut it with a knife. Absolutely superb. Excellent to see, though, some of these returning teams as well. Williams Esports, as you did highlight, Kieran, one of the returning teams as well. An absolutely incredible performance to get into P4 last season after charging through the field. They really did give it their all. Of course, back then it was the likes of Augustine Canapino and Josh Thompson who were lining up for them. They've gone for a very much a changed grid this time, and unfortunately they're starting from the back as well, Kieran, which is not going to help them.
No, but what you'll soon find out in endurance racing is that qualifying, when you get into the nitty-gritty, it's really a footnote into the entire result. Yes, it's great to be at the front of the field when you're starting the race because you've got the least chance then of being caught up in any first lap or first minute melees. But even if you qualify at the back, well, you're starting the race. You've still got as much of a chance as the person and the team who's put it on pole position to take the race victory.
Absolutely. Well, we've got the pace lap now happening, which is going to be led around now by MSI Esports. And of course, like we said before, going for that 3 times in a row. Can they achieve that? We'll have to wait and see, folks. It's going to be extremely interesting. And look who's behind them. Iago Martinez. I'm getting goosebumps here, Kieran. This is literally exactly what we saw pretty much last year. These two juggernauts going at it. And I cannot wait to see who's going to get the advantage at the start. A good start, obviously, as I said before, is great, but obviously not prevalent in terms of the bigger picture. But as they come now down through back San Badell, you can see the safety car pulling into the pit lane. It looks like we're going to get away first time this time, as you can now see the MSI Esports car. They're all just lining up in tandem. Let's get ready for it to hit. Now, as you can see them rounding, coming across the line already, it is pedal to the metal, and it's go here for the 24-hour of Barcelona-Catalunya, and already from the get-go, MSI taking an early lead here as they storm down towards turn 1, and certainly in mind as well, Zenith Esports trying to garner in behind, trying to get into the slipstream. A lot of battling going on in behind as well. The Obsidian Racing car as well trying to match up in P4 with battling going on in behind too. But an amazing start, all very clean, and all of them looking to try and get their positions in early, Kieran.
Yeah, 3-4 of them trying to go several cars wide. One of them even onto the grass onto the start-finish straight. Did somebody tell them this was a 24-hour race? Who cares? It's a great racing action just from the first 30 seconds of this race alone.
Yeah, we certainly have already the action beginning to peel through. Zenith Esports still holding on to that P2. They're not going to make the same mistake as what they made last year, though I have to say they've got a whole 24 hours to prove that as they come through. Oh my word, a big cluster. Oh dear, some spinners in the back. I'm not quite sure. That's number 2 car at the back there, and I believe that is Juan Frias Gomez, who is off the track there, so he's got to try and rejoin. Not a great start there for the Euromaster Esports team. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that for you folks, but incredible stuff. We are going to get a replay. Let's take a quick look at this, and Frias was he was just uprooted, wasn't he, heading around that left-hander, and I said it before, the seat curve heading into Verth is so tricky, and he did collect another one as well. That's a number 17 car, I think he picked up, that being Sergei Real Lopa, who actually managed to be collected in that incident. But Juan Frias not getting the best of starts. There you can see the view from the cockpit as they now come through the next right-hander. Now he's got to try and regather his thoughts, and no doubt not the best of starts there at all in the 24-hour event, because he's just lost a lot of momentum, Kieran.
He has, but we've got to remind him that there's still a long way to go. As he was heading down in towards there, you can see there was a bit of contact there, sent the car around, and unfortunately then has collected by at least one other driver. There was another one who had to keep waiting, and then eventually have to get onto the grass, and a little bit of a love tap from the another BMW there. But a little bit of action, hard starting action into the first couple of laps, into the first lap, I should say, of this race. But we'll have to see if that Euromasters Esports car has a lot of damage, because when it was going across the grass there, it looked like whoever was driving Juan Frias was having that steering wheel to the right, so there might be a little bit of suspension damage to that BMW.
Could well be, as they now round through again towards the next left-hander. This, of course, being the scene of many incidents in the past. Obviously, Formula One, we've seen the Lakea Bend provide us with lots of intense action. Lots of cars like to try and dive in on the inside. We've seen that in Formula One in the past, but here we are in GT cars, of course, here for the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, as they come up now through towards Campsa Corner. This very high-octane fueled corner now. This is where you can really land pedal to the metal, that's for sure. And heading down towards the next left, Salvatalen still leading the way for MSI. Half a second is what separates him and Iago Martinez, who, of course, very relentless figure, of course, for Zenith Esports. And we'll look forward to seeing what they can do yet again this season. Hopefully, like I said, they can have a better race than what happened last year. They looked to be dipped in glory last year, but it's not. That wasn't the case. It was MSI who went 2 races consecutively with a win. And like I said before, they're going to be making it 3. Team Fordzilla as well, also up there as well in P3. And Pablo Lopez driving for them, and a little bit squirrely coming out of that chicane, but manages to come around the New Holland corner in good shape, and heads across the line to commence yet another lap. And in behind there as well, you've got Ricardo Rico chasing Sergio Ferrero, and Salvatalen's, no surprises, fastest lap on the board as they make their way down towards turn 1. In behind as well, we got some moves being made in behind by the looks of it, certainly all of them in tandem, trying to stay in the slipstream. Obviously, the closer you can stay with the car in front of you is obviously very helpful, and I suppose the game plan is for a lot of them, Kieran, just keep it tidy, just keep it clean, as we already see a diving manoeuvre on the inside there. But I'm just going to have a look, that's car number 10, that's been Eric Tetas in the R70 team, so great to see them moving up a few places. The speed on that car was absolutely phenomenal as they make their way down now. As we look at the replay, how about some of this then? It was the R70 team of Eric Tetas coming out of New Holland. He's got such a lovely exit, polarising down towards turn 1. There you can see him right in the slipstream, gathering speed, and that's exactly what these drivers need to do. I get the feeling this main straight is going to be the main scene for this, and already getting past car number 6, that being Alberto Jimenez Sainz as well. So Eric Tetas up to P24. Good start from him.
Yeah, very good start. And as you said, this could be the start for this straight will be the main place for overtaking. The only problem is it's quite a tricky complex of corners that follow the right, left, and then the long right-hander of turn 3. Just trying to make sure you find the limit of grip and don't step over the mark there. But yeah, down into turn 1, lovely move from there.
Yeah, definitely. Already, though, after the incident before, we had Juanma Frias Gomez pitting out, in fact, so he actually did have to pit. So that's disappointing. Obviously, maybe some damage on the car. Adria Povodano has also stopped as well. I'm not quite sure as to what that was all about, but Salvatalen, like we said before, still holds the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:45.139. But I'm sure we'll see some more whittled up on the timing towers, of course, as they come around the next right-hander and around towards the final chicane. And as they do so, you can see them still in tandem. Then there's car number 35 as well, just making his way through. That's, of course, Javier Navarro. And there's the MSI car as well, still storming ahead. Number 14, Salvatalen's flying the flag there for MSI, looking to make it 3 times. Can they do just that in behind Zenith Esports as well? Already 5 minutes in, and we're seeing so much action. I have to say, it was sort of similar to last year, Kieran, but already we had one incident from the get-go. I don't think we had that last year, so these drivers may be turning up the heat, maybe just another notch. I think we might have lost our audio feed to Kieran, so we will keep you posted on that, folks. Can't seem to hear our mics, but no problem. We're just having a look now at driver number 999. That is, of course, none other than Hervé Gali now making his way for the Orma Sim Racing team around the next right-hander for the Porsche. And, of course, the Porsches were very much out in force last season, or in last season's race, should we say, last year's race. Coming down towards the next left-hander shortly as well, and taking a nice move into Lakea, and very shortly they'll be rising up through back San Bedell hot on his tail, car number 29, and that is looking on our timing tower. Should it update? Victor Grano di Otto Prieto, who's just in behind him as well. So plenty of action. They're fighting it out for P12 right now as they make their way down towards the next chicane, and or P12 into P11, that's for sure. The Orma Sim Racing team currently owning that spot at this moment in time, heading around the final corner at New Holland, and soon to be hustling and bustling down the straight with Team Shazoo in behind as well. Great to see some of the F1 esports teams we've seen in the past, as the Audox Motorsports Samsung team have a car that they're looking to try and get through into P7, of course, and a great effort from them nevertheless, and that is Jonathan Alvarez doing that, in fact, trying to make a move on Jonathan Gortsasati, who's in front of him there for P7. So great show of tenacity from that team, as well as the Irish Racing team in P9, watching all this unfold right now and trying to find a way through. Just look at them trying to tuck in on the inside, heading out to the next right-hander at Repsol as they make their way down towards the seat curve. Will he make a dynamic inside move? No, he's not going to dive it. But Kieran, I'm already seeing lots of velocity. Are you back with us?
I hope so. I really hope so. Fingers crossed as they make their way through. Yeah, a bit of technical issues, unfortunately, but hopefully we can just bear with them for now. But some good racing action. I haven't been able to take my eyes off this screen so much in these opening first laps, and obviously these are so important. You've got to make sure that you keep that car on the track. You don't get onto the grass unnecessarily. Fatigue is going to be a big thing later on, so the big thing now is making sure you keep your position out on the track, and if there are going to be moves, make sure you're doing it for the right reasons. Don't try and lunge up the inside this early on, about 10 minutes into the race. Be patient. Think about those moves before you make them, because you've got other teams. Some teams have up to 6 drivers, some have 3, but they'll all want the car in as good a condition as possible when you give it over to them.
Yeah, you certainly have got a bigger picture view of this race, and Jonathan Goit is now trying to make his way around in P7, currently owning that spot, but bear in mind he has got the Audox Motorsport Samsung team in behind as well. There's the Customs GT team as well, a little battle going on for P29, but there's quite a few of them involved in that battle. In fact, P28 as well involved in that. That's of course Enol Luis, and in behind Sergio Rodriguez, who is racing for the Customs GT team as they come around the New Holland corner now, the final corner, and should you get a great run out of that final bend, it can really tee you up a potential overtake here, and this could be on the cards right now as they make their way down the stretch. Sergio Rodriguez looking all over the rear, and of course they do make their way down. He might choose to open up the door as they come into turn 1 now. Not this time, just could not quite get the leverage. It might be the case that some of these drivers are happy to sit in behind those ahead of them. Just want a quick note on the actual Williams esports team here, Kieran, making some great places. They're up into P19. Ate Kauppinen getting an extraordinary start from the get-go and already working his way up a few places. I get the feeling that after that carnage, that incident involving Frias earlier on, Juanma Frias Gamez, of course he is boxed. So therefore, after all the carnage, it allowed the Williams esports teams to move up as well. So credit to them and Ate Kauppinen, an incredible start for them.
Yeah, and if you're very familiar with sim racing, you'll know of Ate Kauppinen and how he can really pull a car up the grid, and a fantastic start from all the way at the back of the grid up to what really is now the midfield. I mean, 19th place is just literally one off halfway through the entire field. So to make up that many positions in the opening 10 minutes, fantastic from Kauppinen then, and let's see how far we can go.
Yeah, absolutely. Also pitting in is Ruben Vallejo for Team Visceral Esports as well. So no doubt they'll be looking to make a change. Obviously, maybe some damage applied. We're not quite sure whether there was an incident or something, but we'll keep you posted if there was. But still leading the way, it's Salva Talens for MSI Esports, with Zenith just in behind as well, just making their way down towards turn 1. Already, we've eclipsed 10 minutes in this session, folks. Amazing indeed. Just amazing how fast the time can go when you've got so much action happening. And oh dear, and as I speak of action, talk about the curse. And there is the Avanti Esports car all the way down in P31, and that's Alberto Jimenez Sainz as well, who is off the track. Let's take a look at a replay, and that's not the way you want to go. Making his way around that right-hander, coming down that next straight. I think this is happening just in, it's actually coming into Campsa. Oh no, it's into the chicane, in fact, the final chicane. Oh yeah, he spun it, oversteer. I said this earlier in the broadcast, of course, Sector 3, so easy to get oversteer because they're so snappy, the corners, if you clip the curbs. I don't think he even clipped the curbs at that point, Kieran. It must have just been a bit of sharp steering.
Well, I think what a case of that was is carrying a little bit too much speed into the corner, and the rear tyres start to over-rotate, and in that way, the car just can't hold on any longer. There's so much downforce on the rear of these cars, but there's only so much. If you push the limits, the car will bite back, and in that one, just a little bit too much speed into that final chicane.
Yeah, definitely. And some of you, if you watched last year, would recognise this man, Ricardo Rico. He drove for none other than Zenith Esports last season, so he's made a change. He is now at the Arnage Esports team. There is the Team Fordzilla car. If you remember, they were in P3 as well, and they've dropped all the way back as Sergio Guidil now makes his way through the next right-hander at Europe car, and the Obsidian Racing team will certainly be looking to go higher than what they did last season. Remember, they did compete as well, and they looked fairly quick as well, so do keep your eyes on them. Obsidian also one to watch, so they're making their way around Lakea. There you can see all of them now, the Gemma Esports car with the Tent Factory Sim Racer 24-hour Barcelona hot on their heels in behind as well. There's quite a fight going on in that midfield. Jorge Alberola, in fact, driving that car for Gamer Esports. Enol Lewis is in front as well of him as they make their way through the chicane and very shortly around New Holland. Just look at the exit speed there from Jorge Alberola, who might get a chance to unleash the beast here on this lap now as they come through the final bend. Surely opening up the door here does Jorge Alberola. We love overtakes here at the 24-hour de Barcelona-Catalunya, and Enol Lewis is going to be under pressure. Will he open up the door? Alberola moves it on the left-hand side. Will he go for a late break into turn one as Enol Lewis tried to defend the inside line? He's certainly down. Oh my word! Oh dear! A bit of a clip there of the rear, and that sent Enol Lewis off the track. And Jorge Alberola, who's had to jump over the curbs, has lost places as a result himself. Not something you like to see, Kieran. Let's take a look at that replay.
Yeah, Lamborghini, I think, just left the braking a little bit too late, runs into the back of the Porsche and sends it over and spinning around, and then has to take the sleeping policeman just for good measure. So that's going to give the suspension a little bit of a rattle then as they made their way down the main straight. They looked okay. The Lambo then moved to the left-hand side to try and find a way through in the Porsche. Moving over to take the racing line, a clip from the Lamborghini though, and always when you're the car following, you've got to make sure you've got to have that awareness of what the car ahead of you is doing, because if you run into the back of them, it's normally going to be on you, unfortunately.
It certainly is, and unfortunately there for Jorge Alberola, of course, who looked to have the exit speed. I would have thought he would have got it on the straight, just maybe struggling to get that extra traction heading through, so that's very, very disappointing, certainly for him, but nevertheless down in P31 now. But nevertheless, he's still in this race. A lot can happen in a 24-hour event. As there, you've got the Fast Repair Esports team making their way around the next right-hander. We've got another battle as well heading into turn one, as we can now see the Obsidian Racing team now up against the car, the Dream Factory car, well within now a tenth of a second as they come into turn one, and they break now as they make their way through on the inside. Absolutely superb stuff indeed from them, and moving their way up into the top positions as well. Incredible stuff indeed by Diego Catalan to move his way through on Sergio Guidil, as we now take a look at the instant replay and see now, yeah, there you can see it. Look, the exit speed, I said it again, the New Holland corner, if you can manage that, if you can like carry the pace, you can really give you a chance. Stay in the slipstream, open the door up, and amazing stuff by Diego Catalan, making the move on Sergio Ferrero into turn one. Amazing stuff indeed, and held the inside line, and it just gave him the ease of access, and it's a textbook manoeuvre around turn one at Elf Curve, isn't it, Kieran?
Yeah, done and dusted. That is textbook there. A dream move from Dream Factory moves them now up into fourth place, and now they can try and start to chase down that number 23 car of Arnage as they try and now set their sights, but they have to be a little bit careful from that car behind, of course. It's all well and good getting past Obsidian, but we know Obsidian have some great drivers in their lineup. They are not going to let that position go lying down. We're only 15 minutes in, George. We've seen some great overtaking. There's the Unicos Gaming car there in 17th place at the moment, trying to chase down the car ahead as they all now make their way through. That's the GG Simtech Pro Racing number 36 BMW is now making their way down towards La Caja. This lovely turn 10, braking so harsh down here in towards what Formula 1 doesn't use nowadays, in towards that much sharper left-hand turn. Then we go over the bumps of the curbs then as we now start to climb over the hills as you're still climbing, going through the right-hander, then making our way up towards the third to last corner, then over the crest we go before you now descend in towards the chicane. Heavy braking, controversial chicane this one when it was first built, but it's now become a staple of the Circuit de Catalunya. Back onto the power through the final corner and on towards the start finish straight. Let's see if the GG Simtech Pro can hold off from Unicos Gaming.
Yeah, Javier Soto driving that car for certainly Unicos Gaming as they make their way down now in towards turn one. Wheel-to-wheel action here from the BMW, sending it down the inside. Absolutely superb there, and moving his way up through the field. That is how you do it, folks. Brilliant stuff there indeed, and unfortunately, as a result, the loser on that occasion of course, being that man Javier Soto. It was Christian Perez who managed to get ahead of him on that occasion. So brilliant stuff from him as they come around the next right hand of the SimTech Pro, having to drop down a spot. But again, a textbook manoeuvre. He did it exactly right, Kieran. Get that inside line heading into turn 1 at Elf Curve. That's what gets you the moves. And we did say that home straight is going to be crucial here tonight.
It really, really is, especially turn 1. It's going to be the big move. It's going to be the big occasion to try and get some moves down the inside. And meanwhile, Eric Tetas in the R70 team Lamborghini now trying to find his way through, maybe looking towards the inside, coming down in towards turn 5 here, but no way through for him. Up the hill we go through 6, then through this long right-hander then. Terrifying. It's a blind corner as you try and turn in. You've got to hope that no one's spun on the racing line as you make your way out, and then we make our way down towards La Caixa once again. And Eric Tetas here just holding back for now, waiting, biding for his time, because now we've got about 6 or 7 cars forming up. All aboard, everybody.
Yeah, we certainly do. Eric Tetas, in fact, literally in behind Javier Soto, looking more comfortable at the apexes, finding them a lot easier, I think, as they head through now the next chicane. The SimTech Pro might be on another end here. Oh, a little bit running over the curbs there, maybe a little bit awkward there from Eric Tetas as they come around the final bend at New Holland. And surely the Lamborghini might strike here yet again. The BMW will certainly be at jeopardy as here comes the Lambo, who I think might favour more straight line speed heading into turn 1. Opens up the door here now. Eric Tetas, is he going to make the move heading into turn 1? Javier Soto watching on. He's powerless to stop the man who moves his way up another spot. And certainly Eric Tetas now up into P17 and flying. Let's take a look at that instant replay. Kieran, that is absolutely textbook, as we've said before. Getting that exit speed out of New Holland again. Turn 1 once again prevailing for these guys.
Yeah, and out of New Holland, but also you've got to get the chicane right as well, especially the second part of the chicane. You can't take too much curb because that's going to scrub off the speed you could gain down the start finish straight, and then it's all about using that slipstream. That big BMW creates a lot of a big hole in the air to punch through, and the Lamborghini simply says, thank you very much, I'll take that lovely slipstream you've created for me. Get to move up the inside now, up into 17th place, the R70 team, on a little bit of a charge at the moment.
They certainly are, and they're loving life at the moment. Salva Talon's also loving life, currently leading the charge, but maybe feeling slightly uncomfortable with Iago Martinez sitting in behind. Ricardo Rico as well. Not forgetting that man in P3. Remember, we spoke about him. Zenith Esports last season, but there you can see his former teammate Iago Martinez ahead of him right now. This is an extraordinary story that we could be writing for ourselves all night. What a story indeed, as Ricardo Rico comes around the New Holland corner, not far in behind. He actually started the stint for Zenith Esports last season, so he's going to be one to watch, that's for sure. Dream Factory there in P4 as well, with Diego Catalan and Sergio Ferrero, who is in P4 as well. Jonathan Goitz is there for Cherokee, of course we're running last year as well. They've opted for a different car this year. Some of you may remember they went for the Porsche last season as the Irish Racing team make their way down towards turn 1. We have got an update actually from Team VSR. VSR Brett, of course, one of the team bosses there. They've got an update. Damage from turn 8 curb meant that we had to pit. We're flying though. Expect us to come back later on. So a lot of confidence in the Visceral Racing camp there, Kieran. They obviously think they can bring it back.
Yeah, and the Canadian outfit obviously confident that they can still come back and make an impact in this race. And of course, that's a very healthy way of looking at it. We're barely half an hour into this long 24-hour endurance race. Whatever damage they've had to put onto the car, whatever damage they've had to repair, it's clearly been a little bit substantial here. It's the turn 8 curb they're talking about, so that might be one to watch throughout the entire endurance. If Visceral have fallen foul for it, they're not going to be the last team to fall foul for it. But taking that 30 seconds, 1 minute to repair the car, getting the car back up to working order, it's going to be negated, that time lost, over the whole endurance. Let's see how far they can go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yas Heat as well, up into P21 with Fordzilla in behind them as well. They're currently in the middle, I'd say, of they're on their own slightly. There's about a second separating each of the cars now, as they can now see the Mouse Devils esports car down in P19, driven by Alex Barrosein, who is currently in behind the SimTech Pro now as well. The SimTech Pro car seems to be struggling a little bit, Kieran. Now, I'm not sure whether it's a case that they got damage. I mean, I see that they're struggling to hit those apexes perhaps better than others right now, and usually you'd favour that car to be a little bit more effective in the corners. Do you think they're carrying some damage there?
It could be some damage, could be a little bit of aero damage where they're having to take corners a little bit slower, or maybe they're not being as efficient with the aero as possible. But yeah, it's hard to say at the moment, maybe down to tyre wear. Of course, lots of setups here being used. There could be 36 different setups being used over the course of this endurance, but that BMW, you're right, it is really struggling, especially coming through the chicane, now making its way through the final corner, and all it's doing is it's holding up the car behind, and they're now going to start to lose touch with the cars ahead, which is not necessarily the end of the world, but it's going to be really frustrating for that team behind to try and find a way through. The main thing is, don't be desperate, take your time.
Yeah, Javier Soto just trying to nurse the car around the first few bends. You can see the Lambo, though, in front, though, really starting to gather. And in behind, you can see there Marstell's Esports, of course, who were in it last year. Alex Barrosain, right, really starting to garner time after time on Javier Soto. And he's finding lots of pace right now as they come around the next right-hander. Very shortly, Elf Curve will, sorry, not Elf Curve, the seat corner will beckon for them. As ahead, you can see there's a huge conglomerate in front of these. There's now a diving maneuver there for the car number 5 of Christian Perez there on the inside of Jesse Hiliharo. And no, can he find a way through? Not this time. Still Team Shizou holding on right now. Alva Gomez there, of course, as they make their way around the next left-hander, cruising up now through the Verth curve. But there you can see car number 5, certainly Christian Perez, with Eric Tetas, who's also brought himself into the fight as well, making their way down towards the Lakea bend. And as they do so, will they open up the door here for a late maneuver? Eric Tetas knows that the car in front of him, being Christian Perez, looking to really get past Jesse Hilihario, who's currently ahead of him right now. There's a huge conglomerate, a huge fight. We can see some action down the main straight, Kieran.
Yeah, some great action in the midfield as we ride aboard with the R70 car chasing down the Unicross Gaming BMW, but also has that car ahead of the Team Shizou car. They've also got one further car ahead of them, so all of them are going to benefit from the slipstream, apart from that XPD Racing car in that number 13 in 14th place. So interesting to see how this will pan out. Let's see who gets the chicane right, and then coming through the final corner, let's see if there's any moves happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the car. Hang on, is this car slowing down? Is that a slowdown from Eric Tetas there? Allowing Christian Perez a little bit more time. Maybe content with just dropping back slightly. I'm not quite sure. Maybe he had an issue. I'm not quite certain. I have to say, he dropped back quite aggressively, but we have got another battle heading further up, of course, as they now make their way through the initial sector. In fact, we've got a replay. So let's take a look at this for a minute as they come around the next right, opening up the DRS. That, of course, being Hervé Gali there in behind of what looks to be Victor Grano Prieto, who's ahead of him right now. Opts to go on the inside, heading in towards turn 1. We've seen this time and time and again already at the start of this race. The Orma Sim Racing team trying to maybe apply a late break here, the Porsche, as they cascade through wheel to wheel. Absolutely splendid, perfect, brilliant racing, and well defended by Victor Grano di Oreto Piero. Amazing effort from him to salvage that, certainly hold on to that what looks to be that P11, but I think as well, you've got Hervé Gali now all over him here. Hervé Gali, in fact, taking the inside line, heading into the next right-hander. What a bout of racing between these two, and certainly as they make their way through, it certainly looks to me that Gali might have him here coming in. Oh, another late break. Wowee. Kieran, this is brilliant stuff.
That was brilliant, wasn't it? Down now in towards the downhill section of the right-hander, but yeah, the BMW hangs on to 10th place, so that Williams is just barely hanging on, but a little bit of a poor exit coming out, and that's going to hand the advantage straight over to Orma, who take full advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely, and going off the track as well, so that's not good at all. So that explains the replay, and it gets, again, very, very testy coming down towards the next left as well, battling across this grid order. Car number 38, this time driven, I believe, I'm just looking further on my screens here, Ate Kaupanen, working all over the rear here, and we're back live now with the action. There you can see car 999 Hervé Gali, who was lost out to Ate Kaupanen. I have to say, Ate Kaupanen, Williams Esports, on an absolute flyer from the get-go. P10 they're at now, Kieran, from the back of the grid.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant from them so far. So they've done a lot of work in less than half an hour to bring themselves and pull themselves up the order. Fantastic job from Ate Kaupanen so far in this race. We'll wait and see how much further they can go. And it's always interesting when teams are looking into a 24-hour endurance race. They'll obviously set targets. They'll obviously want to be, yes, we want to finish first, or we want to finish on the podium, but it's a long, long way to go, and you'll find that the targets and how everything can pan out really does change throughout the entire endurance, depending on what challenges you've faced, who you end up battling, do you have any damage, what are your changeovers like. All these things factor into what is the beauty of a 24-hour endurance race. And going into the last hour, then you can sort of decide, right, we're battling for these positions. Let's just keep our head down, get that position, because finishing a 24-hour endurance race is a victory in itself. Getting it across the line first, in the meanwhile, there's a sense of euphoria that I unfortunately will never feel.
No, absolutely. It's certainly a huge well done to these guys, for taking part in this event, because I've taken part in endurance races before myself on the iRacing platform as well, and it is very, very tough. I have to say, I take my hats off to all these professionals who give it their all out on track, because it is a very tricky business to do. Obviously, from this early get-go, we've definitely had more action than we had last year. In fact, out of the pits comes car number 13, I believe. That's the Odox Motorsport Samsung team. That, of course, being Alvarez, in fact. Jonathan Alvarez, in fact, making his way out of the pits now down to P10 he is. So he'll certainly be looking to recoup. I'm not sure quite what the story is behind that, whether that's just a standard stoppage. We are, of course, half an hour in. So, obviously, you would not be surprised to see tyres being changed at this point in the race. They come out now in P13. Just to note as well, Kieran, MSI pulled it forward by a whole second now. They're cruising ahead of Zenith Esports. There's Sergey Real now for Kilometro Zero. They got their own fight going on right now with Jose Miguel Galila for Fast Repair Motorsport. So a real big fight between those two. But interesting to see that MSI now starting to increase their gap a whole second now between them and Zenith Esports.
Would not be surprised if that car we just saw coming into the pit lane had a drive-through penalty, because track limits here are a huge thing, and obviously we're racing here, you get the X's, the incident points, and if you get a certain amount you'll start to get penalties, and they mount up and up and up. So if it's track limits, don't be surprised to see some drivers extending those track limits a little bit too much, and even in the opening half an hour you could be seeing drivers having to drive the whole length of the pit lane as a penalty for doing so.
Absolutely, could well do. You're absolutely spot on, Kieran, as they now come through the next right-hander now. There you can see car number 17, that of course making their way down towards the next left-hander, and as they do so, you just want to maximise the traction, take a lot of the curb on the outset. Of course, Sergey Lopa in that car number 17, gold rims as well. I love it. Absolutely stupendous car. Looks like it's worth $1 million, I have to say. Making their way around the next right-hander in the Lamborghini, and soon they'll be tackling Europe car themselves. And
I'll tell you something, George. There is something ominous about a black Lamborghini with gold wheel rims with a big number 0 on the side. There is something ominous about that, isn't it?
I'm not going to go there, Kieran. I'm not going to go there. Amazing, though. I have to say, it looks very. I suppose the term "fly" is the right terminology here.
If you're using it, George, then it must be the right term. That's all I'll say.
Absolutely. Well, there's the Cherokee esports team, Cherokee PS, should I say. Jonathan Goitz is there making his way through. He's under a little bit of pressure, though, and not on his own as they make their way through the next right-hander. Marcos Nunez applying a little bit of pressure to that man as they now come through the next right-hander. Once again, we're joined by the R70 team of Eric Tatas, who I've got to say has brought some really extraordinary moments to our screens already today, with lots of battling, trying to find his way through the field. And you give him credit because he's up by 19 places, Kieran. So Eric Tatas doing something right.
Well, he was clearly doing something right in the number 70 R70 team Lamborghini, currently 17th place, which is just above midfield. So they're now into the top half of the order. They started outside of the top 20 and have managed to get themselves up a couple of positions and avoiding that first lap melee as we're approaching half an hour into this race. And we've seen so many actions, so many overtakes as well. Nobody told these drivers it's a 24-hour race. They're racing like it's a sprint race at the moment, which is fantastic for us, but for their tyres, for their fuel, not the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, are they going to pay for it later on? Is Eric Tatas, how long is he going to be able to keep up this relentless barrage on the car ahead of him there? Of course, Max Devils Esports now under pressure. Alex Barrosane as well. Remember, this was a battle we saw earlier on between him and Javier Soto, who was ahead of him as they now cascade now through the chicane. And once again, Eric Tatas right on the tail here of number 16. Of course, Alex Barrosane, who is now watching in his mirrors as he can see that relentless force of Eric Tatas coming through as well. Barrosane might get a chance himself, though, because he's got Javier Soto ahead of him too, so he might choose to make the move in order to try and relieve some of the pressure as they come into turn 1. He's got the straight line speed, the BMW on the inside line of the other BMW now into turn 1 with a late break. Alex Barrosane on Javier Soto, wheel to wheel now around the next left-hander. Can they cruise it around the next right? 3 wide potentially as Eric Tatas has a look as they go still wheel to wheel around the next right still, and Alex Barrosane this time he does dispatch Javier Soto. Eric Tatas now down the inside of Repsol curve. Brilliant stuff from Eric Tatas. Absolutely Sublime has pretty much hole-punched exactly what we've said about him, but the battle rages on between Barricade as well, into the C-curve once again. Can he hold on to it? Oh no, Eric Tetas has gone! Kieran, Eric Tetas is gone!
He has. He's lost the back end. He's tried to carry a little bit too much speed into the downhill section. Both BMWs having to part the Lamborghini C in order to try and make their way through. Credit to them for actually avoiding the Lamborghini, but yeah, Eric Tetas there carrying a little bit too much speed. The rear over-rotated. We've already seen that once today with a couple of cars there, but Eric Tetas, take nothing away from him. That move lined up for him so perfectly, and I think there was just a bit of rush of blood to the head. He had the position. He finally got up to P15 and just carried a little too much speed through, especially going through the downhill section of the left-hander. Again, really great driving from the other two BMWs there to avoid that stranded Lamborghini, but all that work that Eric Tetas has put in for the R70, he has to do all over again.
Yeah, he does. That's really heartbreaking. And certainly, the only man who actually did come out on top was actually Alex Barricade. He actually managed to hold off Javier Soto in all the drama. In fact, Pablo Lopez and Ross Woodford went ahead of Javier Soto as well. So incredible stuff. But once again, we're witnessing a battle between them once again. Well, this time a new battle heading into turn one. None other than car in 15th place, Alex Barricade again, this time with Pablo Lopez, who takes the inside line for Team Fordzilla. Absolutely superb. Textbook maneuver again. We keep saying it, but it's true. Heading into Elf Curve. Brilliant stuff by them, and we're going to have an instant replay on that one too. Alex Barricade had no answer for this man Lopez. Pablo Lopez unleashing that BMW once again as they now come up wheel to wheel. Just look at it, right in tandem. He just opened up the door, cool as you like, a little flash of the lights, and in came Pablo Lopez, loving life. He knew he had it hooked up. The inside line was his favourable, and he just had it straight off the bat. Excellent stuff there from them. Team Fordzilla will be delighted with the moves they're making. I think that's a Yas Heat car in behind as well. Ross Woodford making some extraordinary pace in that very familiar Team Yas Heat livery that we all love to see, and they're making moves as well. Really started a prosaic rise in their quest for getting higher up this classification. So credit for them, as well as many others out on track. But Alex Barricade doing his best, not enough to hold off Pablo Lopez though.
Not this time around, but you know, there may be other opportunities down the line. You can't rule yourself out there. There is the recovering Eric Tetas, who's now got the Kilometro Zero car of Circuit Real heading out down in towards La Caja for this time around, and that ominous Lamborghini getting very close there. Apologies, I am slightly behind, so that's why George reacted before me, but very, very close there from the R70 team of Eric Tetas there into the back of Circuit Real.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric Tetas is starting to really try and light things up again. I have to say, he's extraordinary. He's so aggressive in his way of managing this race. He just wants to get past. He's only got one thing on his mind, and that's overtake him. But this Fast Repair Motorsport team now are going to be in trouble, because Lopar now, that's Sergi Lopar in behind Jose Miguel Galila as they make their way down towards turn one. Sergi Real really looking to try and open up the door here as they come down towards turn one. Not this time though. He's going to have to be a little bit patient, but look at that man again. It's Eric Tetas right on the tail, and you wouldn't put it past him. He loves a double overtake. He proved that in the lap or so previous.
Yeah, absolutely. So you'll be looking in the rear view mirrors of that bright yellow Lamborghini. You won't be able to miss that R70 team Lamborghini, that's for sure. Trying to make his way through, and the Kilometro Zero car might have an opportunity to try and get past the car ahead.
Yeah, he might do. He's taking the inside line now, and they're going wheel to wheel down towards the C curve. Eric Tetas looking to do exactly what he's done previously, opportuning or looking for that opportune line down the outside. This is where we saw, of course, the car spin at the start. That was Frias, of course, but now Eric Tetas, who has the opportunity heading in towards the C, delayed break, and Eric Tetas, oh, he's brilliant. He's absolutely superb. But Fast Repair Motorsport losing 2 places in tandem there, losing out to Eric Tetas, but also Sergei Real as well. Sergei Real Lopar now leads this contingent, but look at this now already. They're under pressure again here, as we can see there, Yannick Lapchin going for a late break maneuver into Lakea Bed. Oh, superb, brilliant stuff, and makes his way up as well, but not great for the Fast Repair team now, who are now down yet another place, but extraordinary racing in this midfield, and credit again to Eric Tetas. He's the ultimate opportunist, Kieran.
What a move from the 43 though, absolutely sent it down the inside. Brilliant stuff from that Lamborghini. Now has the R70 car right up ahead for position. That's the Logitech G Altus car then, who also had to start from the back of the field then, so trying to make their charge through the field. Now they've got the R70 Lamborghini right ahead of them. The battle of the Lamborghinis is going to be unfolding very shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to certainly be going at it. I have to say, all of them have been absolutely tenacious on this circuit here today, as we now join this battle for 11th place. I have to say, Orma Sim Racing Team and XBD Racing, who have actually managed to rise up through all the chaos that's happened at the start. Of course, we've lost a few of the top runners down through the field, of course, like we discussed earlier on. But High Speed Demons, this is the first time we've actually checked in with them, and they're currently having Daniel Gomez in their car with Hervé Gali right in behind, with Alva Gomez as well in behind, and Jonathan Alvarez. They're all currently mixed up in a fight, heading up now towards the Firth curve. And as they do so, this is such a tricky corner. You're taking a lot of the curve. I've spun here on many an occasion when I've taken part in these sorts of environments as they come around the Campster corner. Not so good there, I think, as we're now looking further ahead. There might be a battle going on now towards the Care Bend as they do so, down through towards the next left. Who's better, as we're now watching the Odox Motorsport team now. Jonathan Alvarez watching on as Alva Gomez tries to tackle Hervé Gali now as they come up through back Sambadel up through this twisting chicane, heading through this next right-hander, the banking here at Spain before they reach Europe car. And as they do so, still all in tandem, nothing separates them as they come through this next right. I get the feeling, Kieran, we could have a tasty battle in amongst it very, very shortly.
We really could, and involving 5 cars as well, all for that position, possibly up in towards the top half of the order as well. Brilliant to see, as a little bit of curb taken there as they now make their way through the final corner. High Speed Demons then at the hands of Daniel Gomez, up 10 positions from where they started. But here comes that Porsche then into the slipstream. The BMW has to go defensive as they make their way down towards turn 1, George.
Yeah, they do, and wheel to wheel still through turn 1. High Speed Demons currently relentlessly trying to hold on to the position, but the Porsche might well be too good here as they come through the next left and as they ride their way through and still defending, holding on to the position. But the switch back here might be opportune, but no, the High Speed Demons car does hold on. Absolutely brilliant stuff indeed from them, and keeps certainly where they were on the grid. The Orma Sim Racing Team XPD in behind as well. Oh, a slowdown, an immediate slowdown. I cannot explain that. I don't know. We've seen that a couple of times already, and he's let a few cars through. I'm not quite sure what the story is behind that, folks. But car number 13 getting through Alva Gomez, as well as Christian Perez as well. Hervé Gali dropping right back. I don't know how you explain that, Kieran.
It looked like he was about to lose the back end going through turn 3 and just tried to lock the brakes in order to try and recover it. That would explain why the slowdown happened. That looked like the back end was starting to over-rotate, and the Porsche driver managed to just hit the brakes, get it back into check, and obviously lost a few positions doing so, but at least the car didn't spin. But now he's under huge pressure from this BMW behind.
Yeah, and the BMW's got him. Team Fordzilla moving up yet another spot, of course, and that's going to allow Pablo Lopez up into P14. Of course, Team Fordzilla making places, taking names, so credit for them now. They're up into P14 and loving life. Pablo Lopez will be pleased with the rise that they have made. Update as well, once again from Visceral Racing. Ulas has made his way through 5 driver training 3 laps. He now sits in 27th, so they're delighted with the progress that he's making. So Ulas Zildrim now in the seat and looking comfortable, so they're going to be very, very pleased with their progress. There's already Williams Esports, I think, making moves as well, but there's the High Speed Demons car currently holding on to his position and currently bringing out an increased gap, and that is, of course, Javier Zotto, but he might well be under pressure very shortly as they now rise through the next right-hander and very shortly into the Sector 2 part of the circuit. P11 currently, though, is Jonathan Alvarez chasing Daniel Gomez right now for High Speed Demons. In behind as well, you have Christian Perez as well as Pablo Lopez, who is making those moves as well. He's currently within a second now of Daniel Gomez, is that man Jonathan Alvarez. So very shortly he will be maybe taking the opportunity to make a move on him very, very soon. But amazing to see the moves that we've seen already from the get-go, folks. We are already 40 minutes into this broadcast. It's absolutely exceptional, and we've seen nothing short of brilliant driving, amazing overtaking, amazing racing, and these guys are putting everything on the table here today. Everything is out on this circuit, Kieran.
Really is, and it's always great to see. And we've got a battle here for 6th place at the moment. Cherokee leading Auris Racing as they now make their way out of La Caja, and the hill we go then through turns 11 and 12, that long right-hander of 12 before you make your way towards turn 13, and then you start to descend again down towards the chicane of 14 and 15 before you make your way towards the final corner. Battle of the BMWs here, going our way now in towards that chicane, and the first part of the chicane's fine. It's the second part you've really got to be on the money there, on the racing line, as then you build up the speed through the final corner and taking your way now on towards the start finish straight. Plenty of slipstream there from the car ahead to see if they can try and make their way up the field. But the number 43 then we rejoin now as they now make their way in towards the final couple of corners. That's the Kilometro Zero car at the front of your picture then, making our way through the chicane, back then through the final corner. And let's see this battle of the Lamborghinis taking place, because I think the R70 car has been passed by the 43, and now the 43 is looking at the back very tentatively of the Kilometro Zero car.
Yeah, Yannick Lapchin, they're trying to make moves on Sergei Real as they make their way up through now. This is a different battle, though, that you're currently on screen with, as we're joined by car number 32. That, of course, being on, well, of course, on our screens, we'll just get an update for you as we now take a quick look down, making their way up through towards Verth Curve. And as they do so, that's Marcus Nunez currently in P7, chasing Jonathan Sarti. In behind there's the Williams Esports car, up 25 places, Kieran. A massive 25 places. Certainly they're trying to make a name for themselves as team of the day, I think.
I think they are, and whatever the issue was they had at the start of this race, it's normally due to late driver changes. Of course, the schedule and the lineup has to be confirmed, and if it's changed after that, you have to take a penalty to go to the back of the grid. So up 25 places in roughly 40 minutes. That is a stupendous effort from the Williams Esports team. They've done fantastically well. Let's see how far they can take that momentum.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if they keep it going the way they are, I mean, Ate Kauppinen with a heroic stint already from the get-go. I'm not sure how long he's going to be in the car for, but obviously fair share will be applied, I'd imagine, throughout this field. So they're going to need to give all their drivers a chance. But plenty of talented drivers at Williams Esports, that's for sure, as we now watch Team Fordzilla make their way through now. Of course, their car number 3 that's seen a lot of action, Pablo Lopez, who's currently now knifing all over the rear of Christian Perez as they come through the New Holland corner. More battles further up as well. We've actually got quite a cluster in this midfield. Further up, of course, you've got car number 13, that being Alva Gomez, trying to chase on Jonathan Alvarez. Looks to have the straight line speed here once again. The BMW as a look on the inside. We have a look here on the inside as well for Team Fordzilla, car number 3 as well. Pablo Lopez all over the rear of Christian Perez. Amazing stuff as well. Alberto Jimenez Sainz's pit as well. But as they round through the next right-hander now at Elf Curve into very shortly Repsol Curve, still Team Fordzilla trying to prosaically rise their way through the field, Kieran.
Yeah, and they'll have to try and get past Ineos Gaming if they want that position as they make their way now on through turn 4. Meanwhile, up further ahead then, there's the number 73, the number 13, I can't see today, of the Odox Motorsport Samsung team, now making their way now down in towards turn 5 before the slight kink of 6, before you now make your way up through the hills then, and a great chance to try and stay on the back, apply the pressure and see what can happen. But then there's that other battle, Unicos Gaming, and that number 5 having to try and hold off right now, as now we climb the hill through this long right-hander of turn 9, as then you go up the hill, you get to the crest, and then you start descending your way down towards La Caja at turn 10. We've got 2 battles going on, we're not sure where to look.
No, absolutely not. No, team car number 5, Christian Perez, at the mercy of Pablo Lopez. And these two have been going at it now for the last couple of laps as we now cut away to another piece of action through the chicane RACC before we now reach New Holland. There's the MSI car currently leading the charge. That's Salva Talent, who's currently leading by a very prestigious amount. He's actually really enjoying himself. Iago Martinez has dropped quite a way back. And I have to say, MSI starting to career away. Very nearly 2 seconds now. So they're obviously very comfortable in that MSI car at the moment, Kieran.
At this moment, it's nearly 2 seconds, that gap between themselves and Zenith Esports are right behind. And in turn, they've built up a nearly 7-second gap between second and third place. So it's comfortable for now. MSI are clearly happy there. Zenith will be happy as well that they've stayed within 2 seconds of the race leaders in the first 45 minutes. That's obviously really good pace all around from the 2 drivers at the helm at the moment. Iago Martinez is certainly trying to put the effort in to try and close in, and even 45 minutes into the stint there, you can see last lap from Iago Martinez, still into the 45s, only just, but still in the 45s, within 0.8 of a second of his own fastest lap time of the race. And that's going to be a car that's had a lot of tyre wear. You've got 45 minutes of the driver being in the car, so maybe not so much fatigue yet, but a little bit of concentration as well might be affected. But I mean, if Iago Martinez is anything like he is, he's got a car ahead of him, so he'll keep pressing on and pushing on as much as he possibly can, and as much as the tyres will let him.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about proportionate power, also proportionate race control strategy as well. If you remember, very, very key in these races. XPD team, though, trying to open up the door here with Alva Gomez. Once again, Christian Perez, a real tie-up here as they move down the inside here from car number 13. Alva Gomez on Jonathan Alvarez, and he makes his way above, manages to get through. Brilliant drive, brilliant effort, coming up through back San Bedell, moves his way up into P10. What a great drive there from Jonathan Alvarez in his initial stint. In behind as well, Daniel Gomez licking his wound slightly with Alva Gomez in behind. Remember, Pablo Lopez in Team Fordzilla riding all over the rear here, looking so quick. And in fact has managed to, Alva Gomez managing to fight off Pablo Lopez to some degree, but how long will it last as they now come through the home straight? Maybe he will open up the door here as Christian Perez or Team Fordzilla, Alva Gomez in behind that of Daniel Gomez, Pablo Lopez, on Alva Gomez, coming down in towards turn 1. Lots of them all tying up here, a string of 5 cars in amongst this field. Amazing stuff indeed, non-stop battling between the bunch of them here, but Team Fordzilla looking the more dangerous one of the lot, Kieran. He is all over the rear of Alva Gomez right now.
He really, really is. And it's all about keeping your concentration, keeping your wits about you as well. You're inside of the pack. You've got a car ahead and a car behind.
Yeah, and he's dipping down the inside, round Repsol curve now, hugging that inside line. He might get him here. The Team Fordzilla car of Pablo Lopez down towards the seat curve, and indeed he has, up to P12, ahead of Alva Gomez. A great bit of moves. I always love to see moves around Repsol. If you can hug that inside line, if you remember Formula 1 all those years ago between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton, they attempted it there, but the two of them collided and speared off into the gravel trap. And of course, but this was a more successful one. Amazing stuff by Pablo Lopez to pull that off, and he's now chasing Daniel Gomez, who's ahead of him for that P11th spot. Jonathan Alvarez now in P10, enjoying himself after making his move on that man Daniel Gomez himself. So I have no doubt in my mind that Pablo Lopez is looking to do the same this time, Kieran. He's certainly looking so racy in that BMW right now.
He really is. He's up for the fight, isn't he? Trying to make any positions left, right or centre, and looking to see where his next position will lie. And that number 30, the Odux Samsung motorsport car, making its way down through these final couple of corners. And the Team Fordzilla car, meanwhile, south place right now, but all over the back of that high-speed Demons BMW now, making our way through the final corner onto the start-finish straight. And let's see what the Team Fordzilla car can do, because it got a really good run coming out of the final couple of corners.
Yeah, it's finding it all the time. I have to say, Pablo Lopez has really blown me away here with this early stint that he's shown here for Team Fordzilla, coming through into Elf Curve, and very shortly they'll rise through towards Repsol, as we're now seeing Eric Tetaz back again down the inside here of Sergey Rial. Brilliant there from Eric Tetaz. He is so extraordinary around these corners, and we're going back to that livery as well, the black with the gold rims. Let's take a look at the replay. Eric Tetaz once again showing us what he's capable of out of New Holland. He got the traction. We've seen this so many times from him. That Lamborghini in a straight line is absolutely phenomenally quick, coming down the inside, paddock side in fact, down the inside of this of that car, moving his way up into P20, and that man Sergey Rial, who's been dropped down to P21 now. But again, it's a massive recovery drive now from Eric Tetaz. He needs to put his best head in gear, try and get himself back up the grid, but making moves like that is certainly going to help.
Yeah, making moves like that will also help the mindset, settle the nerves as well. Obviously, he made that mistake about 10-15 minutes ago. Not that he'll be very impressed at me repeating that one, but you've got to keep his head down now, and that's the right way to go about it. Making some moves will certainly improve your mood, and it will certainly improve your mindset.
Yeah, it certainly will. High Speed Demons also in a little bit of treachery here. The BMW being pretty much hoovered upon right now. It's getting so close in amongst all this, as Team Fordzilla's Pablo Lopez all over the rear right now as they come through the final chicane before New Holland. And they'll be making their way down the straight. Can the Team Fordzilla car make its way through yet again? Of course, we've seen Pablo Lopez dispatch people before, and Daniel Gomez is next on his list as they come down the stretch now, past the paddock once again on this long straight. Can this BMW carry the straight line speed into turn 1? You can already see the defence here from High Speed Demons, and moves going on further ahead as well as the Team Fordzilla car dives in. Will he take turn 1 and go ahead? Oh my word! Interestingly enough, in comes High Speed Demons with a move on a purple car. I think that might be actually a back market that they've come across, but there is the High Speed Demons car dispatching it. Now that could be a dangerous feature heading into the night stint, as we now watch the Team Fordzilla car once again come out towards Repsol. Will they open up the door this time, as we know they have done in the past? Not this time, but that again, one of the big hazards of night racing, Kieran, of course, when it comes to back markers.
Yep, you're absolutely right, George. Back markers are going to be a thing, and they're going to be a thing for the entire race, not just in the night stints as well, as the Team Fortilla car thinking about a move up down the inside of turn 5, but deciding against it. Probably a wise decision. The XPD Racing GT3 car also trying to find a way through, but that Team Fortilla car is not going anywhere, is it? It's trying to find a move down the inside. It's looking for moves wherever it can, just filling the mirrors of the car ahead, being a nuisance more than anything to maybe try and put the driver at the helm off just a little bit to try and force the move through.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Daniel Gomez is looking in every mirror, and all he can see is Team Fordzilla. All he can see is a big Fordzilla, and that's exactly what it is. I like that they've added the Zilla on the end of it, because I tell you what, you don't half think Godzilla when you have this man in behind, that's for sure. Pablo Lopez, so aggressive into the corners, very much like Eric Tetas. Both of them drive very similarly and like to attack the curbs, attack the apexes. They carry so much speed into the apexes, and that's certainly going to help them. That is why the Team Fordzilla car is finding its way, certainly out of New Holland, a lot quicker than many others will, as now the BMW now crosses the DRS line, of course defunct in this kind of racing, coming down towards turn 1. There they go, Pablo Lopez hunting all over the rear of Daniel Gomez. Will he get the move here into turn 1? He certainly is carrying speed. He's not going to opt to do it this time. He's going to be patient. He knows he's better. He is happy to wait, but the Team Fordzilla team will be delighted with his performance from Pablo Gomez. The very fact that he's showing this kind of aggression here at this race here today certainly irons out the fact that he's going to be such a huge prospect in this race.
Yes, absolutely, and it's great to see them all trying to take some positions left, right and centre, and that number 43 once again at the hands of Yannick Lapchin, trying to find his way through, and has got the way through then, trying to find his way to as many positions as possible. Up the inside he went and got that position, so nice move then. That's moved them now another position, that number 43 now up into 17th place.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're all joining us here, folks, welcome to the 24-hour Barcelona-Catalunya, the 24-hour sim racing, obviously here at this amazing track. It's always a pleasure to be back here, and year after year we see nothing short of amazing overtakes, folks. It's brilliant to see. Of course, me and Kieran have been watching on in absolute delight as to some of the action that we've seen. Certainly all of these guys putting pedal to the metal and unleashing their absolute best on this field, which is amazing to see. Zenith Esports currently chasing, of course, 2.5 seconds now, the gap between them and MSI, so they've still got a huge mountain to climb in the grand scheme of things. But amazing to see the likes of Eric Tetas. We could talk about Williams Esports as well. What a start they've had. They've gained so many places, and they're hunting all over the rears. We now see Salvatalans overtaking some back markers again. I'm sure that Zenith Esports will be doing exactly the same with Iago Martinez, as well as Ricardo Rico in behind in P3 as well. But Kieran, amazing to see the action out on track. Williams Esports certainly the most impressive team, but I think the likes of Eric Tetas and Pablo Lopez, both of them have been extraordinary on this circuit here today.
They really have. Atte Kauppinen has really put that car in a good place coming into the very end of the first hour of the race. The first hour, and it's gone from around about P32 all the way now up into P9. Absolutely brilliant job from Atte Kauppinen, and he might be looking at one more maybe. I wouldn't certainly put it past him.
No, definitely not. I mean, there you can see the familiar Williams Chill Blast livery all over the back of the Race for Cat Motorsport, who as well were racing last season, and they are back again this season. In fact, with a far greater performance this time, they're doing extremely well. Alex Ferreira currently holding on to P8. The sort of gone unnoticed Race for Cat in this race, but they're going to be noticed now because Atte Kauppinen is now looking to take a chunk out of this Race for Cat car, coming down towards the next left-hander at Lakea Bend out of Campsa. And very shortly I can imagine that familiar blue and white having a go at the Race for Cat car this time as they come around the Lakea Bend. Next they've got the huge rise, the slight elevation incline heading into back Sambadel. And rounding this point now into the Europe car bend, heading into the chicane as well as they round the next right now. Very important you hit the apex on this one. I think Atte Kauppinen was slightly better there, and his BMW certainly proving to be very tenacious out on this circuit. In behind as well, we've got more action with XPD Racing down in P14, that being Alva Gomez, who of course has got Christian Perez ahead of him as well. Christian Perez himself with Daniel Gomez ahead of him after being dispatched by Pablo Lopez previously. BMW come here with a force to be reckoned with in terms of cars. They seem to be very effective, not only in cornering but also in straight line speed. As now we're watching number 13 Christian Perez, just a car in 13th place. Christian Perez, number 5, mark his way up now through this field. Ahead of him you can see all of this beginning to kick off now as Daniel Gomez holds on to his position in P12, but in behind as well you have to wonder how long will it be before Christian Perez comes knocking on his door later on.
It will be one to watch, won't it? That battle there for what is at the moment, I believe, I'm going to try and work this out, P12 at the moment for Daniel Gomez, leading that field all the way through that long turn 3, but he's got the Unicos gaming car right behind of Christian Perez, looking maybe for a move down in towards turn 4, possibly a move on there, but looking at the cameras then, I don't think he was far enough down the inside to try and find his way through. There's the Yas Heat car, the number 12 car of Ross Woodford at the wheel of that one, trying to chase down the Altus Esports, who also started from P32 in this race, all the way towards the back of the grid, having to make a late driver change coming into this race. But there's the Unicos racing car trying to find a way past Daniel Gomez and the high-speed Demons as they make their way up the hill towards turn 9.
Yeah, they certainly do. Daniel Gomez doing his best to hold off the relentless force of Christian Perez right now, who I think is given up waiting, has had a little look down the inside of Lakea, but I'm sure he will get his chance. He just needs to hover over. A little mistake there by the high-speed Demons car. Took a lot more of the curb than what the car in behind did, certainly, and 13th place is going to be certainly battled across, or P12 should I say, as Unicos Gaming, Christian Perez rounds his way through Europe car right on the tail of high-speed Demons Daniel Gomez, who is now wishing that maybe he didn't have this relentless force in behind us. Look at the string of cars joining the fray as well as they round New Holland. Surely he can't hold on much longer as they're making their way down the stretch. In behind there you can see Alva Gomez as well trying to gather, but ahead of him Christian Perez is the man to watch. But it looks like that Daniel Gomez might have got a good exit, but as they make their way into turn 1 yet again, coming out of the slipstream, you can see there Hervé Gali as well trying to defend here from none other, I think, I'm not quite sure which car that was, but car number 43, Yannick Lapchin, moving his way ahead of Hervé Gali, using that Lamborghini's pace. So that certainly an extraordinary move, and makes his way up again. Just incredible. Again, we see that very quick break. Maybe he lost traction again, Kieran.
Maybe, we'll never really know on the gantry here in the Orma Sim Racing team, but I'll tell you something though, that Altus car is on a charge, up now into 15th place, another position gain, 17 places up from their starting position. They're having a field day at the moment.
Yeah, they're loving it. They're loving it, Kieran. They're gaining places. There's been some teams that we can point out that have made so many extraordinary gains as they're now making their way up through Verth Curve. Yet again, very shortly, it'll be Campsa. And just look at the rear of this. High-speed Demons, once again, under pressure. Huge amounts of pressure, in fact. It's extraordinary. Christian Perez all over him like a flannel right now as they make their way down towards the Lakea bend. And he's gaining all the time, Christian Perez, as they come in. He makes a diving maneuver down the inside. Oh, that's outstanding. That is brilliant from Christian Perez. And certainly will make his way up into P12. Now chasing Team Ford Zilla's Pablo Lopez. Incredible. And also having a look is none other than Alva Gomez as well. This time on Daniel Gomez as they come through wheel to wheel down towards Europe car. I don't advise that, boys, as they make their way down the inside. Oh, even though he had the inside line, could not pull it off as they come through the chicane. Alva Gomez is spun. Oh, he caught Yannick Lapchin there, and that's allowed Ross Woodford through, as well as many others as well. Hervé Gali has moved up to P14. Yannick Lapchin and Alva Gomez coming together out of Europe car, heading into the chicane. It's opened the door for Yas Heat, as well as Yannick Lapchin. Incredible stuff, Kieran.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Two drivers who are not backing down coming in towards the chicane, but one of them had to yield, and unfortunately it had to be done the hard way around. So we saw some great battling though. Coming up the field then towards turns 14 and 15, still running side by side, the two cars, but one of them had to yield in the end. And let's just see, the 43 who tried to find a way down the inside clips the 13 there and sends that into a little bit of a half spin. Both of them getting a little bit off the track there, and then the Audi had to then take to the curbing there. So the 43 of Yannick Lapchin might be in a little bit of hot water with not only the other teams around him, but maybe that might be looked at later on down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this. Once again, Yannick Lapchin not messing around here, already moving up yet again, this time out of the seat curve. He'll be making his way down towards Verth now very shortly, but wow, truly amazing prosaic from Yannick Lapchin to bring that place back. Of course, he's got Ross Woodford ahead behind him as well. Alva Gomez who's in behind him. Alex Barricade, and look, a familiar face right at the back. That man Eric Tetas on the rear of this field. Extraordinary drive from Eric Tetas, but now Ross Woodford is under pressure himself, because here comes Alva Gomez who takes the inside line. Yannick Lapchin, I think that was again going slowly as her. Oh wow, wowee, down the inside Alva Gomez, and certainly makes his way up yet another place. Ross Woodford couldn't do anything about that one, and he is now in behind Alva Gomez in P16, with Alva Gomez moving up to P15th place. Wow, we again round Europe car, we got Yannick Lapchin making moves, and he does take names, moves his way up further through as well. And as they make their way through the chicane, the almost sim racing. Oh wow, a bit of a cluster heading through this part of the circuit. We said how much variation there is around the Circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya. It gets so tight around sector 3 as they make their way down the stretch this time. Alva Gomez this time will look to make a move himself, this time on Hervé Gali, down the inside ending into turn 1. What can Gomez do this time? Has he got the pace? I don't think he has. Not this time, Alva Gomez having to wait it out. Hervé Gali leaving him frustrated in that P12 position. But I have to say, amazing from Eric Tetas. He's right on the rear of this field. You can see him right behind Ross Woodford.
He really, really is. They're having some great battling around them, and for 5 or 6 teams, they've decided now's the perfect opportunity to try and pit in and just try and avoid all of this melee at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We cut back to Salva Talens at the front because he is now trying to negotiate his way around some of the back markers. But we have got a little bit of action, I think, heading in the midfield. We're not sure what's happening there, folks, but certainly a lot of them trying to maximise on their performances. Into the pits comes Salva Talens. So the first big move of the race, certainly for this man, Salva Talens opting to box. Will Zenith Esports do the same? That is the question. They do indeed. In comes Yago Martinez. What about Ricardo Rico? Will he box as well? As we're now checking our timing screens, I think Rico is going to keep going. He is boxing. He is boxing. So the top 3 all boxing, Kieran.
Yeah, top 3 all boxing, and that's probably a strategic and well-defined stop. Anyway, we're just over an hour into this race. It's probably a good time to fill up, and maybe we might see some first driver changes. That means the lead of the race now goes to the number 20, driven by Sergio Godiel Ferrero. So that's Obsidian Racing, who've now taken over the lead of this race.
Yeah, definitely. And further in behind as well, we're back with Sergey Real with Eric Tetas in front of him. This battle has been raging on for quite some time. Just look at Tetas now, once again, this time on the rear of the Yas Heat car. This, of course, being Ross Woodford, who is now trying to make his way around the New Holland corner. But amazing indeed to see this gargantuan rise from those in behind as well. Just seen that Ate Kaupinen has opted to pit too for Williams Esports, so they're opting to take a change, maybe make some changes. They have made some absolutely amazing time out in their initial stint. They've really done the business, certainly for Williams Esports. And Ate Kaupinen will rejoin. He's currently in P18. He's still in the pits. We'll have to wait and see where he comes out from. Currently VSR also making moves as well, with Ruben Vallejo in the car. Further behind there you can see Sergio Gurdiel there, currently down the inside as well, Obsidian Racing, and boom, down the inside indeed. I think that is of course a back marker, but certainly done the business for Obsidian Racing. Remember, they were at the top end fighting in the top 10 as well last season, and certainly are not short of pace. Plenty of action across this track. Christian Perez in behind in P2 as well. We can obviously see further down, I'm still waiting to see. Yago Martinez is back out and about. He's actually rejoined in P14. I'm looking further down again. I'm just wondering whether MSI have come out as well. Where are they currently sitting? Have they made a driver change?
They haven't, but that Lamborghini's going slowly. Whatever's happened to that Lamborghini, it's going slowly now. Yeah,
it's not looking good right now. They just rounded the Earth curve. This is drama, folks. Replay here this time as you're watching it, so you're now around the seat curve. Let's keep an eye on what happens with this car, because Salva Talens might be in trouble here. You are quite right, he has not made a change. What's the latest, Kieran?
Well, is it a relation to fuel? Did they put enough fuel in the car in that stop, I wonder? Now he's trying to coast it back. We'll have to wait and see, but whatever the problem is, it's clearly affecting the pace of that MSI Esports car.
He's
now
back
making their way through the final corners. I wonder if they put enough fuel in that car. I wonder if they put any fuel in the car.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think they made a mistake, and that is going to be massive in the context of this race. A double pit stop this early, effectively an extra pit stop for something you probably didn't need. And this brings, obviously, Yas Heat coming in at the same time as well. This is going to effectively put them right down in the midfield now. That is a massive costly stop, Kieran.
It's pit lane. It's absolutely stacked at the moment. They're all coming in, are swarming the pit lane now. But now's the time to get some tyres, get some fuel there. The Obsidian Racing changing tyres now. So, you know, we were thinking maybe they'll double stint on the tyres, but no, Obsidian wants some fresh tyres onto the car for their next stint. And you're right, you could see some driver changes. It's quite early for a driver change. Normally the drivers would double stint at that point. So I'm not expecting any driver changes, but you never know. We'll wait and see what happens. But Obsidian Racing coming into the pit lane. They were the race leaders, but now 10 Factory, I believe, are leading the way in the number 9 car, who are yet to pit in. Then we believe that's driven by Adria Povedano.
Yeah, Andrea Povedano there as well. Sergio Gurdiel Ferrero currently on top spot, as I can see on my screen here, with Christian Perez in behind Salva Talons. Currently in P3. I think my timing tower just needs a refresh here, so obviously I'll keep you updated with that. But you're absolutely right, Kieran. I have to say, amazing to see all those cars pitting the way they did. Obviously, huge drama for MSI. Not the way they would have wanted this to go. And I'd imagine they're going to be putting their best foot forward to try and regather themselves, because obviously this is not the way you'd want to start. Certainly far too much drama than they would wish. And it's going to leave them now. They're going to be, working as best as they can now to fight back from the issues that they've got. As we're now watching car number 50, of course, that's Diego Catalan all over the rear currently of that Euromaster car, I believe, that's just ahead of them as they round the next right-hander now around Campsa. And that's the Dream Factory car in behind as well. That is the Dream Factory car we are looking at. That's Diego Catalan on I believe that's Juanma Frias as well. And indeed just makes his way through. Ricardo Rico now up into P6 in accordance to our screens too. So I have to say, absolute carnage here already after the first pit stop. That initial pit stop that has caused so much drama, certainly from an MSI point of view, that does put the 3 in a row in jeopardy, Kieran.
It does, but it's early days. We've still got 23 hours to go. It's a long race, and if you're going to make a mistake, it's better to make it early, because you've got the rest of the race to make up for that. But yeah, that's going to be an annoying one, especially if they haven't put enough fuel in the car, which to me is what it looked like. They were looking like they were trying to coast that car back in order to try and save as much fuel as possible, as the Porsche of the XGR team makes its way in towards the pit lane then in that number 31 to make their first stop of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And as they make their way down now, there you can see the Tent Factory car down through towards the Verth curve, and they'll be making their way up through towards Campsa corner, once again taking this high inclined rise. And very shortly that man in car number 9, that of course being Povedano, who has done extremely well leading that charge. In behind there you can see the Deccan Esports car, currently riding in 3rd place. And it was for Cyril Esports now up into P2. So good for them, Kieran, because obviously we did hear from VSR Brett in the live chat and how they were going to keep fighting, keep rising. And according to our screens, they're saying that Ulas is currently in the car. I mean, on our screens it says Ruben Vallejo, so I believe that is, I'm going to take Brett's view on it, it's probably Ulas Azildirim in the car.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a guess that the team manager probably knows who's in the car. We'll take his word for it. But thank you for providing us with the updates there, Brett. And yeah, he's having a fantastic time. And of course, they might be slightly out of sync with the rest of the field. Of course, they had to pit in to make some repairs to the car. It was about 20-25 seconds they spent preparing the car. So whether they put a little bit of extra fuel in the car, so they might be a little bit out of sync for the time being. But for now, whoever's driving that car, of course, is going to push on like nothing else.
Yeah, well, Deccan Esports there into P2, so they're going to be holding on to that position. Visceral Esports now in deep trouble as Deccan Esports this time, as they come down the inside and try to make a move up further in the field. There, look, a serial car, of course, driven by Ulas Azildirim, or trying to hold on to the position as they come out of turn 1 into turn 2 round Elf curve, and certainly down towards Repsol. They do hold on. Very well done by Ulas Azildirim, and manages to hold on to that position, and certainly truly dynamic stuff. We've seen it time and time again here at this circuit again, and this time taking the inside tighter line here from Ulas Azildirim, still holding on to that position. In behind as well, Deccan Esports trying to garner any position possible. There in behind you can see the Zenith Esports car, who have potentially been thrown right into the lead of this race, because bear in mind these have all got to pit, Kieran, so that effectively net leaders Zenith Esports.
Yeah, that's not bad going, is it, for Zenith? And they've made sure that they've ironed out the mistakes in the pit lane, which is so easy to do. I mean, in an endurance, it's easy to forget one thing to do in the pit stop. It's one of the most important things to make sure you do, but everyone happens. It can happen, and that's the beauty of an endurance. Mistakes happen. Drivers, whether it's putting fuel in the car, whether it's changing the right tyres, anything can happen. You've just got to make sure you try and stay on top of it as much as possible. If you make a mistake, don't worry about it. Just resolve it and get on with the racing action. That's all you can do.
Yeah, just keep a professional head on things. That's exactly what you need. We're seeing as well as they cascade through Europe car in behind once again. They're all coming together. The Zenith Esports car trying to eat them alive here. Iago Martinez, who has been absolutely flying in this initial stage, has kept the car on the track. The strategy's worked out. Opts to take the outside line and does move up into P2 as the car Deccan Esports opts to pit. So now he's going to chase down a new Lasso Zildrim. So he's now going to see a haunting green livery right in behind him now. Of course, we know all about Iago Martinez. Very, very pacey driver. Lots of experience, lots of quality. So would not be surprised to see that Zenith car fighting for the top billing in this race. I mean, this would really right the wrong of last season, wouldn't it, Kieran?
Well, I mean, we're very, very early into this race, George. As we saw, Zenith were dominant in the first part of last year, but they ran into problems, and that resolved the problems. But that looked a pretty easy move up the inside of turn 3 there through that long right-hander. They have now retaken the lead of the 24 hours of the Circuit de Catalunya here on Mundo GT. It was a pretty easy move, but I think the Visceral car just made it easy as well. Didn't have any interest in battling for that position. And I think in the grand scheme of things, in the long term, that's probably the right decision. You don't want to be wasting time when you know you're slightly out of sync.
Yeah, no, you do not want to be wasting time. Certainly Zenith Esports now have got to capitalise. Visceral Racing now, they might look to, or Visceral Esports might look to try and maybe opt to pit. Here comes now Yannick Lapin as well, who's now trying to make his way through, and he's done it perfectly. Lapchin now moving his way further through the field, and he'll look to continue this prosaic rise. Of course, car number 43 in behind him as well. He's got, I believe that's, I'm just looking in behind, that is, we'll try and get a number back on that one for you folks. Unfortunately, our timing screens have unfortunately phased out at this point in time, as car number 17, Sergei Rial, in behind. We can just got confirmation. Further ahead, there you can see them all getting, or certainly gathering into a contingent. It's starting to get a little bit darker now around this circuit. We're starting to see the lights sort of dim down slightly as we work our way into the afternoon, and I'm sure very soon we'll be tackling night already. They've got the lights on that car number 17. Of course, I've been Sergei Real. Lights already on that car, so maybe it'll be falling into darkness a little bit sooner than anticipated. In fact, a lot of them now switching the lights on as well. There's Ross Woodford as well for Yasheet, making his way around the next right-hander as well. And he's coming out of Campster corner. He'll be making his way down towards the next left-hander at Lakea. He's right in behind the Orma Sim Racing team. Number 21, of course, that being man, as we take a look at the screens. Oh, just hightailing through there. The SE car getting so close now. He's managed to gain so much. Obviously, they've already boxed, and they're really prosaic now on these tyres. They need to get them warmed up, get them up to temperature, and surely they'll get the best responses heading into the corners as well. But don't count out Yasheet. They are going to be very tenacious here at this circuit.
Yeah, and Ross Woodford knows what he's doing out there, doesn't he? Otherwise, Yasheet would not have had him in the car as he looks for a move in towards the chicane. Thinks better of it. It's a very tight, narrow chicane when all's said and done. But he gets back onto the power through the final corner, onto the start-finish straight, trying to now get into that treble 9 slipstream there as they make their way down the start-finish straight towards turn 1. Is it going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see. There's the Obsidian Racing car, the number 20, driven by Sergio Guardiel, currently just outside of the podium positions by about 4 seconds. There's the MSI Esports car, right behind the Kilometro Zero car.
Yeah, absolutely. Salva Talent on a recovery drive mission right now. He's currently down in P16. That is absolutely disastrous for MSI. A huge, huge loss at this very early stage here in the 24-hour de Barcelona-Catalunya. But he has a lot of pace to Salva Talent, and he knows he needs to make up from that very crucial error. And I've got to say, Guadiel now has really got a lot to do to try and hold this man off, because he is so calculated, so cool in the corners as they now come up through the birth curve now. MSI on a very, very hard rise right now, coming through Campsa. Can he open up the door heading down the certainly the semi-straight leading into Lakea Bend? This is where he really needs to try and unleash the force in that MSI car. Can he get it done into this corner now? When he dive down the inside, he needs to get the recovery drive going as we now cut away to the Obsidian Racing car as we now look once again as they rise through the first sector. Car number 23, that of course being none other than, I'm just trying to get a view on this one in particular.
I think.
Which one, sorry, Kieran?
An Arge car, the 23, isn't it?
An Arge, yeah, it could be. Could well be. I think you're absolutely right.
No, that's not often, George. Don't get used to that.
Hey, I'm going with you on this one, Kieran. Going with you on this one, honestly.
That's a terrible, terrible idea. Well, Salva Talent, though, in that MSI Esports car, yes, he's all the way down in 16th place, but before the pit stops happen, he was the fastest driver out there, 45.1. So he's clearly got the turn of pace about him, but leading the race and having the fastest lap is one thing, but trying to be the fastest car and then moving up the order is quite another. He's already nearly 1 full minute behind the Zenith Esports car, the 215, driven by Iago Martinez, and a minute behind, an hour and 15 minutes into the race, isn't the end of the world. You've still got the rest of the race to make up 60 seconds. That's a long time. You're still in it, MSI. You're still in it. And I just wonder what the team manager is thinking, Pepe de las Heras, in the MSI Esports car. Yes, it was a bit of a pit stop mistake there, but, you know, these things happen. You've got to move on, and I wonder what the mood is now for Pepe de las Heras. How does he approach this going into the rest of the race, and does he make any driver switch-up changes in how the race was going to originally pan out for them?
Well, that is the big question. You know, what is the game plan now? Are they going to have to rethink things? Is there going to be a change of strategy? Are they going to try and maybe do a longer stint, maybe to try and bring them back in the race? That is the big question. Obviously, mistakes do occur. We've seen it time and time and again. But obviously, it's up to them now as a team to try and counteract the issue and try and bring themselves right back to the front of the field. But obviously, given the drivers' quality and certainly their standards of racing, how quick they are heading into this, not only down the straights, but also quick at the corners, their techniques as drivers, that is why they race for a team as prestigious as MSI. And certainly, if they're chasing a 3 in a row, which I'm sure they'll take a lot of pride in achieving, they're going to apply their best possible elements of their team in this race. It's so key you get everything right. Iago Martinez, though, enjoying that top end at this moment in time, and Zenith Esports nursing a little bit of I suppose a gremlin on their shoulder in a way as well. Remember, they went out in such dramatic fashion last year. It's so key for them to try and regarner what they lost last season. Remember, they were right up there and fighting with MSI, but Zenith Esports unfortunately falling foul to an unfortunate mistake, colliding with Michael Jourdain in that race last year. But they are back again now, leading the charge currently in this initial stage here in this 24-hour event. And I've got to say, a huge pleasure to have you all with us for this event as well. Hope you're all enjoying it at home, folks. Honestly, it's a pleasure to bring it to you. And no matter where you are in the world, I hope you're all tuning in, enjoying it, supporting the drivers you want to support in this race. But already, Zenith Esports having the early advantage, with Eric Tetas now under pressure from the XPD racing team. And of course, Eric was so quick at the getaway. Obviously, he had a great start. Sorry, I had a blank moment then.
Yeah, just trying to think of my name. What is it again? Even I forget sometimes. No, you're absolutely right. Having a hard charge through the field is great on the one part, but as well as that, you've got to be careful about how you approach these races. It's a long time you're in that car, and fatigue can be one of those that can really have an effect on you going in towards the race, especially in the night time. And when we get to the nighttime shift, and you'll be able to join me for that one later on down the line at midnight CEST, that's 11 o'clock at night for British Summer Time if you're watching us in the English time zone. You'll see fatigue becomes a huge factor for these drivers. And although it's quite an interesting one, because although it be nighttime in Spain, we'll have different time zones racing in this race from people around the world. So in a sense, for someone like Alex Palau, he might actually decide he wants to be in the night stint, because for him it might be daylight. Who knows? Some of those things might be adding to the cause as well in such a sim racing 24-hour event. It's something you wouldn't normally get when you're in motorsport. Normally you're under the same time zone.
Yeah, you are, because you're all there at the same part of the world. I mean, naturally now we've got drivers from all over different parts of the globe, and they're all here to contest here at the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. But like you say, all in their own respective time zones. So, like you say, for someone's nighttime, it could be someone's daytime. You know, they're all fighting it out and trying to unleash the best part of what they can offer on this circuit. Certainly around Barcelona, one of the more all-rounded circuits. That's why we have pre-winter testing in Formula 1 here, of course, where they can test all areas of the cars. So, you know, anything can happen. There are no real surprises at this circuit, but at the same time, it offers some of the best racing you'll see on the planet. And naturally, to be here is absolutely sensational. We're watching now as a little bit of a wide issue there coming through. I'm not quite sure which car that is, but amazing to see the battling still hurtling around on track, no matter where they are on this grid. Certainly all of them going at it at this moment in time. Amazing stuff as the Arnish competition car still leads the way. Dream Factory in P2. Zenith Esports still trying to gain, albeit though they've got a huge advantage after the incident with MSI Esports. Obviously we'll have to see whether they can pick themselves back up again after that first incident, as there's the Masked Devils Esports car in P17. I get the feeling it's only early doors, Kieran. Plenty of opportunities coming through for the rest of this race. I get the feeling the party's only just started.
The party's only just started, and if you've just joined us, you've missed a really good start to this race. One of those being the R70 team car at the hands of Eric Tetas at the moment, who's trying to chase down the car ahead. And, well, he got all the way up to P15 at some point in this race, but unfortunately, going in towards turn 4, carried a little bit too much speed. The rear tyres started to over-rotate. He lost the back end. The two BMWs that were behind him at the time parted the Lamborghini C, and he ended up down in P21. But he's doing a fantastic job at turning that around, getting back into the mindset of getting some more positions. And he's done a fine job, a recovery job, to get back to P18 right now. He's got one of the BMWs ahead.
Yeah, he has. And Eric Tetas going for that very audacious move down the inside. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely extraordinary there, and moves his way up again another spot, and certainly showing all his prowess out at this circuit. He certainly has come here well prepared, a lot of speed, and certainly looks to be, he's extraordinary to watch. I have to say, credit to his team. Obviously for taking this option down the inside. Oh, again, he's got to defend this time, but he does it superbly well. Amazing stuff indeed, and he is now up yet another spot as we're now taking a look at the 19 car. Of course, car number 13. That is Alva Gomez, of course, now making his way around for the XPD Racing GT3 team, coming down through towards the next left-hander, this course being Verth Curve, and he himself is going to look to want to move up a spot himself. Plenty of action here out on this circuit, of course, and take a look at this, though. Eric Tetas already trying to fight his way through. He's right on the rear right now. He has been absolutely extraordinary in this race, and already taking an inside line now down towards the next left-hander at Lakea Bend. And not this time. I think he's going to hold off, as we're now seeing number 13 once again. We're still watching all this unfold on track. We've got two separate battles on this occasion, but Eric Tetas really showing us what he's all about.
Really is at the moment, and another position gained for him in that melee there. Done a fantastic job. He's got one more than the Kilometro Zero Lamborghini right up ahead, so that'll be for I believe P15 in this race. There's the MSI esports car trying to chase down the Unicos gaming car through the final corner and onto the start for this straight. Trying to now get into the slipstream is Salva Talent, and seeing what he can do down the start for this straight. Could there be a possibility down into turn 1? We'll find out.
Yeah, it could well be. Salva Talent's doing his best to try and hold the inside line, but not able to get the move done. Still, once again, left frustrated at this time. Christian Perez on this moment still holding on to his position as they come around the next right-hander, and still in tandem. You can see there's the MSI car looking to once again be crowned champions. They've got a long way to go, though. 23 and a half hours left in this extraordinary race, of course, that we bring you year on year, of course, an annual thing here at the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, but never does it ever stop being exciting. The moves that we've seen already, the action has been prosaic and nothing short of exquisite as well, as they come down towards the next left-hander again. In behind there you can see all of them coming closer together. There's the MSI car getting closer and closer and closer. Can he get a move done? Potentially after Campsa corner as they come through it now. You can just see them hugging the inside line. A better line there, certainly for the Lambo as they come down the stretch now this time. Can he open up the door for a potential move heading down into Lakea as the Unicos gaming car is looking on in anticipation? Salva Talent still holds on, but better in the corners is Salva Talent right now, and certainly for MSI, he's going to try and unleash the beast, that's for sure, and potentially overtake this Unicos gaming car. It's getting so close, Kieran, between these two.
Getting very, very close, and this is a point here that Salva Talent has set the fastest lap of the race earlier on down the line, but now he's stuck behind somebody. He's going to have to try and find his way past any way he can. And we now cut up to the number 43 car there, who's trying to find his way past. That's the number 43 of Yannick Lapchin trying to chase down the 18 of Daniel Gomez as they make their way down the start for the straight. The Unicos gaming car as well at the hands of Christian Perez trying to defend from Salva Talent. But there goes the 43 of Yannick Lapchin to take that position. Nice and easy move, and Jonathan Alvarez just did not make that too difficult for him.
No, not at all. Salva Talent's now up into P14 and loving life certainly right now as they now work their way up. Splendid stuff indeed from the MSI team, and they'll be making their way towards the next right-hander very, very shortly. So great moves certainly from MSI. They'll be delighted certainly with the progress that they have made so far in this race. They cruise now through towards the next left-hander and down through the seat curve. Before they then tackle the Verth curve on this very staunch rise up towards Campsa corner. Iago Martinez is still out in front and enjoying himself. Ricardo Rico in P2 as well. Ricardo Rico looking to try and be a thorn in the side of his team from last year, Kieran. It's extraordinary. But very often I was quite surprised to see Riccardo Rico change teams. He's a very prominent force, certainly in endurance racing. He was certainly impressive last season. But to see him going against his team of last year, of course, being that of Zenith Esports, it's an extraordinary feel. And he's in P2 at this moment, chasing them down. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, but sometimes that's a great move for Arnage, for obviously trying to get one of the leading drivers in. It's always a bit of a difficult one when you're coming up against the team you used to race for. There might be a sense of camaraderie at the start of the race, but once the racing gets started, they're your rivals now. You can't have any friendly atmospheres anymore. You've got to focus on your own race. And right now, it's not going too badly at all. The Zenith Esports car of the 215, driven at the moment by Iago Martinez, leading the way. Arnage in second place. Dream Factory in third, with Obsidian rounding off the top four at the hands of Sergio Gordel Ferrero. And riding on board with Riccardo Rico as he tackles turn 9. I mean, George, when you go into this corner, it's completely blind, and you only get to see what's at the end of the corner when you're halfway through it. And by then, you've already committed to the corner.
Yeah, and it's incredibly, I mean, Kieran, you can be incredibly unfortunate sometimes, certainly if you're going flat out, because a lot of them can carry the pace coming out of the rise from Verth curve. It can be so easy to get thrown out left, and also you may be unaware that if you clip the curb on the left as well, sometimes as well, you could spin the car, so you don't know what dangers are ahead of you heading up into that start of the straight, heading down towards Lakea. So it's so vicious. If you get it wrong, it can really unsettle your race, or worse, it can DNF you effectively. But as now watching them come through again, the final corner of New Holland, that too being a very tricky corner. Of course, you can very easily oversteer around that bend as well. Certainly in these cars, they carry a lot of power, but your steering has to be so precise in these cars. I mean, even though a lot of them do carry assist enablers for drivers, nevertheless, it can still be very treacherous. Obviously, we're not talking about the sheer pace of Formula 1 cars, but there's still anywhere around 750 brake horsepower in a lot of these cars as well. So there's a lot of pace really wound up in them. So, keep your eyes on them, because these cars are relentless, certainly very powerful. It can be very uneasy in some corners. Certainly, I'd imagine the final sector being the toughest, because you've got to try and work your way not only through the initial chicane heading up through back San Bedell, but then you've got Europe car, that very stiff right-hander where you've got to try and hug the inside, but not only that, avoid the tube curbing at the same time. And not only that, coming through the next chicane, the final chicane coming out into New Holland, everything about Sector 3 is so dangerous in these cars, because they don't have the downforce like they have in Formula 1, but at the same time, they're so chunky, and you need to make sure you time your braking and your acceleration points at exactly the right time.
One thing the drivers will have to take note of is the track temperature. And of course, we're in sunny Spain, in Barcelona, and the trackside temperature right now is just gone 1:30. So that means the sun is beaming down onto the circuit, and that is going to contribute to a high track temperature. Currently, it's 41 degrees Celsius, that tarmac out there, so it is very, very warm. So you've got to have a car that can really take the punishment of those tyres, as Salvatore Talent then thinks about a move up the inside of the high-speed Demons going in towards turn 5. There was contact, wasn't there, between the two of them, but the MSI Esports car gets the power down and gets the position, George.
Yeah, absolutely stupendous stuff. We're going to take a look at a replay, and that is extraordinary. Salva Talent doing the business, certainly for MSI. They're on a real big fight back now, and certainly working their hardest to try and bring back the deficit that they lost after having to double stop earlier on. But brilliant stuff from Salva Talent, throwing it down the inside. Oh, wow, a little bit of contact, obviously, but great stuff indeed. And high-speed Demons car have to forfeit the position, and that allows Salva Talent to move up yet another spot. So great moves from them, as we now watch them all hightail through the final sector. As you can see, hugging a lot of the curb on the inset to Europe car. You've got to really take a lot of it in order to give yourself the best angle heading into that Europe car right-hander before you then hit the chicane RACC and then whittle your way around New Holland. But there you can see the current car in third place. That's number 50. That is the Dream Factory car, and Diego Catalan driving that one as well. But amazing to see all these drivers kicking things off. Iago Martinez enjoying very much a lot of freedom up at the top as well, with Riccardo Rico trying to hunt him down as well. But Iago Martinez looking to right the wrongs of last year. Zenith Esports enjoying a comfortable gap right now, 8.2 seconds, nearly 8.3 seconds the deficit. So Riccardo Rico, though, he too will be delighted with the start that Arnage competition have made to this race. Obviously, we did not see them last season. Riccardo Rico actually part of the Zenith Esports team. So he's here with a different team and looking ever so good and leading them certainly at the front end of this field, which is great to see.
Great to see indeed, as we've got a car into the pit lane. It's the 501, driven by Mariana Baile. Comes into the pit lane now with, well, we're an hour and a half into this race, 90 minutes in at the moment. And at the moment, it is that 215 leading the way. And yeah, for Zenith Esports, they've been looking pretty good at the moment. I mean, last lap time 49.5, and we've got a notification on our timing screen that the 501 has stopped. And that's not a good sign. In fact, yeah, we've also got one for the number 36, Ivan Moreno. Now, I'm not sure what entirely that means, but to me, that could mean that the car's stopped somewhere. But it's now got going again. So it must be that they've stopped out on track. So maybe a bit of a spin. We'll never know. We'll never know. We'll figure it out as we go.
Yeah, we'll get news, folks, as soon as we hear it, obviously. But there you can see once again the MSI car starting to really work its way forward. Salva Talon's doing an extraordinary job here, despite the deficit. He knows he needs to undo the damage, and he's got Team Shazoo right ahead of him right now. So lots of battling here going on in the midfield, certainly, well, the early midfield heading into the top 10. Yes, Yessi Hiliaho currently up in P12 for Shazoo. And he'll try his best to certainly hold on, that's for sure, as in behind that man in the MSI car, Salva Talons looks to try and improve his prospects. Better in the first sector. He's finding the apexes maybe slightly better than that Porsche, but again, you could put that to the traction in his Lambo as they come down now towards the next right-hander. And again, Team Shazoo, a break. Oh, Wowee, he's getting tighter and tighter. He's struggling with the apexes here. Maybe a little bit of nerves creeping in to that Team Shazoo car. Certainly number 12 of Yessi Hiliaho now making their way down towards the seat curve. Who's better around this bend? Certainly Salva Talons certainly proving, or trying to prove that at least, as they come through on the exit, still wheel to wheel. Now this is crucial. Fifth curve, so dangerous but so prosaic. Can he do it? The MSI car up yet again. Brilliant move there from Salva Talons, shows his quality. Up into P12, Kieran McGinley.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Salva Talons, and Jesse Hilialo really gave him a run for his money there for that P12, but Salva Talons had to earn it, and now up a position, MSI Esports into the top 12, and now the next target will be that 43 car, that Altus Esports car, driven by Yannick Lapshin.
Yeah, absolutely. Lapshin is next on his list. And Yannick, who has been right in the midst of plenty of battle himself, and a very formidable foe as well on occasion. He could certainly be very testy. We saw him earlier on in the broadcast, obviously battling it out with those in the midfield, but he's now ahead currently of MSI as well. Even behind, you can see the high-speed Demons car on the right as well. We got the Zenith Esports pitting. Now that's interesting. That's a fairly early box. Kieran, what could that be all about?
Well, this could be interesting. It could be a variety of reasons. Maybe they decided to do a driver change now. Maybe they did a short fuel stint. Anyway, it could be anything. Unfortunately, we haven't got a bike right in the pit lane to find out. We'll just have to wait and see how everything plays out. But yeah, interesting to see what's going on.
Yeah, we're just seeing the Zenith Esports car name cascading down the standings. We'll have to bring you some news on that. Currently on our timing screens, Iago Martinez still leads, so we'll bring you news as we hear it. We have heard that Yessi Hiliaho for Team Shazoo has boxed himself as well, so whether they've got to make a tyre change themselves, we'll keep you posted on that one. It certainly looks to be the case right now, so they will allow another place forward. We can confirm that Iago Martinez is still out on track. He's still leading the way and holds on to P1 spot with Ricardo Rico just in behind him as well. That gap now gone out to 9 seconds difference between him and Ricardo Rico, so he is gaining time. So Iago Martinez showing his quality yet again here at the 24-hour de Barcelona-Catalunya as well. And so it's a pleasure to be here, obviously, to call this extraordinary event that we like to bring year on year, the 4th rendition of this series, which is a pleasure to bring to you. Obviously, we want to hear from you in the live chat as well, folks. Please land us your questions as well, and please hit up myself and Kieran. Of course, we've got many others part of the English broadcast as well today. You'll hear them as we go through, and we will be bringing them in as part of the broadcast team as well. But there's the Zenith Esports car still landing the charge at the moment. Iago Martinez and driving a comfortable race net right now. But look, it's this man again, Salva Talons, on a mission.
on a mission indeed. And yeah, that number 16 came into the pit lane and was stopped in the box for about 60 odd seconds. So we'll have to wait and see. That to me is going to be tyres and fuel. But here comes Salva Talens then back onto the Unicos gaming car, onto the start finish straight. We will go such a great exit out of the final corner, and that BMW is going to have to be all over the back of him. Salva Talens, does he get that move done? He surely will down in towards turn, but he's got the move done and moves up a position, does he, George?
He certainly does. He's up yet again. Salva Talens doing bits here. P13. What a recovery here for the man for MSI Esports. They've got a lot of work to do, but they're going about it the right way. Next up on his list, Daniel Gomez for High Speed Demons. The gap now stretching to 1 second, but he's bringing it in. That was 1.1. He's flirting here with the 1 second delta. So credit to him, and a little flash of the lights there just to let him know that he's there as well. That'll strike fear into the heart of any driver here, knowing that man Salva Talens is right on your tail. We all know how quick he is, and without question, he's going to want to land a really heavy blow here. You can just see that. How menacing must that be to see in your rear view mirror, Kieran?
Must be pretty menacing, I have to be honest. Seeing that MSI Esports car and the flashing of the lights as well, just to try and intimidate as much as possible. Yeah, you could definitely see that coming. But Salva Talens, though, knows he's on a mission, and I wouldn't want to be a driver standing in Salva Talens' way when he wants to try and get his way back up through the field to try and regain some of those positions. And still flashing lights. I think he knows we're watching us. That's going to be the main thing, isn't it? He knows we're watching. The number 6 car comes into the pit lane then at the hands of Alberto Jimenez Sáenz. Into the pit lane now. And that looks like it probably is going to be a routine stop. Normally looking at more than a minute for these tyres and fuel to be adjusted as the Dream Factory BMW gets a move up the inside of a back marker there. And back onto the power past that car. Yeah, it's been a dream start for the Dream Factory at the hands of Diego Catalan at the moment. Currently running in 3rd place with a best lap time of a 1:45.6. And that's, well, 4/10 off of our leaders here in Zenith. But they're matching everyone around them at the moment. Especially, more importantly, the cars behind.
Yeah, they could well be a feature at the end of this race. Obviously, we've got plenty, still a long way to go, but Ricardo Rico has still got a healthy gap of around about 7 seconds, but Dream Factory and Diego Catalan going about this in the right way, making the right moves in all the right places. And that's the important thing about the 24-hour Barcelona-Catalunya. It's important to remember. Now, a lot of these drivers that are racing here today obviously take part in whether it be sim racing series that are stretched through a maybe a certain number of laps. It's certainly not a timed event. So a lot of them are making the contrasting jump. And certainly we've got a couple of teams that are doing just that, as we can now see the Zenith Esports car of Iago Martinez once again dispatching another back marker in a very controlled fashion. And that's exactly what you need to do. You need to be extremely patient. You need to be at the same time as well to make the moves when they count. That, of course, is one of the most important things. And consistency is a major thing as well when it comes down to this sort of racing. And, credit to Iago Martinez and Zenith Esports. They're doing everything right now. And so are Ricardo Rico and Arnage Competition as well. A new team that we've yet to see in this series. So a big credit to them. 2nd place currently in this situation. In your very first 24-hour Barcelona-Catalunya is a huge credit to their team, huge credit to Ricardo Rico as well for getting them into that position as well. But also you've got to give credit to MSI for what they've done in the past. Can they right the wrong that they've had now with that double pit stop? That is the big, bold question. And I'm sure that is the story that we're going to be telling you heading right through the night, because, of course, they're chasing that very, very important 3rd in a row of this competition as they come down now towards turn 1. There you can see Salva Talens right on the rear of the High Speed Demons car yet again. A very familiar sight as before, hugging a little bit of the inside line though, heading into Elf Curve. And this High Speed Demons car certainly giving Salva Talens something to think about, Kieran.
Something to think about indeed, as Daniel Gomez holding on to that position for now. But again, we've seen Salva Talens work the field then as he tries to find a way past. Does he get the pass then? I think Daniel Gomez here will have more than he's bargained for. And yes, he pulls to the right-hand side there. You probably saw that way before me. But Salva Talens up a position then. And yet the BMW, again, didn't make it too difficult. Daniel Gomez knows that perhaps that's not the battle he needs to be focusing on. He needs to be focusing elsewhere. And that's the Unicos gaming car behind. Maybe he sees that as more important to keep that position rather than to battle Salva Talens for what would seem like the inevitable.
Yeah, I think so. I think he obviously looked at it on face value. Daniel Gomez not choosing to pick fights with certain cars. And I think he understood that Salva Talens is on a different mission in comparison to his own. As Sergio Gudiel there for Obsidian Racing, who themselves have actually had a good race today as well. Obsidian, of course, were up there last season as well, or last year, certainly battling with the best of them. And I really did enjoy watching Obsidian take part. They really are a good team, and they've got some good drivers. And Sergio Gudiel as well is going to be one force to be reckoned with. That is certainly for sure. And he's holding on to his place currently in 4th place and enjoying things right now. Diego Catalan ahead of him. The gap is still reasonably healthy. 2.7 seconds the deficit in behind him as well. You've also got Marcus Nunez trying to bring his car up into the fray as well. Car number 32 in 5th place. And they'll be looking to improve themselves as well. It's been an absolutely phenomenal event so far. There's the Aris Racing car in 5th place. It's Marcus Nunez right there, as we were discussing earlier on, chasing Sergio Gudiel as well. He's got a little bit of work to do before he can get onto the rear of that man, certainly, Sergio Gudiel. But Marcus Nunez, I'm sure, without any question, will be putting his best foot forward in order to try and do that. But credit as well, though, where credit's due. Certainly, so far, still my team of the day so far is Ate Kaupanen's Williams team right now. Ate Kaupanen currently driving that car and doing an extraordinary job. And certainly Javier Guerra, the team boss, is going to be delighted with what they've done so far.
Absolutely, they've done an absolutely fantastic job in these opening 2 hours. So they've really been on the case. They've really been fantastic, and at the hands of Ate Kaupanen, they've been wonderful to watch as well. Best lap time of a 46.4 or 45.5. Sorry, I can't read today. 45.5, which is only 0.3 off of Zenith Esports themselves. So really good pace from Ate Kaupanen, and expecting more of the same. I'm assuming he will get a second stint at the car at some point. The number 24 car, the GEMA Esports car, had a momentary off track then a couple of minutes ago. They came up on our timing screens that they were off track and then came to a stop. So that's probably them maybe having a little bit of spin and coming to a stop off track. It looks like they've got themselves going again, but they've lost a chunk of positions all the way now down into 27th place at the hands of Jorge Albarola. There they are then, and you see their last lap time of a 2 minutes and 1. That would make complete sense as to why they've fallen down the order.
Yeah, it has been a good run so far for Jorge Albarola. They've kept themselves clean, though. I mean, they were pretty good earlier on, but I think obviously a little issue has caused them to have a stop. And Jorge Albarola, though, very experienced, certainly seen him plenty of times in certainly single-seater racing on esports. And once again, that's transitioning here into GT class racing. But credit here to him for taking part in this event here today. Plenty of great drivers as well, and we're looking forward to catching Alex Palau later on as well. I was now watching this amazing dogfight happen now between those in the midfield. Certainly this man has given us a lot to scream and shout about as well. That is, of course, car number 43, that being Yannick Lapchin, who's been right in the fray of a lot of moves and certainly spectacular moments in this race as well. Remember, he was fighting tooth and nail in the midfield previously, but again, this time just getting through back markers and trying to find his way through and closing the gap on Jonathan Alvarez as well. So hopefully that'll be a battle that we see very, very soon as well. There he is there in P10, Jonathan Alvarez, and making his way down towards the Lakea bend. And of course, it is all about consistency, isn't it, Kieran? That is the crucial element of this race. You know, we've got 16 corners, and as you can see, the longitude, you've got 4.655 kilometers. You know, it's a long way to go, isn't it? Certainly with the amount of laps we're doing, long time. Consistency is what matters.
I mean, that's probably one of the best traits you could have as a driver, making sure that you are so consistent and putting in the lap times as much as possible. Not only that, though, you've got to make sure that you've got the concentration. If you're coming up to back markers, you need to make sure that you need to remember that golden rule of endurance racing, where it's up to you to get past the back marker safely and not the other way around. And so many people, when they come from single seaters and they see a blue flag, they instantly think it means, right, the back marker has to get out of the way. No, in endurance racing, the blue flag only means that there is a car that's on a different lap to you coming up to pass you. So you stick to your racing line, and the leader or whoever it is behind you has to find their way past you. So that's the huge difference in endurance racing, and that is something that drivers will forget, especially when you're in single seaters. It's caught me out on a couple of occasions where drivers try to stick a nose down the inside when I've got a blue flag, and it's just sort of like, well, hang on a minute, just wait until the start finish straight and I can let you pass there. But obviously when you're battling for the lead, or when you're battling for a podium, you want to get past right now, right this second. In fact, you want to get past 3 corners ago.
Yeah, you certainly do. You know, all you're caring about is your race at the end of the day. You know, at the end of the day, you're on the track as well as they are. You want to try and unleash the best performance you can get out on a track, certainly around Spain when you've got, you know, so much variation, and that is why it's perfect. That's why we see it in Formula One winter testing. It's ideal because it's got every single variation known to man, of course. So it's great to be here, and obviously I'm a big fan of the Spanish circuit myself. I certainly find the Circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya an entertaining track. Lots of opportunities for overtakes, as well as a fun middle sector, as well as we're now watching a little bit of a battle unleash here. Certainly car number 23. This being, of course, looking for the taking the inside line, getting so tight, heading around the right-hander at Repsol corner. That's Ricardo Rico, Arnage competition, trying to actually get through some of the back markers. And this is going to be one of the key dangers in night racing, of course, where you're trying to get through the back markers and anything can happen. But Arnage in very capable hands. Ricardo Rico, a very, very staunch professional.
Absolutely, and getting that move done eventually, that was going to be the main part. The speed-up team, at the hands of Javier Navarro, comes into the pit lane, 70-second pit stop, so that's probably going to be tyres and fuel, and has gone back out and into the lower half of the field. At the moment, they're currently running in 33rd place.
Yeah, absolutely, and certainly lots of scope for moves, and we've seen plenty already, to be quite honest. But number 23 just making its way through the next part of the circuit, the final sector, and keeping it steady. Ricardo Rico doing a stupendous job right now, literally following on from what he did last season, which is a pleasure to watch, and we hope that he can bring many more grandiose moments in this race as well. Iago Martinez looking to do the same. Zenith Esports literally just carrying the race right now, just progressively just carrying on from where they left off. They've done exceptionally well. They have not certainly fallen foul of any high intense pressure. They've just kept themselves to themselves, just ran their own race. They were dropping back to MSI in the initial stages. Remember, they took a 2.5 second gap between them and MSI in the initial stages, but they've just kept their cool, kept it together. Iago Martinez with a very good expert drive. They've certainly, I think, learned a lot of lessons from last season.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you learn lessons from last season, you can absolutely bring that on and push that forward as much as possible. And for Iago Martinez and for Zenith Esports themselves, last year would have been such a kick in the belt, a below the belt punch there. And of course, they'll have had a year to mull that over, to actually let that result sink in, and having to go from leading the race to out of it in mere minutes apart is going to be such a gut punch to take. So it's almost a sense of retribution for the team, but also it will galvanise the whole team in saying, right, this year, that's not going to happen. MSI are not going to have 3 in a row. We're going to do our best here, and our best is going to be that race win, that whole victory. But it's a long, long time to go yet, as the number 43 there making their way through the Altus team, who had to start from the back of the grid then after that last-minute driver change, and have got themselves up into the top 10, which is fantastic so far.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And there's the Unicos Gaming car just making its way down the stretch. I'm not sure what's happened here, but the High Speed Demons car making its way through. Wowee! Look at the pace. Absolutely brilliant. And car number 5, Unicos Gaming, also trying to work their way through as well. All in tandem, heading up through turn 1. That is absolutely spectacular viewing to watch those two going at it. Daniel Gomez and Salva Talons rising up through the order. Christian Perez in behind them in P14, but they're still in tandem. This is a battle that could rage on for quite some time. We're just watching them all hightail through now. Salva Talons himself trying to hold on. We can see their car number 5. That is Christian Perez, who's actually in behind Daniel Gomez as they come through. It is actually Daniel Gomez. Sorry, my mistake. Salva Talons obviously further on in the field. Daniel Gomez at the mercy of Christian Perez right now for Unicos Gaming. And very shortly they'll rise their way up through the next chicane into Bank San Bedell. But amazing stuff indeed. These guys are going to be going right at it. And certainly the gap minimal at 3.5 tenths of a second. Absolute pleasure to watch some of these professionals here, Kieran.
It's so good to watch them, isn't it? Because you get the joy of shouting over them and shouting over the great moves and not having to do any of the racing yourself. Because I know I'd have been eaten alive if there was a 37th place in this race. That's where I would be. But for sure, it's great to see them running around here, and it's great to see the Unicos Gaming car as well. That number 5, driven by Christian Perez, closing in on the 18 ahead of Daniel Gomez. And these two are going to be battling hammer and nail, tooth and nail as well, down towards turn 1, but no way through for the Unicos Gaming car this time around. And maybe in the slipstream, coming in towards turns 1 and 2, might be a good position to be, because it allows you to save just that little bit of fuel. The engine has to work just less hard. It puts less effort in down the start for this straight, and therefore you use less fuel. And if you're combining that with the lift and coast techniques that some of the drivers will use in endurance racing as well, to keep the car as light as possible without compromising too much on the top speed, whilst also giving you the best handling experience possible, that may be something drivers do have to think about going into it. It all depends whether drivers prefer a heavy car, they prefer a lighter car, and will happily lift and coast. Every driver will be different, of course, and that's what makes endurance racing so good, is because you will have 3 to 6 different drivers taking over the car, and they'll all have different driving styles and how they treat the car and how they want the car set up. It's fantastic to watch.
Yeah, would you say that that's the great advantage of having a circuit such as the Barcelona-Catalunya, because we've got all these variations of corners and all these drivers are so effective in certain parts of the circuit? Do you believe, as I do, that it identifies a lot of these drivers' strengths in a race such as this? I get the feeling that that is the case around this sort of a track. Yeah,
I mean, this track here in Barcelona has, as you say, a little bit of everything. It's got low-speed corners, it's got high-speed corners, it's got an over 1 kilometre straight to open up the taps a little bit. So not only does the driver have to be good in most places in order to get a good lap time around here, and yes, it will play to a lot of drivers' strengths throughout the entire field, but the challenge will be it's setting the car up. Where do you compromise? Do you compromise in this long, over 1 kilometre straight to put some more air on the car, to give you a better handling experience through the high-speed corners, especially coming up to the next few corners, turns 1, 2 and 3. I mean, turn 3 asks a lot of the car there, and a lot of the left-hand side tyres there, as the Yas Heat car really looking ominous onto the back of the Audi there, currently 17th place. The car setup's going to be important as well. Going through turn 9, there's a tremendous weight balance shift going through that corner. How do you set the car up for that? Where do you compromise? And it's a track where you need to compromise a certain area in order to move forward. But the challenge will be, where do you compromise and by how much?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something we will actually identify, I'm sure, heading into the race. Incidentally, Yas Heat made a change. Of course, they got Dean Woods in the car now, who's replaced Alex Woodford, who's now taking a break. So a huge opportunity now for Dean Woods to stamp his authority on this field. He's got Alva Gomez just ahead of him here in P16. This is a battle on track, and currently nothing separates them. Good opportunity here for Dean Woods to really light things up here for Yas Heat, who have driven actually superbly well in the initial stage, have gained some places themselves off the back of some of the incidents we have seen. And credit to him, Yas Heat obviously with a very strong stable of drivers. They have certainly a great conglomerate in amongst them. Incidentally, this man's back at it again. Salva Talens in P12, currently chasing Jonathan Alvarez in car number 13. And these two are going to be tying up, I'm sure, very, very shortly. He's certainly unleashing the pace in this Lamborghini now as they head down the straight yet again. Can he get closer and closer? This time potentially make a move heading into turn 1 as they make their way. Certainly does, takes the inside line. Great opportunity here for Salva Talens. Unleash in the beast, and certainly will move his way up yet again. Splendid stuff indeed. Salva Talens up into P11. What a recovery drive from this man, Kieran.
Yeah, it's looking good so far for Salva Talens, and he'll be absolutely on it now to try and make his way up the field as quickly as possible. Already we know he was in the lead of this race. We had the pit stop driver for MSI Esports. That's in the past now. What the present is right now is making up as much time and as many positions as possible. And it's always going to be difficult when you've got cars to pass. Last time around, Salva Talens 49.9. Last time around for Yago Martinez at the 2:15. 45.9. They are matching each other out on track, and Salva Talens has had to do overtaking.
Yeah, he's extraordinary, incredibly over. You know, I mean, usually they lead from the front. They have a great qualifying session, lead from the front, and try and hold on to their P1 spot. This is the first time we've actually seen MSI in this kind of a fashion, because of course we didn't get to see it much last year. Of course, they were pretty much led from the front. They had a pit stop, of course, but generally all the places they gained were in the pit stop phases. And so naturally, this is a great opportunity for us to see what this MSI team are capable of. And I have to say, I'm already impressed. I think they've been really, really good, despite the setback that they had from the get-go that pushed them all the way down. I mean, like we keep saying, and certainly you yourself keep saying, Kieran, it's a long race, a long way to go. 22 hours still remain, so there's still plenty of opportunities for MSI while the daylight is still here. Obviously, anything can happen when we get into the pitch dark of night, and anything can happen in those scenarios as we're now watching the BMWs come through yet again. And this is number 33, the Customs GT car, making its way through in position 31 with a lot of work to do. That is, of course, Sergio Rodriguez, who is holding onto that car right now. He's chasing on Jesse Hiliaho for Team Shazoo right now. Nothing separates them right now. Well, there's a little bit of a gap, should I say. In fact, there's quite a bit of a gap, George. What are you talking about? As they're making their way down the stretch now this time. You can see there the XPD Racing Team, car number 13, currently lying in 16th spot. This man is Alva Gomez, who has certainly given us plenty of interesting moments and trying to make his way through the field as well. Look at them nose to tail. In fact, just goes to show how close these cars can get, even to back markers, and that's going to now cause a little bit of a headache for Dean Woods in the Yas Heat car, because he's now got to try and find a way through as well. As we're now back on board with this man as well, who's also been lighting things up. Yannick Lapchin as well, who's been absolutely extraordinary so far. He's trying to chase on this man, Alex Herrera, coming up through the next right-hander, and certainly around Campsey, you want to try and carry the speed, and as they do so, looking in good shape indeed as they make their way down towards the next left, still trying to battle his way through this field, and Alex Herrera doing his best to try and keep this man in behind off his tail, but it can be very difficult to do when you're up against this man, Yannick Lapchin. He's done it so many times before, Kieran, in this race.
He really, really has, and he's got to do it all over again in that Race for Cat Motorsport car, but doing a fine job so far for Alex Herrera. He's got to just try and keep that Lamborghini behind, but as we've already seen, Yannick Lapchin in the 43, in that Altus car, really on hot form, on a hot streak right now as we make our way in towards the chicane, through 14 and 15, then through this final corner through turn 16, and all about getting the right line out of 15 through 16, and that Lamborghini's got a great run out of the final corner. Let's see what happens down the start finish straight.
Yeah, definitely. He opens up the door. In fact, Yannick Lapchin not wasting any time. Opts to go down the inside in the Lamborghini. Oh, stupendous. Brilliant. Holds the outside line. Can he hold on? Heading around the next right. Certainly will do. Down towards Repsol. Expertise in abundance. Yannick Lapchin moving his way up. Yet another move now. P9 is what he gets. Replay now. We'll watch this. Really, really amazing. That turn of foot heading down the straight, he really did utilise it. The Lamborghini straight line speed certainly going a long way to help him in this exchange. The BMW did what it could, but the Race for Cat team could not do anything about it. Alex Herrera having to watch or sit and watch as Yannick Lapchin down the inside. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant move. Textbook, as we've seen so many times, we keep saying it, but it's true. It is a brilliant manoeuvre heading into turn 1. He makes the most of it and marches his way up into P9. So what a drive by Yannick Lapchin. And I have to say, the pain might not stop or cease, should I say, for Alex Herrera. He's got Salva Talens right on his tail now.
He has indeed, and it just doesn't end at the moment, but they make their way now up towards turn 9, and Talens looking for a move up the inside, and very wisely deciding against it. Now coming down in towards turn 10. Is there going to move on here for Salva Talens to try and stick a nose up the inside? Not this time around, stays behind for now. He's got 2 cars to try and make his way past as we're approaching the end of the second hour of this race. Salva Talens, though, again, that balance, that weight shift in the car going from right to left as they make their way through. Back now onto the power through 13, through 14 and 15, and again all about getting the exit out of 15 because you carry that momentum all the way through the final corner at turn 16. Looks like Salva Talens there right under the back of that BMW. He might have this car ahead of him right now.
Yeah, he has. He's opened up the door and sent it even before turn 1. Brilliant from Salva Talens, utilising the Lambo. It certainly does seem to me that the Lamborghini carries a lot of straight line speed in comparison to the BMW, and these guys are utilising it to the extreme here. And I think that gives them a slight edge in that first sector, Kieran, because you've got that long stretch. I think aerodynamically they're better. The power as well. Don't get me wrong, the BMW's got plenty of it, but I think this BMW is better in the corners. I'm not sure if you agree on that.
Yeah, and it also could be the way the Lamborghini's set up as well. If it's got a lower drag setup, it will help on the straight line as well. Adding to that, the MSI Esports car also had a little bit of slipstream as well. So that's going to help. You know, the car has to work with less effort in order to get the car up to the same speed as the BMW. But for the MSI Esports car, it's now trying to pull away from the race for Cat Motorsport. MSI Esports back into the top 10.
Yeah, big, huge climb as well from Salva Talens, doing his absolute utmost. I mean, you'd imagine them being an experienced team in these kinds of events. They know exactly what they're in the middle of here. This is a huge fight for them. They've got a lot to do. But currently, the way things are sat right now, they're in a very good position. So they can try and nurture the car through now. Salva Talens will be delighted with the progress that they have made. Obviously, Yannick Lachin as well up there as well. Marcus Nunez in P5 opting to box as well. So he'll be coming into the pits and making a change. So that will give an opportunity to Ate Kauppinen and Williams Esports to obviously push through now as well to gain and move up yet another spot. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with the rest of them down the field and how quick, whether it's a splash and dash or if they are looking to make a consistent change. I would hazard a guess that it will be a change of tyres at this early stage. In fact, no, he's straight out, so that must have been a potential splash and dash. We'll have to wait and see whether that was the case. Or is he? No, he is still in the pit lane. No, my pit box is just flashed for a moment. It is back on now. So as they make their way down the stretch now, Unicos Gaming currently lying in P14. That is Christian Perez, who's currently holding on to that spot right now. But amazing start to this race. Iago Martinez leading with Ricardo Rico in behind. An amazing exchange with the mighty fight back from Salva Talens. Incredible stuff.
Incredible stuff right now. And again, this battle between these two cars, the BMWs, absolutely brilliant between Unicos Gaming and High Speed Demons. That's going to be one to watch throughout the next couple of hours. Race leaders, though, Zenith Esports leading the way, and they're leading by quite some distance as well, over 11 seconds ahead of the 23 car there. So they are absolutely having a lot of fun out there, and at the hands of Iago Martinez, again, fastest lap time 45.2. It's not the best lap time we've seen 45.1s from the likes of Salva Talens through this race, but no doubt about it, Zenith Esports currently look pretty good. That 32 car now leaving the pit lane, 1 minute 6 in the pits, so that implies that fuel and tyres taken on board.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll look forward to seeing how that encourages their race, certainly, as we now watch them hightail through now. Juanma Frias, who unfortunately was one of the unfortunate receivers of a little bit of an issue at the start. So he's currently in P24. He's managed to bring it back slightly. So good moves from them. Obviously, they're down 15 places, which, of course, is devastating for them. Naturally, they're going to have to work so hard to try and bring back that deficit that they lost. But do not write them off. It's still early days, folks. We're only in to this by approximately nearly 3 hours now, so we're getting closer and closer to that point in time. But exceptional stuff indeed. But Aris Racing there in P25 as well in behind. But amazing stuff indeed. Arnish Competition now down 11 seconds off Zenith Esports, who are controlling this race exceptionally well. Iago Martinez doing a sterling job right now, as well as the battles going on further down. Visceral Esports as well, managing to bring themselves up into the higher echelons as well. P21 for them. There's the Unicos Gaming car right in behind as well in P13. Holding on is Christian Perez with Daniel Gomez just in front of him. This again could be the battle that we've all been looking forward to, and as you touched on, Kieran, certainly a battle that we'd like to watch.
Yeah, and as we approach now and enter actually the third hour, you might have just seen there the first cone lost on stream, so unfortunately that cone no longer with us. But I'm going to take a break now, and I'm going to hand over to our first changeover. Yes, we commentators get to change over in the box as well, and I believe it's Carlos Andres Porthel. Carlos, can you hear us?
Hello, Kieran,
Hello,
and hello, George. Nice
Hello,
to
Carlos.
be here with the both of you. I have to say that you guys are doing outstanding work. I'm really excited about watching the whole race, hearing everything you guys are talking about, and we are watching a very interesting race indeed.
It has been a stupendous race, and I mean, Kieran, just to iron out, I suppose, a few of the highlights before you head off. Obviously, the big blow was obviously for MSI Esports losing their positions, but some of the major ones to watch as well. Eric Tetas being one of the star performers from the get-go. We've got to give props to Williams Esports, as we now see that Diego Catalan and Pablo Lopez have boxed now as well. But amazing to see the progress that those guys have made. But I suppose the big story, MSI, with that incident in the initial stage, having to pit twice, but due to potentially a fueling error. We don't 100% understand what happened there, though.
Yeah, it was coasting, wasn't it? So that implied that it was fuel that maybe wasn't taken on board. So, but as you say, we don't fully know that story. But if we're going to assume, it was a fuel problem and maybe not enough fuel into the car. But as we now enter hour number 3, Zenith Esports at the top of the standings at the moment. And with that, I'm going to hand over to George and Carlos for the next couple of hours. Enjoy, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kieran. Thank you. That's Kieran McGinley, everybody. Welcome, Carlos. Welcome to the broadcast, my friend. And as you said, you've been watching all this unfold. Has there been any eye catchers from your standpoint, from what you've seen? Anyone that you can point out that has impressed you at this early start?
Well, certainly the recovery that Salva Talents has to do at the moment and has been doing throughout the start of the race. We saw that he had to stop in the pit lane, and that costed him quite a lot. Now we see that he's establishing very much faster average timing, so I think he's going to be able to recover a lot of the time lost. But it looks like the one bringing the highlights at the moment, it's Salva for sure, and there's another one.
Yeah, definitely, and he's done it again, certainly whittling his way through the field. He's doing his utmost to try and get through some of the back markers, and it's so important to maintain the pace, certainly from where he's certainly sat right now, because he's got a lot to regain. Certainly having that second pit stop has hindered him a lot. He would have estimated, I would say, losing around about 30 seconds of time potentially, which is a huge loss. But at the same time, we've got a long race ahead. You can regain 30 seconds very easily in a 22-hour stint. So we've still got plenty of time to bring it all back, as we're now seeing more moves being made. Further down, of course, that being none other than Yannick Lapchin, I believe, car number 43, making his way through the field and is dispatching with great ease as well, working his way through the field. It certainly seems to me, I'm not sure whether you agree with me, but it certainly seems that the Lamborghinis have a little bit of an advantage at this circuit.
Yeah, I've been hearing also the Spanish commentators, and they've been talking about it as well. And yeah, it looks like the Lambos have a little bit more of strength on the straights. So it looks like they're gonna have the advantage on the overtakes, but it looks like on the long runs, looking at comfortability, it might be the BMW the one that feels better to the drivers. Maybe that's why we are seeing so much of it.
Yeah, I'd firmly agree with that. Certainly the BMWs have shown that they're very comfortable out on track. They cover, I think, a wide surface area, as we now see once again a little bit of a battle in between this lot as well. Car number 17, that being Sergey Real, who's still out on track trying to garner any possible advantage, this time on Leandro Mendez, who's in front of him here in car number 9. And Zenith Esports, we have got a car in the pits, a driver change as Zenith Esports. Aitor Mediavilla making his way into the car as well. So Iago Martinez will stop, make a change. New driver in the car. Ricardo Rico also in the pit as well, Carlos.
Aitor looks is the man that is going to take control now of the Zenith car. So it looks that they are trying to make that change as fast as possible.
Yeah.
We are seeing all of this pit lane entries, and some of them are trying to break very soon before the line, because I think they're really afraid of getting any penalties. So that's really becoming a differentiation in the between drivers, I think.
Yeah,
So-
and I mean, just to touch on obviously the driver changes. I mean, you know, obviously we're not quite sure of what their capabilities are behind a wheel. Obviously, every driver is different; they all drive differently. So, how important is it to try and hold on to a model of consistency as a team? Because it can be so tough. I mean, obviously these guys would practice, but you know, with a new driver comes new pressures, new challenges. You know, not every driver is the same, are they?
Exactly. Each one of them are driving with their companions, and they need to, as you said, to be as consistent as possible. And that's very complicated to do throughout this very long 24-hour session that we're having today. So they really have to concentrate on that. And as soon as they change to get into the car, they really have to chill, they really have to breathe and get into that zen stage to get back on the track as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And there's Carlos Perez as well, who we're just watching in our camera view. currently up into P3 after the pit stops. The new pit stops have just been made. A diving move heading down the inside, obviously trying to dispatch a back marker, and that is exactly what you need to do to try and maintain a steady pace. And Unicos Gaming doing just that. They got a huge 11.5 second delta to try and gain back on Logitech G Altus Esports as well. So they've got a little bit of work to do. But Logitech G Altus Esports, impressive start, up 28 places, folks, which is absolutely tremendous. Of course, we have got this person as well now. Oh, Yannick is now in as well. So we have got him in the pitch. Yannick Lapchin making a stop. And they're going to be making a couple of changes themselves as well, so interesting to see that, and we'll have to see where they come out from. Big hello to Jacob Cohen in the live chat as well. Good morning from NYC, he says. Big hello to you, Jacob. Welcome to the broadcast. Hello to everybody as well. Please don't hesitate to drop your comments in the live chat as well. I'm sure Carlos will be up for answering any questions you guys have, as well as I as well. So plenty of extraordinary drivers out on this circuit right now. Please lend your support to the broadcast, lend your support to Mundo GT as well, and to the 24 Hour of Barcelona. It's truly exceptional to be here, and we're all enjoying this race as it's unfolded. Lots of action from the get-go, and certainly the drivers didn't disappoint, Carlos. Plenty of overtaking happening in the early stints.
Non-stop since the beginning of the race, all the cars trying to make a statement at the beginning of the race, it looked like, and it was very exciting actually, because we all know the ones that we've been watching 24-hour races. We know that you have to start slow, and you have to start with as much calm as possible, but as well that we know deep down that you have that pressure and you have to push hard, and that's what we saw. We saw the drivers give it all, and in some occasions, and yeah, a lot of overtakes in that straight, as we said, by the Lamborghinis. But really tough battles in that Seat corner as well. Really tough braking in there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's certainly challenging for a lot of these drivers. There's Edu Fernandez in the Obsidian Racing team, and currently making his way around on this circuit, looking reasonably comfortable indeed for car number 5, and looking to actually box now into the pit. So he's currently in second place as they make their way down the pit lane, and this is a crucial moment. Eric Tetas coming in as well. I can see him behind, as well as car number 70. And he'll be looking to make a change. Now, is this where we see a lot of the teams making driver changes? Because we certainly have seen a couple now. Well, a lot of these drivers now move in, sort of make changes, maybe change the strategy slightly. Do you think that's on the mind of a lot of the teams?
Yeah, well, I think we have different arrangements depending on the teams. Some teams carry 3 drivers for the car. Some of them carry 6 drivers. But depending on that, we're going to see different lengths of the stints. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how they handle that and how they measure how much they need of each driver. We're seeing, for example, Diego Catalan, who is giving it all from the start, and it's really bringing top-notch times for the team. I think they had a swap of drivers, but we're seeing how much of the teams are doing that soon, because they know they need to rest, and they need to take care of the stamina of their drivers.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously very important to maintain at least some form of, I suppose, control over the drivers. Obviously, make sure that they're happy, keep the spirits up. Not only that, make sure that they're all up to the mark. It's so important, certainly around a long event such as this. It goes on for such a long time. And there's the Arnish competition car currently down in P2. Aitor Mediavillalo still leading the charge here for the Zenith Esports team. They're enjoying top spot right now, and I have to say the distance still estimated around 8.5 seconds, so they're still very, very comfortable right now. In behind, Leandro Mendez out on track 2 in P3, with Diego Catalan in behind them as well. Sergio Guidiel Ferrero there in P5. There's the 10th Factory Sim Racer in P3, who I've got to say are driving an extraordinary race right now. This is the first time I've seen this team, but they're driving a controlled, concise and positive race, and holding on to that P3 spot, which is, I suppose is better than what they ever anticipated. They are 16 places up off the start. Impressive start from them, Carlos.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see when we get to see this type of race, to see the consistency throughout the whole race. And right now, everybody is staying tight. It's staying, although it looks like we have gaps that now and there, but it looks like all the drivers are really doing a consistent work up in the top 10. We only have a difference of a minute, maybe to the 12th position. So I think all the drivers are really doing a great work. But let's see how it develops, because we can say that this is just the beginning.
Absolutely, it's a long way to go. It's a marathon event, folks. Lots can happen in this race, and it's a pleasure to watch all these very talented drivers. And just wanted to get your thoughts as well. Are you familiar with Alex Palau as well, and his efforts in IndyCar, and obviously a lot of his performances lately, because he is going to feature later on tonight?
Yeah, actually, I saw the name, and yeah, it's a highlight for anyone that it's a bit into autosports, and it looks like we're gonna have a little bit of an exhibition from a top-notch driver. So that always gives proof that some of the drivers here, you can say that they are just sim racers, but I think real racers know that they are not just that. They are really a force to be reckoned, and all the drivers here are showing us why.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen it before. Obviously, we even had last year. Obviously not as good, but unfortunately for Michael Jourdain, he had an incident involving Zenith Esports. But nevertheless, they did take part, and it was impressive to see. There is Aitor Mediavilla currently holding on to that top spot. He's actually lost a second in this initial stint. He's gone down from 8.5 seconds, down to 7.5. So he's lost a second. So Arnage Competition making some steady progress here. So we'll have to watch on with great interest to see what they can do, because if they keep notching it the way they are, I have to say in the next, I'd say 10 laps or so, we could be seeing the Arnage Motorsport car right on the rear of the Zenith Esports car, which would be very exciting to watch. But going back to what we were saying about real drivers as well, it's very exciting to see IndyCar driver Alex Palau become part of this event too. We, like you quite rightly say, Carlos, lots of real drivers take part in sim racing events. Lando Norris, for example, George Russell, of course, from Formula One, but Romain Grosjean as well, who's got his own team, the team R8G Esports as well. He is very heavily invested in esports and sim racing competition as well. So it's really great to see some of the best in the business looking to compete, and Alex Palau being one of them as well, the 24-year-old. We look forward to seeing him out on track. There is the Visceral Esports car as well, Fast Repair, all of them in tandem right now. We could well see a battle between those two without any shadow of a doubt, as Team Fordzilla's Julian Rodriguez making his way around the initial stages, around Elf Curve. And what are your thoughts about Spain, Carlos? Because I got obviously Kieran's thoughts on the circuit, but actually Spain, it's almost the everyman circuit. It's got different corners that pretty much cover everything, don't they? From chicanes to fast sections, long straights. You've got also progressive left-handers, 90-degree hairpins. There's lots to offer at Spain, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's a complicated track. It's a technical track up to some points, especially some of the twists, like this one we are watching right now. It comes to be very complicated to handle the car as you consume the tires, because it's a very tire-wearing track. So I think that's going to become a real factor. The way they are going to eat down those tires, and the way that the BMWs that we are watching, like the Arnage Team 1, we're watching right now, the number 23. It's also, I think it's gonna handle a bit better the way it consumes the tire. I don't know yet, because I'm not well familiarized with the GT3s all the way. I do use them from time to time, but it's been a long time for me since I've been driving in the level that all of these guys are right now.
Absolutely. Well, I have to say, it just goes to show how talented you need to be in order to be at this top level. I mean, incredible stuff. I mean, I give these drivers credit. Of course, I was here last year when we ran the race, and it was amazing to see how much these drivers were putting on the line in order to try and hold on to their places. It was absolutely extraordinary to watch, and the action was absolutely superb. And as the Dream Factory car makes its way down, Diego Catalan, we're not sure if they've made a change in that car just yet. Our timing screens are still showing the initial drivers at this stage. Of course, we know that Zenith Esports have made changes themselves, but as we now watch car number 50, that of course being the Dream Factory car, just making its way through the tail back end markers of the field, now heading around Europe Car Bend now, this next right-hander, before they then reach the RACC chicane, and then the New Holland Bend as well that beckons, and very shortly they'll be bustling their way down the long straight here at the Circuit de Barcelona. It certainly has been a pleasure bringing you all this action. Absolutely tremendous stuff, and like I said before, please leave a like and subscribe to the Mundo GT YouTube channel, and stay up to date with all the events they have here. It's certainly been a pleasure for us commentators to be part of this extraordinary event, and already we've seen, as Carlos has said as well, so much action on this field. In terms of teams to watch then, Carlos, is there any team in particular, is there a driver that you've got your eye on right now?
Really, I'm just impressed by the whole field, but if I have to highlight, for example, the numbers that Yannick Lampchin brings to the, I hope I said it half decent,
very well done.
brings to the table, for example, it's an I rating of over 9,000 points. So that really shows that the markers that can give the reference that can the I rating give you, it's something to really value. And the top drivers that we have right now, I think the top 8 drivers are over 8,000 or 7,000 points. I don't know. We have a crazy average in the field today, and some of the drivers, if I have to highlight really the recovery that Salva Talens is doing, it's something very spectacular, but I don't know yet who is going to be my favorite. It's still a lot of hours in front of us.
Yeah, I have to say, great moves here being made by Paul Mooney as well, who's making his way up through the field. And look at that, cascading through the field, past the high-speed Demons car in behind him. Excellent stuff there by that man in the R70 car. He did a stupendous job to make his way through the field, and deserves a lot of credit for all his hard work to get his car further up this field. So great stuff from them. So they'll be looking to increase on their advantage. Look at them cutting through it like a knife through butter here at the Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya, now heading up towards out of Verth Curve into I'd say the Lakea Bend, actually heading up now. No, wait, this is the Verth Curve, sorry, heading up towards Campsa, and that R70 car has been exceptionally good. Now Paul Mooney's in the car, but I have to say Eric Tetas did an absolutely phenomenal job in that first stint, Carlos.
Great moves there, taking the inside with precision and knowing when to go in. That's exactly what they really have to measure here, and they're really doing an outstanding job doing that. Paul Manet really getting the handle of it and giving us an example of what an overtake must be.
Yeah, definitely. And this is another team that's been lighting things up as well in 6th position. This, of course, being Julian Rodriguez in the Team Fordzilla car. How many times have we seen them fighting through the field? They're actually down 2 places right now, but not too bad. It's not the worst scenario to be in. They will, of course, bring it all back eventually. They're not too far away. They're around about 6 seconds away from Marcus Nunez. Well, certainly their car further up into P5. I'm not sure whether Marcus Nunez is still in the car, but Aris Racing is the team nevertheless. But Zenith Esports on top, at least for the time being. On Edge competition in P2 with Dream Factory in P3 and Obsidian Racing in P4 as well. Plenty of action, as we said, on this track, and already we're seeing some of the high flyers. Paul Mooney following on from the expert Eric Tetas work that he pulled off. Extraordinary scenes in the first stint where he's making overtake after overtake, even after spinning, even that exceptional double overtake maneuver that we got to see towards the start of the broadcast. It was amazing to watch, as we're now watching the Williams team as well make their way through this field as well, as they make their way up through this field. Just look at it, polarizing circuit here at Spain, and the virtual fans out in their abundance watching it all happen. What are your thoughts on the Spanish circuit yourself, Carlos? Is it a track that you favor? I know we talked about the technical abilities of the circuit, but it just, like you said, has everything. But to you as a driver, do you enjoy it?
Yeah, it depends on the car that you pick. I think for my personal case, I think it would be a front engined car the most for the most of the occasions. It depends. I think some of the sectors are better for that mid engines, and some of the sectors are more comfortable having the engine in front. It lets you brake with a little bit more of ease, and it doesn't give you the bad time that you can get, as we saw in the Seat corner with some of the Lambos that they spun there. So it depends. I think it's a matter of taste, but this track has a little bit of everything, or a lot of everything. and it really is complicated either way. I think the tire consumption, it's really becoming, and I don't know how it's going to play at the long run, but I see the Lamborghinis having a little bit more of trouble in the future, since they're not going to be able to maintain themselves as comfortable as we are seeing the BMWs.
Yeah, so does that put Zenith Esports in a prime position, would you say?
Yeah, I don't want to sell it just yet, but yeah, I think.
Well, put your neck on the line, Carlos. Come on.
I think it's gonna be complicated either way, because they have a lot of work in front. So it's as a responsible race driver, I have to say that I don't know yet. So let's see.
Yeah, I hope you haven't got too many splinters sitting on that fence, Carlos, honestly. Incredible.
No. Not at all.
Mega. Brilliant stuff indeed. We're now watching the Williams Esports car itself try and gain ahead as well. There's the Zenith Esports car of Aitor Mediavilla, who, of course, who's made the swap. He's now cutting his way through the back markers himself and enjoying a pretty stable contingent of laps as well. That time in Delta, though, is cascading downwards. They're certainly losing out to that car in P2. Arnage Competition flying right now. They're now down to a gap of 5.7 seconds. That is extraordinary. So Arnage Competition could well be a force at the end, towards the end of this stint. So keep an eye on them, folks. They're going to be absolutely spectacular, and we could be seeing a tie-up between them and the Zenith Esports team. I mean, how amazing would it be for Arnage Competition to pull that Delta back? I mean, like I said, I predicted around about 10 laps. We could see it before that moment, Carlos.
Yeah, it looks like that in the numbers. So it looks like they are pushing the average a bit lower. So they are going faster. And right now they're recovering a little bit. I think that in a few minutes or in a few laps, we can see that first and second car go into a battle.
Yeah, I think we could do. I think you're absolutely right. We're now watching Edu Fernandez in the Obsidian Racing team trying to whittle his way through, and has done so expertly there from Edu Fernandez, trying to masterclass this track, or certainly find his way through. It's expert stuff. He's only a place down from where he started, but he's done stupendous stuff. What's the latest there, Carlos?
Very near, close call there with Edu Fernandez and the Obsidian Racing car. It looks like he saved it, and he's going for the last turn, being able to stay in front. Well done by him.
Yeah, credit to him. Keep control of the car despite the challenges that are faced here at Catalunya. There is Julian Rodriguez for Team Fordzilla. They themselves have been absolutely relentless in this track, and there's a familiar face as well. Certainly that MSI esports car round in the final corner now. And will soon be hustling his way down the straight. Of course, done by Salva Talons in the first stint as they now make their way down towards turn one. But MSI, who are trying to regather their thoughts, obviously, remember, they are 2 times reigning champions in this race. There you can see the Logitech Gialtis Esports car as well behind the Williams, not far behind themselves. They're also cruising up on this car, so we could be seeing a really intense battle between those two as they make their way in towards turn one. But still, the Logitech Gialtis Esports car holding on to that 8th position, which is ever so vital. In behind as well, the Williams team trying to garner everything they can. And you know all about Williams. Remember, they rose all the way up through the field last season. Remember, I spoke about Augustine Canapino and Josh Thompson as well, who put in some mighty stints in order to bring it all back. And once again, they're looking to try and do the same, only this time they are further up the field to begin with. Could Williams Esports tip the balance in their favour towards the end of this race? We'll have to find out and see if they've got, well, similar hopes like what they did last season. There's Carlos Marin as well from Cherokee. Cherokee Esports also took place in this event last year as well, with Mark Freyer as well for Race for Cat. Remember, they of course were in the midst of a fight themselves. I believe that was with MSI as well. MSI eventually dispatching, but this time Mark Freyer is in the car, so we look forward to seeing what he can do later on in this race. But plenty of cars to watch in this truly exceptional race. It's always a pleasure to be back here at this circuit, and the racing never stops being very, very exciting. We have had so much happen already in the first stint, and it's been amazing to see Zenith Esports, as I said before, still leading this race right now. And there's the Arnage Competition car, which seems to be closing all the time. Now nearly at the 5-second delta gap. They are flying right now, Carlos.
Yeah, and as we get to the over 80 laps, all the drivers, we are starting to see all the teams start to filter a little bit. We start to see the top teams starting to put the work up there, and I think that, yeah, there are some teams mix up in there that they're going to have a lot of work because as we said, there's chases from the first to the seventh car right now in a minute, all of them. So there's still a lot of laps to go, and I think they're gonna have more chances to battle each other. All the drivers are really doing an outstanding work, and it really has to be said that the level of pace that we are seeing right now, it's outstanding. We're seeing some drivers really having their car almost burnt with the tires, and their tires almost consumed, and they're pushing near to the 45. So that's really something.
Yeah, Dean Woods as well, making his way through the field, chucking the car in the inside at turn one, and I have to say, tenacious effort there from the Yas Heat team. They'll be delighted with that effort, and now up to P17 on this field. So Dean Woods doing bits, and currently ahead of Alex Barasane at this moment in time. So credit to him for that first effort. They are down, though, 11 places from where they were at the start, so they've got a lot to climb, certainly a mountain to climb at this moment in time, but do not count them out. Yas Heat, a very, very professional team, and there's Marcus Alacon as well for the Mars Devils esports team, who are currently now in 18th, so a great move there from Yas Heat. And I mean, obviously Yas Heat very well known in terms of Assetto Corsa Competizione in the past as well. They've competed in some of the best events in there. Have got professional names such as Jardier, for example, who performs at the top end. I know they've got Yashish Manohar in the team as well tonight, who is also a very, very consistent performer. MSI Esports now back again, only at 1.1 seconds behind Team Fordzilla. Now this is a battle I'm excited to see, as we see Julian Rodriguez in P6 trying to desperately clamber all over this circuit to try and pull a gap away from that man in the MSI Esports car as they are around the next right-hander now. And certainly as they do so, you can see they're getting closer and closer. He's within a second gap now, so very important. And there's that flash of the lights again from MSI. That menacing flash of the lights. That'll unnerve any driver, wouldn't it?
Things are starting to heat up in there because he's getting closer and closer, and right now he's making almost a dive bomb in there and doing it very well, taking the inside. Is I don't know if it's Salva, but certainly looks like him.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing them tie up with Team Fordzilla. I think that's going to be a truly phenomenal battle. Julian Rodriguez is going to have his best defensive helmet on because MSI Esports are coming at him at a rate of knots right now. Salva Talon's doing all the great work in the initial stint and managing the race perfectly right now, coming into the next left at Lakea Bend, and look at him hugging every apex right now. Brilliant stuff from MSI, and now hightailing up through the next chicane at Bank San Badal. They have Julian Rodriguez ahead of them here for Team Fordzilla. It's all kicking off here at the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. Lots of opportunities for moves here, and Carlos, I cannot wait to see it.
Yeah, we have to keep a close eye on this type of drivers right now because they're doing a great recovery and they're really pushing with all their soul, you can say. So we really are privileged to see the type of recoveries that some of these drivers are having to do, because you don't get to see them in this type of situation normally. So it's quite a gift.
Absolutely, as they round the next right now. We're in the initial stages of this situation, and I've got to say already from the get-go, it's brilliant to watch. There's, of course, the MSI Esports car getting closer and closer. 3.5 tenths of a second is all that separates them. Team Fordzilla are looking in their mirrors. They know exactly what's coming, and it's this MSI Esports car that's right on their tail right now. Exceptional driving here from the MSI team to fight back after the early hindrance where they had to pit twice for what can only be suspected as a fuel issue, where they went out after their first stop, didn't put enough fuel in the car, obviously on a slow lap then, just to get the car around, and then having to pit again in order to try and refuel the car. Not the best of things to happen at the very early start of a race, but still right in behind now. They've gained so much on Julian Rodriguez. Huge opportunity for MSI as they come round the campus corner, and look at it, hugging the apex now. Julian Rodriguez can only watch on. In behind, there's potentially a back marker tying them up as well, and it looks like they're going to be patient. MSI just waiting on in the wings, and he needs to go for it. Julian Rodriguez knows he has to make the move. In comes the MSI team. He goes ahead there of car number 32, but there you can see now MSI in behind. He needs to get ahead of that back marker ASAP.
Outstanding work right now, and I think we're gonna get to see a three-way battle here because these three drivers are really part together, so they really are really well matched, and we're gonna see a replay of that.
Spectacular, absolutely brilliant move indeed, and I've got to say it's now all on. Obviously, Salvatallon's Marcus Nunez right in between. Obviously, that team who are just locked in behind currently. And once again, wheel to wheel, they can see the replay, folks. Team Fordzilla making the most of it. And Pablo Lopez, who was driving the car, will be looking on in pride as Rodriguez moves his way up through the field. And Salvatallon's needs to do the same now as we come back live to the action. And just look at that. MSI Esports up into P6. He has made the move and made it count. We're going to take a look at the replay of him doing that. And MSI, exceptional visit, obviously, as they make their way through this part of the field. Now, there's the Odox Motorsport Samsung team. There's the move being made by MSI, getting ahead into P6. Let's look at it again. Just look at it. We've seen it so many times in this initial stint. Wowee. Turn one. An absolutely textbook maneuver. Brilliant stuff, Carlos.
And again, this number 14 is really setting the record, I think, at the moment in overtakes in the race at the moment.
You think they can be as good as Williams? Because Williams at the start, remember, they managed to pull off some incredible moves at the start.
Yeah, I think they are quite in the same situation in different ways, but they're really having to do the same work. I think that the Williams team is taking it a little bit easier. They're not really going as hard as we are watching right now, this MSI car. But it's going to be interesting to see both of them recover throughout the race, because they have the same level, or we can say that they are very match up together. So it's going to be interesting. I think they have the Williams teams has a bit more of work for them, because we're seeing the MSI car having a little bit more of a easiness getting that overtake, and it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, Carlos, I'm liking the way the race is going now. Carnage Competition, once again, bringing the Delta back. They're in touching distance of 4 seconds away from Zenith Esports, who are currently leading the charge right now. Incredible stuff. And obviously, we've got the mighty climb of MSI, who are literally eating away at every moment in this field. Amazing stuff from them. And surely they'll be looking to try and work their way up further as well. There's the Obsidian Racing car, Edu Fernandez in P4, who surely must be looking all over his mirrors as well, because bear in mind, he's got cars zooming up in behind him as well. That's Team Fordzilla, who are in P5. We could see the likes of Julian Rodriguez as well, and the MSI car really butting heads later on into the race. We'll have to watch on with great anticipation. There's the Obsidian car of Edu Fernandez coming through now. He's 6.2 seconds away from the Dream Factory car in P3, so we'll look forward to seeing what happens. Just seen, obviously, a question pop up from Jacob Cohen. Sorry, didn't get to it quicker for you, Jacob. How do you guys think rain is going to shake up the iRacing endurance races? I think when that's introduced, I think that's going to be massive, I think, in terms of endurance, because, you know, for so long, all we've experienced is a dry track for endurance races, certainly at iRacing. So the introduction of wet weather, when that comes in, that's going to be massive, isn't it, Carlos?
Well, yeah, for sure. That's really going to be the next level. We can say, to get as near to reality as possible. And we know that it's going to be difficult to regulate. It's going to be difficult a little bit at the beginning, because I think it's going to load a little bit more the code that the system has throughout all the machines. So they're going to have to work a little bit on that. But overall, I think they're really going at the right pace. And I think that when they implement the system, I think it's going to be great. I think they're going to do it well. So I hope it happens like that.
Well, I like the fact that they've taken their time to bring it in, because they could have brought it in far earlier if they really wanted to. They've obviously taken their time. They've thought about it, which is really important. There we can see on board Marcus Alacon right in behind Yas Heat. Obviously, as they round the next right-hander, of course, Yas Heat currently 10 places down on where they started, so they've got a lot of work to do. But nevertheless, Marcus Alacon now for Marstell's Esports in P18, trying to fight tooth and nail to try and find their way back into the top end. Dean Woods, of course, driving the Yas Heat car, currently holding on to his position, but for how long, that is the major question. Of course, we've seen so many tie-ups in this race. It's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top. Naturally, Carnage Competition now 3.3, another second pulled in on Zenith Esports. Eita Mediavilla could well be seeing a pink livery right in his rearview mirror very, very shortly. Absolutely incredible scenes. Arnage Competition already at 3 places from the start. They now want to challenge Eita Mediavilla and Zenith Esports for that P1 spot. Could we be seeing that? That's going to be an extraordinary battle when that one kicks off. Only 3.4 seconds away from seeing that one happen out on track. Carlos, who could come out on top in that affair?
Well, we are seeing that we have a difference between the first 8 of a minute, but those 2 cars in front only have 3 seconds of difference right now, and I think we're going to be able to see the car in front from the view of the second car, the Arnage competition car right now we are watching. But it's going to be very interesting for the 3rd, 4th, 5, and 6 position, especially because they're going to win some time. If they get to fight, they get to recover. So I think everyone is interested in seeing that, especially the drivers following.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's Eita Mediavilla as well. It might not help that he's stuck behind a slow car as well, obviously a back marker. And obviously, as Kieran so rightly said as well, you don't have to give the position up. It's not blue flags as the conventional blue flags we know about in Formula 1. This is a different scenario. You can still fight for your positions here in this 24-hour event. You don't have to forfeit that easily. As Mediavilla now in behind as they make their way around the final corner at New Holland. They could see the Zenith Esports car still leading the charge, Eita Mediavilla. But look, it's coming down all the time. We could be in the realms of 2 seconds now with Arnage Competition really starting to apply the pressure. This is absolutely extraordinary to see. I can't wait to see what happens here. Again, we got another question here from Jacob Cohen. What are the minor differences in the cars? Who's got the bigger fuel tank? Who's better on tyres, etc.? What are your thoughts on that, Carlos?
I really need to. I'm not going to be precise about it, but if I have to bet on it, I think that the Lamborghinis are going to need a bigger tank because I think they have a bigger engine as well. But in any case, I'm not really sure, so I'm not gonna bet too I'm not gonna say too much about that.
No, but I mean, I'd say probably the Porsches are probably better on fuel. I'd probably say in terms of that. Maybe the BMWs are probably on the spectrum with the Lamborghini. I would have thought. I think they're fairly similar.
Yeah, well, we see that the push they have on the straight, and I think we're going to get another example here as we are watching that MSI car trying to overtake this Fordzilla.
Brilliant.
In front, that BMW is going to have trouble right now.
Yeah, he has indeed, and certainly the MSI team working their way up again, working the magic. That battle that we said about has now happened, and MSI are now ahead of Team Fordzilla out on track. What a gargantuan rise here from MSI Esports. What an absolutely phenomenal drive since that issue. They've really managed to push their way up through this field, and they deserve all the credit for all their hard work indeed. Amazing stuff from that team. Now up into P5 now and chasing the team ahead of them as well as Sergio Gudiel, who was driving for them previously, currently in P4. So they've got a huge mountain to climb. There's quite a gap there, well over 20 seconds, around about 25 seconds I would say the gap is between them right now, maybe a little bit more than that, 26 seconds I would say probably, I would say at least, as they now round the campus corner now, and they'll be delighted with the efforts that they've put in place. Indeed, 25 seconds the gap between Edu Fernandez and MSI Esports, but that is exactly what they need for the confidence, Carlos, because they had that setback. Now they're making moves. They've overtaken Fordzilla. It's been an exceptional rise, isn't it?
Yeah, the car is talking itself, so it doesn't matter what driver is in it right now. They're showing that the MSI car is a force to be reckoned. They're really recovering for a hard fall at the beginning. They're really recovering hard. So it's great to see the level that they have to push right now, because they have the pressure. We know they have the pressure. And they're showing us how they are recovering from that. They know they have to push an outstanding pace to recover from what happened to them in the beginning. So I expect to see that fire and that from the drivers in their hearts. I expect to see that Lambo to keep going very strong up to the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see it. I want to see it. That is absolutely brilliant to see, and awesome to see the fire as well, as you so rightly put as well. We're going to look forward to seeing what that MSI Esports car can do. Still leading the way, though, Zenith Esports enjoying that 2.7 second delta, but Arnage Competition are drawing it closer all the time. They've brought it in by another 0.3 of a second. That is absolutely extraordinary, and they can see, just look at it, they've already got 2 cars in between them, and so they're going to hope that the back markers don't get in the way. So how important is it to clear those back markers now, Carlos?
Well, I think most of the drivers right now that are really having a tough time analyzing any of that. I think most of them are really thinking to push the pace as hard as possible. I'm not sure how we're gonna see in the next minutes how these fights that we're gonna get to see are going to develop, but I'm sure after that they will start to think more about it. I think we have, as I said, I think right now they are pushing as hard as they can to recover and to group up to make sure that first car doesn't escape from them.
Absolutely, and there's Aitor Mediavilla there, currently owning the top spot. We're riding on board with the Arnage Competition car right now, and there you can see the 2 back markers ahead of him, and he's pushing all the time. You can see how much play is going on in that steering wheel. He's literally trying to drag every little bit out of this car possible. 2.5 seconds is the gap. But he does not want to be stuck behind these 2 cars too much longer. This is perfect for Aitor Mediavilla. He's put 2 cars in between him and P2's Arnage Competition car as well. So plenty to look on and watch out for. Obviously, Ricardo Rico putting in the initial stint for Arnage Competition in. Not quite sure whether they've made a driver change, because on our timing screens, it's still showing up as Ricardo Rico. So we will keep you posted on whether there has been any changes, of course. But still leading the charge is Zenith Esports and Loving Life at this moment in time, with Mediavilla currently holding the fort. As you can see him, Aitor Mediavilla coming around the next right-hander at Europe car, and very shortly down into the next chicane as well. So Zenith Esports still leading that contingent. And I have to say, the longer this happens, the better for him. But he's very mindful, though, as that pink livery is getting closer and closer in behind. He now only has 1 car to dispatch. So one has obviously gone into the pits. Not quite sure what happened to the other one, because there was 2 cars in between them. I'm not quite sure what happened there, folks. But incoming anyway. In comes Arnage Competition, getting closer and closer. I think he might have overtaken him, in fact, because there's the white car in behind. So well done from him. But nevertheless, he's still got 1 more to get past. So consistency is the order of the day. He has not improved on that 2.5 second gap. It's pushed out, in fact, by another 1/10 or so. Well, as I say that, he's brought it into 2.4. So he is getting closer and closer. This Arnage Competition car so close to tasting P1, at least for now. But we've still got a long way to go. Well over 21 hours to go in this event. There's the Aris Racing team in P8, of course, now chasing, at least doing their best. Marcus Nunez, of course, was driving that car previously. He's got around about a second, maybe before that, actually, around 7/10 of a second, the difference between him and, of course, the other driver as well. It's ahead of him as well. That was previously driven by Yannick Lachin, of course, who was really lighting things up. But what an amazing start to this race. Lots of time left to go. And, Carlos, we got lots to look forward to. I know, obviously, it's a long time for us commentators, but the action never stops coming.
Yeah, I'm thinking how the team and the MSI are treating right now the pace they are handling, because really they might be screaming over the radio, please hold yourself, because it's going to be hard to hold those horses. Really, they're going to be, I think they're going to have to really treat that in a very psychological fashion. They really have to think with calm. And as you said, now we, the commentators, we have to really pace ourselves as well, because it's going to be a long stream today. So there's a lot of hours in front of us, and we have to cross our fingers not to lose our voices or something like that. So.
Oh no, we'll keep it going, Carlos. Come on, that's what we're here for. We'll watch it all happen.
We won't fall.
Yeah, we won't fall. No, we will not fall. We're strong. We're strong. No, honestly, it's great to have you all with us, and I hope you're all enjoying it there at home as well. And like I said before, if you have any questions at all, if you want to get in touch with myself and obviously Carlos as well, please light up that live chat. We want to hear from you folks. As I said before, I'm going to plug the socials as well, because I think that's important. Mundo GT, of course, bringing this event alongside the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. Please make sure you check them out on Twitter. Of course, you can check them out and stay up to date with all the latest events as well. Not forgetting, you can check me out as well at George Morgan TV. That's at George Morgan TV. That's myself, George Morgan, and I'm joined by none other than Carlos as well. Carlos, do you want to share your Twitter? Do you have a Twitter by any chance?
Yeah, it's called Sim Race Republic. It's the community I handle, and I have my little group, my family, you can say, of drivers that we test and try all the simulators that we find on the market, and yeah, we try to have fun with sim racing.
No, absolutely. It's been a pleasure to watch, and naturally, yourself, Carlos. We got lots of energy happening in this commentary box right now. Enjoying watching what's happening out on the circuit. Certainly, Fast Repair Motorsport looking pretty quick right now in Piece 24, and certainly they're trying to charge at this moment in time. You can see they're half a second of deficit on SimTech Pro. Nothing separates them at this moment in time. Still plenty of action to be had, that's for sure. As the blue livery that we've seen already quite a few times in this broadcast now making its way around Bank Sambadell, chasing on the red of SimTech Pro as they come round towards Europe Car Bend. Now this next right hand is so tricky at this point of the sector where the track sort of narrows out slightly, and then you've got the awkward bends that you've got to take, especially this chicane that claims many a driver, and we've seen it a couple of times in this broadcast tonight as they now run through New Holland Corner. There you can see now the gap still maintaining around about 6/10, just off, maybe losing a tenth slightly, is the Fast Repair Motorsport car as they come down the straight again, utilising the slipstream. He's bringing it down, but I don't think it'll be enough before turn 1, but nevertheless he's teeing up a potential overtake. He gets as close as 3.5 tenths, so don't count him out. Fast Repair really starting to make some moves here.
A lot of work they have in front of them, but right now they have that stressful situation in front of them with that car of the GG SimTech Pro in front. They're gonna have to really deal with the pace a little bit for now. I think some of the drivers might be also a bit concerned about rolling behind the slipstream of any of those cars, because they really have to deal with the overheating of those tires, or at least having to not be able to get the air in those brakes as much. So maybe they have to deal with tire consumption a little bit more if they keep themselves on a draft.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to wait and see how that is applied. There you can see Paul Mounet currently in P14. Remember, following on from the grandiose work from Eric Tetas for the R70 team, currently up in P14, a massive 20 places gained after what Eric Tetas did. And even though he did that, remember, he spun and still managed to bring it all back again. So credit to Eric Tetas on all that hard work. It was truly exceptional to watch. I enjoyed certainly watching his moves out on track. It was absolutely phenomenal, especially that double overtake in the initial part of our stint, which was incredible to see. I know I'll be looking at that one for the highlight reel later on as we have another replay here in front of us here. Surely, does that involve the Williams Esports car by any chance? I think it does. Coming around the next right-hander, diving in on the inside, heading into the seat, and coming to blows here. What looks to be, oh, blimey, getting so tight. A little bit squirrely out on the section, but they still wheel to wheel, and then down towards Firth Curve. Blimey, who's gonna be bravest up through this section? Indeed, can he hold on, taking the curb? That is absolutely brilliant from the Williams Esports car, and moves his way up into P8. That is absolutely exceptional. Of course, Ate Kaupanen, the previous driver, I know they've made a change, so we're not quite sure who the driver is now, but what a move there by Williams Esports, and they'll be delighted with that move, Carlos.
Yeah, great move, actually. Very well cooked, we can say. He waited till the right moment to incise a little bit into the turn. So he did really well. I think that this Williams car is recovering in a very subtle way, but I think they're going to be seen up there.
Yeah, definitely. They've done exceptionally well. Remember, they did it last season as well, or at last year's event, where they managed to fight their way up through the field, eventually getting P4. So they're fourth in the race as well. So credit to Williams on that. They're obviously chasing similar goals this time. But Eta Mediavilla, look at that gap now, Carlos. 2.4 seconds, and that Arnish competition car has got rid of that back marker. So he's going to get closer and closer now.
We should make the sirens be heard. Or at least we should have something when
I agree.
Type of occasion comes, because it's really interesting.
It is. I can't wait to see what's going to happen, because obviously you've had leading for so long now is Zenith Esports, and now we've got this one, Arnish competition, of course, driven by Ricardo Rico in the first stint. Not quite sure whether he's still in the car. We'll have to find out as time goes by, but still on top is Zenith Esports. And their man Mediavilla just trying to nurse the car around in this early stint. It might be the case that they're just saving tyres. They don't want to use too much of it. Like you say, maybe saving a little bit of fuel. I know one thing's for sure. Arnage Competition aren't worried about such things. They are trying to burn as much as possible. And we have a stoppage on track. Alex Ruera stopping out on track. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but I know he's off the circuit.
Not sure either, but I'm sure that we're getting up to a point where being tired is going to be an issue. 2 hours, 3 hours. We are going to get to the 3 hours of race, if I'm not wrong.
You are absolutely spot on. Absolutely right. 3 hours in to the race and still got a mighty 21 hours to go, which is brilliant to see. And I've got to say, it's been spectacular to see such early drama. I know myself, and I know I'm going to be joined later on by Jack Canan as well. Of course, the commentator who was with me for last year's race, and we got to bring some really extraordinary action, and I'll highlight it before. Zenith Esports looking to improve after what happened last year. Remember, it was Michael Jourdain that took out Zenith Esports last season, or in last year's race, and now they're looking to repair the damage. And tell you what, Zenith are certainly on the cards to perhaps turn that right around here today. But what about this pink livery in behind, the menacing livery that has caused so much heartache so far? It's bringing it in the time gap by the moment, getting closer and closer, and as close as 1.9 seconds now. So we're well within 2 seconds. And I got to say, whether it's Ricardo Rico or another driver, they're going to be delighted with the progress. Aitor Mediavilla is going to be looking in his mirrors as that delta now comes down to 1.8 seconds.
Exactly, and it's going to be interesting right now because we're going to see how this car starts to pick up a little bit of that slipstream, and then it's when we're going to get to see this car get very close to the first car, which is what we want.
Yeah, I mean, how difficult is it going to be for these drivers to try and make this happen? Because they've got their own fight on, but they've got to get through all these back markers. How difficult is that?
Very much, actually. Really complicated to having to go over the traffic and the track. When you have those lap drivers in front of you, you really have to chill a lot. And sometimes you are shouting yourself again, saying, you have to overtake, you have to overtake. And it's like a battle between angels and demons inside of the driver. He doesn't. Yeah. You have to really handle that with a mature posture. You really have to think about what you're doing. And I think we are seeing that right now from Aitor. He's really handling the situation with not rushing, not pushing, not bumping or anything like that, but I think we're gonna get to see his lights blink a little bit, or just the overtake.
Yeah, well, he's certainly having oh, blimey, look at this. Potential three wide here as we're seeing a bit of a battle increase further down. Let's look at that Porsche Carrera down the inside, flying as the Zenith Esports car finds its way through. Exceptional racing indeed. That is exactly what we want to see. As that a pink livery of the Arnage competition car round the outside now himself. Within half a second of delta now behind Zenith Esports. Wowee, what an exchange. Heading into turn one. Now that is racing, Carlos. I don't care what you say. That is racing.
It's really something what happened there. Really a sketchy situation for the leader, but very well handled by both drivers, and that Porsche giving us a show right now.
Oh, incredible. I mean, there was 2 separate races happening there, and it was amazing to watch. But credit to the Arvage esports team as well for making that happen. They're now into second place, only half a second behind that man in the Zenith Esports car. Of course, Aitor Mediavilla can see that menacing pink livery getting closer and closer now, folks, as they make their way down towards the Lakea Bend. What a drive from Arnage Competition, who are going to be absolutely delighted. Just look at that very majestic looking camera shot from the helicopter as they come up through out of the Lakea Bend, up through towards back San Bedell, and still on top is Aitor Mediavilla. But for how long can he hold on? That is the big question. Zenith Esports in P1. The gap has drawn out slightly to nearly 9/10 of a second, but it is coming back in. The Arnage Competition team looking to try and strike a blow late on. Just look how better it is in the final chicane, coming round now the New Holland Bend. Just look at it, coming down, cascading to 6.5 tenths of a second. Surely it's only a matter of time, Carlos.
I think we can add the Mission Impossible tune to the situation right now because they're really handling the cars perfectly. We saw how they went past by those lap drivers. The lap drivers also gave a little bit of resistance in this last lap, and it was very interesting to see these two drivers give a perfect example of how you have to handle that. And that's like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. Yeah.
I like the rendition. I think it's great. That's brilliant. Yeah, Aita Mediavilla in P1. Exceptional driving so far by these two at the front. Brilliant to watch as well. We've actually got a battle for the lead, folks, which is brilliant to see. Arne's competition 3 places up from where he was. And I have to say that tying up, including the drivers that were in the back markers, having their own tussle as well, bringing that into turn 1, that was extraordinary. What a battle in this race as we now watch Aita Mediavilla up through the Verth curve, closely behind Arne's competition. Their car now trying to find their way around Campset. Are they going to light things up here this time as they run through the next right? That pink livery has been outstanding here today as they make their way down towards the next left-hander at the bottom, this being Lakea Bend. The gap standing just under 0.5 of a second. Already 3 hours in, as you so said, Carlos, coming out now of this bend now towards back San Badell. And again, I feel that Arnish competition, if they can hook this all together now, come through the final sector and get a lovely exit out of New Holland, this is a huge opportunity for them if they want to take the absolute lead of the race and tank forward and try and create themselves a little bit of an advantage. Just look at it now. That Zenith Esports car can see what's coming. It can be so damning, so devastating to see a car so far back to all of a sudden work its way in towards the top end. Just look at it now. Within 0.5 of a second, half a second the deficit as Aitor Mediavilla opens up the door. Can he get closer into turn 1? Will he choose to make the move? Will he open up the door as they come now into turn 1 now? Still Aitor Mediavilla will hold on at least for now. But Carlos, I get the feeling that there's only one man looking to hit the top spot, and that is that Arnish competition car. They're getting so close together, the top 2.
I must confess, George, I'm with my hands up in the air as if I was in a roller coaster going down. I'm really enjoying right now the chase.
I love it, Carlos. I love it, Carlos.
That they have right now. It's really awesome. They're really doing it in a great way, and it's gonna be really interesting to see the approach that this Arnash competition car takes for the overtake of on that Zenith Esport car, who I think Aitor is going to try to defend himself fiercely.
Yeah, I think he will as well. He's got nothing else to do but to just literally be a hindrance to the Arnish competition car, but it's only a matter of time. They're literally nose to tail, wheel to wheel nearly, and I'm sure that'll just be around the corner as they come around the campsite corner. A little bit squirrely there from the Arnish competition car. Half a second the deficit. Incredible battling here. We're right on the 3-hour mark now, folks. Incredible stuff indeed, but nevertheless, the battles are coming in thick and fast. In comes Aitor Mediavilla, still holding on to that P1 spot, leads the field around. He's got another back marker ahead of him, but he's done superbly well to marshal the efforts of Arnage Competition's efforts to try and hit the top spot as they round Europe car once again. Now this is going to be so key. Coming out again of the next chicane at RACC, they got once again New Holland to take, but that pink livery is looking so good out of that chicane now as they power through round New Holland once again, but still a little bit of a gap forms up. You get the feeling that maybe Aitor is a little bit quicker around that final corner. That is where he's getting enough of a deficit, but will Arnage Competition open up the door now as they try and wheel their way down towards turn 1? Is there enough time? Not this time. Still, they're going to be left frustrated. Zenith Esports holding their own. Do you think that maybe the strategy for Arvage Competition is to just stick behind the Zenith Esports car and just follow them?
Yeah, George, it could be. It could be a great option for them. They can handle right now. They can stay there without having to worry too much about the person's chasing them, because they really have 10 seconds. So I think they can still take a couple laps to evaluate if they need to push the pace, try to overtake and push the pace, or hold there if they feel that the leader is pushing as hard as they need.
Yeah, because I get the feeling this is working perfectly for Advantage Esports now, or Advantage Competition. They can now just sit in behind, be patient, and as we just see a race for Cat Car coming around the next left-hander, that's Mark Freyer. I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but we'll have to wait and see whether we can get a replay or if there was an issue. I'm not sure. He looked like he's okay, just coming out of that last bend. It almost looked like he was making a re-entry onto the track, but I think he's okay coming through that next chicane now. And very shortly we'll round New Holland corner himself. He's actually trying to gain here on Yassit. were still holding their own as well in 14th place. Of course, being Dean Woods, who is driving a good race so far. It's getting a little bit darker over the sky now. Are we starting to see the daylight flicker away slowly?
Yeah, it could be actually. We're starting to see a little bit more of a shadow from the walls. So let's see if the sun starts to come down and the tires might be resisting a little bit more because of that.
Well be. And the Arnage competition car still hot on the heels of P1's 8 Media Villa for Zenith Esports, who are still in P1 right now. But just look at the gap. There's nothing between them. Look at them. 2.5 tenths of a second, the maximum currently set between them. It could be an opportunity here for Arnage competition heading into Repsol corner. Will they open up the door, or will they do it round the seat? They could do it even before the straight, heading out of Capsa corner, but they're still nose to tail. The green livery of Zenith Esports still doing its best to hold off and marshal the efforts of one Arnage competition car. Currently in behind now, the number 23 trying to make its way around the next left. Just look at them all together in tandem. What an affair this has been as they make their way down towards Verth Curve, like polarizing their way up through this very high inclined section. Now this is going to be the highest elevation point on the track before they head downhill towards the Lakea bend, taking all the curb on the left hand side, eating up the grass slightly. Beautiful scenes here at this Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, as now we're watching Aitor Media Villa once again hold on. I get that feeling his number could be up potentially on the next lap as they come into Lakea once again. That rear wing getting so close to the front of that Arnage competition BMW. The two BMWs going at it here, and I have to say it's a pleasure to watch as they come through now towards the Europe car bend at a Bank San Bedell. A little bit of a straight to take before they take that right. Hicking up now round the curb, and it definitely taking it better as the Arnage competition car. That pink livery getting so close in behind now, the rear of that Zenith Esports car. Just look at him attacking every single curb. He's only here for one thing, and that's a P1, and potentially it could be on the cards here. He's only 3 tenths. It's the closest he's been on this straight now as they pass the paddock, just within 4 tenths of a second. Will he go for the move? Opting for the inside line goes Aitor Media Villa, but Arnage competition not choosing to move at all. He is not making any crucial moves, which I think solidifies the fact he's happy to be patient and sitting behind the Zenith Esports car.
Looks like it. Yeah, it looks like that. I think Arnage right now, they don't have to rush themselves too much. And yeah, I think that's the decision they're making, trying to stay a bit behind and trying to manage that slipstream, try to take advantage of it. If they don't feel, I don't think that they don't have any problems with the overheating of the tires because of that, because it looks like they're comfortable there. But I think the alarm is gonna sound in that team as soon as the third place starts to move up front, which is a Dream Factory car.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have to wait and see see whether that is the case. There's the Odox Motorsports Samsung team currently there, but how about this man, Paul Mooney, following on from Eric Tetaz's brilliant work in the first stint for the R70 team, currently locked horns with 3 tenths of a second, the deficit between the pair. This is extraordinary racing, folks, here at this session. It's all lit up here. After 3 hours, we're into the 4th hour pretty much, as we're now watching Paul Mooney, who will get a chance here, utilising the pace on this Lamborghini down the straight. Will he manage to open up the door before turn 1? It could be on the cards. A late break perhaps as they head into turn 1 into Elf Curve as they make their way in now. No, he's going to stop him behind and wait yet again. But certainly the pace on that Lamborghini is absolutely extraordinary. Oh, my word. Number 35 there, car number 35 off the track, heading into turn 1. That is absolutely extraordinary. Javier Navarro, I think he might be the driver, crashing there at that moment. Here comes Aitor Media Villa. He's at the mercy of the Arnage competition car. This is the P1 in the race. Absolutely brilliant, showing the pace that we've all seen and expected. And up into P1 goes the pink livery of Arnage competition. Within behind now, Media Villa having to hold on to P2 after being probed relentlessly. We'll have a look at the replay now, folks. That was exquisite to watch. He was right on the tail, and once again, we've seen it yet again. That exit speed out of New Holland, out of the chicane, opening the door here for the Arnage competition team. Zenith Esports and Media Villa had no chance in the matter. What a move, and makes his way up into turn 1 and leads the race. Exceptional stuff. What an exchange. Carlos, we've been waiting for it. It was coming, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he saved it for the best place to do it. I think one of the most safe points in the track to do that overtake. So yeah, now it's a matter of seeing how he holds the pace in front, because it looks like the difference ain't going to be much.
No, not at all. Just look at them. They're managing everything right now. This is brilliant here from Arnage Competition. Oh, my word. Dream Factory. Now, is that a scheduled stop or is that an off? We'll have to wait and see. Fordzilla in the pits as well. Julian Rodriguez in there too. So, no, I have to say, we'll have to witness whether they are going to be driver changes. But Aito Mediavilla now into P2. Arnage Competition now into P1. They're up a mighty 3 places. That is how exactly they would have wanted this to come out. Coming into the final bend now at the New Holland corner. Aito Mediavilla now still in behind. In comes the Arnage Competition car. Crucially boxing while in front. Now, is that a strategy call, Carlos?
Not sure what they are trying to do. Yeah, it looks like it's the moment to stop. And the Arnage car just entered the pit lane. So
Yeah,
it looks like it's the moment.
Yeah, it does indeed. Paul Mooney as well. We're just watching a replay of this overtake here by the R70 team, this time down the inside of the Odox Motorsport Samsung team. And what a stupendous performance from this team, who have obviously tried to fight back after that spin from Eric Tetas earlier on. Both Eric Tetas and Paul Mooney have been absolutely superb in this race. They've managed to fight back, and he's moved his way up yet another position. This is brilliant from them. They're going to be delighted. P8 they now sit with Jonathan Alvarez, who was racing. I'm not sure whether he's still in that car, but he's in P9 currently. So we'll have to wait and see if that is the case. There's the Obsidian car in the number 20 car, of course, Obsidian. And there's the Arnage Competition team, who are going to be making a vital change. I'd imagine there'll be all sorts of work going on that car, because they've been in there for quite some time now, and they are indeed boxing. That is new tyres, without a doubt, Carlos.
Yeah, it looks like that by the time they're taking on the stop. So it's going to be interesting to see when the first car right now in the race stops, and how close to this one is going to start when it gets back on track.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to keep a close eye on Zenith Esports and see what they decide to do. But interesting stop, and I believe that would be that is quite possibly Ricardo Rico doing the stop. So we'll have to wait and see if that is the case. But incredible stuff indeed from this get-go. A huge battle across this circuit. And there's number 43, Yannick Lachin, who's making his way around the seat curve. Very shortly he'll be making his way up towards Verth. And also having a very prosaic move as well at 31 places, Carlos. That is a huge achievement.
Totally. It's outstanding, actually, to get that type of recovery from a very, I don't know if they had an accident or something, what happened exactly at the start of the race, but they really had to start back. You can say in 3 hours into the race, right now they can be happy.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And they can be very proud of their efforts. Zenith Esports now boxing crucially in this race. Aitor Mediavilla in the pits. What will this mean for the rest of this race? Is this going to be the case that we see them drop down now? This is going to be Arnage Competition looking to try and reclaim that spot, of course. If they can get ahead of the Zenith Esports car, that could be massive in terms of a strategy sense. We'll have to keep an eye and see whether that is going to be the case. There you can see the MSI Esports team now up into second place. What a drive, by the way, by this team, who have managed to fight their way back through the field, and they're now up into second place on track, of course. Obviously subject to pit stops. We will have to double check to see what happens later on when they do choose to box again. There is Edu Fernandez leading the race for Obsidian Racing. What an epic effort from them to take the lead, and obviously following on from their extraordinary performances last season, where of course they were right up there in the fight, but now the pit stops are starting to happen. This is interesting. Williams are also in the pits as well, with Yannick Lachin also choosing to box as well here, Carlos.
Right now, very interesting to see what's going to happen with that Arnage car, how it's going to pair up with this Zenith Esports car we're watching right now. Aitor Mediavilla not moving, and the Arnage Competition car really moving fast in the straight right now. So they're going to take the position from them, at least.
Yeah, from what I can from what I can see, they are ahead at this moment in time currently holding their own and going ahead as well. So they've done exceptionally well. Tremendous stuff from them to move ahead and hold on to that position. So Zenith Esports now in behind Arnage Competition. That move could be crucial, Carlos, now that they've made that exchange in the pit stop phase. So, well done Arnage for holding onto their position. Does that obviously will play some net leaders in this race?
Yeah, I think these two teams right now are leading. Right now, virtually, they're behind, but I think as soon as the cars in front get to do their respective stops, they're going to get in front again. So let's see what happens with that, because right now the shuffles are being very interesting.
Yeah, they certainly are. We can also see a fight going on between Sergio Rial, certainly in his car, with Jonathan Alvarez as well. We've got a bit of a replay happening here as well. Let's try and tune in and see what happened. There's the Yas Heat car, I believe, of Woods as well in behind. And there we can see going on in front. That looks to me like the... high-speed demons there in P7. Let's keep an eye on this one. Remember, this could be a battle with R70. Remember, they've only just boxed, so we'll have to keep an eye on what's happening there. Can already see that oh, blimey, a car ran the other way. That is so close, and that fair play to the drivers. That was very similar to what we saw last season, where Zenith Esports got taken out of the race, and where they collided with Michael Jourdain. Michael Jourdain spun around the Verth curve, re-entered the track, and very nearly did wipe them out. So yeah, very, very fortunate that they managed to avoid it. Oh, wow. That's the incident itself. And there's Mark Freyer in the Race for Cat team. He might have sustained some serious damage there, Carlos.
We're watching right now all of these situations in that special part of the track where there's drivers carry a lot of speed throughout those turns. So it's very complicated to get out of the way of everybody, because they're really going hard in there.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're pushing with all their worth, and certainly that's car number 13. That's Alva Gomez, I believe, for the Odox Motorsport Samsung team, making his way down towards the next right-hander. Dean Woods, though, up into P6 for Yas Heat, so that's a good rise from them. They're chasing their man in P70, that, of course, being Paul Manet. Or Mooney, should I say. We've got a VSR update as well for Serial Racing, giving us a usual team update. The team is making great progress through the field. Ruben Vallejo is catching the driver ahead at great pace. We hope to continue the progress. So VSR Brett, who is, of course, the manager of the Serial Racing, happy with their progress. In comes Povadano, though. Look at that on Julian Rodriguez. Nose to tail action as they come through the next right-hander. And that is absolutely extraordinary. The Team Fordzilla car trying to find a way through when he go for a deep dive. Julian Rodriguez, not this time. And certainly what an exchange between those two as they come out of the seat curve heading down towards Verth. Will the Fordzilla car make its way right up the field? We'll have to wait and see as they head up through Verth. And the question is, who's bravest in this exchange? Fordzilla doing that slightly better as they come around the next right-hander. And certainly as they do so, we'll expect to see more battling further ahead. There's the Williams car as well. And right on the tail on the Euromaster Esports car, opening up the door. Only 0.2 of a second, the deficit, hugging the inside line. Brilliant textbook maneuver around the seat, and that moves Williams Esports up a place as well. P17 for them, and Euromaster down to 18. And those are the sort of moves you need to make, Carlos.
So very well done. Again, taking patience and taking the time to really select the moment you want to do that move. So very well done again by the Williams team.
Yeah, superb stuff. And Dream Factory there out in 7th place as well. Remember, they made a stop earlier on. There's the MSI Esports team as well, hightailing around in 12th place. Remember, they've made a stop as well as they come down the stretch once again. This time, they'll be looking to make a move potentially on this next... well, certainly I think that might be a... Oh, no, it is a move for the place. So they're up into P10 now. So excellent stuff from MSI. And once again, showing that pace that we saw previously. So a great overtake there from MSI. Calculated. Very, very well done heading into turn 1.
Again, we are seeing these teams like really staying in the hot pocket of overtakes and really knowing how they have to do it, really taking care of every overtake with a lot of intelligence. I'm really admiring everything that they are doing right now, because I know that they have to go through all of these hours and it's going to be exhausting, and to keep that type of precision all the way is going to be the challenge today.
Yeah, Edu Fernandez in the pits as well for Obsidian Racing. The question is, will they make a driver swap? He's only just come in the car, so I doubt they will make a driver change. But nevertheless, a pit stop being made by Obsidian. The gap between them and Arnage is coming down quite a lot, so you'd expect Arnage now to take the lead of the race very shortly, and I'm sure it won't be long before they come around the corner. Still on top, though, Obsidian Racing. Let's watch the counter come down. We're down to 4, into 3, into 2, into 1. And yes, Arnage have now crossed the line and gone ahead now of Obsidian Racing. And not far behind as well, Zenith Esports 3.3 seconds behind. They will surely go ahead, as they certainly do. The car of Paul Munez as well, moving his way further as well. He's up into P3, or Munier, sorry, up into P3. Of course, formerly driven by Eric Tetas as well. What a recovery drive from the R70 team as well. But amazing to see all this happening out on track. Incredible efforts here from Arnage Competition to go ahead by 3.3 seconds now of the Zenith Esports team. This is brilliant stuff from Arnage, coming a long way in this race, battling and fighting their way through the field, using their pure pace to get ahead. They've made a crucial stop as well ahead of Zenith Esports. This effectively could give them a huge opportunity as MSI themselves trying to work their way forward as well. They've got a huge battle to challenge as they make their way around the next right-hander. Very shortly, Repsol will be next on their list. And as I said before, you don't have to give positions here in this race. Naturally, you have to fight for everything you get. As in comes now, you can see there Povadano, who's right in the midst of a fight here. The BMW at the mercy of the Lamborghini. We've seen this so many times, Carlos. The Lamborghini with all the pace coming down into the seat curve now, taking the inside line. Just look at him, wheel to wheel again. Wow, what an exit here this time from that man in the MSI car. And Julian Rodriguez tries to fight back here now for Team Fordzilla. He's 1.5 seconds away, but still brilliant stuff from the MSI team. And they hold on to that P7. Back they come, the wheel to wheel around the next right. A switchback, Carlos. A switchback heading into the next right of campus. But still MSI hold on to that P7. Again, brilliant racing.
Very tense situation right here. The first sector and now in the second sector getting to the third. They're having to share the track together, and it's have been really tense situation for this number 14 of the MSI Sports. Let's see the replay.
That is exceptional. Just look at this, though. I mean, the MSI team would be delighted with that clapping. I'd imagine you give a little golf clap for a move like that as they come around the next right-hander at Repsol. That is exceptional. Coming down into the seat corner. These cars aren't easy to drive in these situations. Coming down into the seat, it's one of the most scariest corners on the circuit, much like Verth Curve and Campsa. This sector is so vicious if you don't get it right. And MSI, just look at that. Just the prominence, the sheer adulation, the actual sheer confidence to make a move like that happen. Right on the rear, nose to tail. Wow, look how close that bumper was. They did a move down the inside as well, heading into Campsa. That is extraordinary. And a great defense as well by MSI to hold on to the position that they gained as well, up into P6, and they very much deserve that, Carlos, after a move like that.
If the BMW had a mustache in the front, I'm sure the MSI car would be tickled by it.
Well, the gap was thinner than Fly's eyelash, wasn't it? It was absolutely phenomenal. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. Arnage competition up into P1, and currently 3 seconds ahead still. They're maintaining that gap between them and Zenith Esports. An extraordinary race that we've got here on your hands, folks. Obviously, we're still got 20 hours to go. Well, more than that, 20 hours and 40 minutes. So plenty more of this to be had. And it is getting darker. I have to say, I'm looking at the screen. It's getting darker here in Spain. It's a pleasure, folks, to bring you the action. So make sure you bring your torches with you, because you have to use them to see in the night, as we've got the Team Fordzilla team currently in P5, in behind MSI, closing all the time. Whoever's behind that wheel is doing a terrific job here, Carlos.
I have to say that I'm in Spain right now. I'm streaming from Granada, and we still have a lot of sun right now, but yeah, it looks like the sun is going to start to come down. I don't know if the session is synchronized with the real time. I think it is, but the sun is starting to move, and that's going to make that's going to play a little bit of a factor with all the drivers. So I think that's going to change a little bit the story for the Lamborghinis, who are going to be able to not worry too much about the way they consume those tires.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm going to talk about this as well, because as it goes darker, Carlos, naturally the track starts to cool, doesn't it? You know, obviously, because you don't have the sunlight anymore, so the track won't be heating up due to the natural weather. So, you know, that's when grip levels start to fall off a bit, don't they? So it's up to the drivers to heat the tyres up on the car. Now, how difficult is that going through an evening stint?
It can get to be very critical, much more than we can imagine sometimes, because as they reach that temperature limit and they start to navigate in a very high range of temperatures, they really consume the tire more. So even 1 degree makes a great difference. If you go from 29 to 28 in the track, it's really going to show like 5 degrees in the tire almost. So it can get to be very dramatic.
It certainly can. And talk about dramatic. Coming out of the seat curve there, Yannick Lapchin certainly in the car there, trying to chase this time on, I believe that's the Visceral Esports car right ahead as well. No, the Logitech G Altus Esports. Actually, no, I think that is that Visceral? Yeah, it is. It's Visceral Esports car. That man, Ruben Vallejo, who's just in on the outside. In comes now Yannick Lapchin down the inside. Brilliant. Excellent. What a move. And found the gap and certainly sent it. So superb there for the Logitech Altus Esports, going ahead of Visceral Esports, who are now down into P9. And of course, they'll be looking to fight back as well. But MSI's own team as well coming out now. Fordzilla ahead of them. So just look at that gap. It's been brought right in. And MSI already all over the rear. They've been absolutely prosaic. And look, they're not keen to wait around as they're going to take the outside line. Surely heading into turn 1. This is going to be surely a textbook maneuver. No question. As the MSI car now outside line here on Fordzilla. The BMW versus the Lamborghini. And the Lamborghini strikes on top in that royal blue colour. Exceptional stuff there from them. And certainly leaves the Team Fordzilla team for dead. Exceptional maneuver. That's exactly what we've come to expect from the MSI team. And once again, they're delivering, Carlos.
There she goes again, like the song says. Another time taking doing the overtake, very well done and very well cooked. All the drivers here, if they were chefs, we will be drooling all over the place because they're really cooking great dishes all over the track. They're really taking their time to get to the overtake in precise fashion.
I'm loving this cooking karaoke thing we've got going on here at this moment, Carlos. It's brilliant, absolutely exceptional. But Williams Esports currently in P9 now, trying to garner what they can on this field right now. P9 they are, but oh my word, this is brilliant. Certainly we've seen a couple of moves around the seat already. Fast Repair Motorsports, so fighting back. They're not keen to lose the position at all. And wheel to wheel, wowee, down through towards the birth curve. Williams have got it done in abundance. What a move, helling around the seat. That is exceptional from that familiar Williams Chill Blast, and they'll be delighted with the progress that they have made, certainly in this race, and up to P8 as well. This is turning out to be very similar to last year. Of course, Ati Kaupanen was the first man in the car for the Williams team. Naturally, they've made a driver change, as so many have, and brilliant to see them all battling at this point of the track. This is superb to watch, and brilliant stuff. Just a comment in the live chat from Jacob Cohen. Man, that Lambo seemed beefy out of the high speeds, and we've seen a lot of that, haven't we, Carlos? Certainly the Lambo seems to be far more effective exiting the corners. Maybe a quicker acceleration time, do you think?
Yeah, it's maybe an easier problem to resolve, if you can say. It's not like having to bet on what it's hard to see. That's kind of what's the problem here with this type of situation. The Lamborghini looks like it's faster on the straights, and it is. But at the same time, that comes with a price. And look at the move.
Oh, that is exceptional. Again, the Odox Motorsport team, what has happened to the drivers here in this race? They've gone at it. They've come out and they've said, right, we've had enough of this. Let's turn up the heat. And this is exceptional. That is a really phenomenal effort from them. We've just heard now that Jimmy Antoinez is actually in the Arnage competition car. Our timing screens have not reflected that, so thank you to Cloud Alan de Blasio for that bit of news. Do appreciate that. Jimmy Antoinez out in the Arnage competition car, so he is now leading. Oh my word!
Oh my God!
Can we get a replay of that? Because that was extraordinary.
That was close.
That was extremely close. Heading around the final corner, the Arnage competition car. Funny enough, Jimmy Antoinez, we very nearly commentators cursed him as he now rides on alongside there of the Team Shizuka. I hope we get to see a replay of that because that was so close. I think it was Paul Mooney, was it? Was it Paul Mooney at the R70 team?
I don't know if it was Paul Mooney, but I'm sure that someone is still sweating from the from that hiccup. Yeah.
Huge moment in that exchange. I mean, it got so close. It very nearly came. Certainly came to a clatter. There indeed is a car in the pits. It looks damaged. I don't know who it is, but wow, we've got it. In fact, we have got a replay. We're just gonna bring you this replay now, folks. Here it is. There it is. Yeah, coming around the final. Oh wow, took all the curb. Oh wow. Oh dear. That's a real shame. And that I believe is the Gamer Esports car. Now down in 35th place. I believe at this moment in time, so they are right to the back. That's Jorge Alberola, I think, who's in that car. So a huge problem heading out of the chicane, riding the curb on the exit, and that's cost him big time. And I think he collected that Logitech car as well in the process. So that's a huge blow for that team, and very close to collecting the team at the top as well. Jimmy Antoinez very nearly losing the car, but credit to Jimmy Antoinez though. He's made some incredible moves in this race. He is so quick, certainly in that pink car.
Well, we have to celebrate inside of the tragedy that car we saw spin right now. at least it got out of that safe. It didn't crash with anyone in a hard fashion. Nothing bad happened, so they can keep going, and they don't have to worry too much about doing a longer pit stop than normal.
No, absolutely. It's good news, certainly for the for the team in question, that they weren't collected in that exchange. But no, heartbreaking, never to say the least. But car number 43 currently making its way out on track. Now trying to whittle its way around the next right-hander. The lights are starting to be blazed up now, folks, in amongst the teams here. We're very nearly down towards the 3 o'clock time in the UK. Of course, 4 o'clock time, that will be in Spain, of course. And we're counting down to that half an hour before we reach that point. There's the Arnage competition car, that being of Jimmy Antoinez, as pointed out by Cloud Alan de Blasio. Great bit of work so far from that man, and still got the Zenith Esports car in behind. Paul Mounet himself now has got Juan Bustamante in behind him for Kilometra Zero. Remember, they also took part last year as well. They've got a very nice looking livery indeed, and certainly Juan Bustamante is going to look to do the same again. But Paul Mounet, wow, what a move there, and took advantage of the situation. I think Paul Mounet made a little error. I'm not sure whether he's carrying some damage or something, but he left it well wide, maybe a slight lockup, and pretty much opened the door. And Bustamante, all he had to do was just unlock the door, open it up, and proceed through it. He did it absolutely superbly. Coming around Campsa corner, there you can see them all hightailing around this part of the track, and there they are, coming down the straight. And Juan Bustamante knew exactly what he was going to do. He just opened it up. Paul Mounet had no opportunity to close the door, and he went so far wide. Was that a lockup, do you think, there, Carlos?
Not really sure. I think that Paul saw Juan come inside very decided, and he just opened the door. I think that's my bet there. I think he saw the situation. He saw Juan coming hot, and he just wanted to be out of trouble.
Yeah, well, you can just see him slowing down now, in fact, letting cars through. I'm not sure whether that car's got damage. He might have a serious problem, serious problem, because he's let the Zenith Esports car through as well. What about this car as well in behind? Is he going to let this one through? That's car number 19. We'll have to keep an eye on it. It looks like he will do. He doesn't look to have the pace. That car is struggling a little bit. Potentially some aero damage on that car?
I don't know. Maybe he's trying to save fuel to get to the pit lane, or they're having some issue calculating the amount of fuel, and that's why he's slowing down. I'm not really sure, but it looks like he's having to slow down one way or the other.
Well, he's in trouble nonetheless, because Mark Freyer is right in behind for the Race for Cat team. So, and he is challenging for the position. So a huge opportunity for Mark Freyer as soon as he makes his way up towards Campsa corner now, staying right in behind in the slipstream of Paul Mounet as they come through this next straight now. And surely he's going to try and open up the door, maybe do exactly what the car previous did as well, heading down towards the next left at Lakea Bend. But no, he's going to be patient and waiting behind Mark Freyer, not keen to jump the gun just yet. He's going to take his time, just utilise the car to the best of his ability, utilise the apexes. And oh wow, look at that. Definitely there is some aero issues, I think, because Paul Mounet has well and truly opened the door for Mark Freyer, who immediately down the inside. Surely this is going to be very, very, very good indeed. Comprehensive move from Mark Freyer, and now he's chasing Mark, certainly ahead of Paul Mounet, but incredible stuff coming out of that bend there, and Paul Mounet opening the door far too much there, but he might get a chance to take it back though, because certainly that car in a straight line is still going to be quick here in the Lamborghini. Will he choose to open things up here, or will he stay behind the Race for Cat car, still holding on to that P18 spot? But still Paul Mounet has not left the rear end. He's not making the move. I think there's something going on with that car.
Yeah, it looks weird. From where we see it, we cannot really judge what's going on there 100%, but it looks like Paul Mounet is having real trouble, and right now I don't know if it's aerodynamics or if it's what, but it looks like he's having to hold behind.
Yep, certainly is. He's not making any moves just yet. Something is not right with Paul Mounet's car, which is heartbreaking for R70, because remember, they had an extraordinary rise with Eric Tatas, who really blew us away in the early stages. So disappointed to see this go the way it's gone for them. Obviously now that's allowed the team Race for Cat to jump forward and effectively take their spot. So fair play to them. They made the move at the right time. And, at the end of the day, you're not going to just let the R70 car continue the way it's going. You've got to make the moves where they count. Here's the Williams car, the Williams familiar Chill Blast livery. car number 38, that of course currently lying in 8th place, formerly driven by Ate Kaupen, and we're not quite sure who's in the seat this time as they make their way around the next right-hander yet again, and cruising at such intense speed currently in P8. Williams Esports, like I said prior, looking to try and do exactly what they did last year, maybe get closer to the top end, and maybe they can go and improve more from their 4th place from last year, but they've got a back marker ahead of them, currently lying 13.2 seconds behind the Logitech G Altus Esports car that's currently ahead of them as well. So Zenith Esports, there they are. Aito Mediavilla still feeling the strain, I think, after losing out his position to that to that man Jimmy Antoinez in the Arnage Motorsport car. So he's got a lot of work to do to try and pull it back. 4.6 seconds the deficit. Now, is it a case that they put Mediavilla out there just to sort of hold the pace, sort of as a safe option, just to carry the car around and then bring someone out quicker towards the end?
Not really sure, but it looks like they are not very uncomfortable with that situation either way, because I think they must feel secure. They're not really far away. They're doing good job. They're doing a good job. They're doing solid pace chasing right now. So I think both teams in the top right now, the first and the second position, are really working quite at the same level, and it's gonna be very interesting to see how it plays, because in a 24-hour race, 4 seconds of difference, or 5 seconds as we're seeing right now, 4 seconds and a half, it's nothing.
No, absolutely, it is minimal. There's still 20 and a half hours still to go, so anything can happen that can change up the leaderboard. It's as simple as that, folks. Anything can truly happen in racing, and it's never been more prevalent than until now. Juan Rodriguez there for Team Fordzilla, currently lying in P6, but he has got the car in behind, and of course has made so much progress, that being the Logitech car that we've seen quite a few times be so quick. Obviously previously donned by Yannick Lapchin, who brought us some incredible moments as well in the initial stint, but Julian Rodriguez himself carrying the Fordzilla team at this moment in time, doing exceptionally well, and trying to garner at least some momentum after MSI overtook them earlier on in absolutely tremendous fashion. What a battle that was. As such, you can see obviously further down as well, plenty of cars still out on the track. Quite a few of them now, 2 laps to a lap down. Some of them, including the GMO7 team, 13 laps down at this moment in time. But credit for them to keep going. So well done to those. It's great to see all these drivers still continuing despite the damage that they have sustained. They just want to come and finish, as high as possible. You never know. You could get so many, cars retired from the session. Therefore, you can move up some more places. So it's always worth to keep going, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what happens. The best way to redeem yourself is to finish. It doesn't matter what position you finish in. It's just to finish, keep going, keep rolling, and keep giving the opposition a rival. Because that's in a nutshell is what a driver must do. Always present a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. We can now confirm that Paul Mooney has pitted, so we can see that car is now in. So the R70 car is in the pits. So obviously there must have been some damage to fix, I would have thought. So they've obviously got ahead and done that. They've now come out, and so that means now that Paul Mooney will be back out and about on the circuit. Obviously, they've got such a mountain to climb now. They've made that stop. It could have been the case that the tyres may have worn off as well. Maybe they've taken the tyres for as long as they can, and they need to box for a set of fresh tyres. So that could well be the case as well. But here comes the Odox Motorsport Samsung team now, rounding the final corner of New Holland. High Speed Demons dead ahead of them. Currently, that Delta is coming down, and surely that Samsung livery very shortly is going to be challenging High Speed Demons heading into turn 1, and they're getting so close. The power of that BMW is extraordinary. Both of them have got the BMWs having a little look there, the Odox Motorsport Samsung team, but not making the move. High Speed Demons marshalling them very, very well right now, and coming through into the next right. Certainly a phenomenal exchange between a lot of these drivers, but Odox could still get a move done heading into the Repsol curve. They're within 0.3 of a second, so still plenty for them to be concerned about as they come through the next right now. On the brakes, High Speed Demons, but Odox Motorsport sticking to the rear end on that rear spoiler of that BMW as well as they make their way into the next corner at the seat, still choosing not to make the move, but they could still make a move down the straight, and you can just see them gripping on to the rear end of that car. This looks like a tasty one here, Carlos.
Yeah, right now they're pushing the pace hard, and I think the car in front is having to deal with a lot of pressure in this situation. We see the Old Dogs car, if I'm not sure, what's the team? Can you tell me what's the team in front? Because I'm not 100% sure. High speed.
High speed demons.
Team. Yeah. So yeah, right now we saw there how the Audax car sent the message through the end of the getting to the breaking point to the first turn. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. Great move there.
Yeah, good move as well from Marcus Alarcon, who is now fighting with Team Shizou in the Porsche. We haven't seen many Porsches out and about here today, so that's one of the first ones. And Marcus Alarcon showing what they can do in a BMW and moving his way ahead of Team Shizou, who are currently in P17. Jesse Hiliaho as well, who was driving for them earlier on. They might have made a change in the meantime, but they are now in P17. But doing well. They're currently in the top. Certainly the higher echelons, certainly about the halfway point. They're right in the midfield. So credit to Team Shizou in their first time entering the 24 Hour de Barcelona-Catalunya, and certainly mostly a team seen in Formula 1 generally. As we're now watching Odox Motorsports Samsung still probing the rear right now of High Speed Demons. Still this battle commences, or continues should I say, around this Spanish circuit as they now make their way down towards Repsol, certainly in tandem. The Monster livery, that Monster M, certainly showing up in great grandiose colour. A little bit shaky in the rear from High Speed Demons. Maybe they're starting to feel the pressure slightly. Never a nice feeling to have a driver locked in behind you here. And the Odox Motorsports Samsung team on the throttle, late on the brakes, heading round the seat, and yet again still carrying the pace exceptionally well, heading out of that curve now down towards Verth. This is a very key point as well as they round into the next left. High Speed Demons holding on, just clipping the apexes ever so gently as they make their way up towards Kamsa. Now, if Odox get a really good exit now out of Kamsa corner, this could prove very fruitful for them as they do hug the inside line. Both of them doing it extremely well, but High Speed Demons could be at the mercy of a move here, heading down into the next left-hander, opting in for a late break, potentially having a look down the inside of High Speed Demons, but still they hang on. I get the feeling this is going to be teed up for the main straight as they come up through back San Badell now, through the next right. Very shortly, Europe car will be next. Certainly the Spanish circuit is absolutely grandiose with all its corners. The variation is absolutely superb as they come through the twisting section of this track. Now still in tandem, they rise through. Juan Bustamante under pressure for High Speed Demons. In comes now, surely the Ocon Motorsport trying to really unleash the beast here as they come around the final corner. Once again round New Holland, holding onto the straight now. Surely the straight line speed will help them. Despite them both being in BMWs, they're still going at it, but it's great to see as they head down towards turn one. High Speed Demons might still have their number. Will they choose to open up the door here? Ocon Motorsport, a late break, moving in on the inside now into turn one of the Elf curve. Oh, that is outstanding. Brilliant use of the curves there on the inset, holding a position, kept the line. High Speed Demons down to P14. What a move there from the Ocon Motorsport team.
Great situation right there. Very well done, very well cooked. Again, taking the time, just doing a whole lap behind, really measuring well, knowing that you have time behind, you don't have to pressure yourself. And that's been a perfect example of how you have to handle an overtake in this type of races.
Yeah, that is the Odox Motorsport team, not the Ocon Motorsport team. That's too much time hearing about Esteban Ocon for Alpine. I think that's the problem. But we're here nevertheless, and a great move now, from them to make that move happen. So credit to the Odox Motorsport team on that move. Very, very textbook. We've seen it in turn one time and again. If you have the straight line speed, it certainly does help you. And that is where you see a large amount of the overtakes. I mean, we've seen a few coming down to Lakea Bend as well. But the main straight into turn one, that is where they like to make the moves, don't they, Carlos?
Yeah, I think most of the drivers are really trying to save the overtake for those spaces in the track, really knowing that you have the time to, as I said, to really prepare it. Yeah, picking those most safe places is the best option. Right now, great pressure coming from behind.
Oh, there's plenty of pressure in from behind, that's for sure. Arnage competition still challenging. Jimmy Antoinez still holding on to that P1 spot in behind as well. Aito Midavilla is now dropped back to 5 seconds nearly, so he's losing approximately, I would say, around about a tenth a lap right now. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 2/10 a lap, but still on top. Arnage competition owning the spot right now, and they're looking really confident, very happy. I mean, I wouldn't have picked them out as challengers at the top end, but as soon as I saw that Ricardo Rico was driving for this team, I thought to myself, they must have a real chance. And Ricardo Rico is no fool. He is no muppet. Certainly, remember, he drove for the Zenith Esports team last season and was leading for the majority of the time in the initial stint. So, you know, Ricardo Rico, a great driver, Jimmy Antoinez as well himself, doing a fabulous job as the second driver, and now really careering away with it, dispatching the back markers as they go. So there's a huge amount of confidence in that Arnage competition team right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy to have Ricardo with them, for sure, putting up a great performance and right now leading. The first 4 cars are right now, or the first, right now, the first 8 cars, sorry, are right now doing this 123rd lap that we have right now.
Wow.
And we're going to get, I think we're going to get near to the 800 laps or something like that. I don't know. But they still have a long way to go, and it's going to be very interesting. Little difference, as we said before, 5 seconds, still something to be aware of by this number 23 car of Arnage. They really have to think about that when they are going to push the pace hard, when they are going to go strong. It's going to be pinpoint for them, so it's going to be very important for them, and they're going to have to pinpoint what I was trying to say, when they have to push those paces.
They've put another 5/10 on Zenith Esports though, so that is a good sign, isn't it, for Arnage competition?
Yeah, for sure. That really, it means that they are really pushing the pace.
Yeah, definitely, and they're really showing it in abundance. Remember, I said it looked like it was going to be a 10th a lap. That is literally 5/10 in a single lap. That is extraordinary.
Exactly.
So they're carrying a huge amount of pace on our competition. So credit to them on that grandiose effort there. As we're now watching this battle once again. Remember, these guys that we spoke about previously. They're once again on a mission. Oxon Motorsport. Remember, they are absolutely incredible, and they are absolutely flying right now, heading up through the Verth curve after that grandiose overtake we just witnessed. And they're carrying a lot of speed here. This time they're rounding the next right. They're chasing a BMW once again, coming through this section down towards turn 10 now at Lakea Bend. And I've got to say, one of the most attractive parts of the circuit, that middle sector. I do really enjoy it because you come out of Verth curve heading up through that really high inclination and then making your way up towards the next right. They've got Arnage competition right ahead of them there, of course, car number 23 leading the race. So they're actually cutting through the field, Arnage. They're actually making some really good I suppose lapping going on here, which will really help them towards the end of the race. You know, should an issue happen, they will still get a respectable finish, you would have thought. So a good opportunity here for Arnage, as now the lights still showing and beaming off the BMWs as they come around the final corner at New Holland. But amazing stuff. We are now 15 minutes away nearly, or 16 minutes away exactly from 8 o'clock. Not 8 o'clock, sorry, from I read that as digital time. That's unreal, isn't it? 20 hours left. Until 20 hours remain, should I say, in the race. There's me reading it incorrectly, but there you go. I recovered. I recovered.
Very well done.
Thank you. But there's the Yas car currently making its way through as well. And again, a very solid performance from Dean Woods, who has done a superb job to marshal certainly their expectations. Ross Woodford obviously set out the initial stint, so big well done to Yas Heat for managing their race as well to the extremity that they have. P15 is currently where they lie out on track, and they are still letting fly at this field. Anything can happen in the next 20 and a quarter hours, so we will keep our eyes peeled on that one, folks. But any key eye catches from yourself, Carlos? Anyone who's really impressed you at this moment?
I've been impressed by a big amount of drivers, I have to say, so far. One of the still that has to show what is going to happen with him is, of course, Salva Talens, who is recovering on that 5th position right now, and he's for sure having to do a great work to get there so far. So it's going to be interesting to see how much they recover, because right now 30 seconds, and I think an hour ago we just saw them like 40 or 50 seconds. So they're recovering and they're coming. So the guys in front really have to watch out for that.
Yeah, they certainly do. And this mesmeric rise that MSI have been on has been really, really enjoyable to watch. Another enjoyable performance has been this Arnage competition team as well. R70 have been great as well, but unfortunately they've had a couple of blows to their performance as well. You can just see now already Arnage competition, another second on the Zenith Esports team. Aitor Mediavilla dropping back time and time and again. And Shizuka now makes its way out of the pit lane. And luckily enough for Arnold's competition, they come out and behind them. So that's good news. They don't have any back markers to deal with. Shizu giving them the respect on the racetrack, which is good to see. So well done to them. Arnage competition still holding on to P1. Marcus Alacon currently trying to challenge, I think, on what looks to be the Yassit car of Dean Woods, I think, who's currently holding on to P15. Amazing to see these going at it right now. Yassit now under pressure from Marcus Alacon. Literally a gap of around 3.5 tenths of a second is absolutely extraordinary. But we're going to be seeing more battling, I'm sure, between these two as they make their way around the Repsol corner. They got seat curve to beckon next. And there's that familiar Yassit livery, now prosaic as ever, coming down through the next left, but nevertheless still challenged by Mars Devils Esports, who are doing exceptionally well now, powering out of the seat corner now, heading up towards Verth. And this is where they're going to need to try and hold on to their hats as they make their way up this very high inclination before they reach Campsa corner. And still Marcus Alacon probing, and you get the feeling it's only a matter of time. Yassit looking like they might be in trouble here.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to get closer together. I don't know how Marcos is going to deal with the approach, but it sure looks like he has a faster pace at the moment, so it's going to be complicated for that Yassit car in 15th position to hold the Mass Devils Esport car behind.
Yeah, marshalling it at least for now, but how long can it hold on? As you can now see, Julian Rodriguez is all hotting up yet again on this circuit. The Logitech Gialtis Esports car, formerly driven, of course, as we said previously, by Yannick Lapchin, just making their way down towards the next left-hander at Lakea. Does not go for a diving maneuver this time, but you can just see them rounding around Lakea now at turn 10, coming up towards turn 11 now before they reach back San Badell. And still the Team Fordzilla car of Julian Rodriguez holding onto that P6. Currently the gap lies around about 2.5 tenths of a second into 2 tenths as they now come through Europe car once again before reaching their way into the next chicane. Just look how prosaic that Lamborghini is, so quick out of the corners. Certainly it seems to me they have a turn of foot that's far better than any other car on the track. And once again, Logitech Gialtis Esports looking to try and unleash it again. This time it's going to be Yannick Lapchin trying to find a way through here on Julian Rodriguez as they come through down the stretch now towards turn 1. Certainly now as they do so, that Lamborghini with all the straight line speed now heading into turn 1, and it is going to be Yannick Lapchin going ahead very, very easily done indeed ahead of Rodriguez. Team Fordzilla forfeiting down to P7. Great move by the Logitech team.
And another display of where does Lamborghini display his muscle, and it's at the end of that straight where the braking point shows that it's quite complicated to brake that Lamborghini, but at the same time the BMW keeps himself very close throughout this first and second sector, and it's going to be very interesting to see how that lap ends between those two drivers.
Yeah, certainly is. And once again, Yassit now being probed by Marcus Alacon, which is or Alacon, which has been absolutely tremendous to watch as well. We could see another overtake getting into the straight. This time BMW on BMW as they come down through the next chicane. And there you can see the Yassit car P15 still where it lies. Marcus Alacon in behind for the Mars Devils Esports team, looking to try and get a lovely exit out of New Holland. He might be left waiting yet again on this time, but he has brought it in to 4.5 tenths of a second, so he has got closer as he now whittles it down towards 3 tenths of a second. Now, is it going to be enough as more cars exit the pit lane? Still holding on is the Yassit car driven by Dean Woods as they come into turn 1. He still holds on to P1 at least for now. The car that actually came out in front of Dean Woods is, I believe, belongs to Sergei Rial, or certainly the car that he was driving prior. The gap now lying around about a second, so that would be about right. Williams Esports also in the fight as well. But Marcus Alacon still getting closer and closer. Dean Woods could be in a little bit of trouble very, very shortly.
No doubt about it. I really think that they're holding a little bit with the type of patience that we've seen so far from the drivers. They're really not rushing into it anymore. I think they've dropped all they've done that adrenaline dump of the beginning, and after that, I think that we are starting to see all the drivers more comfortable in their driving seats.
Yeah, definitely. There we can see the Yassi car coming around Kamsa. Still, Dean Woods now in a lot of trouble because the exit from Marcus Olocon was absolutely brilliant. He's going to get it done. Surely the Master Devils Esports car down the inside now into Lakea Bend at turn 10 and all. That is comprehensive, brilliant. Dean Woods knew that he was not going to be able to put up a fight to that. And Master Devils Esports now move up into P15. So a good bit of progress from them. Marcus Olocon now up 2 places from where they started on the grid. So that's a good move there from Marcus Olocon. Yassi now still in behind. So plenty of action across this track. Still, folks, we are watching Arnaud's competition leading the fray. Zenith Esports in P2. So we've still got plenty to watch. So the gap between Zenith Esports and Arnage has gone out now to 6.8 seconds. So Arnage competition still applying a lot of pressure on this field. Marcus Olocon, as you can now see, overtaking Dean Woods in the Yassi car to now take that P14. So a good move from them, up 2 places, as I said prior. But currently Arnage competition now holding their own. As you can see, there's our picture feed, and they are now leading by 6.7 seconds. So that gap is going out further and further and further. So a great effort from Arnage to do what they've done. They've been impressive, haven't they?
Yeah, little by little, they are pushing the pace, and in a decisive, in a really unstoppable manner. You can say they're really taking 10th each lap and non-stop. They're doing great work right now.
Yeah, stupendous work. And as long as they can carry forward this momentum, it's going to be massive for their chances to win this race. So you've got to give them certainly a lot of props for the way they've approached it. It's been absolutely tremendous, and certainly Zenith Esports have got a lot of work to do to try and garner those positions back, because of course the way the momentum is faring right now, they're dropping back 10th by 10th right now, currently sitting around about the 6.8 second mark, and that is going to drift out, I think, to the 7 seconds very shortly, even though they are trying to pull it back little by little. But there you can see that probably what's holding up the Arnage competition car is he is in the midst of a back marker sandwich right now, so he is trying to find his way through. So that, of course, is going to hold him up slightly, so that'll give a chance over to Zenith Esports to pull that pace back a little bit more. There's car number 13, that of course being, I think that's car number 13 it is, that's XPD Racing GT3. They're making their way through the next chicane, and very shortly heading out onto the main straight. In ahead of him is Mark Freyer, who of course has been in the midst of his own battles throughout this race as well. There's the Simtech, there's the Simtech car, that's Simtech Pro, GG of course, making their way around the next left at the seat. And very shortly they'll make their way down towards Verth. Currently car number 36 in 24th place, with Ivan Moreno in the car currently right now, making their way up towards the high-rise embankment, leading up towards Campster Corner. So it's a pleasure to watch all these drivers take to the circuit the way they have. Ivan Moreno looking to continue and try and drive a little bit closer towards Leandro Mendez, who's in P23 right now. We have got a warning around the currently showing on our timing screens for the Visceral Esports car, which is currently lying in P19. I'm not sure whether they've got an issue, but that we'll have to wait and see as to what's going on there. But there is the number 5 car of Unicos Gaming, who of course themselves were up at the top end, of course, last season, on the cusp of a top 10, as we're now seeing pictures of the Simtech Pro car yet again. But obviously still early doors, plenty of action to be had, folks. We've got still another 20 hours to come. Obviously next up, Kieran McGinley will be back with us to carry out more of the broadcasting action, and he'll be taking the next 4 hours after me, obviously as the commentator alongside Carlos. And Carlos, I've got to say, we're teed up for a fascinating rest of this race, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking here, I'm getting, right now we're getting a little bit of a rest from all of those exciting overtakes, and it's starting to be a bit of a situation of strategizing between the teams, and they have to really think how they're going to deal with those lap drivers that you mentioned. It's really going to be interesting to see how they see the traffic in front to pick those perfect moments to get the car inside the pit lane. So I think that's going to play a very important factor. Of course, the paces are all over the place. We have everyone running in the low 46s right now. It shows that the tires must be a bit burned. The only one still running in 45s is Salvatalens. So and not in a low 45. So it means that, yeah, the tires are starting to get tired. So.
Yeah, well, I got to say, the battle is still going on. Unicos Gaming themselves looking to try and make a move. Christian Perez down the inside of what looks to be Marcus Nunez, down towards the next left-hander at Lakea. Late break now once again, and Unicos Gaming looking to hold the line. Oh, they have done brilliant, and move their way up into P10. That is a very good move indeed by Christian Perez. So Unicos Gaming now going up a place. We got another stoppage again. Jorge Alberola off the track. We'll have a look at the replay now of this move, heading down towards the Lakea Bend at turn 10. There is the Unicos Gaming car right in the slipstream, and they had it exactly where they wanted it. That was absolutely superb by Christian Perez, making his way ahead of Marcus Nunez, who has to move down into P11. Unicos Gaming making some good moves here in this race now, and surely that'll be a move that they will be delighted with. And Marcus Nunez, in fact, is actually opted to go into the pit, so obviously it's prompted maybe the tyres to get changed. So sort of leads on from what you were saying, Carlos.
Yeah, it's starting to get to that point. I mean, they're gonna have to stop a lot of times, but at the same time, I think those lap drivers are going to play a decisive role for the cars in front. And right now we are watching this very difficult situation between Paul Munet and the GG SimTech Pro car in front.
Yeah, that's Ivan Moreno currently in front there for the SimTech Pro. R70 team there, Paul Mooney looking to try and get ahead. It looks like he's a little bit impatient because he's so keen to get ahead. Eric Tetas did a very similar thing in his stint as well as they come up through towards the... oh, my word, he spun it. He spun it. He was pushing. He was pushing, Carlos. We saw it, and he's actually managed to beach the car. That's not the first time we've seen this from the R70 team. Remember, a similar thing happened to Eric Tetas, exactly the same, and Paul Mooney suffering the same issue. We'll have a look at the instant replay. Carlos, what did he do here?
I don't know. Really, it's a difficult situation, but it looks like this car in this example here is having issues gripping. I don't know if, as you said, there we see the spin. He braked a little bit outside of the track, and we saw how those right wheels dipped in the grass a little bit.
Yeah, do you think that maybe it was where he applied it? Because it almost looked like in a straight line. So is that a braking problem, do you think?
Could have been that he's not really being, as he was in that moment, chasing. Maybe he had a little bit of downforce problem in the front, and he didn't get to grip as well as he wanted in the braking area. But I don't know what exactly happened. It might have been just a little bit of a mishap from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Not good at all. And that, again, pretty much tops off what the struggles have been for R70 in this stint now, as we're now watching Obsidian Racing coming. I believe that's it. Yeah, Obsidian Racing coming through as well. Look who's behind, Team MSI. I believe that's them. They're back again. Of course, Salva Talens, who's had an extraordinary race so far, has seen it all in this race. Round in the final corner now, down the stretch past the paddock, and what a lovely shot that is, as now we see the Lamborghini trying to get closer and closer to the BMW. What an absolutely gargantuan race here, and he might get a chance here. Look at the straight line speed on that Lamborghini. This is for P4 in the race, MSI. Oh, wow. Brilliant. That is exceptional. And Salva Talens moves his way up into P4. Great drive indeed from MSI, really doing their best to try and hold on to any place possible, and immediately they go ahead into P4. That is an absolute textbook maneuver again, round turn one. We've seen it so many times, Carlos.
Yeah, and not only the overtakes, they're recovering time as well, and they are right now 25 seconds from the leader, and I think they have a chance to get there.
Absolutely. Well, they certainly do. I mean, incredible effort. And what a great shot to see that MSI team to get ahead. That is absolutely superb from them, showing all their class, all their ability. Salva Talens once again prevailing for MSI, as we're now watching MSI team now riding on board with Salva Talens, now coming up towards the next right at Campset. And certainly that Lambo has got a lot of pace. We've seen it as well with the R70 team doing exactly the same things, and it's a pleasure to watch as well as they make their way down towards the Lakea Bend. But brilliant stuff indeed. PSRC as well in behind. We haven't seen a lot of this car. I have to say they're trying to chase on Team Shazoo right now. So we've got battles right through the field here. This is Javier Moreno Cuero, who's now making his way around the final corner, trying to chase on the Porsche of Team Shazoo. You can see the Zenith Esports car in behind as well, trying to make its way through. Remember, they're in P2 in this race. But in comes now the PSRC. You can see a real pace difference between the Porsches and the rest of the field as well, can't you, Carlos? They're obviously not quite as effective, I think, in this sort of race in comparison to like the BMW or your Lamborghini or your Ferrari as well.
Yeah, it looks like they need that power in that straight, and it doesn't seem that they have enough of it. I don't know if it's a matter of simply that it's an underdog between the teams, and they know that the Porsche is not going to bring what they want, but I don't know. It comes with a matter of taste, I think, for the most part. But at the same time, all the drivers here are very aware of what cars are the best picks. And I think that, yeah, we have a big selection of BMWs and Lamborghinis to prove that they can be the best machines right now on the track. If we compare them to the Porsches, it's quite difficult to know if the Porsches could be driven to the paces that we are seeing from the drivers and teams in the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I tell you what, we're now down into within the 20-hour mark now, and exceptional racing, folks. My first stint has come to an end effectively, and I'm delighted to reintroduce back Kieran McGinley. Kieran, how are you, sir? How was your break?
Very good, thank you very much. Yes, a much needed break from the opening 2 hours. I've managed to do some troubleshooting on my end. I have a live feed now, Mr. Morgan. Fantastic. So I'm bang up to the action now.
You love to see it.
Oh, absolutely. So is there anything at all I've missed in the past 2 hours?
Well, we've devastated to learn, obviously, that MSI have actually taken a bit of a blow. They had to pit twice. Obviously, as we looked at earlier, Arnage Competition have actually managed to make their way into the top. They whittled the delta time between them and Zenith all the way back in from a massive 10 seconds, and they're now leading the race by a considerable amount of 6.1 seconds. So they're doing an exceptional job. We've had a spin from R70 Esports, of course. That was Eric Tetas's car. It's now being driven by Paul Mounier. And he is now dropped right down the field, unfortunately. But incredible. Still running well, though, at Williams Esports. And plenty of others as well. Veloce, Yasheet are still very much in the fray as well, with Dean Woods too. So, yeah, plenty going on. MSI trying to rise back as well. They're up into P4, which we believe Salva Talent's still in the car, but we're not quite sure. Currently showing on our timing screens right now.
Well, it sounds like it's been pretty eventful since I've been away, but it is great to be back. And George, I think you've earned yourself a few hours break, of course. We'll see you in about 4 hours' time, if I'm right.
Thank you very much. See you later, everybody.
Take care.
Very well done, George.
Morgan. And okay, so that means you're stuck with me now, Carlos, unfortunately. And if you've just tuned in, you're now into hour number 5 here at the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona here in Catalonia. And it's fair to say, Carlos, the sun is beginning to sort of play a part, really. When I left, the track temperature was around about 39-40 degrees. It's now since gone down to 36 degrees. So how does that have an effect on how these cars handle, and what effect can the drivers expect?
Yeah, it's and when we get to a high note of temperature, when we get to a very high degree, then we know that they have to deal with overheat. So that's very much dangerous for the most part, because if they get overheat, then you know that the car can get to spin, can get to the driver can get to lose control. And that comes with very high temperatures. But as the temperature goes down right now, we are going to start, or the drivers are going to start to feel even more safe, because the rate of wear is going to slow a little bit, and they're not going to have to worry too much in those late stages of the stint. Of what is going to happen with the car if they push it too hard into a braking area or something like that. So I think we're gonna get to see the drivers. I'm speculating right now, but I think we're gonna get to see even higher paces when the temperatures go even lower.
Well, we'll have to hang on and find out. Hopefully you'll be able to keep with us all the way through as much as possible. Here we see the number 0. Well, it's the number 0 car. It's a Kilometro Zero, and the number 17. They have the 17 there in their actual driver number, and then they have a massive 0 on the side, that massive golden 0, which is always very misleading. I'd love to call it the car 0. Unfortunately, Carlos, that's just not accurate. But gets past the number 7. Oh, sorry, the number 13. There was it? No. No, that wasn't.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was Sergi Real right now who's driving the car. Not sure because we need an update on that from the timetables.
Yes. Yes,
but-
it was the number 80, sorry, of Daniel Gomez. That's who passed there. But,
Exactly.
So there's the second place then, the Zenith Esports car, at the moment driven by Aitor Mediavilla.
Whoa.
Put there, but what have you spotted out there, Carlos?
Whipping it right now to make the overtake. Idor has done the move very well there. Again, all of the drivers waiting for that final braking point in the straight, and they're really using that area to make safe overtakes. I think a lot of the drivers are really using their minds very well.
Yeah, and also when I left about a couple of hours ago, Williams Esports had managed to battle their way up towards 7th place. They've gone one better at the moment, Carlos, in 6th place, and still just under 1 minute behind our race leaders in the number 23 of Arnage. I mean, considering the fact that they had to start from, well, pretty much at the back of the grid, they've done a stunning job so far to get it up to 7th.
Yeah, awesome comeback so far. I think they can even go higher. And that's really going to be a display of force at the end of the competition. If they do finish in the same manner that they are going right now, they have possibilities to end up in front.
Yes, and Arnage as well now got about a 6.6 second lead, and we believe the Arnage car is now driven by Ricardo Rico. A bit of a... it's a bit of a... I've forgotten the word, but there's a bit of a difference between what the graphics are telling us and what the live timing is telling us. According to the graphics, it's Aitor Mediavilla who's currently in the Zenith Esports car. On the timing, it says Iago Martinez, so obviously we'll have to keep you up to date on that one. Diego Catalan, though, is driving the Dream Factory number 50 car, currently rounding off the top 3 teams in this race so far. And in fairness, MSI Esports, at the hands of what we believe is Salvar Talons, I mean, he's made even more progress since I went away, now in 4th place, and 10 seconds separate MSI Esports from the podium, and we're just in towards hour 5, Carlos. I mean, the fact that they were leading this race early on, it was a mistake in the pit stops very early on, their very first pit stop, where we suspect that they underfueled and had to then come back to the pit lane to put even more fuel in the car, essentially a double stop. They've done a great job so far of getting back.
Actually, from what I heard, I think that they had to stop because at the start of the race, they got a penalty. Then they had to stop and then come back again to make the fuel stop. So I think that was the issue there. That's why they had to stop 2 times. But anyway, it has been really taxing for them, and they lost. I don't know if it was like 10 positions, 15 positions. And they've been recovering from that so far very well. Right now, 20 seconds to get to the leader of the race. Each 15 minutes that we talk about them, they're 5 minutes closer. 5 seconds, sorry, closer to the leader.
Absolutely, and the number 3 car, Pablo Lopez, has now come into the pit lane, and I think that's the Team Fordzilla car that's now currently into the pits. Currently, from our timing screens, 10th place, but the race leaders now are in the pit lane. So Arnage have come in at the hands of Ricardo Rico, and they're currently making their way down the pit lane. So that means then the Zenith Motorsport, Zenith Esports now take over the lead of this race. Meanwhile, there we've got a bit of a battle developing between the Masked Devils and the 14th place car, the number 12 there. Let's have a look and see what happened here, because here's the number 13 of the XPD Racing GT3. We've got one of the Lamborghinis behind, and as they make their in towards the final chicane, back onto the power we will go. Oh, that was a big clout to the curb there from the BMW, and that simply let the Audi go, and that of course allowed the 4th place car, so that's the MSI Esports car, trying to then put a lap on both of these two. That's always going to be difficult when you're trying to find your way through the field, and yet you're having to battle these drivers who aren't on the same lap as you.
Yeah, and as soon as we blinked, we can see the MSI car in front of them. It's just a matter of seconds for these guys to really do the job. So the MSI gets those 2 positions in front of him, but I think it was lap cars anyway. So they stay in that position right now. We are seeing that our Nash team car stopped in the pit lane, as well as the Dream Factory team, both of them going out of the pit lane right now.
That's right, and Ricardo Rico, about 70-second stop. So when we're talking about a 70-second stop, Carlos, is it safe to assume it's fuel and tyres at that point?
Yeah, I think it most definitely might be. I'm not sure now that I think about it, but it depends on what its strategies and what type of paces they want to get, what type of driver they want to get in the car, because maybe some of the teams are playing with more, let's say, hasty drivers or more contained ones. So taking that reference, from there we know if what they're going to do, but it's very complicated. But because in the front, we know that most of the drivers are going all out.
All out, indeed, and they've got to be careful if they're going all out, because of course that could encourage a couple of mistakes coming down the line. Now we've got MSI Esports into second place with the 2 cars ahead of them coming in. As you said, the Dream Factory team also in the pit lane as well. They've since rejoined. They had about 68 seconds in the box, as now the 43 then is coming into the pit lane. That's the 4th place car in the order. According to our timing screen, that Altus car went off track and is now pitted in on the same lap. So hopefully that's nothing to do with anything that car's been involved with. Hopefully that's going to be a scheduled stop for the number 43 car. We can only hope, because we don't want to see a race decided by a driver mistake.
I suspect that that's the entrance of the pit lane, that it has like a gap in between, and they step over it, and I think they get that off track from that. I'm not sure.
There was quite a bit of a sizable gap between the off-track and the pit in, as notified by our little timing screen there. But you could be right there. We won't know, unfortunately. Here comes then the Zenith Esports car into the pit lane. So the drivers of the team that took over the race lead are now into the pit lane. So what do MSI Esports do then? Do they also pit in at the hands of Salva Talens then, or do they stay out? What does the Estonian decide he wants to do? And what's the strategy here? It's about 10 seconds between them at the moment. There they are though. No, they stay out and they'll take over the lead of the race.
Yeah. And very soon, I have to say, indeed, as we are 4 hours and 15 minutes into the session, we see already the MSI recovering to take the lead in this race. They're really doing an amazing work to recover. Right now, we know that the Zenith car is stopped in the pit lane, but the MSI car is going to have to stop as well now. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that gap they have between each other plays in this occasion.
Absolutely. The Williams Esports car also into the pit lane. Atakalpan bringing that into the box, so currently serving a pit stop there. Meanwhile then, we've got the 32, the Arias Racing team, right behind the tent factory of Adria Povedano, and the Arias Racing looking for a move, maybe thinking about it, but no way through yet for the Marcos Nunez car, as he now makes his way through turn 2, upwards then through turn 3, and Povedano will have his mirrors filled here. This is a battle for 20th place on the field then. Jumping to Obsidian Racing in the number 20, driven by Edu Fernandez, is on the screen. You can see there on the timing sheets though it does come up as Ferrero, so we'll have to try and decipher which is telling us the truth there, Carlos.
It's quite mixed up there. I think when they reset again the lap sheet, we will get all the names correctly, but I think it has to be manually updated. That's why we're not getting all the names of the drivers changing cars, and it could be because of the internet. Who knows what's happening there? But yeah, right now we are watching Edu Fernandez taking the lead of the race for the moment.
Yes, and that's because MSI Esports have now come into the pit lane at the hands of Salva Talens, so maybe lower fuel for a lap just to try and see if they can reduce the gap. There's the Dream Factory car, the number 50, believed to be at the hands of that is Diego Catalan. So he's now trying to close in on Francisco Ramirez in that Zenith Esports car. So the two of them now locked horns, battle for 5th place at this moment in time as they now make their way through in towards 11, through the uphill section of turn 12 before they get towards the right-hander of 13. And we've seen already, Carlos, how powerful the slipstream can be down that kilometre-long start-finish straight, down now in towards the final chicane of 14 and 15, clattering the curbs, then back onto the power we go. That Dream Factory BMW doesn't get a good exit out of 15 through the final corner and onto the start-finish straight. I think Ramirez has done just enough to keep ahead of that number 50 car, that Dream Factory of Diego Catalan. But as we make our way now down towards turn 1, looks like Francisco Ramirez has done enough in that Zenith Esports car this time around to hang on to 4th place.
I don't know if it's Diego, the one driving that Dream Factory car we're watching right now, but if it's Diego, we have to give him a medal, but because he might be going for 4 hours non-stop. But the thing is that I think they might be rotating, and I expect them to do so, because if they don't, they're gonna exhaust themselves a little bit, and they have a big long race still in front of them.
Absolutely, and when you're talking about drivers like Salva Talens, who's been in the car since the very start of this race, Daniel Gomez as well has also been in the race in that number 18 car, the High Speed Demons. I mean, we're getting into a point now where this is the 5th hour of the race, so fatigue is going to be a big thing now, Carlos. What's the sort of guards you've got against fatigue? How would you sort of manage it throughout your stint?
Yeah, it's a matter. Well, when you, from my personal opinion as novice team manager, I can say that I've been dealing with drivers myself as well, and I know that when you do the first stint, you have to deal with more adrenaline, so you have to deal with more exhaustion overall. After that first stop, I think that it depends on what the team wants to do, because I think up to that point it's really a team decision. How long are you going to stay? How long I'm going to stay? And how we gonna swap? And when we're gonna do that? As I was saying before, we've seen how decisive it is for all the cars to go into the pit lane in a good moment, and then taking and picking the occasion for you to not lose any time, or at least to lose the least possible. So it's going to be very interesting in all of these pit stops, how they regulate. And right now we saw that MSI car having to get back. We're seeing some action again.
We are indeed, and that's the 10th factory car of Adrian Povedano having to hold back the number 32 Oris Racing car there. They're going to go side by side as we make our way down towards turn 10. Povedano has the inside line then as we heavy brake in towards the left-hander. Marco Nunez then maybe fancying a switchback out of 10. We then climb the hill through 11. No way through for the Oris Racing number 32 car through this long right-hander of turn 12, but right on that rear diffuser now. In towards 13 we will go. Is there going to be a way through? Well, I think Nunez has to play his cards right here through 14 and 15. He needs to get a better exit than the car ahead, right on that rear bumper. Through the final corner they will go, and this looks like it's set up a move really nicely for Nunez then in the Oris Racing number 32 BMW. Into that slipstream he will go down the start finish straight. Is there a possibility of a move, or has Povedano just done just enough? In fact, I think Povedano, that 10th factory sim racer BMW, is so slippery in a straight line that even with the slipstream, the Oris Racing car couldn't keep up.
Yeah, it looked actually that, and it looks, by the way they're racing, it looks like they're betting on that straight to compensate with those overtakes of the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, as well as that, I was speaking to George earlier about how it's you've got to try and find the best compromise here. You've got to compromise the car on something, and maybe for the Oris Racing team, they've sacrificed a little bit of top speed in order to make sure the car is really good at handling here. Meanwhile, the Cherokee car, the number 10, is trying to find a way past then. That's Jonathan Goitis-Saiti again in towards turn 10. Has a look, but no way past so far. The Faster Prepare Motorsport number 2 car, driven by Jose Miguel Galilea. They make their way through this long right-hander of turn 12. Meanwhile, Nunez fancies another chance then. Oris Racing still on the back here. goes for a move down the inside in towards turn 10. There is going to be room for both of them going through turn 10. There is their door-to-door then as they both get back onto the power through turn 11, then through this long right-hander at turn 12, and Povedano holds on for now, but there's clear warning signs from Nunez then in that Auris racing car that he clearly wants that position. Now making a way down in towards the chicane then of 14 and 15, and once again making sure you get the good exit out of 15 to carry the speed through in towards turn 16. Another chance here for Nunez as we get back into the slipstream, back onto the power. Is this going to be another chance here? But Povedano moves instantly to the right-hand side of the track to try and break the toe of the Auris racing car. And once again, Carlos, that 10th factory sim racer BMW looks pretty good in a straight line, so much so that Auris Racing just cannot keep up.
Yeah, and the move there, maybe they're going to have to revise that a little bit because it was a little bit strange. At the same time, he tried to defend it to the right, and then he got back to the left to do the breaking point. But I don't know how the stewards are going to look at that, but at the same time, he defended himself well right now under a lot of pressure.
Under a lot of pressure indeed, rightly so, because we're now looking at the battle for second place. This is the Zenith Esports car battling away with the Dream Factory car, but we're now back with this battle for 15th place because it's been so good. It's been a tale of two cars, really. Povedano's 10th factory sim racer BMW looks really good in a straight line, but the Auris racing car at the hands of Nunez looks really good through all of the corners. So if the Auris racing car wants to get past, it needs to get past through these twisty sections, and maybe turn 10 is going to be the best opportunity to do that. Meanwhile then, the Zenith car still in second place, the Dream Factory team in third. They're up 4 positions from their starting grid position as they now make their way over the crest and onwards towards turn 10 then. Is there a way past for the Dream Factory team? We're about to find out at the hands of Diego Catalan. Then they've got a little bit of a back marker up ahead, so they've got to be careful, they've got to be wary, and they've got to keep their wits about them.
But very well played by the Dream Factory team, already behind and very close to that Zenith Esport car. Right now overtaking that lap driver, both of them, and I don't know if the Dream Factory team car is going to try to take advantage of the situation right now.
Well, out of turn 15, they will go both clattering the curbs on the exit then. And it seems like all drivers seem to clout the curb on the exit then. Back onto the start-finish straight. Wasn't a great run through 15 and 16 for the Dream Factory team, but they're now into the slipstream of that Zenith Esports car. And there's the Visceral Esports car in the number 11, trying to chase down the Fast Repair Motorsport, but this is the battle for 10th place that we're looking for between Fast Repair and Cherokee as they make their way now in through turn 6 and 7 now. Up the hill they go through 8 and then over the crest they will go through this long right-hander at turn 9. And well, how much you left through there, that's probably why I'm not driving, but as the Cherokee car just can't seem to find a way past right now. The Fast Repair Motorsport car, the number 02, driven by Jose Miguel Galilea, is doing enough for now against the number 10 of Jonathan Goitisati.
All of the cars right now are really putting a display of persistence, especially these two drivers right now. And these two cars, these two teams, all of that in one image right now, and a lot of tension that they must be suffering, both of them, in this battle that they are showing right now. The one taking advantage, or who is going to take advantage of this battle, is going to be Ricardo Rico in front. That Arnash car, that it's still leading as we see these two starting to get closer and closer to each other, and that means that soon they're going to battle it out.
They will indeed, and will they battle it out down the start bit straight through 14 and 15? We will go back onto the power through 16 once again. That Zenith car looks really good on the exit of 15 there. They're able to carry a bit more speed through 16. But now the Dream Factory cars in that slipstream once again. Down the start-finish straight, heading towards turn 1. Ways closing down the start-finish straight, but there's the pit lane exit and still no way through for the Dream Factory team then. On the other side of the circuit though, we've got that battle for 10th place at the moment. Now heading their way up through the order and up through turn 6 and 7 and 8. The Fast Repair Motorsport car actually building a little bit of a gap to the Cherokee car behind. Now up to 0.7 of a second at the moment. So maybe a little bit of a mistake from the Cherokee car has maybe just alleviated the pressure a little bit from the Fast Repair Motorsport team.
Yeah, it's been 3 long laps, I think, in the chase. So I think he's already, I don't know if they're trying just to pace a little bit the driver, not to get too rushed into the overtake, because it looked like it wasn't going to be too easy. So they're taking their time and they're doing well, I think. Very interesting also what we saw before between those BMWs in front, the difference of speed at the end of the straight. And there we go.
Side by side now for second place, and there goes the Dream Factory team then, making their way now up into second place. Diego Catalan has got the move done against Iago Martinez then, and so Dream Factory take over second place, but that battle is far from done. Let's have a look and see how that all unfolded then. Well, coming now down in towards turn 10, the Dream Factory car right into the slipstream of the Zenith Esports car, down in towards turn 10 then, looked for a move up the inside, absolutely sent that. Fair play to the Zenith car, because he could have easily just turned in there, but handed that position to the Dream Factory team. But now they should be making their way down the start-finish straight, and is that going to be the same then? Is the Zenith Esports car able to have a move in towards turn 1? No, too far back, so Dream Factory then hold on to second place. Nice move then from Diego Catalan, and he moves up into P2.
Yeah, right now it's from here on it's a matter of who keeps the highest or the lowest pace. I should say who keeps the time the fastest. And right now it looked like Diego Catalan was having the advantage there.
At the moment, yes, as we see the Arnage Motorsport cars, Ricardo Rico in the number 23 leading the way by about 6.5 seconds as he now makes his way through turn 7 and 8. Up the hill we go then towards turn 9. There's the number 2 car. We've got a 02 and a number 2. The number 2 is the Euromaster Esports car, right behind the treble 9 of the Orma Sim Racing team, as they now make their way through the final corner and onwards then towards the start-finish straight. Now for Fran Parada, is there a chance for the Euromaster Esports team to find their way through? Going down in towards turn 1 into the slipstream, that BMW will go. BMW versus Porsche down in towards turn 1, and it looks like this time around it is Porsche who wins out that battle. We've got the number 11 car, that's the Visceral Racing team. Ulas Ozyildirim is into the pit lane from, I believe that was 11th, no, 12th place. I was right. I saw 12th on the timing screen, and I decided to go against it. I don't know why, Carlos, but they were 12th.
Where you have to dodge a lot of information in there, so it's complicated sometimes.
Well, they are in the pit lane. I can confirm that.
Yeah. That's for sure. The really interesting part that we are watching right now as the sun goes down and everything, it's that the Porsches are starting to show a bit of a faster pace. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play in the nighttime and to see if they don't have to care too much about the tire consumption, since they have that advantage in some way. They might be pushing even a harder pace. I don't know. It's just speculation, but I think it could happen.
Could happen indeed. Anything could happen really, as now we still see the Euromaster Esports number 2 car trying to battle away back with the number 10 car, the Cherokee. So this is the battle now for P9, with lots of pit stops happening left, right and centre. The Fast Repair Motorsport number 02 car currently in 9th place, and we've got the Cherokee car, the number 10, in position 10 as they make their way through 14 and 15. Once again back onto the power through this long right-hander they will go, and the number 10 at the hands of Jonathan Guaitis makes his way down the start-finish straight, trying to close in on the number 02 car of Jose Miguel Galilea. They head their way down towards turn 1, and it seems to be a very similar story for all the drivers, really, and all the teams. It's that what has become, or what was at the very start of this race, a very good place to get an overtake done. It seems now the field has sorted itself out. Those with the higher top speed have managed to find themselves in front of cars that are good at handling, so it just becomes a bit of a stalemate at the moment into turn 1.
Yeah, it's very interesting, as a matter of fact, because I see some drivers having that speed edge, and some of them having the, let's say, the comfortability. So they really feel comfortable in the BMW. It looks like the Lamborghini has been giving a little bit more of trouble, although we've seen that MSI Lamborghini do an outstanding performance at the moment, and it's going to be very interesting. I think that most of the teams have betted on the BMW simply because it's a more reliable car handle-wise. It has a better handling. It lets you, in a way, feel safer. So I think that's why we see so many BMWs for this 24-hour race.
And they're an intimidating looking car in the rear view mirrors, that's for sure. That's probably another reason why they would have been chosen. But the Orba number 999 team, under pressure from the Eurosports esports team of the number 2 car, as they both make their way down the start-finish straight. Then there is behind them, right behind them, is the battle for 9th place, making their way across the start-finish line, as it's the number 2 car trying to defend from the number 10 car. Sorry, the 02 car. We do have to specify it's the 02 car because there's a 02 car and a number 2 car. So that's why we have to specify. That's not confusing at all.
Yeah, I think people will get it. And we're watching right now this battle as well with this number 10 car in 10th position, driven by Jonathan Goitiz, if I'm not wrong. Let's hope that it's a driver inside, which I'm doubting a little bit, but
well, hopefully, fingers crossed, eh? Fingers crossed, we got that one.
Let's hope.
So, looking at it then, the number 9 car is now into the pit lane from what was, I think they were 12th place when they came into the pit lane. They came up, they stopped out on track, but they were also pitting in, so they've probably missed their pit box, which is probably the reason why it came up as stop out on track. So maybe a little bit of extra time in the pit lane that they really didn't need.
It's coming up to that point where they really have to make hard decisions. We are 4 hours and a half into the race already, and it's really complicated to estimate the type of exhaustion that the drivers are going to suffer. So it doesn't look like it right now at this second, but I know that as soon as the exhaustion and all the people start to get a little bit tired, they're really going to have more problems.
Oh, there's a spinner there. Oh, that's one of the black markers going to get slightly wrong going in towards turn 7 there. Didn't quite catch who that was, but both High Speed Demons and Yaz Heat, who are battling away for 16th place, managed to find their way through. Now, how much has that put off Diego Nicolas then, going down towards turn 10? Let's have another look and see what happened there. So, riding on board with, I think this is going to be Diego Nicolas then, in the High Speed D, and you can see that BMW in front has already taken a bit of a battering in this race, and well, it looks like it just got onto the curb on the right hand side, and I just heard on the changeover there, we've already seen that happen about half an hour ago, where drivers get to the right hand side, put the brakes on, and the car just simply does not like it.
Yeah, and that's a very complicated turn for that, especially. You gotta get back on the accelerator as soon as possible. If you lose the pace and you don't switch your pedal soon enough, you're gonna get that type of result.
Yeah, so managed to avoid the spinner there, both the Yas Heat and the High Speed Demons there, so that was at least one thing. But the Yas Heat car has managed to get itself ahead, the number 12 car. So we saw that one, happened off camera, but Dean Woods, who's at the wheel of the Yas Heat car, now passed Daniel Gomez of the High Speed Demons car, so that's a change of position. So Yas Heat now up into 16th place in this race.
Yeah, and right now, I don't know when did Claude Alain de Blasio saying Jimmy Antunes is on the Arnache competition car. So right now it looked like it was Ricardo Rico, but it's Jimmy Antunes, the driver leading right now the race. So very interesting to see how Diego Catalan, which it's Diego Catalan, maybe it's another driver, but the Dream Factory car, and the car following behind, which I think it's the Zenith team car. are already 7 seconds to that Arnache in front. So it's going to be interesting to see if those 3 cars get to have a 3-way battle.
Yeah, and the Dream Factory car has managed to stabilise that gap to Arnage to around about 6 seconds. It has come down gradually over the last 10 minutes or so, but they're working hard to just try and get that gap down as much as possible. The 0-2 car has come into the pit lane at the hands of Jose Miguel Galilea. We're watching right now this battle for 33rd place, and they all matter here because we've got Speed Up Team in the 35 against GEMA Esports in the number 24 Lamborghini as they now make their way down in towards turn number 10. And, well, less than half a second separates a position here for P33 up through the gears. They'll go then through 11, through turn 12. The Speed Up team at the moment, I believe, is driven by Javier Navarro. And then the GEMA Esports team driven by, it's the number 24. So that should be Jorge Albarola. So hopefully those two are right. But they're battling away. Hammer and tong. Back onto the power they go. Out through turn 16. And all the way through then towards the start finish straight. Looks like the Audi did get a good run, but there's another battle happening right behind. That's the treble 9 car of Maxi Haruth battling away with the number 2. That's a battle for 22nd place. So, well, a battle of 11 positions, a difference of 11 positions is, well, sharing the same bit of track, Carlos.
Yeah, basically, at the end of the day, all of them are trying to just stay in the pace. I think that's the bottom line for every one of them. It doesn't matter if they are on the top or if they are on the tail. It doesn't matter where they are. They really have to do the best they can, independently of what happens.
Yes, and just making sure that they keep their wits about them as well. Make the correct decision. Don't be too desperate to try and get past the car in front because, of course, Carlos, it's very different to the single-seaters. If you're not familiar with endurance racing, welcome along. We're very, very glad to have you here. The blue flags, of course, have a different meaning in endurance racing because it means, yes, there are cars behind you. No, they're not for position, but it's up to them to find their way past you. In general rules for endurance racing, you stick to your line and the cars behind will find their way past you, but not this time around for the Lamborghini of Jorge Arbeloa, who moves to the left-hand side of the track and just gets those 2 cars through.
Yeah, well, actually, I have to say that I'm proud to say at the same time that I was in the first 24-hour race that iRacing ever celebrated, which was in the Spa-Francorchamps track, if I'm not wrong. And we didn't even had all this magnificent graphics that you guys have today. We didn't even have the daylight, nightlight things. So it's really going to be interesting for me as well to watch how everything unfolds and how the sun goes down.
And as well as that, now you've got the day-night cycle, as you say, Carlos, but there's going to be updates in the future which brings rain into iRacing as well. So future endurance events could get even more tricky if there's a threat of rain involved as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's really the next step. And I think that's really going to show a lot more than just speed from the drivers. I think that's going to be very good for the whole pack to be able to show their skills, because sometimes you see drivers that have a grip style, as it normally gets said, but you can see a more dirty style be very effective on slidey situations, and none without that grip that you get on the slicks. You have to see a different type of driver, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays in the future.
Oh, absolutely. The top 11 teams then still on the lead lap as we are approaching hour number 6 of this 24-hour endurance. Arnage are leading the way at this moment in time by around about 5.6 seconds. That gap's coming down between the number 50 of the Dream Factory. Then it's the number 215, the Zenith Esports car, running around into 3rd place. Then it's MSI Esports in 4th place. And rounding off the top 5, it's the number 20 car of Obsidian Racing at this moment in time, although they're currently displaying a 2nd place on the timing standings there. But I'm sure, well, hopefully they'll update themselves later down the line. There's the Yassi car, the number 12 car car already set its sights on the next car in the field. That's the Mars Devils in the number 30 car. And I believe that's at the moment being driven by Alex Barasoen as they make their way now down towards turn number 10. And you've got to be careful here as the Yas Heat car down in towards turn at number 10, driven by Alex Woods, riding on board with Woods now as he makes his way back on the power then through turn 11, through turn 12. And obviously you want to try and find your way past, but you've got to try and make sure it's at an appropriate time. You don't want to lose too much time, and you don't want to put any unnecessary damage to the front splitter, because you pretty much have to deal with that for the rest of your stint, or at least until you come back into the pits through 14, through 15, once again back onto the power as we make our way through turn 16. And this could be a very, very powerful sense of slipstream here down the start finish straight. Is that Yas Heat car closing in? Not at the moment, but now it's starting to close in. Is it going to be enough to try and see if he can get a move down the inside? He's looking for it. Has the beams on then down in towards turn 1. The Yas Heat car takes the inside line at 1 and takes that position away. Nice move then from the... That gets himself now up into 14th place.
So very well done there, and the driver to left also letting him enter peacefully without any trouble, not losing any time. Very important, and it's very interesting to see how all the drivers are dealing with that break-in points in that straight.
Absolutely, and the Yassi team moving up a position now. That's going to be important for them as they look to try and charge their way through the field. They're down 8 places from where they originally started, but as I kept saying to George Carlos, it's a long, long way to go. We've still got 19 hours left, and even then, there's still a bit more after that.
Yeah, yeah, actually, they have to. It's, as I said, it's just a matter of pacing ourselves, the commentators as well as the drivers, because we have to really think how much energy we're going to use throughout the whole day. So it's going to be a lot of hours of commentating as well as hours of racing. The drivers are really giving a great show, and it's really interesting. Right now we're seeing that Arnage competition car in front, 5 seconds of distance between themselves, and the Dream Factory car following behind, as well as the Zenit car, who is also 8 seconds, not too far from them. So it's still gonna be interesting. And as I say that, and as we've seen a lot of drivers go into the pit lane, I'm going to do the same, and I'm going to do a pit stop for a little second because I drank too much coffee.
Well, we'll leave that there then with the pit stops. I'll happily take over. What? Look at that livery from the team Fordzilla number 3. It's a great little livery there, and they're trying to get themselves away there. The number 3 car from the number 43, driven by Yannick Lampchin. So the car behind, that BMW behind, is not for position for Team Fordzilla, but that Lamborghini, just ever present in the distance, very much is the number 43, the Altus team. And they had to start from the back of the grid after they had to have a last-minute driver change due to medical reasons. So they had to start from the back, and they've had to fight their way through the field. If you're watching along on YouTube, which of course you are, how else would you? Welcome along. We're very close to hour number 6 of the 24-hour endurance here at the Circuit de Catalunya in Barcelona. Make sure as well, if you're watching along, make sure you tell us who you're supporting, which teams are you supporting, and who do you think in 19 hours time will be able to take the checker flag. I know it's a bit early to be talking about that, but Arnage are leading the way. Dream Factory only now 5 seconds back at the moment, so there are definitely ones to watch in this field. And MSI Esports have already had that double pit stop they had to make very early on, about an hour into the race, and so they are a little bit further down the field than maybe they would like, and they've been trying to play catch up ever since that moment. But number 23, Arnage, leading the way at the hands of what we believe is Ricardo Rico. That's what it says on our timing screens. Second place, number 50, Dream Factory. Third place, Zenith Esports, Obsidian, rounding off the top 4, I believe. And Salva Talens in the number 14 for MSI Esports up there as well. So we can see then the Euromaster Esports car, driven at the moment by Fran Parada, down 13 places. So they did qualify in the top 10, but are now outside the top 20. Meanwhile, there's the number 13 Audi, the XBD Racing GT3 team, trying to close in on Fast Repair Motorsport, down in towards turns 14 and 15 now. And it's interesting to see the BMW taking a lot of curb through 14. They're very comfortable with the suspension, and then back onto the power they will go. We were talking, or we had Brett earlier from Visceral Racing tell us that the team, the number 11, had to pit in very early on in this race because they received damage from the curb at turn number 8, and that's just before you head in towards the right hand or over the crest at turn 9. So the bit of curbing there can cause a little bit of damage to the car, as found out by Visceral Racing, and something that teams have had to really adjust and make sure they understand, well, this curb can actually damage your car. You don't want to go anywhere near it. There is the leaders now, Arnage Competition, leading the way in the number 23 car, but Dream Factory are closing. Gap is now less than 5 seconds as they're both onto the start-finish straight. So definitely at the hands of Diego Catalan, Dream Factory is starting to close in with 19 hours and 14 minutes on the clock. The gap for the lead is less than 5 seconds.
I'm back again with you, buddy.
Oh, fantastic. I was just telling everyone about the Fordzilla livery and who they think was going to win the race with about 19 hours on the clock. It's very early to sort of try and guess who could be on top. But, as we see with MSI Esports, in the very first hour they ran into troubles, and they've been playing catch-up ever since, and they're only 12 seconds off the lead, even after that.
Yeah, there's a saying that says that you can fall, but it's mandatory to get up. And they sure are doing that in the most of epic ways. They are recovering a lot of positions after the trouble they had in the start of the race. And right now we are seeing them going up again. Right now, stabilizing themselves in the 4th position with 11 seconds of distance from the leader. But I think they're doing an outstanding job to keep the pace, also doing good pit stops. Where I have to say that the Dream Factory team is where it's doing better. It's we have a great combination of numbers that are playing part in this race right now.
Without a doubt, and MSI Esports trying to close in on Zenith Esports as they both make their way through turn number 16. And at the hands of Salva Talens, then, well, he has been doing a phenomenal job so far. He's the driver trying to do a really, really long stint, and he's been in that car since the lights went out and the green flag at the very start of this race. So really commend him for that one. But soon he'll have been in that car for 5 hours, Carlos. That's a long time for a driver to be in the car for one period.
Yeah, it can get to be very exhausting, and the worst part is that sometimes if you are not, it doesn't matter if you are trained all the way. If you've been training all the week, it gets up to a point where concentration starts to fade away a little bit, and I think that point it has to be very well recognized between the drivers themselves and the teammates to be able to tell them, okay, do 2 laps more and then stop, or in the next stint I'm taking over.
Yeah, and that's really the call of a team manager. I mean, you've been in that position, Carlos. Has there ever been a time where you've had to intervene and say, no, you're not going back in the car, you're too tired, get some rest?
No, well, I think that the most typical situation is, it's kind of getting that overdrive from the driver, getting that sensation that he's roasting himself inside. So you don't want to have that situation, but you have to rely on them. So you have to really have a little bit of faith on what they are doing, on what they do. And when you put a team together, you know that you gotta, if you want to win, if you want to get up to the top, you gotta choose drivers that know themselves and that they know their partners.
Yeah, obviously, Carlos, I don't think you'd ever be able to trust me to get in a car and lap it consistently, maybe even keep it on the track for a lap, but we'll see. On our lead, though, where is the number 20 car, the Obsidian Racing, driven by Pablo Espes, in 5th place at the moment, and they have had their stints at the lead of the race, of course, with pit stops and whatnot, but still the top 11 on the lead lap. when we're approaching the 6th hour of this endurance. There's a car that's just emerging from the pit lane there. That's the number 6 car, I do believe, of Alberto Jimenez Sainz, and it is that that very unmistakable pig-fronted Lamborghini. There's the pink BMW, the Arnage competition car, going and trying to find a way past a couple of back markers then as they make their way up the hill. I think that's the 32 car from what I can see on the side there. So that's going to be Marcos Nunez then. So this will be one team about to go a lap down, and that's RES Racing going down in towards turn 10. But, 5 hours in almost to be lapped now in this race, that's a long time. I mean, we're talking endurances have been decided by 2 laps even, Carlos, and even then that's not a lot of time. That's actually, in the grand scheme of things, not a very big margin, 2 laps.
No, we really have a good race in our monitors right now. We are watching some of the best teams in the world, if not all of the best teams in the world right now, and every one of them giving a great performance. So yeah, the distance, it's not great between them, so we still have a great race for us to watch. And another overtake.
Absolutely, and less than 5 seconds between the top 2 right now, so that just shows you that it's going to be one to watch throughout. And wherever you're watching us in the world, welcome along. If you've just joined us, where have you been? You've missed some great racing action throughout. The number 16 has just been into the pit lane and now has exited with a 1 minute 10 pit stop then. And that's Team Shazoo, who've now left the pit lane, have rejoined now. And they have rejoined, I'm trying to see, 25th place at the moment, according to our timing screens. So they have now made a stop then. The 501 also into the pit lane. That's our ARS Cockpit Sims. They've had a 1 minute 48 stop. So that's going to be some tyres, maybe some damage to the car as well. In fact, definitely some damage to that car. 1 minute 48 is a long time to be stopped for.
Yeah, it's a long time to be stopped in the pit lane for sure. I think that they must have taken the moment to really repair the car. Maybe they had those damages and those effect of the damages dangling back and forth through the stints, and now they had the chance to stop and make sure that everything is right.
At the moment then 10 cars on the lead lap. Unicos Gaming being the last team on the lead lap as of right now. 94 seconds between themselves and the race leader. There's the treble 9 car of Orma Sim Racing. 21st place. 22nd is the number 2 of Euromaster Esports, because they both make their way through turn 3 and onwards towards turn 4. As the treble 9 there trying to stay ahead and has been for some time. There's the GM07 team in the number 15 BMW, and throughout everything, that rear wing, the side pods as well, everything about that car looks pretty well worn there. It's had a couple of visits to the walls, it's had a couple of visits, it looks like, with other drivers as well going door to door, but definitely some contact with the walls. There's someone taking the, I call it the old track there. It's kind of like now the new track there for the F1 cars even.
Great overtake right there by the Williams car, making himself sure that he doesn't enter contact with the GM07 team car that we've been watching just now. And David Peña.
Yeah, David Peña in the TF10 team 24-hour car in the number 29, currently running in 35th place. The only other car on the same lap of them is the 501 ARS Cockpit Sim, but they are here and they're putting in some lap times, and, well, to be honest with you, they're doing a good job. I mean, their last lap was a 46.5, and looking at it, that's roughly a second off our leaders, which a second a lap over the whole endurance, I mean, it's not a lot, but it does start to add up over that long endurance, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sure it's going to be interesting to see how it plays right now between the 4th and the 3rd, because I'm sure they're going to have a battle soon for that 3rd position. Not sure if the MSI car is very near to the Zenit car in front, but I'm sure that they are battling right now.
Yeah, the number 20 car, the Obsidian, did have an off track about 2.5 minutes ago. So not sure what that was about, but if they've lost positions, that will be why. They're 5th place on the timing screens at the moment, so that would have happened maybe a lap ago, maybe 2 laps ago, borderline, but we'll have to wait and see how that changes up. What it does do is it puts the number 14 MSI Esports now into 3rd place at the moment.
Exactly. We are watching the timetables, how that's happening. And yeah, Salva Talents is really doing an outstanding work today. It really has to be mentioned and highlighted because the type of recovery, it's impressive all the way, because the way they've been getting back to the front and the type of trouble that they've been getting from the beginning, it must have really weared their morale a little bit, and it doesn't look like that.
Not at the moment, anyway. But there's the speed up team then in the number 35 Audi, breaking down in towards turn 10. They're up 2 places from where they qualified, and they've got a couple of cars ahead of them as well. 33rd place. Their next car ahead of them is about 30 seconds up the road. It's the 24 car. There it is, the GEMA Esports car for 32nd place. They're about half a minute up the road from the number 33 car there, but we've got the number 16 into the pit lane then, at the hands of Jesse Hilalio. I haven't quite seen what happened to them, but they've been through the pit lane quite a few times in this race, which puts them further down the order, even further down the order. They pitted, what's that, about 5 minutes ago, and they're back into the pits now, Carlos.
Yeah, some of the cars, I think, are the ones that are lapped. So I don't know if they are shuffling that way, and it looks like they're stopping more than necessary. But we have the group in front that is just doing 3 stops at the moment, and I don't know if we are going to see that 4th stop come very soon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough one, isn't it? Another reason I say in the commentary box, especially for endurances, is having to work out when do we pit. I mean, it's not as simple as, oh yeah, every hour we'll pit. I mean, there's got to be a sense of how much fuel do you need to take on board. You know, the tyres as well have got to be in the best condition they can be, and there's a chance here that, at a circuit like the Circuit de Catalunya, Carlos, is there a thought in the back of your mind to double stint tyres, or are you changing tyres every single time you're in the box here?
I think, I'm not sure, because I don't know the exact type of wear that the drivers are getting with their setups, but I know for sure that they're gonna have every two drivers, maybe they want to change the tires if you stretch it the most. I think so. The type of times that we're getting on the pit lanes are around 27, 28. And I think that translates to the fuel filling and tire change.
Absolutely. There's Avanti Esports there, the number 6 car, currently running in 30th place, just inside that top 30 out of the 36 starters. We have 36 starters, and we still have 36 teams in this race, which is always great to see as we are quickly approaching our number 6. Jimmy Antunes in the chat then saying, great commentary, keep it up. Thank you very much, Jimmy. We'll do our best as we go well into this race. There's the Customs GT number 33 in 29th place, and you can see already 5 hours in, Carlos, that some of these cars look a little worse for wear, but sometimes that's the way they should be. If they look a little worse for wear, it means that they've been through a lot. They've been through a 24-hour, and the BMW looks like it's been through a 24-hour, and we're just approaching hour 6.
Yeah, some of the cars are starting to look a little bit like the wrap in a sandwich, but not sure if the system can repair them a little bit when they get into the pit lane. I think it tries to straighten a little bit the car, but they have to deal with the pain of seeing the car a little bit warped here and there. But yeah, they're rolling. They're doing great work either way, and it doesn't matter if they have a little bit or a lot of damage when they go into the pit lane. If they have to take a lot of time, they have the guarantee that the simulator gives them full car back, so they know they can be back at it again without any doubt.
There's the 28th car in the field then, Decan Esports, in the number 37, and you'll start to notice there in the top right-hand side of their windscreen in these cars, normally top right-hand windscreen, as these are normally left-hand drive cars. We're in Spain, that would make sense. It's going to show you their position number, so you'll start to notice that if you haven't watched endurance racing before. It's a nice way of keeping up with what position that car is in. Now, their car number does start to light up as well. They've got lights around their car number on the side of the car, but the LED number you can see at the windscreen, that's their position number, so don't get the two mixed up like I did at one of my first endurances. It's I had a crash course in that one, that's for sure.
That's very good that you mentioned, and it shows a lot of quality by from your person. I had to
learn the hard way though.
Yeah, but very, very well done either way. I have to say that you and George do amazing work. So I'm really impressed with the level of comment, and I really do. I'm really enjoying myself with you guys.
Oh, thank you very much, Carlos. It's great to have you here, and you're here for another hour, so let's make it a good one, eh? We're now into hour number 6 of the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona in Catalunya. At the moment, it is Arnaud leading the way in that number 23 car. Second place at the moment is the Dream Factory in second place, and then it's MSI Esports rounding off our top 3. Zenith are in 4th place with Obsidian in 5th. Team Fordzilla are 6th place with Altus in 7th. Williams Esports in 8th place. Cherokee in 9th, and Unicos Gaming rounding off our top 10. And the top 10 still are on the lead lap as we enter hour 6, Carlos.
Such an interesting race from the beginning. We've been watching all of the drivers really pushing an outstanding pace, especially the top 10, of course. They've been bringing top-notch performance, and we've been watching a lot of overtakes. So what else we can ask for as commentators or as viewers? We're really getting a big show out of this 24 hours, and this first 4 or 5, I should say, are really interesting overall.
Well, there's the Simtech Pro Racing Team, the number 36. Believe that's being driven at the moment by Iban Moreno. 26th place so far, down 10 places from when they originally started. However, we're now approaching third distance. We will be at about 57 minutes time at third race distance. So not bad going. The car's still running, Carlos, and I think that's going to be a huge thing for all 36 teams, is that they're still in this race.
Yeah, very important. As we normally say, it's like that. You have to keep going. Doesn't matter what's going on. Doesn't matter if you feel you are the underdog or if you are the overlord. You have to keep going, and you have to really set up your mind in a way. And it's very difficult. It's very complicated because people. And it's normal that if you enter a 24-hour race and you have some type of problem or trouble at the start of the race, you are going to feel out of the race, but there's no out in a 24-hour race. You keep going and you keep going. And it doesn't matter if you are 100 laps behind, you gotta keep going because you don't know what's going to happen.
I have noticed though, the number 16, the Shizou Racing Team, they went into the pits and they haven't left since. So they came into the pits round about, what's this then? 10 minutes ago they came into the pits. They haven't left yet. So they're the only team in the pit lane right now, and they've been there for 10 minutes. So that's not a good sign then for Shizou. Hopefully the team are getting that car repaired, whatever it needs doing to it, and that they'll be able to rejoin us. But at the moment, we've got 35 cars running around the Circuit de Catalunya.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what must have happened there, but for sure it looked like as soon as we talked about retirements and things like that, we could have the first one. I don't know if it's going to be that car, but let's see if it's if they're able to get back on track and recover some positions, as we saw from Salvatalens, which is now 7 seconds to the leader, 5 seconds to the second classified car right now, which is a Dream Factory car. So it's going to be very interesting to see the approach of that MSI car of Salvatalens as the first entitled driver to the car.
Oh, absolutely. It should be very interesting indeed. There's Alvaro Garcia then in the number 70, the R70 team, that really bright yellow and black liveried Lamborghini. And well, they had a really good start, didn't they, in this one? They got themselves up into 15th place, but a driver error at turn 5 put themselves back down the order. They got themselves back up again, but again, another mistake, Carlos. But they're still in 24th place. They've clearly got some pace about them. Their last lap time, 46.4, which is within 3/10 of what their fastest lap time is overall, which is fantastic to see. So they've clearly got some pace about them.
Yeah, but there's been trouble in some way, and they're really showing a very stable way of taking the race and to recover. But it seems that they're having some issues. I don't know if it is on the pit stops or whatever has happened. The spins that we saw, they've been having quite a lot of problems, and now they just have to concentrate and try to get back on track.
But we'll be keeping a close eye on them because we know that team has got the pace about them. There's Yas Heat, though, going up against the Kilometro Zero car as they now make their way down in towards turn 5. The Yas Heat car around the outside of Simon Marquez. Back onto the power we go. Little bit of a twitch of oversteer then from the Yas Heat car, still running side by side as they make their way now in towards turn 7. The Kilometro Zero car up the inside. Yas Heat still trying to keep the foot in. A little bit of door-to-door contact there as the Yas Heat car rode the curbs there, but just about managed to get away with it. And the Yas Heat car up a position, but the Kilometro Zero car will surely try and move down in towards turn 10. Is it going to be last of the late breakers? Not this time around. The Yas Heat car then moves up a position. That was so close.
Yeah, very risky situation there in that turn. They really have to push the pace over there in that 9th turn of the track, and if they have any contact, it can be lethal.
It really can, especially at turn 7 where the wall's so close on your left-hand side as you exit there. But fair play to both teams then, to Yas Heat and to Kilometro Zero, for keeping that as clean as possible. And it puts Yas Heat now up a position and up into 12th place. Kilometro Zero down to 13th place. There's the number 9 car, the 10th Factory Sim Racer 24-hour team, currently running in 23rd place in car number 9. And having a look at car number 9 then, as we make our way through the field, well, let's see what their gap is there. Well, 3.5 minutes off the lead, so they're at least 1 lap down on our race leader. They're about 9 seconds away from the number 32 car ahead of them, and they are about 27 seconds ahead of the car behind. So a little bit of a lonely race at the moment for 10th Factory, but they have got a car ahead that's less than 10 seconds up the road.
Yeah, they've been showing out throughout the whole race. They've been imposing their pace with the leaders, and they've not been afraid to do that, and they are showing right now that they're holding in there. Right now, a bit on the mid-low part of the group, but it looks like they're working well. The car looks well, so I hope that they get the chance to recover a little bit because they are doing a good job.
Yes, we hope that indeed, as they still run around in 23rd place then. And looking at the gap between themselves and that number 32 car ahead, has it gone up? It has come down slightly. It's about 8.5 seconds at the moment between the two cars, so they are starting to close in. There's Visceral Esports then, making their way down in towards turn 10. They're right onto the back now of the Race for Cat Motorsport team. Battle for 16th place has well and truly developed as they climb the hill then in through turn 12. Back onto the power they will go then towards turn 13. Right on the back here, this is going to be a great battle. This is BMW versus Audi then, down in towards 14 and 15. And it's all about your exit here. Back onto the power we go. The BMW gets a little bit of a kick up of grass then, and that is going to be like blood to a shark for the Visceral Esports car. Straight into the slipstream we will go, already pulling to the right-hand side of the track then, as they make their way now down towards turn 1. You can see that the Visceral Esports car has a little bit of straight line speed. We've got the Team Fordzilla car into the pits, but did Visceral Esports get that move done in towards turn 1? I can only assume that they did. Then they're still going side by side in the background. They did get the move done. Visceral Esports do get the move and move ahead now of that car. Great move then for what I assume down the inside. They're still at it though. Let's have a replay of what happened going now down in towards turn 1. So there you can see the Visceral Esports car on the right hand side as they make their way down towards turn 1, and I'm assuming this is going to move up the inside to take that position away then, braking pretty much at the same distance. But the Visceral Esports car got the move up the inside. Clipped a little bit of curb though. No worries though, because they're now up to 16th place.
Great there, a great job there by the production, getting us a good shot of that overtake. Very interesting situation, also very risky, but well handled by both drivers.
Definitely. Great amount of respect between the two of them. We've also got the Dream Factory team, the number 50, into the pit lane. So they've now come in to get a stop under their belt. So they're going to, so we'll see them go down the order very, very slightly. Still no sign of the, oh, actually, I tell a lie. I think we have seen, yes, we have. We have seen the Shazoo team rejoin into this race. 15 minutes they were in the pits there, but they are now racing again. So fantastic to see them back in, and fantastic to see that the team want to finish what they've started, basically, which is a great mentality in a long endurance race like this.
Yeah, I hope the Shazoo thing works as the same as Shazam, and then they get the superpowers because they're gonna need it to end this race. Really hard for everyone to stay with the stamina high and to be able to concentrate throughout the whole race. It's really complicated.
It is indeed, and of course if they've got 15 minutes then they must have already used a fast repair, which of course you would get one, and probably only one to use throughout the entire 24 hours. So if you use it once and then you get yourself involved in another incident, well, you have to take and bear the pain of actually repairing that car and sitting there through all that time, Carlos. 15 minutes is a long time to wait when you've got cars constantly passing you on the pit straight.
Very hard to take when you have to wait and you know that you can't do anything else but wait. It's one of the worst stations.
So we have the number 23 car into the pit lane then. So race leaders, or they were race leaders, Arnage into the pits. That means then MSI Esports take over the lead of the race, and just to rub salt into the wounds, Salva Talens then 45.092 is our new fastest lap, just set there by MSI Esports as the fastest lap of this race so far.
And right now I can say that it is Salva Talens for sure, because when we see the name on the sign there, we know that the name of the driver has been updated. So yeah, it must be right now Salva taking care of that Lamborghini.
Must be indeed, and he's been had a little bit of everything, hasn't he, in this race so far. He does lead it once again, and a little bit sketchy going through there, but manages to keep it all there. And if he's setting fastest laps by doing that, I'm not going to question it one bit. 20th place then, Orma Sim Racing Team, the treble 9 car, now just trying to get themselves up towards behind the number 13 car. I believe that's being driven by Alvar Gomez. I'm not sure how much up to date these driver lists are, at least for the live timing, but we definitely know that it's the number 13 car right ahead of them, the Euromaster Esports car behind in Fran Parada.
Yeah.
As they make their way down in towards turn 1. We've got cars leaving the pit lane, we've got cars being lapped. It's all going on here as the car being lapped goes well over to the left hand side, sees 3 cars battling for position and thinks, you know what, I'm going to bail out here.
Yeah, and also behind these 4 cars that are really giving a showing right now, I think that the car of the Dream Factory is having to deal with the traffic, and I don't know if when they get to this group that we are watching right now, if it's going to be easy for them to be able to hold and to overtake.
Indeed it will be, and it's the XPD Racing GT3 car that they're trying to find their way past, then back onto the power for the treble 9 Orma sim racing team. And of course, they're still being chased by the Euromaster Esports team as they make their way through 7, through 8, and up the climb they go in towards turn number 9. And great to see 3 cars battling away as we are in the 6th hour of this race. The number 43 car is into the pit lane there. That's the Altus team.
Yeah, and great perspective right now of what's going on. And we can see there that Arnash car following that Dream Factory car. That's really the situation right there. Also, the MSI car from Salvo Talents is being able to keep 7 seconds of distance. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens right now between the Arnash car and the Dream Factory car, since both of them have very similar paces.
Very similar paces, and both of them have made another stop, so they're now on another stint, and it's Dream Factory ahead of Arnage, so that's going to be huge then for this one. So in effect, the net lead of this race has now gone to Dream Factory, but here comes Arnage then down it towards turn 1, but no way through this time around. Remember though, they have got a couple of drivers that are not on the same lap as these drivers ahead to try and dispatch.
Yeah, that's decisive, really, and it's going to be, I think it's going to be when they get up there. Right now we are watching the insides of that Dream Factory car, and I'm sure that they're going to have a little bit of a sketchy moment, at least.
They'll be looking in their mirrors, that's for sure, to see the Arnage competition car right behind them. But Dream Factory doing well at the moment to hold off that challenge. The problem is, though, the more they battle, the more opportunity there is for MSI Esports to try and size down the gap they did have. It was about 10 seconds when both these cars came into the pits. So all that's allowing MSI Esports to do is put in fast laps whilst these two are trying to battle away for position.
Yeah, and I think right now we're gonna get to see what happens around all of these cars in front. Really exciting situation in front of us and in front of these 2 drivers.
Yep, Zenith Esports are into the pit lane, so too are Williams Esports as well. 3rd and 4th when they came into the pit lane. And we'll have to wait and see what happens with those. But we'll see now the Arnage and the other Dream Factory car come on towards the start-finish straight and take those positions back now as they move up 2 positions. So MSI Esports still lead the way. They're yet to stop, but here come Arnage then. Is there a move? No, it looks a little too far back going in towards turn 1 this time around. But there's Fran Parada, and we're battling 3 positions here. This is a battle for 18th place now as they're all trying to file their way through the treble 9. Managed to get the position through, but the Euromaster Esports car trying to find a way through. Meanwhile, Dream Factory and the number 23 of Arnage still trying to find their way through. There's 2 battles going on here for 2 completely different positions. Oh, and that's a contact there. The treble 9 is all the way around there. The Euromaster Esports car makes contact and spins the treble 9 Porsche right the way around, and the 2 cars that were battling for a higher position have managed to find their way through once again. And the Euromaster Esports car pulling over to the left hand side. Is he going to try and wait for the Porsche here, the treble 9? And he is. He's going to let him back through. That's sportsmanship there to let him back through, and I think he'll face a little bit less wrath from the stewards later down the line. That's going to help him.
Yeah, Fran Parada there showing what a gentleman does when a gentleman does it wrong. So it looked like he was letting his rival recuperate from that, but let's see what happened.
Yeah, so riding on board then with Fran Parada, so they were right side by side with the Audi to their left. That's the XVG car dispatched there. Then Fran Parada focuses on the treble 9 right up ahead, but he tries to dive up the inside and the door was closing. Yeah, so Fran Parada there left his braking late, went for a gap, but it quickly closed up, and there you can see he was quick to try and let the treble 9 back through as a way of an apology, but that's going to allow the Audi they were fighting for in the first place get even further away now.
Yeah, tough call anyway for the stewards. They're gonna have to think what they do with that type of situation. Although we saw Fran be very gentle afterwards, but maybe they have to take that into consideration for the time loss. Yeah,
maybe a slap on the wrist rather than anything major down the line. MSI Esports have come now into the pit lane. Meanwhile, Arnage is still trying to find a way past Dream Factory then, as they now make their way through in towards turn 4. Back onto the power they go then as they approach turn 5, where it's downhill on entry. So easy to lock a breakthrough here, and very easy to carry just a little bit too much speed through and over-rotate the rear end.
This is fire right here.
It really is. It really is. Battle what right now is for third place. Heading their way now up the hill through turns 7 and 8 as they make their way through in towards the long right-hander of turn 9, trying to find the limits of grip and not overstepping your mark. There's the Fast Repair Motorsport car in the number 02, currently 17th place, and there's the Simtech number 36. This is not for position. This will be the Simtech Pro being a lap down, but there you can see the Simtech Pro. They're about 20 seconds behind the next car in front, and they're about 30 seconds in front of the next car behind.
Yeah, and I have to call everyone's attention on the stop on the pit lane from Salva Talents, the number 14, right now in second position. Stopped in the pit lane, and I don't know if the Dream Factory car and the Arnage car that we are watching just now doing that last turn are going to be able to recover from Salva. That it looks like it's going to be like that.
Yeah, I think the MSI Esports car is long gone out of the pit lane. Only 56 seconds stopped in the box. So that's about 10 seconds less than what we've seen time and time again. So maybe a little bit of a short fueling there, the shorter stop to make sure they have track position. And it's worked because MSI Esports have rejoined in second place.
Yeah, actually, I was seeing, I was expecting Salva to stay in the pit lane a little bit longer. And that's why I started to think that these two guys were in front. But yeah, it looked like he went out of the pit lane before we expected. And yeah, right now, still in front. 10 seconds, maybe 11 seconds of the distance between these two drivers we are watching right now and Salva, who is in front. So there's still work to be done, and very interesting actually to see what the difference is in the full stint of that MSI Lamborghini.
Well, we see Dream Factory here trying to find their way through some of these cars in the background then, heading in towards number 10, and the number 36, the Simtech Pro car, gets well out of the way through turn 10 as they make their way through. Obsidian Racing are into the pit lane then, so that means MSI Esports in theory should take back the lead of the race. The gap was less than 40 seconds, so they should in theory take back the lead of the race. As we see there we can see Obsidian into the pit lane there. And Pablo Espes at the moment is at the wheel of that car, but who knows? It could be a driver change. It could be just adding a little bit of extra fuel. But MSI Esports have now gone through and retaken the lead of the race.
He could lose around 5 to 6 positions on that stop, given the situation that he has right now.
Yep. So we'll have to wait and see where they rejoin, but that's going to put Dream Factory up into second place, and it's going to put the number 23 of Arnage Motorsport back up into third place. So new leaders then, MSI Esports. I say new leaders, but they've now taken back the lead of the race they had at the very start of the endurance. It's only taken them around 5.5 hours to do so, and at that same time, we've got a couple of notifications that have come through. I don't think they're particularly accurate, but we'll have to look past them for now. But we've got the number 13 currently in the pit lane at the moment. It's a very busy pit lane down there, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's right now it's the fourth pit stop for the group leading, and it looks like they're shuffling a lot, and it's hard to judge who's going to stay in front after all the stops.
Yeah, and I think now we've got the number 3 car that's just left the box there. It's coming up here as saying Alex Palau is in that car, which of course, if you're a fan of motorsport, you'll know he's very, very popular over in the States. So he's now in that number 3 car. I'm intrigued to see how he gets on today.
Yeah, certainly Alex being a great ambassador for the sport. In the States and here in Europe, especially in Spain. So we're glad to have him around, and right now in a very interesting situation for him as well, because they have their car, that number 3, is still 30 seconds of distance to the head of the race, but I think you can feel comfortable in that situation right now, given that we are only 5.5 hours into the race.
And there he is then, Team Fordzilla. And as our timing sets, or our timing screen says, that's Alex Palau currently driving that car onto the start-finish straight. They're currently 6th place in the standings, soon to be 5th place because Unicos Gamings are into the pits. So there they go, up another position. So Zenith Esports are ahead of them by 11.6 seconds at this moment in time. Let's see what Palau can do then.
Yeah, and there's a fight going on in front, the second and the third. I'm sure if Jordi Clara gets to maintain the position against Carlos Diegues, who is right now following. And we got a little bit of an update on the drivers in the cars now, on the timetable. So now we get to see what driver is driving.
Yes, fingers crossed. They have been updated, a couple of them, so we'll hopefully be able to have, hopefully they're as up to date as they can be. Of course, there will be a couple of issues further down the line. It wouldn't be a 24-hour race without a couple of issues for anyone. I've had my issues. I have hopefully got them out of the way in my first stint, so that's hopefully me done for the rest of it. But riding on board then with the Ardage competition car, currently 3rd place at the hands of Carlos Diegues at the moment, and it's Jordi Clara ahead of him. So those 2 drivers have changed, and so 2 new drivers have jumped in behind the wheel. So fresh drivers in these cars now for Dream Factory and for Arnage competition. Game on, I say, Carlos.
Yeah, it looks like the fire is there for both of them, and they must be feeling it in their hearts for sure. They know they have to challenge each other right now. This second and third position is sure valued. So I think that the Arnash car right now and Carlos Diegues right now driving it, he's taking a conservative position on the situation. I think he's trying to be as subtle as he can, picking the moment he's going to overtake. He's maintaining himself back there, and I don't know if he's going to try to pressure Jordi Clara, but the thing is that I know that Jordi is capable of pushing a very hard pace as well, so he has the tools to defend himself. But I'm not sure if Carlos Diegues has even better tools at the moment.
Well, both drivers are clearly quick. They've both got A licenses here in iRacing, so they're clearly quick enough to put on a great show. Battle for 2nd place between the 2 of them. 0.4 of a second is the gap as they make their way down towards turn 10. But at the moment, it's that Dream Factory car of Jordi Clara currently sitting in 2nd place. And it was a decision made by the team to pit in and maybe get the undercut on Arnage, which has exactly happened, and it's rewarded them with that track position, as we've already seen, Carlos. Track position here seems to be so important, as Arnage then really trying to attack these curbs now. I think Carlos Diegues has decided the suspension is going to be good enough to take it. Onto the start-finish straight we will go, and the Arnage competition car looks a lot closer to the Dream Factory car than it did a lap ago. Now can it use that slipstream coming down in towards turn 1? Can Diegues try and find a move down the inside, still in that slipstream? No, he backs out of it. You can see he backed out of it early on, even before the braking zone. He decided against finding a move down the inside. So Dream Factory 2nd, Arnage competition 3rd. It's as you were.
Dream braking, and that Dream Factory car right now at the end of the straight doing really good job maintaining himself in front of that Arnage competition car. Both of them have very similar paces than the car in front, but I don't know if they're going to be able to maintain it. It's going to be crucial, and it's also going to be very interesting to see how the car in front, driven by Salva Talents, gets to maintain the pace with the Lamborghini being confronted by these 2 BMWs following behind by just 10 seconds.
Yeah, Kilometro Zero have been into the pit lane, so too are Euromaster Esports, as Fran Parada is into the pit lane as we speak. Simon Marquez is now back into Kilometro Zero there in that Lamborghini, currently 9th place overall, which is great for them at this moment in time. There we can see a battle for 20th place between the High Speed Demons and Race for Cat, Diego Nicolas and Sergi Heras, both at the wheels of those machines as they make their way through turn 3 and onwards then towards turn 4. The Race for Cat then motorsport car going in towards turn 4 and really trying to put the pressure on. It's a battle of the BMWs. It's a battle of the red and black BMWs here as they now make their way descending in towards turn number 5. No way through still for Race for CAD, but they are right on the tail of the high-speed demons. Back onto the power they go through turn 6 and that slight left kink, and then in towards turn 7, up the hill then, back onto the power as we head our way through turn 8. Watch out for that sleeping policeman on the right-hand side as they then made their way towards turn 9. But there are your race leaders, MSI Esports, apparently still Salva Talons at the wheel of that machine. 5.5 hours he's done in that car so far. What a stint it's been, and what an eventful stint it's been.
Yeah, he's really making a statement right now about the pace he can maintain. And I think it's outstanding, actually, because Jordi Clara following behind, it's also maintaining a very similar pace to him. But he, right now, there's no difference almost. For the last 2-3 laps, they've been rolling the same.
Indeed, and riding aboard now with that Huracan GT3 Lamborghini, MSI Esports, they're currently 11 seconds ahead of Dream Factory, heading our way through 11, through 12, then that long right-hander always climbing here, as you then get back onto the power. Bit of curb on the left-hand side to open up in towards turn 13 to carry a little bit more speed through, then slowing the car all the way down through turns 14 and 15. Interesting to see which drivers take the curb and the sleeping policeman on those curbs there, and which drivers don't. Through turn 16 and back onto the start-finish straight then, almost taking out the DRS board, because of course we don't need it in these cars. Onto the start-finish straight and once again it towards turn number 1. We have 18.5 hours left of the 24 hours of sim racing at the Circuit of the Barcelona in Catalunya. MSI Esports leads the way.
Oh, mama. There's so many laps to do yet.
I was going to say, Arnage almost looking for a move up the inside of Dream Factory. Once again, no way through. Apparently, we're predicted to have around about 560 laps, and we're on to lap 184 at the moment. So take your guesses as to whether that's going to be an accurate number. But I tell you what, Dream Factory and Arnage are battling away like it's the last hour of the race at the moment. But Arnage just not confident enough to get a move down the inside and would much rather prefer to stay in the slipstream down the start-finish straight to maybe save a little bit of fuel. Maybe that might be a good attempt to do long term. Sabute in the YouTube chat saying, is this iRacing? You're absolutely correct. It is iRacing that we are racing on here as we watch from the Dream Factory car looking behind at Arnage, and it's intimidating enough it being a BMW, but the fact that it's pink, it just stands out in your mirrors, Carlos.
Okay, yeah, it can make you more aware. The thing is that they're getting up to that traffic, and right now they're making the overtake peacefully. It seems that they have no trouble, and as you said, it's a question to be answered what the car of the Arnage competition team is doing right now, because it looks like he's holding behind and he's trying to use the car in front as much as possible for the rest of the stint. I think I should say that when they get the chance, they're going to take it if they can. It looks like Dream Factory is not gonna offer that chance cheaply anyway.
Not cheaply, it might come at a price, but here comes the Altus Esports car again, looking for a move up the inside, but decides against it, against Obsidian. Battle for 6th place, getting nice and tasty here as they make their way through turn number 12. Back onto the power they will go then towards turn 13, and that Logitech G Altus Esports car, number 43, which is currently hopefully being driven by Yannick Lapchin, who's also put a big stint in that car. 5.5 hours, not quite, but you know, he's had a long time in that car and still looks up for it. Into the slipstream he will go then in that Lamborghini. We know it's really good in a straight line, this Lamborghini, and if you can tweak the setup as well, you can make it even quicker. Is it a chance though to try and get past the BMW of Obsidian Racing? Not this time around, but so much later on the brakes is the Lamborghini.
And the question you just made, it's precisely on point with what's the situation here with some of the BMWs. What are the setups on those cars? Because they seem to have invested a lot on having a comfortable setup, and maybe they don't have that top speed that we've been watching from some other Lamborghinis.
Indeed, they will, and still that Altus Esports Logitech G team still trying to find a way past Obsidian Racing. Back onto the power we go through turn 6 and onwards then towards turn 7, but Obsidian Racing, that might be the widest BMW Barcelona has ever seen, and the Logitech G Altus Esports car can't find a way past just yet. Heading our way through turn 9, back onto the power we go then, both using a little bit of curb on the left-hand side of the track. Is there a chance this time around for that number 43 car in towards turn 10? No. Again, decides against just putting a nose up the inside, which in all cases, and in fairness, is probably a wise decision. You don't want to be throwing the kitchen sink in just yet at this 5.5 hour stage.
It looks from the shapes of it that the BMW has a little bit of an advantage, and there he goes for the overtake.
No way through though this time around. That was a mistake there from the Obsidian Racing car, and that again is going to be like blood to the shark. That number 43 car, that Altus Esports car, is going to be right on the tail of Obsidian Racing, closing down the start-finish straight. Is this going to be now the potential move we've all been waiting for down in towards turn 1? The Lamborghini looks for it this time around, late onto the brakes, the inside in towards turn 1, and that is Altus getting the position then and moving themselves up into 6th place. Great move in the end, and really came down to an Obsidian mistake, but still Obsidian Racing not giving up on this one, trying to find a way back through. Still on the tail of the Lamborghini through in towards turn 3, but coming in towards turn 4, it's not naturally an overtaking opportunity on the track, and the Altus Lamborghini moves up into 6th place.
That BMW gave a little bit of a resistance to that Lamborghini, but finally made it very well done. And we still have this battle, this never-ending battle between the Arnage team and the Dream Factory. Right now, it looks like Jordi Clara is the driver in the Dream Factory car, and Carlos Dieguez is following behind with our Arnage competition car, doing a great and awesome job, both of them, giving an example of how can a fight lengthen itself.
Yeah, it seems to be a battle that's sort of balanced itself out at the moment. There's not much the drivers are doing here. I mean, they're throwing everything at it, but they're well matched at the moment. The Arnage competition car can't find a way past Dream Factory, but Dream Factory then in turn can't pull away from Arnage. So they're now in this sort of balanced battle here. It's a state of what's going to happen next. It might be decided on a mistake, this one, but the gap between themselves and the leaders, MSI Esports, 11.2 seconds. And Carlos, George and I were talking at the beginning of this race, MSI Esports come into today's, or at least this weekend's event, they've won it twice before. This could be 3 in a row for them. They've got 18 hours and 23 minutes to go, but it could be 3 in a row for them. That's unprecedented.
Yeah, they're really looking for the hat trick, it looks like. So they're really putting the work to make it happen. So I think they deserve it if they get it. But still, a lot of hours in front of us, 18 of them, as a matter of fact, and those hours are going to tell us a lot. So let's see how they go through those hours.
Indeed, and when you've got drivers here who've been nearly 6 hours into their own stint, it's going to be a long time. I mean, we've got teams here that have 3 drivers in their team. We've got some teams that have 6 drivers. Then at that point, you have to follow that iRacing rule of fair share there, where each driver has to be within a certain window of sharing with the car, which makes sense. It makes sure everyone has a fair turn, but also it tries to balance out that if you have a quicker driver, that they're not just going to be in the car for 23 hours, Carlos.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to kill anyone.
Well, I was more trying to think of their pace for 23 hours rather than the other side. A bit morbid from you, Carlos, but I'll let it slide. The Race for Cat Motorsport car trying to still find a way past that high-speed Demons car. Round they go through in towards turn 19 there, but that looked like a little bit of understeer from the Race for Cat Motorsport car then. Or maybe it might be my eyes playing tricks on me. Either way, going down in towards turn 10, that Race for Cat Motorsport car braking a little bit earlier, maybe using a little bit of lift and coast as well down in towards turn 10, and fuel saving around a circuit like this might be, you know, something you might have to look into. There's long straights here. If you get into the slipstream with the car ahead, is there an opportunity there to save a lot of fuel? And if there is, Carlos, how big of an impact is it at a track like this?
Well, it could be considerable. I'm not sure how much is going to affect it. For example, this straight for sure is going to save them something, but it's a very twisty track for the most part, and I'm sure it can help, but not as much in some other more speed related tracks.
Absolutely. And I think the Visceral team has just been into the pit lane, and it's going to be Andreas Dormeyer who's currently in the car. So that's different to what it says on our timing sheets. If you're looking at it, it will say Ruben Vallejo. It's not Ruben, it is Andreas Dormeyer. So hopefully we can get that changed. Hopefully. It might just be a glitch that we'll never be able to solve, unfortunately. But we've got a great battle here, once again, for between these two cars, the number 18 and number 19. One number separates them in car number, and one number separates them in position number 2.
They are destined to be separated by one.
Absolutely, high speed for demons. The only problem with that is this is a battle for 17th place and not for 18th place, which I think is a real missed opportunity from these two teams. Choreograph it better, but here comes the race for Cat team in that slipstream of the high speed demons. Then again, backing out very early, obviously lifting and coasting going in towards turn 10 to try and save a little bit of fuel there, but not enough to maybe try and move down the inside of turn 10. It's always a tightening corner anyway in towards turn 10. You really already have to be side by side with that car if you want to try and make that move stick.
You really have to calculate, you really have to be patient for the most part, and really know when you have the upper hand, let's say, and really know, be sure of the move you are doing, because that's the question. When you make an overtake, that you are sure of where you're gonna end, not where you are starting the overtake. So that's the biggest question.
It's a big question indeed, and we'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. But as we said, car 18 and car 19 battling for position 17. Not quite destined at the moment. But Carlos is right. These two are destined to be separated by one wherever they go.
It looks like that, and it looks like they're gonna fight till one survives or something like that. So let's see if they get to do that in a peaceful fashion, if they don't enter contact, which it can happen. But I hope they stay as they are. It seems that they are being very calm and they're not really rushing.
Absolutely, there's your race leaders in MSI Esports at the hands of Salva Talens, or I believe that's Salva Talens at the wheel of that car, approaching his 6th hour in that car. In fact, he'll have completed 6 hours in about 18 minutes time. 10.1 seconds for themselves and the Dream Factory team behind at the hands of Jordi Clara. And in 3rd place, it's the number 23 car, the Arnage Motorsport car at the hands of Carlos Diguez. Then it's the 215, the 215 car of Zenith Esports in 4th place at the hands of Francisco Ramirez. Then it's Team Fortilla rounding off our top 5 at the hands of none other than Alex Palau.
Been very interesting to see how Salva Talens is right now pushing the pace away from Jordi Clara a little bit, but Jordi Clara is doing very well with that Dream Factory car to maintain that same distance and not let Salva Talens go any more further. So looks like a good job.
Yeah, and that gap has come down a little bit, hasn't it? It was around about just over 11 seconds. Over the last 10 minutes, it's come down by a second to around 10.5. So the Dream Factory team, Jordi Clara, clearly is trying to close in. And the two drivers behind Jordi Clara and Carlos Diguez are both fresh drivers for their stint. But for Salva Talens, he's been in this car since the start of the race. And for MSI Esports, they might just have a little bit of a concern about that one. Maybe next stop that Salva comes into the pits, it might be time to switch him over, because although he's a quick driver, fatigue is going to set in. Even for a driver of Salva Talens' talent, he's going to set in at some point.
If he keeps putting laps and keeps being the oldest driver to put laps in there, we're gonna have to call him Salvatore Corleone. So let's see if he stays as the godfather of the track right now, because it looks like he's handling it as a real boss.
At the moment, he is, isn't he? And bear in mind, they still have, I think they've named 5 drivers in their lineup as well. So for a driver of Salva Talent's to driving for 6 hours, now they may have a driver dropped out, something along those lines, but they registered 5 drivers for this event. So that might be something they have to look into. This will probably be Salva Talent's only time in the car, if that's the case.
Well, if it is that way, I'm sure they are taking advantage of it, and it's really working well, because they had a lot of trouble on the start of the race, and it's really amazing. It's really impressive to see. It doesn't matter what car, a Lamborghini or a BMW, to go up the field in the way that Salva has done it. If he was the driver all the way, which I'm not all the way sure if they had a swap in the middle of this 6 hours, but for sure he's doing an outstanding work.
He is, absolutely, and still that gap's actually grown a little bit over the last couple of minutes as well, now up to 10.9 seconds as he now tries to make his way through in that MSI esports car. Dream Factory in second place, with of course the number 23 car of Arnage in third place, Zenith Esports fourth, Team Fortzilla in fifth, Altus in sixth with Obsidian seventh, Williams Esports in eighth, Cherokee in ninth, and Unicos Racing rounding off our top 10. And at this moment in time, having a look at the timing sheets here, we've got, I think it's the top 9 now that are on the lead lap. But I'm going to have to see if the top 10 still are on the lead lap. There's the Team Fordzilla car driven by Alex Palau at the moment, riding aboard with him there as the car gets a little bit floaty going through turn 3 there. Always a moment there to try and keep the car under control.
Yeah, there's a part of the turn where you have to turn on faith, basically.
And obviously with that that wheel that's in front of them, that Fanatec wheel is it's a bit of an ambitious project from Fanatec. That wheel you can actually buy and have it as its own wheel in front of you wherever you go on your sim racing. That's actually a real life wheel as well, and it's in some of the cars today. So that's quite a step beyond for Fanatec, isn't it? You know, making a wheel that's going to be used for both motorsport and for sim racing.
Yeah, it looks like one of those boss moves. You can say that you want to really make a statement, and when you can put a steering wheel in the real car as well as in your simulator, it shows the quality that it carries.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And the Team Fordzilla car, number 3, currently 5th place in the standings right now. And there's still quite a way to go. If we haven't said that already, Carlos, we just need to reiterate, it is a long, long way to go.
Yeah, we still have to. We're about to complete a quarter, I think, of the competition, if I'm not wrong, and it's going to be grueling for all of the drivers, for all of the teams, for every one of us watching it as well. Is going to be a bit. It's going to have an ingredient of suffering, but it's going to be that ingredient that brings. So you know how it is with a 24-hour race, and suffering is an ingredient for them, and I'm sure that all of the drivers know that already, and by the performance and the way they are behaving, it shows that they know what's in front of them, and they know they have to be patient, they have to be calm, they have to be intelligent.
Yeah, I think it's only a case of suffering is if I'm in the commentary box, which, oh no, I am. That might be the reason why. But no, you're absolutely right. It's all about making sure that you keep your wits about you, keep pressing on. Yes, there will be times where it will be quite grueling in the car, and obviously wherever you are racing in the world, it's going to be a different weather condition. If you're not in Spain, for example, if you're over here in Britain and racing along, it's quite cool outside at the moment. It's quite a nice environment to go sim racing in if you've got some windows open. But if you're in Spain, for example, I mean, the track temperature itself is 29 degrees. I mean, it's gone down 4 degrees since I took over in the commentary box from George nearly a couple of hours ago. I mean, as well as that, the track seems to be cooling down. And in theory, then, that means the tyres are going to start to cool down, which is great in a sense of you can keep them under control and prevent them from blistering. But in a sense, later down the line, maybe going into the night stint, you might have to work harder to make sure you don't have the tyres to be too cool at certain points on the track. Otherwise, you might not get the same levels of grip you did in the past.
Yeah, exactly. As well as going out of pressure can become an issue as well if the temperatures go too low. I think that most of the people here are aware of what can happen throughout those dark stages of the race, but I hope it doesn't become a dark stage in the mind of anyone, because it can get to be more complicated to have the reflections of the lights of the cars. It can be a bit more complicated as well, so that's an added factor. But the pressure of the tires, I think they must hold relatively well as long as they keep rolling and braking hard.
Well, we've got the number 13 car, Felix Sansegundo, who's had 2 off tracks in the space of about 10 to 15 seconds. So that's not going to be good for Felix there. And also he stopped out on track somewhere. So that implies that he's had a spin, has brought the car to a stop, and then driven away again. So that's the number 13 car. There it is, the XPD Racing GT3 car, the Audi there. We believe that is Sansegundo in the car. So a little bit of a moment there, we think, for the Audi. We didn't see it, it's just come up with the timing screens. It could be completely wrong, but that's what we've seen on the timing screens.
Yeah, that's what we have to see, so we have to guide ourselves with what we have. And right now, well, we have to say that we have quite a lot of information, but yeah, sometimes it doesn't update as fast as we could want. But the thing is, right now, that Salva Talents is leading hard, is trying to make more distance between himself and Jordi Clarà in the Dream Factory car. That BMW followed also by another BMW driven by Carlos Dieguez in the Arnage team. So I know that those 3 at least are going to give a great show. And if you look a little bit down, you're going to see Francisco Ramirez, Alex Palou, Yannick Lapchin, Pablo Espez, David Bozga. I mean, a whole collection of really fierce teams and drivers following these 3 on front. So we have a great race in front of us.
We do indeed. There's the Williams Esports BMW there, trying to make their way now up into 8th place, and as you can see, up 25 positions from where they started. They also had a couple of issues coming into the race, possibly driver changes late on, which is obviously you have to start from the back of the grid no matter where you qualify there if you make a late minute driver change. But up 25 positions is pretty good by all accounts, and really within 0.4 of a second of what their own personal best has been, which has been a 45.2. At the hands of that, we believe that's David Bozga, who's driving in the Williams Esports car at the moment, but currently in 8th place and around about 10 seconds back from the car ahead, which is the number 20 car driven by Pablo Espez. So Williams Esports, they had a couple of issues here last time around. It's Obsidian Racing, it is, of course, in the number 20 car. Williams Esports had a couple of issues here last year, especially when it came into the nighttime stint. They had a couple of spins going through turns 1, 2 and 3. And they'll be wanting this time around to try and get themselves up the order. There's who they're trying to race for 7th place, Obsidian Racing. Pablo Espez just making sure he gets past one of the lapped cars there. Back onto the power they go, and moving through the gears once again through turn 3.
Right now we have a collection of drivers staying in that 46 in a very stable fashion. And again, the temperatures are going down, the times as well, and it looks like most of the drivers, and we saw someone spin right there in the back. Not sure what happened there, but yeah, it seems that the temperatures are starting to go down. Some of the times are starting to get a bit faster. I don't know if that's going to lead to more pressure or more mistakes, but it looks like it right now.
Yeah, I think the car you saw there was the number 15 of Ramon Serra, who had a little bit of a spin there going in towards turn number 5. I'll have to confirm that later on down the line, but yeah, I think that was the number 15. Sorry, you caught me having a little bit of a snack there. It's the GM017 car, that's the one that had a little bit of a spin. Shazoo, they've had a little bit of a tough time recently, but they are still running, I do believe, in this role. They have been greyed out, so hopefully that doesn't mean they're at the race. Fingers crossed they're still in this one. They've had a tough time. They had a 15-minute pit stop earlier on in the race, and now they are, well, they're classified at the moment as 36th place, but they are greyed out on our timing screen, which is never a good sign. Battle for second place then. Dream Factory, number 50, and it's the 23 of Arnage competition, and they have been locked together for the past 20 minutes or so, battling away for second place.
Yeah, very impressive duel that we are having here between the Arnage car and the Dream Factory car. Both BMWs and doing an outstanding job because they are maintaining the pace, maybe more so, but of the leader right now, who is Salvatalens. So they don't have nothing to complain about really, because they're being able as well to escape the fourth classified right now, who is Francisco Ramirez, following with that 215 car. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this three in front develop as the race gets to the end, which is very far from them.
Yeah, it's about just over 18 hours to go. We've got Michael Unger in the chat saying, proud to support the Dream Factory team. Well, they're doing a splendid job so far. Currently second place and holding off Arnage competition for that second place. Brett, the team manager for Visceral Racing, still making very good progress. Very proud of our lads at the moment, and they're currently running in 18th place, considering they had about a 20 to 25 second stop the first 20 minutes into the race. They've done a splendid job so far from them side as well. Remco Sim Racing in the YouTube chat saying, come on, Dream Factory. And I think Dream Factory, Carlos, it's fair to say, are turning into a little bit of a fan favourite. They started just inside of the top 10, and they're currently running in second place, but that's a Kilometro Zero car getting all sorts of out of shape going in towards turn 13 then, and the Masked Devils esports car had to fully apply the anchors there. What that's done, though, is it's allowed the Yas Heat car at the hands of Andre Martins to be right up close and personal with that Masked Devils esports car. Yas Heat car moves to the right-hand side of the track. We'll try and grab the inside line going in towards turn 1, last of the late breakers, and the Yas Heat car moves up a position. And that really all started from the Kilometro Zero Lamborghini, getting it all sorts of wrong. The Masked Devils esports car, oh, there's a little bit of a tap between them, and the Yas Heat car has to take to the escape road on the left-hand side. So the Masked Devils esports car moves ahead, but then gives the position back as well after that little bit of contact and lets them go through. A lot to unpack there, Carlos.
Yeah, but a lot of sportsmanship between the drivers, really recognizing when they are doing it wrong, and it looks like the situation got a little bit too hot for them to handle. A little bit of a touch there, going outside, taking the other car outside of the track a little bit, and as you said, braking afterwards to get back the position.
Yeah, absolutely, and just slightly getting it wrong. It could have been a lot worse for the Yas Heat team. Then that could have ended very, very wrong and very badly for them indeed. But well held then from Andre Martins. He gets a position, and now his next target will be the Kilometro Zero cars at the hands of Simon Marquez, who's just a couple of well, there you go. Now you can see the gold and black Lamborghini not very far up the road indeed as we close in and on hour number 7 here in Barcelona. We've had a lot to talk about, Carlos, haven't we? It's not like this race hasn't been sparse of any action. Every time we've tried to divert the conversation somewhere else, something's happened which has brought us straight back on topic.
Yeah, and although it's expected to have a little bit more of action at the beginning of the races, and so the drivers are a bit more compressed together, but at the same time, we have to think that it lasts the big heat, the big hot weather of overtakes that we saw passed in more than 3, 4, or 5 hours. So, and it hasn't stopped yet. We still are watching fights throughout the whole track. So, it's really amazing to see the level that the drivers are giving to the viewers. And I really want to thank everyone, since I'm going to take off just now. I would really would like to thank you, Kieran, and I would like to thank George and all of the guys taking part in the project, as well as Jack and Adrian, who are commenting on the English channel as well, and all of the Spanish commentators, as well as thanking Fonso for counting with me. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Carlos, it's been a pleasure to be alongside you. I know you're back into the box with me for just the 1 hour, because that's all you can stand up anymore later on in the evening. But it's been a pleasure, Carlos, and have a well-earned break, won't you?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'll also would like to. I'll be with you another hour, and I'll thank even more people, because there's a lot of people to mention. But yeah, I have to thank everyone overall, especially you guys for doing a great work as commentators, and today as partners in crime with me. So thank you. Thank you very much for taking care of me, George and Kieran, and I wish the best for all of you. Love to all the viewers in the chat, and I hope that you get to have a lot of fun. See you later.
Yes, see you later on. Carlos Andres Portela, that was, who will be back with us, I believe, at 11 o'clock British Summer Time, and that's 12 o'clock Central European Time. So hopefully we can see him back. But we have, of course, at the turn of a new hour, a new commentator, Adrian Fernandez. Adrian, welcome to the Commentary Box. Welcome along to the English stream. How are you doing?
That was excellently pronounced. Hi, Kieran, and hi, everyone. Good evening, everyone. And I'm very excited to be part of this broadcast. This is a first for me, trying to make a racing broadcast of any kind in English. So please be kind with me, not be too hard, because maybe there's a lot of things that don't come second nature to me as I try to call the race with you. And but I think we are looking forward to an exciting evening of racing as the afternoon comes in and the night gets even closer.
Absolutely, Adriana, and that's the Heat car, who's just got past the Kilometro Cero car and moving now up into 12th place at the hands of Andre Martins then. So BMW moving further and further up the order. But yes, Adriana, I don't know how much you've tuned into, but it's been a real roller coaster of a race so far. We've got MSI Esports, who are our leaders right now. They had to make 2 pit stops in the space of 2 laps. We assume now it is a penalty rather than a mistake that they had to serve there, but we shall see how that all develops. We've also had some great battles for second place that's still going on, in fact, between the number 50 Dream car and then the number 23 car, as we see cars getting all sorts of traffic here, and trying now to work out which cars are on the lead lap and which cars aren't, and which cars are battling for position and which cars aren't. It's complicated, Adriana. I hope you've got a notepad ready.
Yeah, it's getting dicey out there, and I think the great quality about this race so far is that we've been 6 hours racing already, and the competition is still very intense at the top. There's like 20 seconds separating the top 3, which is practically nothing in this type of competition. There's still we need to sort out how are the standings now, what is the situation of MSI compared to the rest of the field. But so far it's been a pretty exciting event. I'm very intrigued by what our Natch competition is able to do against teams that are much more fancy than they were at least before the event. There's still a lot of racing to come, a lot of stints to come, and we know that the transition into the night is one of the most difficult moments for the teams and for the drivers, because they have to adapt to the circumstances, and a lot of people doesn't get the references of braking and acceleration and racing with the traffic all too well when darkness comes in.
And Adrian, with sim racing, obviously you'll get drivers from different parts of the world, and so they're in their own time zones themselves. So it might be very tempting for a team that might have a driver in a different time zone where it's daytime for them, but in the sim it's nighttime, so it doesn't quite feel the same. But I get what you mean. even if you're racing in the dark, visibility is so limited, and trying to work out which cars are there, which cars aren't, having to figure out which headlights are whose, all going to be very difficult and all going to be a load of fun for our drivers to try and figure out later down the line. But we still have a few hours left of daylight here at the Circuit Catalunya in Barcelona. As we see there, the number 18 car making their way through. There's the Kilometro Zero car, the number 17. Don't be fooled by that massive gold 0 on the side of the car. That is the number 17 car, currently 13th place at the hands of Simon Marquez. As they did get passed by the Yas Heat car, but they've also got one car behind them. That will also be for position. That's the Mars Devils esports car at the hands of, we believe it's Pablo Javier Ruiz, who's driving that car at the moment. And the gap is less than a second. But 8 cars, Adrian, on the lead lap. We're into hour number 7. That's quite incredible.
And there's great quality drivers right there. Obviously, all the eyes go to Alex Palou, which is driving right now the 43 entry in 5th place. The 3 entry in 5th place, sorry. But obviously, Carlos Diegues and Jordi Clara are the drivers that are very much accustomed to this kind of situations, in this kind of environment, which I think it's very important. The fact that we still have those 8 cars in what it is the same lap exactly, and most importantly, the top 4 cars in less than half a minute. It's a bad pit stop. It's a bad stint. It's enough. That's how close it is. No one can really rest easy, especially as we have right now a live battle for 2nd place, as we're seeing right now between Clara and Diegues. That it's very promising, and I don't know if they are going to push the things, or maybe it's waiting for the 50 to catch a little bit of traffic and getting an advantage of that.
Yeah, it's all sorts of trying to work out what's going on and how to really, adapt to whatever happens or whatever comes your way. Sometimes with an endurance, it's all about not being, the fastest guys out there, the fastest drivers out there. It's all about making sure that if something goes wrong, you are on top of the situation. We've got Neon in the YouTube chat there wondering about Shazoo there, obviously part of the team there. Well, I'm sorry to say at the moment that they've come up as grey on our timing sheets, Neon, and so that can only mean that they're not in this race right now. That's why they're so many laps down. We believe they are our only retirement from this race so far. So we have 35 cars running now in this endurance. We've unfortunately lost Shazoo Esports. Hopefully we will see them later on down the line. You never know. It might be a case of trying to fix something in the background. You never truly know when it comes to sim racing. As we see the Kilometro Zero car under pressure here from that BMW right behind you. Not missing it in the mirrors. Down in towards turn 10 we go. As they're still leaving the room there. Then they've got the back marker then of the R70 to just add further into the mix there. The Masked Devils number 30 car still trying to find that way through. No way through that time around. But all it's doing is it's allowing that Race for Cat Motorsport car, the 3rd car in that queue, to close ever closer to these drivers here. So they've got to be careful about where they make their moves. Back onto the power then through turn 16. Is there any way through this time around for that BMW, I wonder? Down the start finish straight they will go. The Lamborghini is good in a straight line, but that Masked Devils esports car has a little bit of slipstream. Moves to the right hand side of the track, has the inside line coming in towards turn 1. Last of the late breakers, the brake lights illuminate in towards the dusk here. Bouncing onto the sleeping policeman. Well, that's the Masked Devils car through. How about the Race for Cat car onto that AstroTurf, but makes the move stick there, and in the blink of an eye the Kilometro Zero Lamborghini is down 2 positions, passed by 2 black and red BMWs.
It is really funny that you get that situation after 6 hours of racing when you just sleep for a single corner that they're trying to gain a position, and you can lose 2 positions right in the blink of an eye. And that's exactly what happened here to the Lamborghini. Nowhere other than GT3 racing, especially sim racing, as we see the number 70 having spin in La Caixa corner. No other than GT3 racing, especially in sim racing, you will see such a great battle between a Lamborghini and a BMW. With the BMW being the car able to get the slipstream and actually passing into turn number 1 here in Barcelona. So great competition, very clean for what it's worth, because there were a lot of instances there where there could have been a crash or a slight contact, because we know fenders, that's a thing that happens in racing, and here it also happens sometimes. But very clean racing and very good maneuver by the BMW driver.
Yeah, it's been firm but fair. We've seen a couple of incidents, but then the driver hand back that position. It's been really, really good on that front. Good amount of sportsmanship between these drivers, and that means there's a great amount of respect among them as well. So Sergi Hadas then, in that Race for Cat Motorsport car, now has to put the pressure on the number 30 of Pablo Javier Ruiz then down the start-finish straight. That Master Level Esports car is being closed in at a rate of knots by the Race for Cat Motorsport car. Not this time around though, and there's a good battle developing here for 13th place, because that Kilometro Zero car hasn't really dropped back at all. Simon Marquez still on the back then, and they've got Diego Nicolas in the number 18. He's a bit further down the road in that car at the moment, so not within this battle at the moment. But you never know, if they keep battling on as much as they do, you never really know what could happen. So Adrian, obviously your first time into an English language endurance stream, welcome to it. Hopefully we don't throw you in the deep end too much, but I mean, talk to us about your experience with endurance racing. Is this something you would normally be itching to get into the wheel of?
I have a lot of experience actually with endurance racing. Most of it comes from my background as a journalist. Of course, it's real endurance. I have covered events in the World Endurance Championship, for the GT World Challenge, and also in other minor competitions here in Spain, like the Spanish Endurance Championship. But I've also had a commentary. Last year I was already on the Spanish stream for the 24 hours here in Barcelona. And I've also had experience with other long races that were not 24 hours, but were long in the spirit and the format of the competition. I think it's quite interesting how the sim racing world has adapted to the world of the 24-hour, the 6-hour, the 12-hour racing, because with a lot of similarities that there are a few common things that are quite peculiar in sim racing. All three drivers usually tend to have a lot of training in the same race car, in the same racetrack for weeks at some cases. That usually brings the best of all of them, but also brings a lot of unpredictability, because you never know with the traffic how things is going to evolve. Obviously, the teams train by themselves or sometimes with another car, but getting this situation, especially with the bumper entry we have here with 36 cars, which is, I think, quite amazing for this event. It throws some curveballs, and while we know that MSI were the favorites coming into the event and actually leading the event, you never know. Maybe they will end up 15th, and that's the thing about this kind of races. I'm absolutely I found it absolutely intriguing overall endurance racing, because for people that come from a sprint racing like Formula One and other disciplines, it might be difficult to master. It might be difficult to enjoy. But once you get in, once you appreciate the intricacies that are within the sport, it is as enjoyable. It's not, if not as much, than sprint racing.
Oh, absolutely, and yeah, obviously you'll remember last year where MSI Esports took the race victory, and Zenith unfortunately ran into troubles down in the night stint, I believe it was. I was there for it as well. But MSI Esports come into this, they've won the last two, Adrian. I mean, the hat trick is unprecedented, but can it be done?
I really think they can. They've broken lots of boundaries in sim racing, especially here in Spain, but also continentally, which is quite difficult for them to do. They really come here as the most prepared team. They have amazing driving talent at the wheel. Right now, Salva Talens is in this stint, and he's probably one of the top 10 drivers in sim racing in Spain. And I don't put it in the top 5 because there's lots of small things that you have to ponder. But they know each other pretty well. They know their pros and what the best situation for them to get advantage of the car and the stints, and how to read the race, which is very important, because even if you are ahead, you have to keep reading the strategies and not being leapfrogged by a driver that is behind, because that's something that happens quite sometimes. And this is one example of a team that tends to leapfrog. There's Race for Cat. that have gained a reputation of being a charger team. Even if they don't start very well in some races, they usually come to the front. And I will not be surprised if they end up in the top 5, because that's the kind of race they usually do. MSI likes to be at the front, and that's how they've managed their empire here in the 24-hour, so to say. But Race for Cat, for example, is one of those teams that can be in play for a good result at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, they'll be looking for that in about just under 18 hours' time. But in the meantime, we've got a lot of racing ahead of us then. The number 3 car, the Team Fordzilla car, did come into the pit lane. Alex Palau bringing that car in. 1 minute 9 in the box then, so that's a pretty strong indication of tyres and fuel being changed. And Alex Palau, we believe, has now gone back out. The number 50 car of Jordi Clara also coming into the pit lane for the Dream Team as they make their way into the pit lane. Let's have a replay. What have we missed out there, I wonder? Well, we've got Diego Nicolas in the high-speed Demons then. Quickly switching on to Sergi Haras in the Race for Cat Motorsport car. Now chasing down a Porsche here who moves to the right-hand side and lets the Race for Cat Motorsport car go through. And, well, that looked like maybe a change for position there, that maybe Sergi Haras was expecting a bit more of a battle before the Porsche then. But that's an example there of maybe a team sort of suggesting, right, okay, actually, I don't want to battle you right now. I'll lose too much time. I'll let you go and I'll use your slipstream for a couple of laps. But yeah, maybe just deciding not to waste any time battling a Race for Cat Motorsport car. Maybe they weren't expecting to battle in the first place.
Sometimes you make those kind of decisions because maybe you want to save some fuel for this stint in particular, and you benefit from the slipstream on the car in front, or you don't want to lose time in a battle, and you think that it's better for that car to be in front because it can serve as a reference because it's actually faster than you in this particular part of the race. So it maybe it's a smart move, and it's something that it's pretty much deliberate. Maybe it pays off in the next few minutes.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, you've got your race leaders there in your picture. MSI Esports, driven by, we believe it is Salva Talens, who's been in the car for a long, long time. Francisco Ramirez then 32 seconds back in that Zenith Esports car. But we have had a couple of cars come into the pits. The number 23 car also has come into the pits. Arnage Competition still in the pits, I do believe, as we speak. And Carlos Diguez brings that car in. The number 50 has left the pit lane, 1 minute 8.5 stop, and is now back out onto the track in that Dream Factory car, which means then it's going to be the number 215 taking over second place at Zenith Esports. We've been over that one. The number 43 then, the Altus car, Logitech G car in third place. There's the Williams Esports car as driven by David Bosga at the moment, currently fifth place. And look at that, 27 places up, Adrian. It's been a fine opening third for the Williams Esports team.
Kind of a strange decision they took before the race to change the car. That's why they started so far back. That was a completely unnatural position for them in the grid, and I'm quite intrigued because that's not a usual move to do. I know that it's a 24-hour race, that you have lots of time to climb up the field, as they have shown right now because they are in the top 5. But it was a bold decision because, as I said, you get to train a lot of time. The drivers get to train a lot with the car and try to get the most of it for the race. Maybe they had 2 cars and found out that that car with the qualified, or which they were practicing, was not up to what they were expecting, or was the better for the strategy they were planning on. And well, I think it's paying off. Not surprisingly on terms of speed, because we knew they had the speed, but it's refreshing to see some those kind of decisions, because teams on sim racing usually like to play it safe and tend to stick with what it worked before than what it might work.
Absolutely, as we see a battle further down the field for 28th and 29th place at the moment. It's the number 33 Enrique Polonio and the number 6 car of Diego Ruiz, the Customs GT, having to try and hang on to that unmistakable pink and black Lamborghini, that number 6 car ready in the rearview mirrors. Then you've got a Ferrari in the back, and I think one of the only Ferraris in this entire race, but we're going side by side for position 28 then through this final chicane. Oh, there was contact between them in the background. And what happened? What happened in that aftermath? Because we saw the Unicos Gaming car streaming away. The Avanti Esports car has come through, but the other car it was battling has not, Adrian.
Yeah, that was very dicey. As I was saying, we were looking at. He had the inside line going to the exit of the chicane. They touched. He touched the back. Actually, the car spun. So maybe the stewards will have to take a look at that. I think of it as a racing incident. I don't think there's too much to read of that, but certainly was a very decisive move on the part of one of the few Ferraris, if not the only Ferrari that we have on the field of a 24-hour race. And the 33 car now, there's a lot of time, maybe half a minute, just trying to get back into the race.
Yeah, and that car has since come back into the pit lane in the Customs GT car. So maybe some repairs going on there and maybe some tyre changing going on for that car. There'll definitely be some rear panel damage to that car. Meanwhile, then, the 215 is into the pit lane then. The Zenith Esports car coming into the pits. So too does the 38 car. So that's the Williams the Williams Sim Racing car coming into the pit lane as well. So that just leaves then MSI Esports still leading the way. It now puts the number 20 car, Obsidian Racing, now up into second place. And then you can see Zenith Esports and Williams Esports currently in the pit lane with the number 50 car, the Dream Factory car, currently in fifth place, but will inherit those two positions, no doubt, because battling away at the top of the order with the number 23 car is where it probably should be. But it's been a heck of a drive so far from Salva Talens, hasn't it just?
And we are still yet to see when he makes his next pit stop, as some of his rivals are already getting past for their service. So far, they were just executing their job. Last lap was a 1:45.1, which is just 1/10 slower than their best lap time of the entire race. That is indicative of the great pace, the great consistency that Salva in particular and the whole team in general have. They're going to be hard to beat. I don't think it's impossible by any stretch of imagination, but they're putting themselves in a very good position.
There's the Williams Esports car making its way back out onto the track then. So we believe now the number 38 is still David Bosga as he makes his way back out onto track then, and picking up 9th place so far in this race. And still a lot of time for thinking, a lot of time for strategy, and a lot of time where things can still lie in the balance. But the most important thing is that you manage to respond to it as well as you possibly can. And we'll be able to see who's still on the lead lap once all the next driver stints and next stints manage to switch themselves over. There's the number 10 Cherokee car, currently at the wheel of that Inigo Bear, who's currently in, as you can see, are currently in the pit lane. They were in 11th place. Oris Racing, who were battling away in the pointy end of the field at the very beginning of this race. They obviously had a couple of issues that have sent them backwards just a little bit. They were in the top 10. Now they're sort of on the bubble of the top 20 at the moment, but they're still in this one. And as long as you're in this one, Adrian, you've still got a chance. And as I was saying earlier to Carlos before he left, you know, we've got drivers here that are a lap down right now, but they're also a lap down about 6.5 hours into this race. There's still an incredible feat. That's actually not too far behind in the grand scheme of things.
It's not at all, and if you've lost one lap in 6 hours, you can count on some rivals to lose even more laps over the course of the next 17 hours and 37 minutes. We know that not every team in this grid are aiming for the win, because for some of them it's not realistic. For some of them it is already a success to make the field, but some of them are maybe looking for a top 10 or a top 15, or actually to just get some personal mileage, or maybe just to make it to the end of the race. And you have to try and make it to the end of the race, because it is endurance, and race teams will fall by the wayside. Mechanicals will happen, crashes will happen, a long pit stop will happen, penalties will happen. And maybe if you keep your nose clean, even if you're now one lap down, maybe you can get your car at the top of the actual cars that are a lap down, and maybe some positions from those cars that are actually on the lead lap. Remember that we still have 8 cars on the lead lap, counting those that have made a pit stop. So you know that there's still a very there's a lot of things that could happen for those cars.
They really could indeed. There's the Logitech G Altas Esports number 43 Lamborghini, currently in 8th place with just over 17 and a half hours of the race to go. I was going to say that time really flew by, didn't it? George and Jack haven't even turned up yet, but Altas Esports then still in 8th place, and they've also had a good day so far. They've had to come up from the back of the grid as well. There is the MSI Esports car into the pit lane then. And will we see that's the last stint of Salva Talents? Surely it will be. Yeah, look at I think they are. Yep, it is a driver change. It will be a driver change for the MSI Esports then. So it's fair to say I think Salva Talents will be waving goodbye to that car. And I think an early bath will be in order for him. He's done a splendid job.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. He's kept the advantage on a manageable 10 seconds, maybe 5 to 10 seconds. It's been fluctuating. But very good job, very consistent, as I was saying earlier. And now he's going to give the car to one of his teammates. I don't think they are even going to lose the lead, maybe because the number 20 car was a minute behind them at the time they entered the pit. Maybe they could even get in front of everyone else by the time they've made their pit stops, or even if they don't, they will still be second. And actually, the number 20 has entered the pit, so we can say with confidence that the MSI number 14 will still be the race leader as they complete this pit stop.
Yeah, number 43 also now has the fastest lap of this race, 44.9, the first lap time into the 1 minute 44. So a really, really solid lap there from Yannick Lapchin in that Lamborghini. And the number 14 now making its way out of the pit lane. It still does say Salva Talents then in the car, but the way the car disappeared and then reappeared seems to me like it would be a driver change. So we'll wait and see if that updates itself there, as the 43 trying to get past the 33, that Customs GT BMW, trying to put a lap on it then, as trying to go find a way past the BMW. Of course, the blue flags are only there to advise of the faster car behind, and yes, the 14 does have a new car, a new driver inside it. It's Mark Perez now who's in the MSI Esports car and is now at the top of the order.
Yeah, and Juan Iglesias is now at the wheel of the 50, which is 12.4 seconds behind in second place. And then Ricardo Ferreira in the 23 car for the third place entry is now 16.4 seconds behind. So MSI has even won a slight advantage over the two closest pursers.
Yeah, I have to say as well, for MSI Esports, I mean, if Salva Talents has really done, 6.5 hours in this race, or nearly 6.5 hours in this race, what a stint it has been. He's had a little bit of everything thrown in as well. Possible penalty at the start of the race that meant they came into the pits, then they had to come back with low fuel, coasting back to the pit lane in order to refuel the car proper. And managing to fight his way back up to lead the race once again. Fantastic job from him so far. Cutting now onto the XPD Racing GT3 team and the Race for Cat Motorsport team as they battle away for 22nd place as they make their way across the line. Now becomes 21st because of drivers in the pit lane, or at least a car in the pit lane. Felix Sansegundo in the number 13 XPD Racing GT3, and it's Mark Freja in the number 19 there trying to chase him down. There's the number 32 Speed Up team then. The pairing there you can see trying to find their way onto some great form. Tony Ruiz, we believe, is in that Speed Up team car. 32nd place so far. We have 35 runners in this race at the moment. The only retirement we are aware of is Shazoo at the moment, who are going down the laps. They had a 15-minute pit stop around about hour number 4, hour number 5 in this race. And ever since then, they did try and rejoin onto the track, but have since retired from the race. We haven't seen them since, so we are down to 35 runners in this 24 hours of the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. So Mark Perez then taking over the lead car in the MSI Esports car and has done a fine job of extending that gap even more against the number 50 Juan Iglesias now at the wheel of that car. There's the number 36 car, the Simtech Pro in 27th place. I believe that's a new driver in that car, in the number 36 there. I'll have to see if I can... Yes, it is. It's Jordi Jansana who's currently in that car, in that BMW, looking to get a first lap under his belt. as he makes his way onto another, or at least the first lap of his stint. But MSI Esports leading the way by 13 seconds ahead of the number 50 there, the Dream Factory number 50. Then it's the number 23 car, currently in third place at the hands of Ricardo Ferreira. That's Arnage Competition. Unicos Gaming at the hands of Christian Perez, currently in fourth place. Zenith Esports, the 215, in fifth place. And at the moment, again, with pit stops not being completed, some drivers and some teams will be slightly out of sync, but 10 drivers, Adrian, on the lead lap.
Exactly, and right now 9 of them are within a minute. 8 of them, are within a minute are Marc Perez, which is now leading the race. I will be very interested to see how these differences will evolve over the scene, as we see the number 999 entering the pit lane with Maxi Yaruz at the wheel of the car. Especially, I'm very interested in 2 particular characters. One of them, obviously, is Mark, which is leading the race and has a very heavy reputation behind them as a very reliable and fast driver that will have to hold itself compared to Juan Iglesias, and especially Ricardo Ferreira. Ferreira is one of those drivers that have gone way too many times under the radar when it really shouldn't have. Because he is a driver that when he smells blood, he goes for it and actually tries to get passes completed on the racetrack rather than just wait until the driver in front falls down like something for a tree or something. No, he's just 3.5 seconds behind Juan Iglesias. I'm very sure he's going to push the issue. Maybe we can see that car number 23 at Nash Competition, which is already in a very good third position, into second. 3 seconds are tough to make on, but there's still a lot of race to go.
It's still a long way to go. 17.5 hours to go as the number 14 car has now set the fastest lap of the race. Marc Perez in that MSI Esports car, 44.8. The track is getting better and better. Track temperature right now is 28 degrees Celsius. So if we're going to see some fast laps here, it's probably going to be in this twilight stint where the track's starting to cool down. All that rubber's still on the track, and this is going to be an ideal time now for MSI Esports to just get those fast laps in, fast lap after fast lap.
And right now, Marc Perez has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:44.8. So those fresh tires are working miracles. Right now, he's put 0.9 of a second on Juan Iglesias and 0.6 of a second on Ricardo Ferreira. Almost 15 seconds of advantage for the MSI 14 entry. The Marc Perez doing Marc Perez things. This is what he do and what he does best.
And at the moment, what he's doing is really extending that gap to himself and the number 50 car of Dream Factory at the hands of Juan Iglesias. We've also had the number 5 Unicos Gaming into the pit lane for a driver change. I believe that's going to be Christian Perez at the wheel of that car now. About a 1:09 stop there. So that's definitely tyres and fuel for that car there. So MSI Esports leading the way. Dream Factory in second place. Arnage Competition in third. Zenith Esports in fourth. And Team Fordzilla rounding off the top 5. Team Fordzilla now being driven by Julian Rodriguez Moreno in that number 3 car. Then it's Jorge Garcia who's driving this Zenith Esports car. There is Julian Rodriguez trying to find his way past a couple of back markers here as they make their way through. It's the number 2 car they're trying to find their way past. So that's Fran Parada, who's in 14th place. So that's not for position, but you can see that BMW on the right-hand side of your picture has been through a little bit of the rough stuff, hasn't it? It's the front end looks a little bit damaged, on especially the right-hand side there.
And if things go well for them, it's going to look even more rougher over as the race goes on, because he's not giving an inch to anyone. We've seen that on the while passing that marker. He never lifted. He went full throw until he had to brake up to the very last minute to the apex of the corner. So he's trying very hard to keep Jorge Garcia within reach, at least on the front straight, because 9 seconds are a very difficult distance to keep a driver inside here in Barcelona. That's a pit stop for the BMW, for Euromaster number 2 entry, which is now making the pit stop with Fran Parada, another good driver that is in midfield. And I can expect a bit more from them. But as we were saying, that car number in 5th position, it's actually moving forward. And one of the drivers though for the Team Fordzilla, Alex Palou, I really think that his participation in this event more so than being the name driver, the marquee driver of the event, because of its status as the IndyCar championship leader in the United States. It's pretty symbolic, and it's pretty good for the sim racing community, especially for this initiative for Barcelona, of the Circuit de Barcelona, that was that trusted him when he was just a rookie in the lower formula, when he had no support whatsoever. The circuit put their backing behind him when he had absolutely none. And he's actually a professional driver making a living, and a good one at it. So Palou taking part in this event is kind of a retribution for the ones that believe in him from the very beginning, and from the sim racing community that he gives so much also.
Absolutely, it's a real great story. Then it'd be great to see him. We've already seen him once out there just for a short stint. I'm sure we haven't seen the last of him in that Team Fordzilla car. There's the Arage Motorsport car, the number 23, driven at the moment by Ricardo Ferreira. There's a little bit of a gap between themselves and Dream Motorsport are up ahead in that number 50 car, driven by Juan Iglesias. A little bit more of a gap than maybe they had in the past, of course, but still, that's not too far between them. There is the number 50 car, the Dream Factory BMW, currently second place in this race, 15.7 seconds back from our race leaders, MSI Esports. And at this moment in time, it's all going pretty well for MSI Esports. Not to put a commentator's curse on anything, but you know, we saw last time out, I'm sure you'll remember, Adrian, Zenith Esports had an opportunity like this. They had a gap like this very early on. When we say early on, we mean the first third of the race. In the first third of the race, they looked pretty dominant as well. They looked like they could go on and really dominate the race itself, and then they ran afoul of someone in the wrong place at the wrong time and put themselves out of the race. And you know, you've got no guarantees when it comes to 24-hour racing, really, have you?
And it was pretty dramatic, and I remember it very vividly because I was making the knife shift at the last year's race, and it was almost heartbreaking to see how a team that had done everything almost so perfect, how that hard work could be undone in just a slight miscue by one of their opponents that weren't even racing against the team. But those are the things that happen. If you are in the bad spot at the wrong moment, at the wrong time, everything can just disappear in front of your eyes, and that's the fine balance that MSI will have to battle for the next hours. Not only to try to further that advantage with the pursuing drivers, which Marc Perez is doing at a very fast pace. It is already 16 seconds ahead of Dream Factory, but also trying to negotiate the traffic as efficiently and as cleanly as possible.
That'll be the main thing, won't it? But yeah, sometimes your race is just decided by somebody else, and that's just an even more bitter pill to swallow at the end of it. Unicos Gaming then currently in 10th place as they're looking to try and find their way up the order, driven at the moment by Mustafa Mesraoui. And they are at the moment, well, they're not too far behind the number 10 car of Inigo Bea, who's just ahead of them at the moment in that number 10. So that's going to be a nice battle for 9th place in a few laps' time, because it's the car directly ahead. We've got Visceral Racing, who have come into the pit lane at the hands of Andreas Dormeyer, who makes his way in towards the pit lane. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The 24 is also in the pit lane, as well as the number 15 car as well. So all of those cars into the pit.
They keep on making their speed stops. There's a few strategies that are intercrossed, as some teams usually, as it's the norm in sim racing, are pitting at different times. We see some patterns, however. There's like 2 or 3 particular decisions on where to pit that have been followed by the 35 entries that are still in the race. That we have one that is already out. We will see the convergence of those if there's not major interruptions to the race in the last 2 hours, and that is going to be interesting because teams from way before that, they are going to plan their fuel mileage and they are going to plan their stints accordingly to just try to get an advantage. Maybe a team that looks to be sure ahead of the other driver because they are 30 to 40 seconds, maybe they are not so far ahead. And that's, as I said, one of the many things that we'll have to keep an eye on.
Meanwhile, we're riding on board then with the Euromaster Esports car. This is Aitor Alvarez now making their way in towards turn number 4. And there's the 999, Matthias Milano in the Orma Sim Racing team car. Going wheel to wheel now, down in towards turn 5 we go. The Euromaster Esports car taking a slightly different line, and not the first occasion the two have battled each other out on track as they make their way through that kink of 6 and in towards turn number 7. There's the Visceral Esports car that's just come out of the pit lane then. I don't think there was a driver change in that. No, it's still Andreas Dormeyer who's still in that car, but they have rejoined just ahead of that battle for 21st position. In fact, there is the Euromaster Esports car looking maybe for a move down the inside in towards turn 10, lunges up the inside, does the number 2 car, and takes that position away. Great move from the Euromaster Esports car at the hands there of Aitor Alvarez, and that's a position gained for Euromaster Esports.
A very good maneuver. He outbraked his opponent, who took a wider line, maybe trying to get the switch back and trying to get a better acceleration by the inside, but that's a difficult maneuver to pull on that corner. Because there's not so much tarmac. Maybe on the current configuration of that corner, at least the 2021 version onwards, that could have fly, but not today.
Yeah, not today. The Euromaster Esports team making it clear that they want to try and get up the order, and up the order they have gone now, up into 20th place. The next guy ahead of him is Visceral Racing, who's just come out of the pit lane at the hands of Andreas Dormeyer, and is for position as they make their way through in towards turn 3. Back onto the power they go then towards turn at number 4, and with 17 hours and 20 minutes to go, we still have MSI Esports leading the way at this very, well, you could say it's still a relatively early stage in this race. 8 cars still on the lead lap. Obsidian Racing 63 seconds down on our race leaders is the last car on the lead lap, which, you know, approaching hour number 8 is a magnificent effort from the top 8 there, just to be within relative pace. I mean, we're talking a lap round here, possibly 145s, 146 to be the average lap time, and that's probably the time it takes to get from one kart to the next. So they're about 40 seconds away from being lapped, it's fair to say. And 40 seconds over a long period of time, they might go a lap down, but it might only be a 1 or 2 laps down if they can manage that one. So it's a really good effort from them so far.
And we can say that the top 12 cars right now are running at a very similar pace. Obviously, no one is completing the laps as fast as Mark Perez is doing it right now. He's put 5 seconds over his competitors just on the half a stint, or not even half a stint. But they're running the 145 mediums, 146 low, which is pretty much the benchmark for this kind of moment of a race when you still have fuel to burn. Ricardo Ferreira actually is closing in on Juan Iglesias. He's just 2 seconds behind when he started the stint, 3.5 seconds behind. He's regularly running a tenth, 2 tenths faster per lap. This last lap, they ran at the same pace, 145.5. But that's a potential battle that could be brewing for the next 50 minutes.
Can be indeed, and we'll have to wait and see how it all develops. Of course, Visceral Racing straight out of the pit lane, fresh out of the pit lane as well, on possibly new or at least a fuel load as well, heavier car. They had to pit early on in the first hour of this race due to damage received on a curb. So they are going to be slightly out of sync, and they might have had to change their strategy ever so slightly in order to keep themselves in this race. But they're doing a good job at just making sure damage limitation didn't get in the way, and they're inside the top 20 as it stands, with Euromaster Esports trying to get onto the back of them and making sure they drop out of it.
And that's the number 2 cars. We're staying the Euromaster trying to get close. Dirty air is it's a thing even in GT and sim racing. It's sometimes difficult to follow a car way too closely, if especially if he has a knack for playing with your lines and trying to actually disturb the way you position yourself behind another machine. There are some drivers that are quite masterful at that, but as we said, I think we're seeing pretty good battles. Some drivers that are being very respectful especially compared to last year when I felt there was a little bit more contact that he called for some maneuvers. Now that we see number 14 car by MSI actually lapping another competitor, yeah, it's almost like he didn't lose anything on that pass.
No, that's the MSI Esports car putting another lap on Yazheat. So Yazheat now go 2 laps down in the entire event, but they're still in 12th place. So MSI Esports leading the way, 17 seconds. That gap's pretty much stabilised between MSI Esports and Dream Factory. So too is the gap between Dream Factory and Arnage. That's sort of settled down to just under 20 seconds at the moment. So we'll have to keep an eye on those battles because at the moment they're just balancing themselves out. There is your leader then in the number 14, MSI Esports, at this early stage as we are approaching our number 8 in this race. We're only about 15 minutes away from it. And there's your leaders then, MSI Esports. And for the first time in this race, someone that's not one of the drivers who started this race is actually Mark Perez in that car. And we're seeing now a battle developing between the number 32 of Oris Racing and the number 013 ahead, the Odox Motorsport Samsung Racing Team. They've also got a car behind them as well, and I'm trying to figure out whether that's going to be for position. It's going to be 13th place if it's going to be anything. I don't think it is, but I'm willing to be proven wrong at any moment. But at the moment, though, Oris Racing still trying to get themselves back into that order. It would be the Fast Repair Motorsport car, the number 02 car, I think that is, that would be behind them. And no, I don't think it would be them. So that car is just a back marker there. But here comes the Euromaster Esports car on Visceral Esports, heading their way now down in towards turn number 1. No way through that time around. And Visceral Esports car just braking a little bit later and managing to stay ahead of the Euromaster Esports car as they make their way through that long turn 3. But here comes the BMW here against the Audi. Not really an overtaking opportunity is turn 4, but I'm willing to be proven wrong. And this time, no, it is not. Not this time around. Back onto the power out of turn 4. Onwards we go towards turn 5. We're right on board now with the Euromaster Esports car. That number is trying to find his way past. And that would be Aitor Alvarez we're riding on board with now, heading up in towards turn 7. Turning that car in. Obviously, he's still got the grip there through turn 8. Up the hill we will go then towards turn 9. And up, down 11 places, Euromaster Esports. So they qualified 10th place. They qualified in the top 10, but have fallen outside of the top 20 since. This is a move to bring them back into the top 20. No, not this time around. Decides against a move and a lunge down in towards turn 10. And probably the wise decision there.
Yeah, because you were getting into a bit of a difficult situation with the lap car while trying to complete a pass. That's what we say with waiting for the right moment and the right time. Maybe he feels like he has enough momentum to complete it. But, well, if you're that close right now, you can maybe pass one lap or two.
We shall wait and see as they both make their way now onto the start-finish straight. There's the number 19 car, the Race for Cat Motorsport car, trying to still chase down the Mars Devils in the number 30, and Yazheat are not too far away either. So those three have really not let each other go at all in this race. There's a Yazheat car just at the top of the picture, with the car with Argentina on the back, not being involved in that battle. Another battle for 9th place, Unicos Gaming versus Cherokee then as they make their way down in towards turn at number 5. Unicos Gaming holding on to that position at the hands of Mustafa Mezraoui, and still no way through then. Cherokee at the hands of Inigo Beya through in towards turn 7, then through turn 8 we will go, and that curb on the right hand side there has already caused damage to one of these cars, and the teams are now fully aware of that and making sure they try and avoid it as much as possible. Down the back straight then towards turn 10 we will go, and it looks to be like Unicos Gaming will have that move and have that defensive display in towards 10, fully covered for, and Unicos Gaming holding on to 9th place. But I'll tell you what, Cherokee, they're not too far behind, and they are very willing to try and take that position away from Unicos.
And their placing on the racetrack is a complete declaration of what they want to do, which is getting ahead of the number 5 car, which is taking a classic defensive line. It's not taking too many risks because they don't think they have to so far. That's a wise decision because you maybe are inviting the driver behind to make an even more aggressive move if you try to bury your line so far. If you catch some lap traffic, maybe you can put it in the middle and try to place with that some more. But it is quite an interesting battle between those two drivers. Mustafa, that has a little bit less experience on the high flights of sim racing, so to say, and Inigo Vega, which is slightly more experienced. He doesn't have a lot of name among this huge field that we have here in the 24 hour, but he's a very competent driver, and surely he's planning a move.
Planning the move, it'll be in the works, that's for sure, but we'll have to wait and see if that plan comes to fruition. Battle between the number 90 car of Race for Cat Motorsport and the Masked Devil. So Race for Cat did get the move done then at the hands of Mark Freya. And now Jonathan Samora has the opportunity and the task of trying to get back past that Race for Cat Motorsport. They've both got the Yas Heat car up ahead of them as well, just for good company. But as they make their way now through in towards turn 12, you can see here at the track side, track temperature has dropped to 27 degrees Celsius and the in-track time is 18:55. So we're starting to see the sun set below the horizon, or at least below the track. And so the track is going to start to cool more and more as we head our way through. And that's going to provide a little bit of an interesting one. The lights, as you can see, are already switched on for some of these drivers. Just to be a little bit of a nuisance, but also to warn other drivers, you know, I'm in your rearview mirror, I will be here. Just don't forget I am here.
And maybe with that you get to pressure the driver in front to make a mistake, which is probably the main motivator for a driver that knows that he has a difficult move to make. That's a main motivation for you, as we're seeing the number, I think that's their notch car. No, it's the number notch car actually completing a move on a lap machine with Ricardo Ferreira, which is still trying to get a hold of Juan Iglesias, just 1.3 seconds behind. But yes, as you were saying, the pressure, it's very important in this kind of racing, because if you pressure the driver ahead to make a mistake, not only you get the position, but that's one less driver you have to worry about, at least for the next hour, until you have an issue or he makes up for the time that he's lost on that mistake.
Yeah, Arnage actually starting to close into Dream Factory then. The gap's around about 1.3 seconds at the moment. And Dream Factory there in second place at the hands of Juan Iglesias. And then it's Arnage competition at the hands of Ricardo Ferreira. Trying to give themselves a great battle. We saw these two pretty much on the same bit of track in their last stints. Both fresh drivers that were chucked into the car at the very start of, the very start of the last stint, of course. And making their way now through the order. The number 02 car is into the pit lane at the hands of Jose Manuel Padin. And that number 02 car is the Fast Repair Motorsport car into the pit lane. So we'll see where they re-emerge, and let's see if they have a driver change as well. At the moment, though, we're still watching on this battle for second place. Approaching now our number 8 of the 24 hours of the circuit at the Barcelona in Catalunya. And again, the Race for Cat Motorsport car has got the move done on the Masked Devils esports car, but can't seem to try and pull away from them at the moment. That just seems to be a common theme, Adrian, when it comes to making a pass here. You can make the pass, you can even follow the car in front for time after time after time, lap after lap. And then once you get the move done, as we've seen with the Race for Cat car, it's very difficult to then try and pull away from that car behind.
Exactly, because Barcelona is a very particular track in that regard. It is it's a rhythm track. You have to get into a rhythm. You have to get into lines very consistently, and it's quite difficult actually to pull differences, because everyone has run a lot of laps here. It is one of the racetracks that is the most run by any other competitor, not only on the sim racing but on real world. The slipstream also has a very powerful effect on these GT3 cars, as we've seen in this race. So you have one way to just leave another driver behind is by getting into a rhythm faster than the other driver, by taking advantage of the grip of the tires better than the other driver, and maybe trying different things on the strategy. Maybe just to put less fuel on the stint to make the car lighter and actually make it more manageable through the middle sector, which is so important here.
Yeah, the weight transfer as well is so important, and with a little bit of fuel on board, that might be something that they need to take into account and take into effect. But you're absolutely right. When obviously there is that opportunity to underfuel the car, there's a sense of, well, then you'll have to maybe start lifting and coasting, so then you're relying on someone in front of you to make sure you can do that. So you're then planning for a lighter car, a better handling car, but then you're willing to stay in the slipstream of the car ahead, so it kind of balances out at that point. But meanwhile, Arnage have been really closing in on Dream Factory. The gap's now 3/4 of a second.
And actually making it a very exciting battle right now for that second place, as Juan is actually losing time to Marc Perez, almost 20 seconds, or it's more than 20 seconds the difference between him and Marc. And Ricardo right now is in the position he wanted to be. He has the car in front. That car has already traffic to get by, heavy traffic indeed. That's 3 cars that he has to go through. He has a little bit more of experience in those kind of situations, and I don't think he's going to pull back his punches.
Not at all, not at all. But Dream Factory here coming across a couple of band markers. It's the 33rd place car, Lucas Monson in the 501. Who's just now moved to the right-hand side of the track just before turn 9 and let the 2 cars behind him go through in Dream Factory and Arnage picking up a little bit of grass on the way through just for good measure, coming down in towards turn number 10 once again. Dream Factory second place, but the gap between themselves and the race leader, 21.5 seconds. Marc Perez then in the MSI Esports car has been doing a fine job of just opening and extending that gap lap after lap after lap. It's been really good from him so far, and in fact he's now got a new fastest lap of the race, a 44.759. I told you he was extending that gap. He's extending that gap by quite some margin, as well as the 2 others on the podium now make their way through the final corner onto the start finish straight. I wonder to see what that's going to do, because they did have a back marker ahead of them as well.
And right now we see Marc actually putting another fastest lap, 1:44.759. He's put like I think 4 or 5 laps under 1:45. So again, just flying and trying to put the advantage that his Alba was not able, at least in the last stint, to get over his competitors. And I think we have a very interesting battle for second, because right now we have Juan trying to get with the traffic and trying to merge with it, and actually trying to keep Ricardo behind. That's a difficult proposition for any moment of a racetrack. But for second place on an endurance race like this, it's triple the difficulty.
Yes, and that's the Ferrari there, and MSI Esports having to get past it as well, and the Ferrari following the sort of endurance rules, Adrian. If you see the blue flag, it just means there's a car behind you that you're not racing, that's ahead of you in the standings. Be aware, and it's up to the driver that's trying to put the lap on you to make the move safely. So the general rule for the back marker is stick to your line. It's their job to find their way past you, which, you know, if you come from single seaters, that's always a bit of a rule you have to get used to. It doesn't mean jump out of the way of the car behind.
And not every single seater racing use that blue flag rule when you just have to yield your position. But it's a common rule, or at least a generally accepted rule, that when you're a lap car, at least for the people that just fall up in the single seaters, you have to just let them go, because that's the battle that matters and not yours. Whereas in endurance racing and other types of racing that are based on long distances, you are entitled to keep your lap if you can. There's a lot of cars in the track. There's sometimes multiple classes, and maybe just pulling to the side can create another problem. So the drivers that are supposedly faster than you have to overtake you. Maybe you can be courteous and actually let them by if you feel that it is safe and you're actually losing time by not doing it. But on this particular situation, I wouldn't think that it would be a bad thing to do, to just keep to hold station and let them battle, because that's their battle, not yours.
That's absolutely right. Meanwhile, speaking of a battle that's theirs and not ours, it's Arnage versus Dream Factory then. Out of turn at number 5, through we go in towards the kink of 6. They're coming up to, I think that's the R70 team, and that number 70 Lamborghini riding on board then with Arnage competition. Then going out of turn 8 up towards turn 9. We will go through this flying right-hander here And you see the BMW ahead just maybe a little bit more confident going through there to take a little bit more speed through. Arnage kicking up a little bit of grass on the left-hand side once again, heading down in towards turn 10. And again, just still applying that pressure. But, I mean, it's been a good job so far from that number 23 car, Ricardo Ferreira. He's had to close that gap down between himself and the Dream Factory car driven by Juan Iglesias. He's done a fine job of that, but now he's got to try and find his way past, which his teammate earlier on also had trouble in doing.
Especially because they are going to lose time if they continue this close battle for way too long. We see that the car in front of them is not having too much difficulty with that job because actually Juan is more worried about keeping Ricardo behind than another thing. And meanwhile, Mark is just doing its thing. He keeps pulling laps under 145 and keeps getting ahead. He's already pulled 10 seconds more than he had when he entered the racetrack a few minutes ago. So that all is playing in the hands of MSI, and I'm very much I like to see what's the pace of Ricardo once or if he gets in front of Juan.
Yeah, and that's a great move, a great view then of the Arnage competition, the right-hand side of the car. Of course, see that front right tyre tells you everything you need to know about how much these drivers are pushing these limits and how much curb they're using, how close they get to the grass on the outside as well, being a team there that have got that Lamborghini there. They'll be showing the blue flags soon to alert the R70 team that there are cars behind them, or at least one car behind that's not racing them. Through turn 9 we will go then, and it's all about how these two teams are able to deal with the back marker. In fact, the R70 car moves to the left-hand side of the track, gets well out of the way. And so now for Dream Factory and Arnage, that's not really a problem anymore. They can just carry on their normal stint now.
Yeah, he's felt like he had a good opportunity to let them pass at least the 50 car. We haven't seen if the number 23 has already gone by, and in fact he has. So that's good for him because now Juan, number 15, the Dream Factory doesn't have a slipstream to benefit from, at least an immediate slipstream, because there's another lap car in front of them, a second and a half. I think that's a very good opportunity for Ricardo to maybe make a move at the end of the front straight.
Yeah, it could be a move for Ferreira here. He's been working hard for this one, flashing the lights to let the Dream Factory car know he's there. He's on the inside line and he's ahead before the braking zone. So Arnage then moved now up into second place. Nice move then from Ricardo Ferreira, and he now moves up into second place. The Dream Factory team driven by Juan Iglesias now goes down into third place, and at the top of this next hour, as we enter hour number 8, we have MSI Esports leading. We now have Arnage competition in second place, Dream Factory in third. Then it's the number 215 in fourth place there, Zenith Esports in fourth. Then it's the number 3 car, Team Fordzilla, in fifth place. Then it's the number 43 car, who's currently rounding off our top 6 driver in the Logitech G Altus car. Williams Esports in the 38 in 7th place. Obsidian in 8th place. Unicos Gaming in 9th, and Cherokee rounding off our top 10 drivers. So nice to see so many of them still out there as we head into a brand new hour, Adrian.
Brand new hour and brand new competition. Light is already fading. There's a lot of light still, but a lot of visibility, and it is not really until it's almost dark when it really gets dark for the drivers, because they are just accustomed to low visibility conditions. But you say that already. The racetrack is cooling. It's getting already way more. The grip is going to get more difficult as laps goes by. And the conditions that we said that are changing, that's the main difficult for the drivers, especially when or if new drivers get to enter. This is a very particular requiring extent for the drivers that are already racing, because they have to build on the work that the teammates have done on the first stint, and they have to assure that they don't screw up for the drivers that will come behind them. And it is a very critical point when if you just make a crucial mistake, maybe you cannot recover from that. So it's a fine balance between just trying to do your work and trying not to put the car on the wall or in the gravel, and as the racetrack gets a little bit more difficult.
Absolutely. This Race Cat car is really trying to close in on the Yasheet car. Race for Cat trying to find a way past for 13th place as they now make the way in through turn 7, then through turn 8, as they now head towards the top of the hill, then going through that long right-hander of turn 9. And Mark Freya in the Race for Cat Motorsport BMW right onto the back of the Yas Heat car as they head their way now down in towards turn 10. Jonathan Samora in the Master Devils Esports car just having a look and maybe getting the popcorn out for this one, because at the moment that Yas Heat car is falling into the clutches of the cars behind, and Yahish Manoa is currently at the wheel of that Yas Heat car. Battle for 13th place and might involve Race for Cat and now definitely Master Devils Esports as they make their way through that chicane of 14 and 15 back onto turn 16 and towards the start-finish straight. I think the Race for Cat Motorsport car might be slightly too far behind to apply the pressure to the Yas Heat car coming down in towards the first turn, but you never know. You never really know what could happen, as a couple of position changes as the number 32 car is into the pit lane. That's the Aurus Racing team, find themselves in the pits and making the adjustments necessary. We've got Clark in the YouTube chat showing the support for Visceral, who are currently 19th place overall at the hands of Andreas Dormeyer. And of course, if you are watching on and you want to leave your support for the team you are backing for this one, please feel free to do so. You might be supporting our race leaders in MSI Esports, who currently have a 24.4 second lead over Arnage Competition, and in turn Arnage have roughly a sizable gap between themselves now and that number 50 car of Dream Factory. It's around 2 seconds at the moment, so Arnage definitely had the pace. They finally found their way past, and now they're trying to use that pace to their benefit.
And it is as good and mesmerizing as this stint by Mark Perez is. Ricardo Ferreira is trying to get alongside in terms of awesomeness, because he's just put a 1:45 nil. This is the best lap time for Nash, probably. I think the third best lap time of the rest of. Yes, the third best lap time, just behind the times by MSI and from the 43 machine that is Logitech. Maybe we can see even trying to stabilize that loss of lap time, the 24 seconds, which will be pretty good, as maybe some of his teammates is going to enter the race in the next stints against drivers that are not as dialed in as Mark Perez.
That's going to be a point as well. We've also got that battle here for the position that Yas Heat is holding, 12th place. The Race for Cat car closing in once again down the start finish straight, but not quite close enough to see if he can try and move down the inside in towards turn 1, but maybe running slightly deep into 1. That's going to compromise Freya's car going through turn 2 and then through this long right-hander at turn 3. Now, that's probably one of the worst places you could lose any sort of momentum, and you don't want to be giving up time going through there.
We've seen lots of times where a driver just loses the front end because it has a lot of push on that corner, or maybe just oversteer. The bounce of the car just goes everywhere on that turn. It's the worst place, as you said, because you have the no momentum at all. The other car just brings everything on that corner from going full throttle and just plunges into the inside of turn 4 with ease. We've seen that movement a lot from drivers that took a lot of that they were not too proud with their race lines. And as we've seen right now, the Race for Cat entry is trying to make another move on that corner, which is very difficult as we can see. It requires a bit of a dive on, but also a bit of a very good traction setup, which I don't have any doubt that they have it, as we've seen that exit of the corner, but you need to grind a little bit.
You do need to grind just a small amount, but the Race for Cat car seems to have no troubles doing that in towards 14 and 15, right onto the tail of that Yas Heat car as they come up to back markers as well. That's going to have an effect in this one. One of the Ferraris onto the main straight, 30th place car at this moment in time, as driven by Jose Caballero. But now you can see the Yas Heat car using a little bit of slipstream from the Ferrari, which in turn the car behind that, the Race for Cat car, is using the slipstream of Yas Heat, and it all compounds into that extra couple of miles an hour that you need in order to try and catch the car ahead. But whilst the Yas Heat car had the slipstream of a back marker, there was no way the Race for Cat car was even going to get close to that BMW.
And this is a very important moment, Kieran, because we are seeing the flashlights on the cars that are starting to turn on. Now, we enter into the night mode. It's still early, as I said before. There's still lots of visibility, but now we have to use the lights to get maximum visibility, and it's going to be a common theme for the next 10 hours.
At least for the next 10 hours. I'm not quite sure. I didn't look up when sunrise was here at Catalunya, but I'm sure we'll see dawn. Not in Austin, Adrian. We'll be long gone by the time dawn comes around, that's for sure.
And there's a 24 car, the Gemma Esports entry, which is now running in 29th place. They haven't had a very good day so far. They've lost 4 positions from their starting position right now. Enrique Polonio is now at the wheel of this Lamborghini, one of the many Lamborghinis that are gracing this 36 car field, which already has lost 1 member and could have probably lost 2 more, because I've seen entries that are already a lot of laps down. Number 15 and number 29 are 36 laps, 19 and 21 laps down. They are still on the race, but they are very, very far behind. I'm probably hopeless on trying to make even more positions unless there are retirements ahead of them.
That's going to be a main thing as well, where it's going to be quite a few retirements. I mean, we are now into hour number 8, and we've only had the 1 retirement so far, which is, for 24-hour racing standards, is pretty good, I have to say. As Yasheet's still trying to hold on to Race for Cat Motorsport then for that 12th place, and it just seems like every lap that goes by it's for a different position, but that's because there are going to be times where drivers are going to be swapping. There's going to be different strategies going on, and trying to keep up with everything. We won't really know the final couple of positions until really the last half an hour, and that is where we are going to see what position each team is going to be battling for. I'm not sure if you've mentioned this already, but MSI Esports, Mark Perez, 44.567 is our new fastest lap of the race, as the Race for Cat Motorsport car still applying that pressure to the Yasheet car. Up ahead then through turn 9 we go, and onwards we go then towards turn 10. Is this going to be the moment then for the Race for Cat Motorsport? For Mark Freya, he certainly thinks about diving up the inside, but no way through. Maybe to just try and put a little bit of doubt into the Yasheet car there, but didn't work. The Yasheet car holds on to 12th.
That 44.5 lap by Mark was absolutely outstanding. The mark of a great driver, because he felt that he was being pressured from the very long distance, but he had a driver that was able to match his lap times from his regular stint, as it is Ricardo, which is running in 45 low with ease. And he said, all right, challenge accepted, I'm gonna go into the 44 middle, which is now doing, and the next lap it's been a 44.6. Those 2 laps are faster than anything else he's run, and he's in wide past the middle of his stint. Now the car is in a lighter low of fuel, but the tires are not as fresh as they were before, I can assure you. So yeah, he's putting the mark, and not pun intended, on the namesake of our leading driver, as the leading driver for the event, with almost half a minute ahead of Arnash in second place.
The first time in English commentary and already making puns, doing a better job than me. Meanwhile, we've still got that battle for 12th place. Yasheet trying to hang it around the outside in order to defend through turn 4. Now coming into turn 5, the Race for Cat car going round the outside this time around, and Mark Freya does have the move. He gets back onto the power. A very nice move on the Yasheet car then for 12th place, and Mark Freya's been building that up time and time, lap after lap. He's finally got the position, and he thoroughly deserves it.
We said that Race for Cat was a team that had a reputation for being chargers, and they are proving it. An absolutely fantastic move by Mark Freya, which is a driver that it is a school of the Catalonian sim racing drivers that doesn't quite qualify as well as he races. And we've seen those kind of moves from him and some of their teammates. And P12 for this team that, as I said, they're probably a dark horse for finishing in a very good position as the race goes on.
Absolutely, and now is going to be the important time for the Race for Cat Motorsport team to pull the gap on Yasheet. They don't want them in the slipstream for longer than they need to. On towards the start finish straight we will go. Meanwhile, Kilometro Cero and High Speed Divas have also thrown their hat into the ring, as well as they've closed up on this battle. Then we're riding aboard with the Kilometro Cero Lamborghini as we make our way now down in towards the first turn once again. As you can see, then you can see the Race for Cat car. Then it's going to be the Yas Heat car, followed very closely behind then by the rest of the order. It's very, very good to see at this moment in time. The number 30 car, that is there. There's the High Speed Demons, currently in 15th place. They're starting to close in on this battle. And there is your second place team in the number 23 of Ricardo Ferreira. So he's going to be trying to forward his way through very, very shortly. But Yas Heat, 13th place in car number 12. And right behind them, they've got the number 30, the Masked Devils, Kilometro Cero, right behind them as well. So really is going to be a great battle between them all. Yas Heat still on the back of Race for Cat. They've not really got rid of them as much as and as fast as they would like, Race for Cat, but you can see that gap is there, but it's building a little bit slowly than I think Race for Cat are comfortable with.
As we see this another battle on a little bit ahead of them for 5th position in between Team Forcilla and Logitech G on the number 43. Julian Rodriguez is now being pursued by Simon Fagel, which has made up quite a distance between the two cars. It's not been a particularly easy stint for Julian compared to the stints that Alex had before. And he's going to have to buy right now. We've seen quite a few instances in this race where a BMW was pursuing a Lamborghini. Now we're seeing the other way around. Lamborghini pursuing a BMW. Let's see how this turns out.
Yeah, and this is Team Fortilla versus Logitech G Altas Esports. Both have been very strong in this race and now get to battle away for 5th place as they make their way through. The number 50 Dream Factory are now into the pit lane here. From 3rd place in the order, so we will have to wait and see how they rejoin onto the track then. And also we've got another one coming in, Team Fordzilla also into the pit lane now as they look to make a stop, so that's going to be a position gain for Altus then as they find their way through the order. So yeah, maybe robbed a little bit of that potential battle, but nonetheless we plow on, Adrian.
Yes, and as we move on with this battles, I think we have Kilometro Cero in 14th place right now with Pablo Frias. Actually, in the wake of the cars ahead of him, Mac Fresia and Yashish Manohar on that battle for 12th that has a few contenders behind. And I think we have another invitee, another guest on our transmission.
We do indeed. I believe we have Cheers who's come to have a chat with us. Cheers, how are you? Can you hear us? Oh, not yet, but he is there. I know he's there. We'll hopefully get to hear from him soon, but he's currently at the track right now. So obviously with the 24 hours of the Circuit de Barcelona, we have the sim race side and we also have the real life race running alongside it. So it's quite a spectacle before the what happened in 2020. We don't need to say what happened, but we all know what happened in that one. It's unfortunate there, but hopefully when we hear from Cheers, we'll be able to sort of get to know what's going on down at the circuit, and that'd be great to hear from him.
Exactly, will be very great because he's now on the racetrack proper while the real race is going on. This is also a real race, but this is another kind of real race. It also has its tempers going on, as we've seen with some of the moves in this quite animated midfield battle that our Nash competition is just traveling. Because for them, they are lapped cars. And now I think we have tires already.
There we go. There he is, right there, on cue, trackside. I don't know if you can hear us, Chayers, but you look like you've got a fantastic view down there. That's going in towards turn 1. Unfortunately, I don't think he can hear us, unfortunately. But yeah, he's down at the circuit right now, watching some of the real racing action going on as well. So it's quite an event, this one. Really, really is. And hopefully we get back up to sorts of... Chayers, can you hear us now? We'll try. 3rd time's the charm, hopefully.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
We can just about hear you, Chayers. You looks like you've got a great view there down at turn 1.
Yeah. It looks amazing to be here, to be honest. I'm very... one of the four. I think it's one of the best delivery. Yeah, I think it's like a painting, different colors. So yeah, this is one of the favorite. And how about the picture? Okay.
Oh, Chairs, we are struggling to hear you slightly, but it looks great down there. I mean, there's worse problems to have than being drowned out by fantastic sounding cars down there. But, I mean, talk us through the action. Has anything notable happened whilst you've been down at the circuit?
Yeah, when I arrived, it was a red flag, but I don't know. I'm not sure what happened, but just when we arrived was a restart. But yeah, everything, just like I said, everything is looking great. Everything is looking very good. And how about the virtual 24 hours?
Well, we've seen lots of action on our side as well. We've seen MSI Esports, they're currently leading the way, but they've had to work hard to get there to make sure that they got there. In the first hour, they had to make 2 pit stops back to back, so that wasn't the greatest start to their day, but they fought back and they're currently leading by about 20 seconds. And I believe as well, Chayes, I mean, to those of you who've not met you before, I mean, talk to us about what you do. What's your experience with motorsport?
Yeah.
That way all the way through, and we'll see how everything pans out later on down the race. But MSI Esports still leading the way. A couple of cars have since been into the pits, including the 215 of Zenith Esports. The number 33 is also into the pits, Customs GT. We've also had the number 23, Ricardo Ferreira, come into the pit lane as well, and has since left. 58 seconds spent in the box, 43 into the pits at Simon Figel. also in the pits, 55 seconds, so shorter stops there. The 215 has rejoined onto the circuit since, and in the pit lane right now we have the number 38 car. That's the Williams Esports car. David Bosca has brought that car into the pit lane, and well, we will see how they rejoin and when they rejoin out onto the track.
And there's 16 and a half hours to go. We're still seeing this battle with high-speed demons and Oyer Jugo at the wheel of the number 18 car. Yeah, right at the end of this train that is still going on, and there's still few passes being trying to be completed on turn number 4 of the Renault after the Renault turn, which is a continuous turn that you have to take on the outside of the turn after taking the apex. It is quite similar to turn number 4 in that regard, but in a shorter space and maybe at a slower speed. So that all takes part on, and it's all a part of this very intriguing and challenging Sector 1 in Barcelona.
Absolutely, and I was just saying here, Yas Heat have now fallen down to 14th place. They're now into the clutches of Mars Devils Esport. Then Jonathan Sabora wants to try and find a way past, going in towards turn 10. He looks down the inside. He's going to try and stick it up the inside here of the Yas Heat car. They leave the room. In fairness to the Yas Heat car, leaves the room. Now heading our way now in through turns 11 and 12. And there you can see there's still another car right behind them as well. Kilometro Zero are around here as well. But they're still side by side then. Yas Heat and Mars Devils Esports in towards turn 13. They will go through 14 and 15. Mars Devils Esports has the inside line, and they'll look to try and shut the door in towards 15. There's contact between the two BMWs there. High Speed Demons also managed to find their way through there past Mars Devils Esports, and somehow through all of that, Yassi still hold on to 13th place.
Yeah, that was quite intense, and we're gonna see it on the replay. Because that corner, I think it was just a little bit before in the chicane, but nonetheless, that was a very hefty defense. On a three-way battle that usually you need to have all your senses on what you have ahead. That's maybe a touch by Oyer. No, that is just an approach on the braking. But I think even with the touches, it was pretty clean, taking into account everything that was happening there. It could have gone way worse.
Yeah, it could have done, but yeah, a little bit of contact between Yas Heat and Masked Devil. Hopefully you're back with us, and hopefully you can see these pictures as well as we can. There you can see the Team Fordzilla car trying to chase down. Oh, we've got a spinner there. That's the number 6 car. That's the Lamborghini that's found itself all the way around turn 5. That's a very awkward place for that car to spin around. The number 6 car, I'm trying to see who that was. We've also had
Alberto Jimenez, which is in 27th place.
Yes, it was. You're absolutely right. It's the Avanti Esports Lamborghini. That's absolutely right. Well spotted there, Adrian. Let's have a look and see what happened to that Lamborghini, the Avanti Esports Lamborghini, making his way through the... well, that's at the chicane there. That's quite a way back, but heading away now in towards turn 9. But to me, out of turn 5, it looked like the back end just dropped away, maybe slightly too early on the power and spinning up the rear tyres. That's all I could really see that would have happened there.
Yeah, that's a common situation in that corner when you're trying to pull the power onto the track way too early. It's a downhill corner. You're already braking while turning, which puts a lot of strain on the tires, and it's easy to get wheel spin out of the race car, especially of this kind of special race truck Lamborghini, which is very responsive on the exit of the turns. So that looks, I think this is an educated guess, but that's probably what happened to the Avanti Sports entry.
Yeah, that seems like the most reasonable explanation in all honesty. We've had the number 5 and the number 12 both respectively coming into the pit lane. The number 12 being the Yas Heat car, the number 5 car being the roll back around. Once I roll back around in my memory, the number 5 car, it will be the Unicos Gaming. Of course, it is Unicos Gaming car at the hands of Mustafa Mezraoui into the pit lane, as well as that number 12 of the Yas Heat car. Good battle for 4th place. It's shaping up though between Logitech G Altus Esports and Team Fordzilla. The Logitech G Altus Esports car being driven by Simon Figuel, and the Team Fordzilla car being driven by Julian Rodriguez, as they both make their way through turn 9. Onwards then they go towards turn 10 once again.
He's not letting go the number 43 car. He's actually in his sights, in his mirrors, and Simon knows it, and he will have a hard time shaking him off. As we say that there are 2 cars ahead of them. They're going to be lap traffic. They're not going to let them by easy. That's a good opportunity for Julian if he's able to seize it. Now, where are the best places to seize it? Now, this could be a very good opportunity, which has settled into a not so high pace rhythm. He's running in the 45 lows, not so fast as before. Obviously, he refilled the car, so it's not going to be as fast as it was when he was low on fuel. But he doesn't need it because he's stabilized that advantage in over 39 seconds, which is a pretty safe margin to play with.
Definitely, and looking to see what happens for the latter parts of the race. Of course, we're not even halfway through yet. We've still got plenty of action to go, and if you are in the stream, if you can still hear us, we're working very hard, I know, behind the scenes to get this action back to you. But at the moment, MSI Esports leading by 39.2 seconds ahead of Ricardo Ferreira. Then it's Juan Iglesias in 3rd place in that number 50 Dream Factory BMW. Looking at it, then the number 17 of Pablo Frias is into the pit lane. No sooner than I say that, we've got the treble 9 of Marcus Milano, who's exited the pit lane. So too as the number 2 of Aitor Alvarez, as they now make their way back onto the track and out there for yet another stint.
And actually, Juan Iglesias dropped 9 seconds from Ricardo. Maybe because he changed something on the car. Maybe he repaired something, or he changed tires, or but he's dropped that distance. He's been able to keep it because Ricardo is also taking it easy on this stint. But he has to keep a keen eye on what is happening behind him, because if Julian Rodriguez is able to get past Simon Fagel again, maybe he can have the kind of rhythm that would put our Dream Factory in danger of losing their podium spot during the next hour. This is a situation that we have to monitor on, and especially that duo is being closely followed, not more than 2 seconds behind, by Jorge Garcia in the 250. So that 2-way battle could be a 3-way battle in no time.
In no time at all, and we'll have to wait and see what happens there. And if you do hear us on the stream, hello, you can see the pictures, but we can't at the moment, so we're just literally having to go from our timing screens. The number 17 of Oyer Hugo on our timing screens has come to a stop and has got going again, so that's normally due to a spin for the number 17 car of Pablo Frias, who is currently, did see it, 20th place. Also for Visceral Racing, missed this and went under the radar very slightly. The number 11 car in the pits for nearly 12 minutes, stopped in the pit lane there, has now rejoined onto the circuit, but all the way now down in 32nd place. And now just wanted to make sure they get to the end of this one. They're 10 laps down now on the race leader, and from their next competition though, only a lap behind. So they're still in the chance and still in the race for positions still to be gained.
Yeah, their mayor had been in kind of a difficult situation on the racetrack. He was with a lot of lap traffic ahead. He had a couple of drivers battling not far behind him. Maybe he's got into some trouble. We don't know. Maybe he's just a mechanical issue, but it's pretty obvious that that team has run into trouble, and they have lost at least any opportunity in the short term for a top 10 finish. As the race goes on, we still have 8 drivers within a minute and a half. Then the other drivers are already a lap behind, because 9th place Mustafa Mizraoui is 2 minutes and 45 seconds behind Mark Perez, which is a lap by all standards. And then Inigo Bea completing that top 10 without any pressure, either in front or behind. The battles are concentrating on the 4th place right now, which is 3 drivers converging into 2 seconds, probably 1.5, and maybe giving us a 3-car battle for that next to the podium position.
Indeed, and well, I'm just looking at a race here. Looking at it, we've got the, I think that's the, oh, it's going to be an interesting one to tell. One of them is the Race for Cat Motorsport car that you're seeing there, trying to find a way past the car ahead. And it's the Masked Devils Esports car. That's the one it is, for 14th place. I believe that's what you're seeing out there. Unfortunately, we can't see that at the moment, so we are literally trying to describe what we can't see. interesting one, I will say. It's a challenge for sure, but that's a great battle away for 14th place. So hopefully you are still enjoying that one. 16 hours and around about 18 minutes to go. As we see there, the sun is definitely starting to set. Gorgeous, that sky there in iRacing now. And as you say, I know Carlos said earlier on that he's done endurance racing before in one of the first 24-hour events in iRacing. He said it looks nothing like that. It looked nothing like that when he did it.
Yeah, that the experiences that every driver gets, it's partly conditioned by expectations and by obviously the conditions when you get to the racetrack, and it can get influenced by a lot of factors, and it's unique by any driver, obviously, because everyone has their tendencies, their particularities that made them the drivers that they are, especially if they are highly competitive. And I can say with great joy that we have received again the live pictures of the racetrack. We are seeing cars on the racetrack as GG Simtech Pro is battling XGR team for 25th place.
Yep, absolutely. And well, we shall see when we get to it in the closing stages what that does. We're seeing a great battle here for 24th place. It's about 35 seconds. I should have read how big the gap was before I went into it. It's actually the battle for 25th place rather than for 26th place. It's for XGR team and the GG Simtech Pro that are separated by just 0.3 of a second, and we'll see when they can well, Simtech Pro looking for a move up the inside. That's not really an overtaking opportunity, but no one's told the driver of the Simtech Pro racing car that one. Just trying to get a little bit of a better exit and a better run out to 15, going all the way now through in towards turn 16. Is this going to be a chance then down the start-finish straight to see where or when this Simtech Pro racing car can find a way past? We'll have to wait and see as we head our way down the start-finish straight. It's going to be mightily close, but I don't think this time around. I think the XGR team has just about held on there. And with that, I'm unfortunately going to have to cut my stint short early, but I will leave you all, hopefully, in the very capable hands of Sergio Valverde. Sergio, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Kieran. Thanks everyone for letting me go in now.
Thank you very much for the short notice, Sergio. I will have to pop off, but I'm sure Sergio Valverde and Andreas will take you through the last bit of action before George and Jack are coming through just in a couple of minutes' time. Enjoy, gentlemen. I'll see you on the other side.
Bye, Kieran and Adri. How long time no see, Adrian.
And for the first time in the Shakespeare language, which is already a huge honor for me, as we've shared a stage lots of times talking in Spanish, which is our language. If you haven't noticed already, we just say in this English stream that we are running on YouTube from Mundo TT, as we're seeing this battle for 25th place between GG Simtech Pro and XJR team. And Sergio, all yours.
Oh, I have to be the narrator. Oh man.
Well, if you want, I can be the narrator. I can be whatever you want. That's the fun thing about this race.
I would rather let you be the narrator because I'm a bit cold. It's the first time I'm doing an English stream also, so.
Don't worry.
Moment.
It's like riding a bike you've never ridden before. You just have to get accustomed to how the buttons are and the seat, and just adjust everything. It will be fine. Believe me. Meanwhile, we're seeing still this battle for 25th. I'm very glad to be commentating on live pictures because we've been having a few technical difficulties for a few minutes. We apologize for that. We've worked very resolutely to get it done, and we're seeing that MSI Esports is leading the event with Mark Perez in the number 14 car, 40 seconds of advantage over the 23 of Ricardo Ferreira, which is 41 seconds, like we said, behind. Third place for the number 50 Dream Factory, Diego Catalan, in third place, 48 seconds behind. And then a very exciting battle for fourth place, which have been developing in the last few laps. Simon Fagel in fourth place ahead of Julian Rodriguez in the number 3 car, 14 Forcilla, and Zenith, which is closing in sixth place with Jorge Garcia in the number 215.
Yeah, great comeback from Altus and Team Forcilla. They have a few problems in the very early part of the race. I think it was a little problem with their computer for Pablo Lopez in the Forcilla team, and also that couldn't qualify in the couldn't take part of the qualifying. And since then, they've been recovering pretty fast and pretty soon. And right now, as you said, P4 and P5 for them, and Zenit that started in the very first positions. I think the second one, in fact, now in 6th position, but they can still recover and gain some position when Forcilla and Alto Sorry start battling. It could be very soon.
We're pending in a few minutes' time, just the top of the hour, to give the reins of the broadcast to George Morgan and Jack Cunningham. In the meantime, we're seeing this battle for 4th place as Julian Rodriguez is trying to get a hold of Simon Fagel for a few laps. Simon got ahead on the previous stint and is now trying to keep away Julian, which is already recovered his pace and now looks to be in a very good position to try and maybe complete a pass. Maybe the slipstream will benefit him. Well, that's actually a lap car. Sorry, the number 4, the 4th entries, the 4th place car is a second and a half in front of him. Maybe that lap car has played havoc with the battle and has actually allowed Jorge to close in with the Zenith entry, which is taking over a few spots. Zenith, which is a team that is trying to come back with a vengeance after the events that led them last year without a victory when it looked pretty sure for them.
Yeah, I think it was I don't know, a disconnection or a little incident in the very last parts of the race that, as you said, it didn't let them win the race. Well, it didn't let them fight for it because MSI was pretty strong last year too.
And they're showing right now that their win was no fluke at all, as they're just building and building on that advantage by the great driving of Mark Perez, who got into the car with a 13-second lead and has pulled a 41-second lead. Now great battle for 19th place between Euromaster and Kilómetro Cero, Ayrton Álvarez and Pablo Frias. This is I think that this is the battle for position. Yeah, 0.2 of a second between the two of them. Now timing has updated to give us the right margin between the two of them. And one has a BMW between against a Lamborghini, and we've seen that some of the Lamborghinis had a slightly faster pick. That he gets ahead of that driver. Maybe he's yeah, that's a battle for position. 19th place for Pablo Frias. Lamborghinis has had a few slightly higher top speed compared to the BMWs, but not every single Lamborghini. We've seen cars that were in the slipstream of the BMWs actually not make inroads to the car in front, which to me is quite baffling.
Well, maybe the damage of the different of the setup may be doing these differences. We were talking in the Spanish stream actually with Victor Posutus, one of the commentators and a driver from Euromaster itself, that some things are running different wings, a bit bigger wing, slower wing, that might be making some difficulties for passing to the Lamborghinis and the BMWs. I think it was Euromaster in fact that they were running a bit bigger wing than their rivals, so even a bigger problem, sorry, for the straight lines.
This is Williams Sports with Are Kopinen. This is one of the latest change of drivers that we've had in the last few minutes. Now the reins of the 38 and is trying to get into a battle with Pedro Sanchez, which is in the number 20 car with Obsidian Racing. Two very experienced drivers, with two experienced team racers actually going on for battle in 7th place. They are on the lead lap. We have 8 cars actually on the lead lap. They are on the tail end of those groups of the group of cars that are within reach of Mark Perez, and within reach is obviously a way to say it because they are a minute and a half behind the leader. But there's still a long way to go. 16 hours, it could happen everything and about from everywhere else on the racetrack. That's the magic of a 24-hour racing, especially of this 24-hour sim racing at the Circuit de Barcelona.
We know in sim racing we have different technical problems from real racing. It's not maybe an engine, but as you imagine a wheelbase dying in the middle of the race. I think it actually happened in 2018, maybe it was, or a driving wheel came loose in the middle of one of the presidential races we had in the circuit itself. I don't remember now if it was 2018 or 2019, but these different technical problems from sim racing could happen also in every moment, or maybe some problem with the electrical system of their house, with the internet. As they say, something could happen in every moment.
I don't blame you for not remembering, because for me 2019 happened 65 years ago, so I don't even know what year we're all living in. But for sure, this is been a very exciting race. Very few technical problems. I think the most technical problems that we had is been on our transmission, and have been very briefly. And now that they are resolved, and we cross fingers and touch every piece of wood that we have close to us, we've seen that battle for 7th that is still going on. And one of the 2 battles that we have on the track, the other one is for 4th between Simon Fagel, Julian Rodriguez, and Jorge Garcia. But now Ate Kaupinen is actually versioning very, very closely Pedro Sanchez for 7th.
Mr. President has a little of a problem behind, and it's not about the election or something. It's about a Williams, a Finnish driver, actually. I didn't remember it was a Finnish driver behind. My memory is rubbish. Right now it's rubbish. But yeah, a switch back move.
That's a very sharp move by Kaupinen, trying to make it into the inside of La Caixa, and actually makes it. Pedro has the outside going to the next turn. Maybe he can keep the position. They are just trying to outbreak each other as they go into the stadium section. Kaupinen is on the outside. He's gonna have to try very hard here. He is on the loose inside. Sanchez is actually, they're still side by side. By now, Kaupinen is making the move. What a great battle between the two drivers on the Williams and Obsidian team. But now Williams Esports gets the 7th place. Great move by Ate Kaupinen. 5 turns that they were side by side, Sergio.
In the very last minute of La Caixa, he threw the car into the apex, but now they are still battling.
Pedro is trying to get back at him for the outside of turn number 1, but doesn't make it. Kaupinen closes the door on him, and is going to enter that section of fast and aerodynamic dependent turns ahead of Obsidian Racing. What a great battle between those two drivers. Clean battle, not a touch at all, not a bump. And there were a few instances when it looked like maybe the both of them could have gone out of the competition. Now we've seen this this attempt to outbreak, and now this is the battle side by side entering into the stadium section. It looked like it was all lost for Kaupinen, but he managed to keep the line, and he was on the inside to take advantage over the chicane. What a great move.
It's very difficult to keep it clean in that section, the stadium section. It's pretty narrow, so, even more in the chicane, but it was pretty clean. It was beautiful. One of the moves of the race, no doubt.
And now we see if Pedro is trying maybe to have the rhythm. I don't think he can, because Kaupinen actually caught him. So maybe he now that he has clean air, he will be able to pull away. His next competitor, however, is 19 seconds ahead of him. That's the 2015 car, Jorge Garcia, in 6th place for Zenit, which is actually in a they're in deadlock. The drivers that were battling for 4th, 2 seconds apart of each other. Julian was at one point actually pressuring very closely Simon Fagel, who did a very good job at keeping Ford Silla behind them. We have to say that at the front of the field, which we haven't seen quite a lot of the last few minutes, Marc Perez is still leading the race. 42 seconds ahead of Ricardo Ferreira, 47 seconds ahead of Diego Catalan. So good situation, very much control for MSI against Arnash and Dream Factory, which are the teams that have been established in the top 3 for the last hours.
Yeah, Arnash passed the Dream Factory. I don't know in what moment they came in front of them, but I must say they've been fighting for a lot of laps too in the start of the race. So maybe that 5-second difference is something weird after being close, like at least 2 full fuel tank stints. So time will tell if they change in the stages, and I think it's Arnash in the pits.
Yeah, Arnash is in the pits. I don't see them in the pits on my timing screen. Maybe I have to update it, but we know that the number 50 car changed drivers. Diego Catalan, who has the addition. They haven't had a very good stint. The last driver changed. Ricardo actually got in front for 2nd with a very, very aggressive stint of very fast lap times. Marc Perez actually had to go into the 44 middles to try and pull away again. So who knows? Maybe Diego will be able to get close to it as we get close to the 8-hour mark. There will be 16 to go. Just a reminder that George Morgan and Jack Cunning will join us in just no time to continue with this English broadcast coverage. You know that you can hear us either here on YouTube in English or on Twitch in Spanish language, which I will be joining that particular broadcast in a few minutes' time.
I can confirm you, sorry, Adrian, that it was a problem of the ATVO, the program we are using for the broadcast. They were not in the fix in that moment.
I'm glad to know that I'm not blind. It fills me of relief, maybe. I can assure you that. But what we see right now, and I can really see, is that Forcilla is getting into lap traffic again. But he's got close to Simon Fagel because Fagel has not been able to shake off the lap car in front of him quick enough. 1.2 seconds between the two of them, as Julian has clocked fastest laps on the last three turns, on the last two circuits here in Barcelona. Funny enough, Forcilla has not gone below 145 all event long. That's a barrier that only 4 cars have been able to break during the event. MSI, Dream Factory, Logitech, and the driver in the 7th place, Williams eSports, Altic Opinen, who has done 3 consecutive laps under 145.
Well, you don't need stellar laps to be fast in this kind of races. You just need regularity, keep on the same time every lap. So even if you don't go into the 44 middle, high 44s, you can keep it in 45.0, 45.1.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we were talking about a few minutes ago with Kieran about the consistency that you need to pull off a stint. Is that especially in this circuit where everyone has the references very they all have a lot of laps here, a lot of experience, and they know their way around. So by consistency is how you keep going forward, and you actually pull away from your competitors rather than just outlandish fast laps. Except if you are Mark Perez, which is what we're seeing right now, that he's actually obliterating the competition, and Mark Perez is leading the race right now with a 44-second lead over Ricardo Ferreira in second place.
Mark Perez is someone from another league directly. We were talking about in the Spanish stream that this field is very stacked, but let's be honest, Mark Perez in Catalunya is absolutely astonishing.
And I knew as soon as he got in, and as soon as he took the reins of the Williams of the MSI entry, that he was going to try to leave his impression known, because the race was very close up to that point, and I know Mark is not happy with that. He wants to lead and he wants to smash the lap times. So far, he's done a pretty good job, I have to say, even with this race being pretty far open, as you still have 8 drivers within a minute and a half. That's a situation where you probably have taken 2 other cars out of the leader lap. And that's a very good thing for MSI, because when you have as less competitors you have, the less chances you have of something going very wrong for you in terms of position on the racetrack.
No doubt. If you have a bigger advantage, a bigger gap, you can be a bit more relaxed too. But it's not the style of Mark Perez. He doesn't want to be relaxed. He wants to push hard every moment, at every lap. I mean, if he has 2 laps of gap between him and the second driver, he will be pretty pleased, I think.
And right now, as we are entering into the 9th hour of competition here in Barcelona, we're seeing Obsidian in 8th place. Trying to keep up with Altic Opinen is a very difficult task. They're more than 1 second behind. The driver that they have behind, it's not third position, it is a lapped car. There in front of them is Kopinen in that blue and white car for Williams eSports. And now that the race will enter into that stage where darkness will set in, and drivers will have to readjust the references, not only for grip, but also for braking, for trying to lap cars and position themselves on the racetrack, which is very, very important. This is a part of any endurance race and any 24-hour race where the most mistakes are made. As we see now, the outbreak trying to get a hold of a lap car, the 501, that was a little bit too risky, almost a bump there by Koppinen over Lucas Monzon, which is running 10 laps down in the penultimate place in 34th. Maybe we're seeing it from the onboard of Ate Kaupinen, what went wrong there. But that was strange because there were 2 lap cars in front of him. He actually tried to, he pulled it in front of him.
That was weird, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought that maybe he had just braked too late, but I think that was a combination of a late braking and actually the car in front, Monzon, moving in front of him, which was pretty rare and probably a misunderstanding, but that's what we were saying. Mistakes happen on that part of this particular part of any 24-hour race because, as we said, everything has to be readjusted.
Well, and we are humans. Come on. They have to make some mistakes in the race. It's a 24-hour race. The tiredness is going to be striking soon in some drivers. So, of course, there will be mistakes. There will be even more mistakes during the night because you said they have to readjust the braking points, the moments they can keep the foot on the throttle. And, of course, with tiredness, mistakes start to happen even more sooner.
Now the battle for 7th again, raging slightly less as Kaupinen is trying to put those 2 seconds even in a higher number for him, an advantage. 4th place between Simon Fagel and Julian Rodriguez are 8, 9, 10. It's a question of just less than a second right now. We're going to see a replay. Let's see what this is.
Oyer Jugo from High Speed and Max Devils, Jonathan Zamora. A nice move for the outside, La Caixa.
Yeah,
real?
He's trying to, and now in the stadium section, he was a little bit outside. Zamora tried to stay on the outside, but that was not to be, as Oyer Hugo came with absolute control of the car on the corner to get to 14th place. I think that was more on the part of Zamora actually not being too proficient on the traction after La Caixa than anything else, because I think that left the window of opportunity open.
Yeah, we should see the onboard because we could see the onboard and we would tell precisely if it was a problem of traction or whatever. But for the time being, clean move, pretty beautiful move, and a position for them.
And they will keep on battling as the race goes on for the next few minutes. As right now, I think we are ready to hand over the reins of this broadcast to Jack Coonan and George Morgan, which are with us here, and they're going to call the race for the next few hours. Jack and George, so welcome.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello, guys. Well, I just want to say, amazing stuff from yourself, Sergio and Adri. Both of you done absolutely phenomenal. But I cannot get over what has gone on at the front. MSI Esports, I have to say, after that very early issue that they had where they had to double box twice, I cannot believe that they've made the moves they've done. And to go ahead clear by 46.5 seconds is absolutely mind-boggling. So Mark Perez is on a mission right now. That can only be the description. But incredible. What happened in that stint? Just talk us through it. What was it all about?
About the MSI, I can tell you it was a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. They jumped the start, so that was the problem.
Wow. Okay. Well, there you go, folks. Blimey. Didn't think we'd see it, but nevertheless, they're back on top. But massive thank you to both Adri Fernandez and Sergio Valverde. You guys have been phenomenal. Thank you all so much for the support on this broadcast. You guys have been awesome. Thank you.
Thanks to you, and we'll see here. I'm gonna come back on the night as the night goes on, maybe on as 1 a.m. I think. So we'll see you here.
Absolutely. We'll see you then. Have a good one. Take a well-earned break, folks. Take a well-earned break, indeed. I also welcome my fellow Formula One co-commentator Jack Kinnan as well. Jack, how are you doing, sir?
Hello, good evening. Very excited to be back. I've been waiting all day to honestly get back on the mic for this. But yeah, it's well, I mean, it's a familiar name at the front, really, isn't it? MSI out in the front. Obviously, just barring their issues, of course, it's been perfect day. I've been trying to keep an eye, obviously, because it's interesting to see the spread across the GT3 field that we've got right here. Such a huge field of BMWs here, and the guys out front here smashing it in the Lamborghini, which is still a very strong car. But you would think the BMW, it's a very, very strong car, but obviously MSI have this Lamborghini absolutely dialed in. So when it's in the hands of the right people, it's very, very fast. And it's an interesting part of the race right now because we're about a quarter of the way through the entire race, but it's now getting dark, and it's also now, from personal experience, this is where tiredness starts to set in. The eyes start drooping a bit, you start losing focus, so this is really where you cannot take your foot off the gas at all. Lap traffic in the way and everything. So yeah, this is a really tough part of the race they're in now.
It certainly is, Jack. I remember going back to our evening stint where it all changed. In the evening. Remember, it was Zenith Esports closing down on MSI. I honestly cannot get over the hard work that Mark Perez has put in for the MSI team. He has been absolutely brilliant. Getting that deficit of 47.5 seconds has been nothing short of incredible. I have tuned in on the odd occasion, expecting them to box again, only to discover that they have now recovered and got to the top end. So credit to them for that. But also huge effort as well from Arnage Competition as well. This man, Ricardo Ferrero, who's just come in, obviously, well, he's been in the car for quite some time. But prior to him, of course, we had some phenomenal work being done by the drivers previous. You know, Arnage should be proud with what they've achieved so far. Zenith Esports still running as well and looking pretty sharp. There's the Team Fordzilla car with Julian Rodriguez, who has really been lighting things up for them as well. Currently just under a second deficit between them and Logitech Gialtis Esports, who as well have been very prosaic in this race. But like we said, it's almost like we fired up the DeLorean, Jack, and gone back exactly a year to date to discover that MSI are leading this race. They really are going for this triple, aren't they?
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's not been done before, so if they can do 3 in a row with him, that's going to be a serious record to break. But even looking at some of these gaps, we've been racing. We're obviously under 16 hours to go, and we still have gaps that are under a second. So it just shows you that really that endurance racing, when you're in the same class of car, is incredibly close. You can even see it's amazing what Logitech have been able to pull off. You can see the little graphic. They're up 32 places from where they started on the grid today. They've made a huge effort to get up to where they are, and with Fordzilla, they haven't done a bad job either. They qualified third, qualified fourth actually. Sorry, they're only down 1, which is not bad at all considering how far we've gone into this race. But 32 places by Logitech, which is an incredible effort, also using the Lamborghini. Simon Feigel's at the wheel of that machine at the moment in the 43 car, and well, you can kind of see now lap traffic, especially now, Jordan. We're in a single class endurance category. Lapping traffic that is in the same category as you is even trickier. It's fine in LMP2. You can obviously wait and get the overspeed, but when you have a car that's exactly the same, or exactly the same pace as you, it's even more frustrating when you're flashing the lights, trying to get them to move out of the way, and nothing seems to work. So it's incredibly tough when you're driving in these kind of cars. There's still battles going on further down the field. XPD and Fast Repair are quite close, which is their 21st, 22nd, and we always say, oh, they're so far down in the order, it doesn't really matter. Finishing a 24-hour race, let me tell you, is an achievement in itself.
Well, we've done it together before, Jack, taking part in endurance events, and it's, you know, even doing 4 hours of an event can be tough. But add another 20 onto it, and you are talking a mission. I have to say, an absolute mission. So I give all of these guys credit for all their hard work. I also want to give a little hat tip to Williams Esports as well. Remember, they started from the back of the grid due to a driver swap, and that obviously meant that they had to start from the very back of the grid. So Ate Kaupanen really pulling out all the stops. Remember, he was on that initial phase at the very start. He was the one who dragged them right from the back and all the way up into the top 10. He has pulled off a masterclass as we're now watching the Fast Repair motorsport car making its way around the next right. Certainly now as they do so, heading around the Repsol curve, and very shortly they'll be coming down towards the next left, this time at the seat. Of course, very tricky. We've seen loads of moves happening, certainly at this point of the circuit, which has been very, very thrilling to watch as they're now hightailing through this section, soon to be down through Verth curve. That's Marcus Nunez being certainly hampered upon I believe he's got a little, I think it's a lap car. In fact, oh, blimey, just hopping over the curb slightly, getting very close for comfort. And I believe that's Aitor Alvarez in there as well in P17 right now as they come around the Campsa corner. And that's the GG Simtech Pro car. That is Ivan Moreno making his way down towards the Lakea bend. So extraordinary stuff indeed. But a big hat tip to Ate Kauppinen, Jack. We know a little bit about him. Of course, usually runs in single-seaters, but he made the transition to iRacing fairly recently. And he's been really impressive. Williams up in the top 10 despite starting from the back. Incredible.
Yeah, we know Ate Kauppinen very well from our expeditions in F1, and well, you can just tell by the I-rating. It's just the strength of field in this race is incredibly high. Ate Kauppinen, for example, is 7,600 I-rating, which is stupidly high, as now you can see. This is just some lap traffic coming up for these guys. That's, I believe, the Mass Devils Esports car just trying to make some ground here on the cars in front. It's trying to catch up to the Yas Heat car. You can see the Yas Heat car just going through boxing there. We got a car coming into pit lane as well. We'll find out in just a second who that is. I believe that's Ramon Serra, who's just come into the pit lane there, peeling in. But Yas Heat running P14, Dean Woods at the wheel of that car at the moment, and Jonathan Zamora is at the wheel of the Mass Devils Esports car in P15 at the moment. Yas Heat holding stead in 14th. But yeah, as I've gone back to Ate Kauppinen for a moment, yeah, they're looking incredibly quick. Everyone inside the top 10 is above 5,000 I rating, which is, I mean, these guys are crazy fast. I mean, and we have guys on the grid with a World Championship license as well, that you can only get. iRacing give you that license, so it's not something you can earn. Anybody can earn. You have to be given that license and qualify for a World Championship license. So, for example, Marcus Nunes in P18 is a World Championship standard driver, and there's even more of them on the grid as well. So there is a serious standard that we've got on here. So even getting a result out of this, a top 10, even a top 20 for some of these guys is a huge result for them.
No, absolutely. Given the strength on the grid, it's amazing. Certainly at the top 10, look at them. You got Mark Perez, who's donning certainly an A-class license with you know, I mean, that is extraordinary. I mean, credit to him as Julian Rodriguez there trying to knife his way through some of the back markers, has done a stupendous job doing that. Only down one place right now, but they are still chasing. A lot of work to do, though, because we've still got many hours left, well over 15 and a half hours as they come around Europe car and now into the next chicane, the chicane RACC, before they find their way around New Holland. And look at them all in tandem, and surely there is going to be opportunities for overtakes very, very shortly. All the cars so closely grouped together, and the night stint is where things get a little bit treacherous, because now as the cloud cover comes along, track temperature goes for a drop, folks. Incredible stuff indeed. We're going to be looking forward to seeing who can handle the cars better in these very tricky conditions, because, you know, all that traction that you get off nice warm tracks, you know, certainly to warm the tyres up as well, keeps the grip, makes the compound nice and sticky. You're going to lose all that, so you really need to start managing and try and get a little bit of heat into the tyres yourself. It's all a, you know, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, really, isn't it, Jack? You've got to try your best to manage both sides of the spectrum.
Yeah, but the other beauty about the night stints is that because the track temperature drops, there's little to no tyre wear in the night stint as well. So you're going to see guys perhaps triple stinting the tyres in these cases, which is it's just not doable in the middle of the day. It's very easy. The tyres will go off after one stint, but it seems that you can expect some of the faster lap times to start coming in the middle of the night stints, because the track temperature will be at a certain level and the tyres will be in a good operating window. But you are right, there is less grip at night, but if you keep the tires in the operating window, there is loads of it, and you can keep the tires nice and warm, and also reduced wear is a big thing as well. It's very, very easy to extend tire stints in the night, as well as in comes the Dream Factory car from P3 in here. So that's going to be a stop for those guys. Diego Catalan bringing the BMW M4 GT3 down to pit lane, and we'll see now if they opt to go for a new driver. Diego Catalan's at the wheel at the moment, but let's see if they're going to take tires and fuel and a driver swap or whatever. A driver swap tends to add about an extra 15 seconds onto the pit stop, so you got to make sure that you do it at the correct times. But at the moment, yeah, it is going to be a driver swap here. So Diego Catalan's out of the car, and we'll find out in just a moment's time who's going to be in it once they leave pit lane. So a new driver in at Dream Factory.
Yeah, it is indeed. They just dropped in down to 6 places. All the cars come rushing past the paddock down the home straight. It's going to be extremely interesting to see who they bring in now. We'll have to wait and see. Ate Kauppinen just going past as things stand, currently lying in P6. And looking again, there's the MSI esports team comfortably ahead now in P1. Obviously, nothing's comfortable until we reach the final echelons of this race. But going for the 3-timer is Mark Perez's MSI esports car right now. And it could well do it. There's the Chill Blast Williams livery that we all like to see, a regular. And remember, it was donned by the likes of Josh Thompson and Augustine Canapino last season. Remember how effective they were in garnering a P4 result here last season. And I tell you what, do not count out Williams because they're in a more favourable position because they gained so much more on the initial lap. It looked like it was doom and gloom for Williams at the start of this, obviously starting from the back, but they've turned it right around. And it just goes to show it does not matter where you start, it matters where you finish, folks, as the saying goes. But yes, currently lying in P6, Ate Kauppinen at the helm and looking very confident as he now rounds the next right-hander, heading down towards what will be the next left out of Kampsa, down through towards the Lakea bend at turn 10. And the laps are looking fairly consistent. You want to be lapping around about the 144s, 145s, and certainly by the looks of it, Ate Kauppinen doing just that. You know, a great level of pace that he's carrying right now. And as long as he can hold himself together, P6 is definitely a good place for him to utilise his skills for now. He's got Jorge Garcia ahead of him and Julian Rodriguez Moreno in P4 as well. So he's got very capable drivers ahead of him, and the battles are still raging on. There's Julian Rodriguez now for Team Fordzilla, and making his way down towards turn 1. He's got a little bit of a friend behind him as well, looking to follow him through. Not sure who that is. That looks like the, I think that's the Racing Demons team, isn't it? The Demons, that is the Racing Demons team, isn't it, Jack? I believe.
I think so, yeah. It's Oro Hugo that's just behind us. That is a car that's the lap down. But obviously now, because of the pit stop for Dream Factory, Logitech now up to P3 and Fordzilla up to P4. But to go back to Williams for a second, I'm obviously my memory is going to try and serve me correctly, but didn't this happen last year? Williams started last and made their way back to P4. The same thing has happened 2 years in a row. So it seems that if Williams stop getting grid penalties, then they could actually maybe start challenging towards for the win, maybe. But obviously they'd have to make a last-minute driver swap. The same thing happened last season, and they ended up having to start at the back of the grid and fall back to P4. And it's becoming a little bit too similar here this year.
I'm starting to see it all come back to me now, Jack. But they've got a different driver lineup. That's what gets me. It's a totally different squad in this Williams racing team this season. But great to see them back at it, though. They've done truly an amazing job in this race, getting themselves up into P6. Ate Kauppinen has been one of the main figureheads in behind their rise to prominence right now. P6 is currently where they lie. They're only 7 seconds back from Zenith Esports, who are still very much going at it right now. Hopefully we won't see any more blasts from the past in terms of what happened to the Zenith Esports at all. Obviously, if you guys remember last year, they were the unfortunate receivers of a little incident involving Michael Jourdain around the Verth curve. In fact, I think they acquired 2 incidents around that bend, in fact, so it wasn't their best friend last year, but they're certainly looking a lot better. But bear in mind, that was in the middle of the night, so give them time. That's all I'll say. Give them time, as we're now watching Williams Esports coming around the final corner. There's the Zenith Esports car now. Nearly 4 seconds, over 4 seconds, in fact, as the Delta winds itself up in front of the Williams Esports team, and it's all coming back in. We've actually got a replay here as well, as we just take a look at it, and this is the... I don't know what you did, my friend, but there we are. We got you on the screen. By 5 seconds, and we are back to the cameras now as well. We're now watching certainly these cars now hightail their way through. MSI Esports looking very confident though, currently lying well over a minute ahead of Ricardo Ferreira in behind as well. They got so much confidence there, Mark Perez, doesn't he? He seems like a different animal on this grid today.
Yeah, he certainly does. And the thing is, we've just witnessed, I don't know if the broadcast actually caught it, but Fordzilla have just pitted. So that is going to be their first stop of the day, or the first stop within this hour, so to speak. There we are. And Arnage are also in. So Ricardo Rico's boxed that machine from P2. So now we're seeing the first stops within the hour. Normally these cars can go about 55 minutes on a tank of fuel, so this will be either a driver swap or a small bit of fuel and then boxing later on in the hour to swap the driver over. So we'll wait and see, but top guys are all pitting now, and we're looking at the Yas Heat guys as well. We're getting closer and closer to High Speed Demons. Actually, they've worked hard to get back up to there. Dean Woods is at the wheel of that machine as well, so he's doing well, putting in a good effort for Yas Heat, and Ori Hugo's watching his mirrors now.
Yeah, definitely. Yas Heat looking very strong currently in behind High Speed Demons. But yes, MSI filled with confidence, folks. Amazing to see what these guys can do out on this track. There you can see the High Speed Demons car coming out of Verth. Yas Heat's certainly Dean Woods taking a lot of curb, rising up through the Verth section, making their way around Campsa corner now. This is where you really lend your speed coming down this downward slope. You reach the top of that high elevation of Campsa, that is a downhill swing through towards Lakea Bend, and there you can see them getting so close to the rear of that High Speed Demons car. Oh yeah, Hugo there in P13 can really see that very, very tantalizing livery of that Veloce car coming around the next right-hander now. Very shortly, Europe car will beckon if he can hang tight down the inside now into the next chicane, the final chicane, RACC. He'll have an opportunity out of New Holland potentially, as long as he doesn't run over the curbs too much, arguably getting a better exit. And Dean Woods now, if he can apply the throttle where necessary, he could get a good slipstream here. 3.5 tenths to the deficit. Is this going to be the first move in our stint as they make their way down through past the paddock now? Can that Yas Heat car open things up here? He's getting closer and closer all the time. And there you can see, oh yeah, Hugo trying to defend here. In comes Dean Woods down the inside, defending there. Oh yeah, Hugo, excellent stuff indeed, and holding him off at least for now. But I get the feeling it's only a matter of time, Jack Kinnan.
Yeah, you can see him kind of nibbling at the back right here as well, using the ABS beamer as well. The turbo boost kicking in now on the exit of turn 3. He's going to have him here. Jorge Hugo does everything to try to defend. Dean Woods sticks it up the inside. Hugo's got nothing really to defend. He's going to use the traction control of that BMW to try to go around the outside, but the inside line's too powerful on the exit, and that is P13 for Yas Heat. And, well, Jorge Hugo didn't make that easy for him there, and he goes through up to the next position, and the next car in front of the race for Cat Motorsport team. We're just up the road by a couple of seconds, but Yas Heat and Dean Woods making good progress. Couple of stops coming in. Ate Kaup, and then for Williams is into the pit lane, as is Simon Feigl for Logitech G Altus, who have decided to pit as well. They're up on the Jack's tyres going onto the car, George, by the looks of it now, and also on the Lamborghini, so they're popping on a new set of tyres in this stint. Out goes Ate Kaup, in front of the Logitech car, so he's managed to jump him in pit lane. Great job by Williams.
Yeah, Ate Kauppinen on a masterclass right now. Williams' team can be filled with confidence. They've now gone ahead of Simon Feigl in the pit stop phase. That is massive, certainly, in the context of this race. And now that they're on fresh tyres, they're on equal terms, effectively. So that'll give certainly Ate Kauppinen a chance to really push now as they make their way up towards turn 1. And there you can see the Logitech G Altus Esports car, Simon Feigl, still making his way through the first sector. And he's around 2 seconds away from Williams Esports. It's amazing how much time you can lose in a pit stop phase, Jack. Certainly, I think iRacing does a spectacular job of managing that sort of a simulation. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's all up to you, really, and also it gives you the opportunity as well that when your teammates are with you, you do have the crew chief options. They're able to change the fuel, the tires, everything on your strategy for you. So, but it can be a minuscule thing. You can decide to take less fuel in the early stint to get track position. It's all up to you. But you can see the Dream Factory car, who made a bit of an earlier stop compared to the others, that triggered the stop for Arnage, and now come to about under a second up behind Arnage. There they are in the pink livery car. Dream Factory closing the gap then to Ricardo Rico, who's in the car now. And yeah, Dream Factory doing a great job. Diego Catalan is still at the wheel of that car as far as we can see. And yeah, Arnage now going to have to try open the gap as best they can. Dream Factory doing a good job in the pit stop there with the undercut, but I don't think they're going to quite have the pace of the Arnage competition car. They're looking really good. And Ricardo Rico, we know from previous years, he's very, very quick, and he'll try and build a gap as best as he can. But a great job. We saw obviously Williams doing the pit stop very nicely, and possibly taking a bit less fuel in that stop. We'll have to wait and see what happened there with the Logitech G Altis, but looking like the Beamer taking less speed, able to take less fuel than the Logitech car and getting the job done in the pit stops. There is MSI, now 1 minute and 23 in front of Zenith Esports. But don't forget, of course, MSI are a little bit out of sync with the rest of the race as well. They've got to make a pit stop, obviously a little bit out of sync with the rest of the field. But even so, it's an incredible achievement so far, how far they've managed to climb up through the order after their jump start, unbelievably, which is quite rare within the rolling starts. And MSI doing a fantastic job. Also, a nice little detail I've just noticed on the exit of the chicane. You can see the rubber that's been left, the marbles that are being left on the outside line, and you can see, if you run onto that line, there is absolutely zero grip outside of the racing line. It's an even better demonstration of the iRacing simulation. There is marbles off the racing line which are completely visible to you there on the runoff area, and also through parts of these corners as well. If you get onto those, George, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, certainly, and this is why you need to try to avoid them as best as you can. Certainly MSI do not want to cost their advantage at this stage, and I can only imagine that they've got Mark Perez out here for one reason only, Jack. I get the feeling they brought him out to do the hard work, get ahead by 1.5 minutes or so, which he's doing exceptionally well right now. In fact, it's gone beyond 1.5 minutes. It's now 1 minute 37.6. Jorge Garcia is in the pits. Pedro Sanchez-Alba there in P2. And there, of course, you got Ricardo Ferreira in P3 as well, with Diego Catalan in behind those. Ate Kauppinen could jump. Jorge Garcia now move up into P5 as well. He's drawing closer, and indeed, I would not be surprised to see Ate Kauppinen going ahead and moving up a spot. He does indeed, up to P5. Pedro Sanchez, there he is. Pedro Sanchez-Alba in P2, currently being held at the moment. Well, he's got Arnage competition behind him, of course, being Ricardo Rico, of course, who was at Zenith Esports for the race last season, Jack, wasn't he?
Yeah, they were the car that was running up the front before they got flipped over in the night stint. And yeah, Ricardo Rico now at Arnage competition, and you can see now he's managing to open the gap out to the Dream Factory car behind, so minimising the loss that they had. And he's now putting in a good set of laps here in the Arnage car, just to see a 45.2 on the previous lap by the looks of it, for the 45.5 on the previous lap for Ricardo Rico, compared to a 45.4 for the Dream Factory cars. A very similar pace, actually, between those guys at the moment, and they've still got plenty of time to go. You can definitely see now, even as our stint started, George, you could definitely see it is very dark now in Catalunya.
It is. The darkness is really starting to cloud over, and the lights now are really going to properly be used, folks. This is absolutely phenomenal. And we're still in the early days, effectively, though I say that. It's probably around, it is half past 8, in Spain. Of course, here in the UK, we're at 7:30, an hour behind. But nevertheless, the darkness has fallen across the Circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya, and we're looking forward to seeing how these drivers cope with these very, very treacherous conditions. There you can see the black skid marks of the tyres, as Jack alluded to, with the gravel finding its way onto the circuit as well. Just be sure to look after yourselves out there, lads, out there on the curbs when you run over them, because, of course, that will not help the traction heading through some of these bends. And I have to say, riding on board currently with this one as they comes through into the next right-hander. Exceptional stuff here, exceptional viewing, watching some of the methods these drivers have of sticking to the inside curbs, trying to find their way around this track, optimizing themselves around the apexes as they now come through towards the next left. Once again, this absolutely phenomenal effort from the Arnage team and Ricardo Rico, who's put in a really phenomenal stint and doing an exceptional job as well. He deserves a lot of credit here, Jack, because Ricardo Rico, who had a bit of a painful experience last year, nevertheless a top driver. I'm sure without a shadow of a doubt he's going to look to try and add his 2 penneth into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. You can even see just what I was kind of alluding to earlier, George. Once you get the tyres in the operating window, you can start really pushing. You see his last lap of 44.69, just a couple of hundredths off his personal best immediately after 2 or 3 laps on the tyres. So once you get them in the window, this kind of time is the perfect time to start banging in the laps as MSI have boxed from the lead. So MSI are in. Mark Perez putting in a mammoth stint at the moment, and he's continuing on his way. There is MSI, and the beautiful now Gabby Montoro into the car as well. And also, I'm loving the neon effect on that livery on the roof. It is gorgeous out there. And I think they maybe got some inspiration from Williams there, George. But we loved that Ford livery last year with the neon strips underneath it and across the windshield. And well, whoever made that MSI livery, absolute props to you. It looks brilliant.
Yeah, are you saying that that's your favourite livery of the bunch, Jack, or have you seen anything
So
else
far.
that catches your eye? Yeah,
So far.
MSI have got it in the bag. Yeah, last year the Chill Blast livery was sensational. I know that Williams themselves were posting it all over social media last year, and they were really, really proud of it. No surprises, it was a stunning livery. The blue neon glow was exceptional with their light blue colours, and it just really let it all fly, really. It was phenomenal to watch. Obsidia Racing now in P2, trying to garner that differential between them and Mark Perez, or now Gabby Montoro, who's jumped in the car now, who's currently in P1, is starting to cascade downwards now. It was at around about 25 seconds. It's now coming right back in now. As you can, there you see him, Gabby Montoro, still there. In comes Pedro Sanchez coming around the final corner. So he's going to be looking to try and get past Gabby Montoro very, very shortly. Unless Gabby Montoro can come out. I think he has left the pit box as they make their way down the stretch now. Still, it is going to be MSI leading, so they put in a mammoth stint. Mark Perez's work has not gone in vain, Jack. Still leading MSI Esports.
Yeah, great job from MSI and from Mark Perez as Gabby Montoro takes over the Lamborghini. And 13.5 seconds is what the gap lies at, and a good stop. Tyres taken on by the team at MSI as well. So fresh new boots on that Lamborghini, and obviously a fresh splash of fuel to add into that Lamborghini as well. And I think a note as well, obviously feel free to correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but the Lamborghini doesn't quite have the same kind of fuel capacity as some of these other cars as well. Some of these cars have different size fuel tanks on them. Some of them can go longer, some of them have to go shorter. So you're obviously going to have to adapt to that as you're going through the race. Save fuel, save the tires as well, especially fuel saving, because it's quite difficult to save fuel in some of these cars unless you have a clutch. You can just dump the clutch going into the corners and reduce the revs to nothing and start saving fuel that way. That's the LMP2 strats at the very least anyway, but a bit of gravel getting kicked up right there as well. Also, obviously my favourite thing about the night stints as well is when we get to see these cars on the brakes, the brake disc glowing in the dark as well. About 1,000 degrees centigrade they get to when they hit the brakes through turn 1 and so on, as they come down the straight again to begin another lap of Catalunya. And according to this timing tower here, we've completed, well, about close to 300 laps of Catalunya at this rate, which is a mental amount of laps in this around this circuit especially. And you can see now darkness descending. There's still some floodlights around the circuit, but not too many. There's Arnage, the 23 car, as I believe Obsidian have boxed from P2. So Pedro Sanchez is now going to probably hop out of the car. Lots of driver swaps happening in this stint here.
Yeah, and this is going to increase the deficit now between them and MSI, who are going to cascade now, or should I say rise, not cascade, but rise to the occasion and sort of increase that differential between them and the Arnage competition car, who's currently lying in P3 as things stand. We're just actually watching the car on the screen. Yeah, that's Sergio Gudiel, who's now making his way very shortly out onto the track. MSI on top, though. The gap still remains as we're now looking on our screens. We are following Ricardo Rico right now, so apparently they're not boxing just yet. Ricardo Rico still out on track in P2.
They boxed earlier.
They did box earlier, so they are staying out. Ricardo Rico is still out and about. The deficit still lies, though, currently at around a 51.7 in accordance to our screens here. Obviously, we'll have to wait until the timing tower updates our side, but that's the differential between Gabby Montoro and Ricardo Rico as we're seeing it. Further down as well, Dream Factory there as well. But Jordi Clara up into P3, in behind Ate Kauppinen. 4th place now for the Williams team. They are back where they were last season, or where they finished last season. So Williams very well may get themselves into the podium places, Jack.
Yeah, they could if Ate Kauppinen keeps the pace up at the moment. If he keeps the current trajectory going, he's going to be on a very good trajectory. Dream Factory, of course, they swapped out their driver as well. That's Jordi Clara is in the car now. There's the Dream Factory machine in P3 chasing after the Arnage competition car, but the gap overall has extended out to the leaders to 51 seconds. It was about 48 when they came into the pit lane last time, just gone up by a small amount. We'll have to wait to see what's the pace between Gabi Moltoro and Ricardo Rico, because I think the best thing that you can do in endurance racing is having 3 drivers of the same pace, which is very rare to come across. And but you got to get your 3 best drivers behind the wheel here as watch the Dream Factory car come through. They're still pretty close to P2 here, so all is not lost for the front runners, but there's still 15 and a bit hours left in this race, so it's still plenty of time for things to go wrong. We know from experience it goes wrong very fast in endurance racing. A simple tow back to pit lane and you're a lap behind immediately, so still plenty that can happen. We got 1 car still sat in pit lane. I think that's a car that's been stricken for a long time now, one of the Mercs, unfortunately. It makes me sad to see the Merc in there. Merc is my car choice for the GT3s, but I'm slowly getting towards that BMW. Honestly, I've driven it a lot around Interlagos particularly. It's incredibly fast around there, got so much grip. I can see why a lot of drivers have opted for it, but it seems now that the Lamborghini is a good choice as well, particularly as it's leading the race at the moment, and currently sits a couple of others in there. It looks like as well another stop coming up on the screens. Yas Heat are into the pit lane.
Yeah, Dean Woods coming in, and I'd imagine after his hefty stint that he did, remember he actually jumped in the car earlier on, replacing Ross Woodford on my first stint. So Dean Woods, I can only imagine, will make a change. Jonathan Zamora also boxing as well in car number 30. And Pablo Frias, as a rule of thumb, will go past Jonathan Zamora and Dean Woods as they're in the pit lane. That is, of course, Kilometro Zero, and they're up into P12 right now. Christopher Romero as well in behind, trying to catch them as well. So Pablo Frias, who of course was in, I believe he was actually tangled at the very start. That livery I was pointing out earlier on when I was talking to Kieran, that very, very nice black and gold rimmed wheels, I have to say. Amazing looking car indeed. You can see the neon is now up inside the car as well, and all the buttons are glowing so the driver can see exactly what he's pressing as they make their way down through towards the next left-hander. So the Kilometro Zero team, a team that did figure last year as well, did actually take part in last year's race, and it's great to see them back as well, along with many other teams that have returned this season, and we're looking forward to seeing how they all turn out. Certainly prior experience does help, but I think as we've seen from the likes of Ricardo Rico and his team, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt, if you're the first team first team there, or it's your first time at this race, certainly having the experience of Ricardo Rico is a huge benefit.
It is, yeah, and as there's just on board with the Dream Factory car as well, but experience comes in very handy. The more of the do, the better you get. It's as simple as we're just on board with the Dream Factory car that's being driven by Jordi Clara at the moment, and this is on board, of course, with the BMW, which feels very big compared to the other cars as well. Another cool thing about this car, I know I keep going on about it, but the steering wheel that you can see right there, you can buy that steering wheel for your simulator, which you can then use in your BMW M4 GT3 if you happen to have one leaving just in the garage. You know yourself, George.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's got Fanatec written on it, Jack, so I can only presume that is the case. But absolutely, yeah, phenomenal stuff. It is a grandiose wheel, to say the least.
If you have $2,000 lying around, that is.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm going through a house buying process, so there's no buying racing wheels for me, unfortunately. I think Mrs. George would have a bit of a fit if I did something like that. But there we can see Ricardo Rico now coming around. The Dream Factory car we're watching actually chasing Ricardo Rico in the Arnage competition car. Jordi Clara in the car and trying to hustle and bustle his way around the final bend at New Holland to start his next lap indeed. So great start here, certainly from Dream Factory. Have really brought themselves into the race, 5 places up. So a positive start there from Dream Factory. You could say it's a dream start, I suppose.
Yeah, close enough. Up 5 places. Ricardo Rico's up 3 as well. Having a look here as well, the number 5 car has come into pit lane. I believe there's a driver swap going on right there for Unicos. Looks like Mustafa Mezraoui is in the car now for that team. So they're taking a long stop as well as they emerge onto this track right now. VSR are also in, down in 32nd place. Dormeyer is bringing that car into pit lane, and Francisco Quiroga is also into the pit lane. The P34 machine, the ARS cockpit sim machine, is also in pit lane right now. So plenty of pit stops happening every hour. Everybody's kind of out of sync with each other, but the front runners, P1 and P2, are the only, really, as far as we can see, drivers that are lapping consistently in the 44s at high 45s at the moment. 45.1 for Gavin Montoro. Ricardo Rico on the previous lap of 44.9. So it's very, very, very similar pace, but really, when you're about a minute behind the leader as well, you kind of need to be taking more out of the. It's about 52 seconds at the moment is the gap, and it's remaining very, very close. But we're seeing the gaps reducing very quickly there. I'm hoping there's not been an issue for MSI. I'm assuming that's just the timing tower catching up as they come around the final corner now. Arnage chasing up to the rear. That's a lapped car. Pink Lamborghini just coming up in front right there as they cross the start finish line, and you can see 45.0, and I think that was definitely a glitch in the timing tower. As you can see, 51.8 all is returned, but you can see Arnage just nipping a small bit, and to still have a gap of 51, 52 seconds, that's still quite a close gap this far into the race, because that still leaves you in the window if somebody has an issue.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we saw it last season. Remember, Zenith Esports, who had a great chance in last year's race with MSI in behind them. It took an incident to actually knock them off their perch, and it did indeed. As we're now watching, this is where things get dangerous, as we're now watching Arnage try and overtake a back marker, and they have done so successfully. But you've got to watch out for those little moments. Of course, number 27 car's Diego Ruiz, who we managed to get past there as they make their way down towards the Verth curve, and that's an ongoing danger and more prevalent. The issue now is not necessarily trying to get past lap cars like it was in the daylight, but when it becomes nighttime, it can become so treacherous. You can't always see them coming. If they're facing the wrong way and you can't see the headlights, it can be so easy to get caught up, or at least get, I suppose, run down in that extent. Certainly heading up through Verth, where we see so many situations where oversteer is prevalent before you then hit Kamsa. Kamsa itself is a very hazardous part as well, and you can't necessarily go flat out in these cars because they don't have the downforce like an open wheel or an F1 car has. So you've got to be very, very cautious around those kinds of bends. The Avanti Esports car, though, is in 27th place. That's Diego Ruiz, who obviously just got overtaken by the car of Ricardo Rico, who's now making his way around the final bend. But here comes the Avanti Esports car now down in the stretch, and he'll begin his next lap as well. But amazing to see a full list. And obviously, we're looking forward to seeing Alex Palau as well, aren't we, Jack?
Yeah, I believe he was out earlier in the Fordzilla machine, but is not in the car. Just Pablo Lopez is in the Fordzilla machine at the moment. They run P6 just behind Yannick Lapchin in the Altus Esports car. There is the Fordzilla car that's currently being piloted by Pablo Lopez. And not quite sure, it might just be the livery that's playing a bit of tricks on me there, but it's maybe a small, tiny bit of right rear damage over the wheel arch. I'm not sure, but it could be just the lovely livery that's doing that for me. But you can see Fordzilla, you can see on the lap times, keeping it on the same kind of pace as Logitech at the moment. Logitech, Yannick Lapchin's in the car at the moment. A man who has over 9,000 I rating, which is a crazy amount, can I point out. And you can see also Logitech mounting a comeback, because you can see 0.3 of a second quicker than Ate Kaupin at the moment. That's the car up the road. So Logitech trying to make the positions that they lost in pit lane back. And it could be a case now, George, that maybe Ate, they put less fuel in the car, and now he's having to fuel save. That could be the problem there.
It could well be, or it could be the case it's a confidence thing, because obviously racing at night, a whole different kettle of fish, as we have discussed. But there goes the Logitech Altus Esports car. Yannick Lapchin, who of course was really tearing it up in that initial stint, and he looked truly phenomenal out on the circuit. Remember, pulling off so many courageous overtakes, and we've seen it before. The Lamborghini is so good around the circuit today, as we're now seeing the Williams Esports car immediately try and get past the back marker there. Not quite sure which one that was, but did it well, did Ate Kaupin, but it would have cost him a little bit of time perhaps, even though it still seems to be hovering around about a second, so he's okay. But nevertheless, watch out for Yannick Lapchin, a very formidable force out on the circuit, of course. And as Jack alluded to, 9,000 hour rating. That is a phenomenal effort from a driver like that. In fact, he's probably the highest rated driver in the top 5, or say that the top 10, maybe even through the whole card here, Jack.
I think he's quite possibly the highest rated driver on the whole field. But just as we mentioned him, he made a mistake in that corner, slid a little bit too wide. Gap goes up to 1.2. The car that we're just getting past there is the VSR machine, the Audi, in 31st place. At the moment, I believe. Sorry, not 31st place. That is 32nd place for them. Andreas Dormeyer's at the wheel of the Audi at the moment in VSR. But you can see Atse is under a little bit of pressure now. He's got the Logitech car right behind. You could see the 45.4 in the previous lap for Yannick Lapchin. But that gap was as a result of him just getting a little bit too aggressive into the last chicane, just slid a little bit wide. And the problem with these cars, which is also the benefit of it, the traction control kicks in and it bogs down the engine. So you try to get on the power and it does this horrible do sound, and then you lose about 3 to 4 tenths as soon as you do that. So it's all about minimizing wheel spin. You're going to be adjusting your traction control settings throughout this as well, your ABS settings, which are all adjustable within the car. Possibly as well, not too much of it though, because you're able to fuel save. Engine maps are also ones that you can change as well within the menus as well, just to burn less fuel. But it does give you a lot of problems because you're just not able to go as fast on the straights. More lap traffic for Ate Kauppinen coming up right now. Gap comes back to under a second. As you can see, the brand new 911 GT3 machine up in front, just added to iRacing in the past month or two. And this is a horrible place for Ate Kauppinen to catch that machine as well, because that's going to bring Yannick Lapchin right up underneath him. Oh, that's the worst place to catch the traffic, George, now, because the Logitech car is right behind him, and that's just luck of the draw. Unfortunately, there's not a hell of a lot that the Porsche could do either, and he's going to now get past the 999 machine that's just in front of him. That's the Matthias Merlano who's at the wheel of that one, but that's cost Ate Kauppinen quite a lot, because now you'll see the flash of the Lamborghini. There he is, right behind, but he's just going to hope that he's going to get caught up as much as he did.
Yeah, I mean, those lights are so menacing at night, but hopefully what Lapchin doesn't want to do, he doesn't want to be stuck behind this car either. And oh, look at that. I mean, timing on that was absolutely incredible. But the timing delta has gone back out to 9 tenths of a second, Jack. So he hasn't lost a huge amount, maybe half a tenth at most. Heading through the next right-hander now at Repsol. So Williams Esports, Ate Kauppinen getting away with that somewhat. It looked like he was in real trouble. He needed to dispatch Matthias Mataro ASAP, or Matthias Milano, should I say, at the end of that lap, in order to actually get at least some distance away from Yannick Lapchin, but able to do that, which is good. That timing delta, in fact, has come right back down again. It's around 7.5 tenths of a second. So Yannick Lapchin on a serious charge right now, and not really a foe that you want behind you at this time.
Yeah, absolutely. And really now you've also got the benefit. Ate Kauppinen is now going to have the problem that this Lamborghini now has a tow, which is not what you want, because the BMW is absolutely fantastic in the corners, but the Lamborghini with a V10 engine behind it is a rocket ship in a straight line if you've got the right setup on it, of course, depending on the wing settings and so forth. But really now, the Lamborghini proving to be the car to be in right now. Even there, you can see visually now, Yannick Lapchin is really taking big chunks of time out of Ate Kauppinen, but Ate getting the exit there, as you can see, and getting the power down on that beam. We're using the turbo boost that it's got to get out of the corners, and now, but it will be that the Logitech team are getting closer and closer and closer every time. Very, very evenly matched lap times that time by. But of course, remember, Yannick Lapchin had to pass the lap traffic with a lovely switchback maneuver. But Ate Kauppinen now has got the problem of Yannick Lapchin right behind him. But also, the Logitech car as well can't relax, because the Ford Zilla machine is not too far behind either. Once these guys start battling, Pablo Lopez will be involved, and this will be a nice fight for P4. And they're keeping tabs on the Dream Masters machine in front as well, which is keeping tabs on them in P3, but still a decent gap up to those guys. It's about 12-13 seconds the gap, but now big challenge for Ate Kauppinen, trying to keep this man behind him, Yannick Lapchin, who's they've managed to jump them in the pit stops, but ideally just track position is just everything here, and maybe then Yannick can try get after the third place machine, because they are, once they're in clean air, they are lapping quicker than them.
Yeah, Lapshin now coming around Campset, and you can very well see that Chill Blast livery. Ate Kauppinen in a little bit of trouble here as they come down towards the Lakea bend. And you can see the orange glow that you were alluding to earlier, Jack, of that Lamborghini there. You can see the orange just shining through the wheel rims of that car, heading around Bank San Bedell now and straight towards Europe car as they make their way around. This is so key for Ate Kauppinen, as you there see the Logitech car just hoovering up some of the gravel up on the left-hand side as they make their way through the chicane. RACC's plugged right into the spoiler of that Williams Esports car, now round in the final bend at New Holland, and a great opportunity now indeed for Yannick Lapchin to make a move here as he now heads down the straight. You can see him trying to stay in the slipstream. Ate Kauppinen trying to break it as they make their way down towards Elf Curve at turn 1. Who's going to hold on here? Is it going to be enough for Ate Kauppinen? I think he's managed to hold on at least for now, and certainly Yannick Lapchin taking the more sensible approach, holding back and just giving himself a little bit of time just to get more and more closer, maybe make an assured pass, Jack, on this occasion.
Yeah, because you got to remember there's still 15 hours of the race left. Ate and Yannick Lapchin as well. I've got to remember that you can't afford to get damage in this phase of the race because it costs you, and round the next corner they come as well. You can see the kind of endurance lights kind of shining inside the cockpit of the Lamborghini as well. We're now looking from the front. That definitely looks like some front end damage in Ate Kauppinen's car on the front end right there. It's a tiny bit, but that can be an effect because the aero on the front can be affected by the small little things right there. It could be just such as something slightly visual, but there is definitely a little bit of front end damage. I think that was when he touched a back marker just before we came to air. So I'd say Kauppinen is carrying a tiny bit of front end damage, but every little bit of damage will just cost you here. Entering the middle of the final sector right now. Good exit from Ate. He's getting out of the corners very nicely, Ate Kauppinen, which is helping him here, but you can see through the corners. Look at the Lamborghini just getting right up underneath that massive rear spoiler. You can see the difference in the size of the cars even through here as they come down. This Lamborghini so low to the ground. Now through the chicane, Ate is taking this very well. You can see the line he took through there. He's going to get a beautiful run out, and there's not a hell of a lot now that's Yannick Lapchin can do unless he gets the power down nicely. He does get the power down nicely now. Ate Kauppinen defending the inside right now. Back to the outside again. Will Lapchin get the run that he needs for turn 1? You can see just trying everything to get up alongside again. Kauppinen goes defensive now. Inside, outside for Lapchin, trying to go around the outside of Ate Kauppinen. Logitech will try to move to P4. Contact Kauppinen's round. Contact in hour number 9 of the race between Logitech and Williams. And Ate Kauppinen is sent spinning. In turn 1, he tried everything to try to hang on the position, but I just think it was just a little bit too aggressive racing this early on in the race. You can see Lapchin got the run, and Ate very clearly defending the inside there. Lapchin gets his car alongside. Now he's got the inside for the next corner, and you can just see, net code. So unfortunate. Net code instant between those two. There wasn't contact, but iRacing saw it as contact, and unfortunately, that has cost Ate Kauppinen the problem. None of either. It was not the fault of Lapchin nor the fault of the driver there of Logitech, Yannick Lapchin. Neither their fault, just unfortunate internet issues there.
Yeah, well, they've given Team Fordzilla a little bonus prize. Pablo Lopez now moving his way up the field, and Williams Esports now solidify their place in P6. And not good for them. And Francisco Ramirez here for Zenith Esports, right hot on the tail of Ate Kauppinen now. He's now looking in behind and cannot believe that he's going to have to go through all this all over again, this time with the Zenith Esports car. And that green livery is so menacing as it makes its way around Bank San Bedell. Heartbreak for Ate Kauppinen after a phenomenal drive here today, after bringing the car all the way from the back to that P4 position. It's not the end of the world though. They're in P6 and they're still holding on, so don't count your chickens just yet. Ate Kauppinen can still pull something off here. He's in fact got a better line, a better run out of New Holland Bend, so Francisco Ramirez is going to have to be a little bit more patient before he can challenge that Williams Esports car. But you know, it's a real shame for that to happen on a 24-hour event, especially when there's no real contact and you lose your places because of it.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but these things do happen when you get to close racing as well. It's just the way it goes sometimes. It's very, very frustrating. And it's just Ate Kauppinen just got to try to get his head down again and try to get after Pablo Lopez and Yannick Lapchin. He's lost, how much time has he lost in that one? He's lost about 8 to 9 seconds because of that, so he's nearly dropped into the clutches of Zenith Esports here, so he's got to try and get the head down. Hopefully he's not sustained the left rear damage. I'm assuming he hasn't, but the problem now is that he's obviously fried the tyres by going sideways. He's got to try and get the tyres cooled down a little bit as well. But thankfully, not like ACC or Set Corsa Competizione, you won't get a flat spot from doing that as well. It can be the case that you'll start feeling the wheel vibrating in your hands sometimes, but not quite the same here. This is back on board, I think, with the MSI guys. There's Gabby Montoro, and what I am admiring from the MSI guys is how unbelievably consistent the lap times are. They're lapping within a couple of tenths every single lap, and Arnage and Ricardo Rico, they're trying, but it's not working.
Well, they hold the fastest lap in amongst the top 5 of 44.5 is what they hold, so they are the quickest in that top 5 exchange. But Gabby Montoro having a very consistent stint, and they seem to bring the best drivers to the table. Certainly Gabby Montoro, we saw him previously as well, and he himself a very phenomenal attraction on this track. Certainly now Ricardo Rico, another one who is extremely extremely talented, was brilliant for Zenith Esports last season, and now he's back with Arnage competition right in the top 2 as well, and has resurfaced now in P2. With him behind as well, you've got Jordi Clara as well from Dream Factory, who is there in P3. Yannick Lapchin now up to P4, starting to find a little bit of momentum now, and not too far away from Jordi Clara. So you got to wonder whether Yannick Lapchin might be able to bring himself right up into the podium fold. Gabby Montoro is still holding on though, and that gap still sort of around the 53 second mark, so he's doing okay. Ricardo Rico still applying a little bit of pressure though. He's making sure that gap is not increasing, so credit to him for that. There is Sergio Guardiel, who's now making his way through some of the back markers as they make their way around the seat curve. Obsidian Racing in P8, having a very, very good race indeed. High Speed Demons ahead of them as well. As you can now see, indeed, Francisco Ramirez, who is 9 seconds ahead of Obsidian Racing. Oh, wow, we took a little bit of a vicious line through Verth Curve, and obviously this is where the back markers can be a little bit tricky, because they blue flag conditions is not really a thing in this type of racing. They're not forced to give up the position. It's more a case of a gentleman's conduct, really, I suppose, or an unwritten word as such. But no, nevertheless, Sergio Guardiel managing to get ahead and move himself clear. But that was a scary moment around the Verth Curve, Jack.
Yeah, and it's very easy to bin it around there because the curb on the outside, the main problem with the curb is that if you run too wide there, it'll pick up an off track. And then if you, obviously at the same time, if you get on the power too early, it'll spit you into the left-hand side wall. So you've got to be very careful through that corners, especially. So, of course, off tracks, I'm not exactly sure what the limit is before you start getting a drive through, but that's another thing you've got to manage in these races, the amount of off tracks you get, because if you get too many, then you end up with a drive through penalty, stop go penalty. Live stewarding is going on. Don't forget there is live stewards that are keeping an eye on everything that's going on. They're dishing out drive through stop goes whenever they feel necessary for different instances. The drivers can submit protests throughout the race if they so wish. So we wait to see if there's going to be any more than that. There hasn't been too many at this race, which is kind of what we want to see from these guys. We don't want to see stuff getting decided in the stewards room, really, just decided on the race track. So Ricardo Rico is keeping up the pace, which is what he needs to do. Just keep the pace and keep going. There's still 15 hours to go. There's Francisco Ramirez in the Zenith Esports machine, and he's keeping tabs. He's kind of lost touch a tiny bit with Ate Kauppanen, who's trying to get back on the pace again. But the problem now for Ate Kauppanen is that track position that he worked so hard to get is now gone, and the guys in front of him are on the exact same pace, so they're going to have to try something in the pit stops here.
Yeah, well, they did it before, if you remember. They managed to get into P4 off the back of a very, very pacey pit stop. So Ate Kauppanen has done it. He could still do it again. Don't write him off. He's still right in the fight here, and not too far back from the others ahead as well. He's got Pablo Lopez ahead by approximately, I would say, around about 10 to 11 seconds of deficit there between the pair of them. Gabby Montoro, though, still leading absolutely in cracking fashion right now. The gap currently lying around about 53 seconds, so he's still managing the time very, very well. As you say, Jack, the lap time's so consistent from this MSI Esports team, and there is the darkness across the paddock and the home straight here at the Circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya, and it is a pleasure to bring you all the action as we have a helicopter view of Gabi Montoro making his way down towards turn 1, and credit to him after a very, very sensational drive so far. MSI Esports can certainly be proud of what they've achieved so far. An incredible effort to put it all back after that initial incident at the very start where they had to take a drive-through penalty and forfeit all that time after having a pit stop, then having to go through again on the next lap around, costing them quite a lot of time, especially at the start where all the drivers are close together. You can lose so many places. They dropped down as far as P16 and they fought all the way back up into P1 after an exceptional stint of racing in our first stint where we saw them get to the top. It was actually at the end of my commentary stint that we saw him hit P1 in extraordinary fashion in that Lamborghini, but how well have they done to hold on to it and also increase the deficit which Gabi Montoro is now maintaining as well. Ricardo Rico only just in behind as well, 53.3 seconds. That's still not bad. We've still got a long way to go. We're within the 15-hour mark now at 14.59, and there's still plenty of time still left. Plenty of time for a twist in the tail, folks. But Jack, at this moment in time, MSI are in control.
Yeah, full control at this point. We've got a nice gap behind, just negotiating the traffic, keeping the laps consistent, that's everything. But the guys have completed 9 hours so far. We're now entering hour number 10 of this race. So still lots to go, but all they've got to do is just keep it on the circuit. Avoid the off tracks, avoid any contact, try not to race too hard with people, and just don't make any mistakes in the pit stops. It's very easy to do that, to just make a small error in the pit stops, as MSI said, at 45.1. Each lap, Ricardo Rico and everyone behind is matching the pace exactly to the 10th. Flash the lights from MSI just to the guys in front to let them know that they're coming. 2 cars just in front, the Audi and the BMW just in front, and catching them in a not too bad spot here. But it's so tricky to get past traffic that's in the same class as you. But once they're like that and very nice and move out of the way, better way of the MSI car, little flash the lights for the next car, and also as a thank you to the car behind as well for letting them through past them. So we're now in hour 10. And some still more kind of it's the start of a new pit stop phase. Now, some guys pit within the hour. We've got Paul Monet who's just come in and out of the pit lane right now. And here's on board with Gabi Montoro then as they come through the middle sector. Nice and tidy on the curbs right there. And normally, if you do have, it depends on your graphics settings, but if you have the mirrors on, that little screen on your right hand, there is your rear view mirror, because you wouldn't be able to see anything otherwise because the engine's right behind you. So you've got to use, plenty of these cars use screens rather than mirrors, which is a cool little technological advantage. You can see way more with those screens, I find, as well.
Yeah, it's very similar to those, I suppose, reversing cameras that you get in your car. You sit them on the front and you have the little cameras at the back that show you where to park, of course. I mean, I don't need to use them, but I know people like to use them themselves. But yeah, awesome to have that sort of technology here in GT class racing. Obviously, right now, they have not got that switched on, unless they have, and they haven't got anyone behind that's showing flashing lights, but we will wait and see. But this man, nevertheless, Gabi Montoro, can be very, very pleased with his performance so far. 59 seconds, nearly a whole minute separating him and Dream Factory at this moment in time, who are currently lying in P2, though, even though I'm not sure how realistic that is, because Ricardo Rico, in accordance to our screens, is actually in P2, which he is, as our timing tower now updates. It's now only 52 seconds, the difference between the pair, which sounds about right. Jordi Clara, though, in P3, he is still there for Dream Factory, currently in 3rd place, with Yannick Lapchin there in P4. Pablo Lopez in P5 as well. Ate Kaupanen trying to recover as well in P6, with Francisco Ramirez hot on his tail right now as well. But still plenty of racing left. We are well within the 14-hour mark, and we're in the 14-hour mark, should we say, with plenty of racing still to go. And I have to say, amazing so far, and very close to halfway as well, Jack.
Yeah, so if these guys get to the halfway mark, then that'll be an absolute feat for them as well. You just got to think of it as just 2 12-hour races, really. That's the only way you can keep your head sane once you get to a certain point, because one of the best things about doing endurance races, like a race like this, especially when you do them with your friends as well, is that you just when you get to a certain point in the races and everything kind of descends into just laughter and trying to keep the other person awake in the car, which is always fun. I'm sure if you've seen Jimmy Broadbent streams, you know how that goes. That's basically what endurance racing gets to at a certain level. So I'm hoping these guys always have somebody with them in the car, because at around, I want to say kind of 11, 12 p.m, kind of 10, 9 hours to go, that's when the real slump hits. Right now, it's only starting to get in, the excitement of the night is still with these guys, but once you get to those kind of really early hours, there's a real slump there. You gotta try and push through that, because that's nearly the hardest point to get through, and you always try to keep that battle for the top 10 going on here. Odox Motorsports Samsung trying to catch up to Cherokee. That's the high-speed Demons car we're looking at. We're looking at the Cherokee car, Carlos Marion driving that car behind, but the Odox Motorsport machine is just behind them and trying to get up to the top 10. Manu Largo is in that car at the moment in the Odox Motorsport machine, pushing on. Lap times are quicker, so let's see if they can push up to the rear.
Yeah, definitely. The high-speed Demons car has been on the end of some tricky moments, of course. Remember, they've not really let many cars through, though as I say that, they're now letting this one through. Certainly Carlos Marin now moving up ahead of him here. The Odox Motorsport team will be hoping for the same. As you can see a flash of the lights there from that man, Manu Largo. Very keen not for this man to keep him behind, because remember, that is only going to increase the deficit. You can see there's another flash of the lights there as well, and certainly it's not going to be as simple as that, he says. Certainly the high-speed Demons car refusing to budge right now as they make their way up through out of Verth, heading around Campsa Corner. And just look at this now. This is going to be a huge opportunity for the Odox Motorsport Samsung team to get past, and indeed the high-speed Demons car does let him through as they make their way down towards the Lakea Bend. And a late break, in fact, from the Odox Motorsport team. Very keen to get on the rear of Carlos Marin here, Jack.
Yeah, they want to keep in the draft. That's the thing that's going to keep them in the fight here, is just making sure you're kind of in that draft range of about a second here. Odox, they're kind of safe 25 seconds back to Auris Racing, which is pretty safe. Christopher Romero's at the wheel of that one. But yeah, Cherokee PS trying to keep Odox behind them, but it might be too hard of a task here, because now the Beamer's in the draft of the Beamer, and it'll be now a pretty tough ask for Cherokee to try to hang back here across the line. You can see 2/10 gained by Odox on that time by. So they've just got to remain there. Now you can kind of see right there that kind of distraction of the light right behind you, just flashing, and it's very noticeable. You think it wouldn't be, but it is very noticeable in the cockpit. Right when you're behind, you can see it kind of just reflecting off the screens and everything behind. It's why you just don't want anyone behind you at the night, because it can really put you off when you're trying to battle with somebody. There's a car just consistently flashing you behind as well, especially when they're a lap down as well, and they've no reason to be flashing you as well for that one as well. But anyways, it's carrying on. Christopher Romero, as we were talking about them, they've just boxed actually, so that's the first car that out of that kind of battle to pit as well. So they've decided to pit. So Auris Racing, I wonder if they're going to put a new driver in the car. Romero's been in the car for a while, so maybe they're swap out to a new driver. Yosemite Chavez is in, and that's the P24 car. Fast Repair are in for their stop as well. And Odox getting closer and closer and closer to the back of that Beamer in front as well. And I hope you're able to hear it on the broadcast as well, but you have to listen very closely. That this BMW makes a lovely turbo chirp noise when you come off the throttle. It's very hard to hear it, not quite Nissan GTR level, but it has got it there.
Yeah, it certainly adds. It does sound absolutely stunning. We did hear a little bit of it earlier on as we're seeing Carlos Marin there in P10 at the mercy of the Odox Motorsport Samsung team. Huge opportunity for them to utilise some straight line speed if they can get it, heading around the final corner and down the stretch once again. Half a second now it's crept up to, but then again that slipstream bringing it all the way back down again, and it's getting closer and closer, but I'm not sure it'll be enough before they hit turn one. It's down to 4/10, and will they make an audacious attempt? A little look down the inside from the Odox Motorsport team, and this time they do try and late break it in order to try and hang on behind of Carlos Marin, but still no chance for Manu Largo to make that move down the straight. But you might think they might get a chance out of Repsol heading into the seat as long as they get a good exit as they make their way now down towards Repsol now. Still no change in between the pair, and it's about levelled off around about 0.3 of a second, I would say, as they make their way around this next right before then hitting the next left at the seat curve. Still Carlos Marin holding on to that P10, but how about Manu Largo, who's getting closer and closer and closer in behind the Cherokee car as they make their way out of the seat down towards the Verth curve. Still Carlos Marin there in P10, but he can see the Odox Motorsport car getting closer, still getting closer as they rise up through Verth curve. A lovely exit from both cars as they round through Kamsa. Arguably Odox Motorsport getting a better rounding of the curb, heading into Kamsa now as soon as they power their way down the stretch where usually in Formula 1 DRS would be applied. Not in this kind of racing though, folks. They come down towards the Lakea bend. Once again late on the brakes from Odox Motorsport. They are inching so close now, and surely within this next lap or so they will look to make the move, because they're rounding Bank San Badell, plugged right into the rear of Carlos Marin and Cherokee, who are doing their absolute utmost to hold on to that P10 spot. A top 10 finish would be so impressive for these guys. As now the Odox Motorsport Samsung team plugged into the rear spoiler of Carlos Marin, heading out on to the final corner of New Holland. Huge opportunity now for Manu Realago as they come through the final bend. Once again, this time he's a lot closer. Surely he's got the move done here this time. He's getting closer still into the 310. Surely is he going to open the door heading in towards turn 1? The Odox Motorsport team look on as they move in on the inside. No, will he make the move? A late break? Maybe, not this time. Still Carlos Marin holds on. He's leaving him frustrated. Odox Motorsport, slight bit of hesitation there, Jack.
Yeah, they're trying to carry this. They're trying to carry more speed into the braking zones, but through here they're compromising their exit. Because look at the gap; it goes back out to nearly 3/4 tenths of a second. Just carrying a lot of speed into that chicane, which is working for them on the brakes. But you can see Mario Largo super confident on the brakes, but Marin's just getting the power down a bit nicer. So it could be all down to the setup here as well. Of course, maybe Carlos Marin and them have maybe got some more wing on the car to try, or less wing on the car, sorry, to try to just give it a little bit more straight line speed. And the opposite for Marin, of course, quicker through the corners. You can see the slight bit of kind of not quite. Again, I'm not quite sure if it's delivery. It definitely looks like there's rear end damage on that beamer in front as well. Just a tiny bit. Oh, a little bit of correction through the corner from the Odox car as well, just clouting that curb. And you got to be very careful here. Looks to the inside of the next corner again. He's showing himself in the mirrors. He's again late on the brakes. Again, just has to check up on the apex. And now this is very frustrating for Manare Alarga. He's got to get an exit out of the last chicane to get past here, and he's going to have to just kind of not go so late on the brakes into it, just maybe hang back a bit, go for a switchback line through the chicane. You can see, oh, that's a lock up through there from the car in front. I'm not sure how that happened through there, maybe catching the gravel on the outside there. Back on the power goes Manareo Largo, gap is 0.4 of a second. That's still not enough to get through here. You can see Carlos Marin is literally hanging on by the skin of his teeth there. Down towards the first corner comes the Odox car. He's getting the run, he's getting closer, getting closer. He's still not going to be close enough unless he goes for a massive dive here. But again, it's just not enough. Back on the power again through turn 1, back through turn 3. He needs to avoid the understeer through here if at all possible. Marin's very strong through this section. Now Odox keeps it tight, but you can see, look, visually, Marin's on the power earlier and just Odox not able to do anything about it here.
Yeah, do you think he's feeling the pressure, Jack? 'Cause he's making a couple of errors. He wasn't overly tidy heading through turns 1 and 2, so I'm starting to wonder whether he's feeling the pressure to make the move. Carlos Marin really holding on extremely well here, defending. He actually hasn't had to do too much, to be honest, because he hasn't moved at all away from the path that he's taken on the racing line. So Carlos Marin not doing a lot wrong here at all. He's actually doing everything right as they come down towards Verth Curve. And currently the Odox racing team of Carlos Marin Casa now making his way up through Verth Curve, this time up towards the Kamsa corner. They're starting to catch up with a few more of the back markers. Indeed, still the gap exists at around about 0.4 of a second. And once again, they're going down the straight towards towards the Kea at turn 10. And as they do so, still Carlos Marin holding on late on the brakes again from the Odox Motorsport car. That of being Manu Reolago as they power up through towards Bank San Badell, now round in the next right and hightailing down through towards the next right-hander at Europe car. Still Carlos Marin in touch. He's actually managed to increase the gap slightly in comparison to the previous lap, but can the Odox car get closer into the chicane? You can see he's late on the brakes every time here, every single time as they come around the New Holland corner. This time the gap remains at, well, just above 0.4 of a second as they come across the line. He needs to do something pretty soon if he wants to get past. He's been left frustrated on several occasions. In comes Carlos Marin into turn 1. He's holding on, at least for now, onto that 10th place. But still, Manarea Largo looks on the inside, just letting him know that he's there, but he can't do much more than that, Jack.
No, this is frustrating. Now, Marin's driving very well. His Achilles heel is this corner right there. You could literally see Marin getting on the earlier and just opening the gap out to 0.4 of a second. Or once you're at 0.4, there is nothing you can do in the slipstream. He's going to have to do it in some other place around the lap here because Marine's got it hooked up. He's running his line, doing everything right, and he continues to hold on to P10 here, the top 10 positions as they come through. You can see visually closing up on the brakes here on Marine, but of course he's got to think about the long kind of game here in the race as well. He's got to think about there's still 14 3/4 hours remaining, so still plenty of time. I think the best opportunity, it seems to me, is down here at the left-hander for Manuel Largo, but again, he's not able to get alongside. He's so good on the brakes through here, but doing it from this far back would be just insanity on the brakes right there. You see now the lap traffic might help him here, George. Plenty of traffic coming up in front of him, and he's going to be maybe try to use this to his advantage here because I think Marine's going to catch this traffic in the chicane, and that'll give him an opportunity.
Yeah, we saw a similar thing happen, if you remember, with Ate Kauppinen earlier on, where it looked like it was going to hinder his performance. Luckily, he got away with it, but I don't think the same can be said for Carlos Marin, because there's simply far too much traffic there ahead. And look how much he is plugged in here this time, is Manuel Largo. This is a huge opportunity now for him, as they now round the right hand of the final right at New Holland. And surely, certainly, they're going to be making moves very soon, as they now power their way down the stretch. This is Carlos Marin's on board. He's got the Cherokee car. They're primed, soon to overtake here on one of the lap cars, following in behind as well, Manuel Largo, and hightailing through. But Carlos Marin managed that situation to perfection. Wasn't too urgent. In fact, he got a little bit of a helping hand from the car that he lapped, and so they went by and let him through. The Cherokee car not in too much trouble at that point in time. I get the feeling he got away with it, Jack.
He did get away with it. He actually caught them at the perfect time. He wasn't caught up behind them for too long in that last chicane. So that has worked out very nice. It's also worked out for Odox very nicely because they're negotiating it through as a result as well. 2 cars coming up, or 3 cars nearly coming up. I think one of them is the 999 Porsche that they're coming up to lap at the moment. So that'll be the car that is in 20th place. And that is actually a battle that's happening in front of them. This is the awkward part now, because those 2 cars are battling for position in front. That's the Rogelio Gonzalez in the number 13 Audi battling with the 999 Porsche. That's got just up in front of them, but these guys are battling for a higher position, so they've got to keep that in mind here. So there's battles for position happening up in front. They've got to try and negotiate their way through as best they can. There's nearly 5 cars up in front. They've got to try and negotiate here. And again, this has worked out quite nicely for Marin, because he's catching them in the same place he did last time. But really, he needs the back markers to work with him here, because these guys are in their own fight, and you don't want to get caught up in the middle of it as well. There is now Cherokee hanging on to position right now. They're up to P9 after a pit stop for Ate Kauppinen. So Williams have come in and boxed. So Ate Kauppinen is now there, and there goes the Audi, the 21st place Audi moves out of the way. And again, Carlos Marin, this works out nicely for him, but the Porsche, this might get a bit awkward with the Porsche up in front.
Yeah, Gonzalez getting out of the way and allowing through of course, Carlos Marin ahead into turn 1, and still Manuel Largo is still in behind and needs to try and garner anything he can in order to close the gap on the car ahead. I've got to say, Carlos Marin doing this absolutely perfectly right now, managing his race to perfection, holding on to that P10, doing all he can to control what he can control. And of course, in behind him, Manuel Largo is literally sitting there wondering when he's going to make a mistake. But this has been a confident performance so far from Carlos Marin in 10th place, and if he continues, I'm sure he'll have certainly a bright future ahead of him in this race. There's Sergio Gudiel in the Obsidian Racing car, who have actually driven a spectacular race themselves, P7 currently at this moment in time, trying to chase on Francisco Ramirez as they come through the next left. And as things stand right now, they've got around about 3 seconds to find on the car ahead of being Francisco Ramirez. But there we can see we're back on board with the battle of Carlos Marin and in behind Manuel Largo, as well as they head down towards the next left, and a late break heading into Leclerc.
Oh,
wow,
no.
This is very choppy and risky. Oh, dearie me, it's getting so tight. Oh, no. Oh, wow, that is huge. That is absolutely huge. They're going wheel to wheel up through the Europe car bend as well, and Manuel Largo has also got to try and get past, I believe that's the 999 car, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's Matthias Milano, as they come through the next right-hander, down into the next chicane yet again, but they've got a car crucially in between them, Jack.
Yeah, that was great driving from Marin and and Manuel Olargo's lost out from that now because he's still caught behind the 999 Porsche here down the straight. It was a little bit awkward to try and get through. Jordi Clara has pitted as well. Now here comes the slipstream from the Porsche in front. You can see the straight line speed difference between the Porsche and the Beamer there down to turn 1, and that would have helped Manuel Olargo to bridge the gap a little bit as well through turn 1. Back up to the way it was. Here's the replay as they came into the corner, just a bit tight there as they came through. But this is just now back here we go. This is what happened right there. There's a car moving out of the way of another car, and it just stacks up here. This is Manuel Olargo. Oh, that was so close. Good driving, and the ABS certainly helping there. But Carlos Marin managed to get around the outside, and again you can see Olargo's trying to follow him there. But again, we're getting a look at it here. He tries to outbrake the car in front. There's a bit just a concertina effect there, really. One car checking up, another car checks up as a result, but good driving by a lot of them. Not a single bit of contact was made through there, and they basically get out unscathed. Having a look here, Ate Kauppinen has stayed in the car for Williams, so they've carrying on. He's doing a long stint here, is Ate Kauppinen, and I think the other car that pitted was the Jordi Clara machine that he was behind the wheel, which is the number 50 machine that has just come into pit lane and come back out again. This is a battle for position right there. Well, it was a battle for position right there as another car makes their way through. A little flash of lights from the Audi on the machine in front. That's a little bit close. That's P21 and P31. That now, I can tell you from experience, George, that flashing of lights is an angry flash of lights.
Yeah, it certainly looks like when Alberto Garcia not happy with what's happened right there. And that's the number 39 car, as you quite rightly said, Jack. Just looking ahead, looking down on our timing screens, the 39 car being donned. I believe I'm just trying to have a look now, but I can't seem to see it on my list unless I'm seeing things. Number 39, I can't see it there, to be honest with you. It'll probably come back to me in a bit. But there's the Mars Devils car now. And again, the lights are absolutely flashing here. Ps 15 and 16. There you got Aris Racing there in P15 right now. And that's Christopher Romero. And Mars Devils in P16, of course, being Jonathan Zamora. Both of them tying up right now. Half a second, the deficit between the pair. And there again, we're back with the Cherokee Esports and the Odox Motorsport Samsung team as well. Carlos Marin and Mauro Realago as well trying to fight back too. And yet again, they've got more cars there. I believe that's the R70 car in front there, of course, where we saw Eric Tetas perform so well earlier on, who's still out on track. They're still running and trying to get something out of this race as we're now watching them come through. 0.3 of a second the difference now, and this could be a crucial point where indeed Carlos Marin might be in trouble as they now round the next right. Now this is again going to be a crucial moment when they come down this straight. Are they going to let them through as they come down towards the Lakea bend at turn 10? Surely Carlos Marin, well, he's through. What about the car in behind? Mauro Realago getting so late on the brakes once again to try and stay in the slipstream. This battle's been raging on for quite some time, folks, but it keeps on getting better and better. Literally both drivers leaving everything out on the circuit right now. Mauro Realago trying to find an answer against Carlos Marin now, heading around Europe car now this time, and certainly as they do so, the Cherokee Esports team, who did compete last season, if you remember as well, Odox Motorsport, trying to garner every possible advantage as they come around the final corner again. New Holland, a little bit of dirt flicked up there from Carlos Marin as they head down the straight this time. Will he have a chance as they come through? But I think the slipstream is going to be key. Carlos Marin managing to get one off a back marker, which I think has managed to contain, almost acts like a little bit like DRS on a main straight. It gives him a little bit more aero in the slipstream, and therefore keeping Mauro Realago in behind as well. More frustration for that man in the Odox car.
Yeah, he was too far back anyways, but yeah, definitely the sole Ferrari on the there up in front, the Ferrari GT3, that is Jose Caballero, I think, who's at the wheel of that Ferrari just up in front there, but still no way through. Awkward place for the traffic right there, and they managed to get through on the inside past Jose Caballero right there in the Ferrari. And all is well once again for Carlos Marin, but he's under sustained pressure here from these two. This could really, at the moment, this looks like it could be even decided in a pit stop rather than on the track, because unless the car behind Manuel Realago is within under 0.4 of a second going onto the front straight, he's just not going to get past. And Marin is just keeping it nice and neat and tidy so far. Gap is 0.3 out of the corner right there, but it seems that whatever Marin is doing on the exit of the corners, he's doing just enough to keep Manuel Realago behind him, because Olargo definitely seems to have the pace advantage. That's a bit wide from Carlos Marin right there, and he's got to be careful he doesn't pick up a slowdown from some of these corners. That is possible in the iRacing platform as well. Now down towards the last two corners, little wiggle from the Odox car right there, and it's this section. That's a massive amount of understeer from the Odox car into the last chicane. They go again, and Marin's got a tighter line through there, gaps out to half a second immediately.
Yeah, excellent work from Carlos Marin again, controlling the pace there. And there's Sergio Goodil as well, who is currently trying to find his way through. He has got Francisco Ramirez for Zenith Esports right ahead of him. So this is a tasty encounter that we've got here for a P3 place on this classification. Sergio Goodil, who is certainly a very formidable opponent, has managed to finally close the gap. Remember, it was 3 seconds when we last went on board with Sergio Goodil, and we're back on board with him now as we come through the Repsol curve, heading now down towards Verth curve very shortly, maybe losing the rear end just slightly there, just powering through, not getting perhaps the grip that Francisco Ramirez had out of that bend as they come through the seat corner this time, but they have got a car ahead of them here, so it certainly is
that's MSI.
It is MSI. Now that's interesting, Jack. What is the story there? Have they actually lapped them?
Yes, they have. So MSI have lapped up to 3rd place, would you believe? So MSI continuing there. Now this is a good opportunity for Zenith to try to get after these guys. I believe Obsidian have boxed and Zenith have not. Arnage came into the pit lane on that previous lap, as did Fordzilla, so as pit stops are happening now. We can expect Logitech will probably come in very shortly, and they just on the absolute money, they come in as soon as I mention it. So in come Logitech, and that will mean, for now, MSI are going to lap the entire field before the pit stops, but the whole field is about to go a lap down in the 10th hour of this race as the battle for P3 rages.
That's incredible. Gabby Montoro driving a splendid drive. Well, the whole of MSI have really done exceptionally well and certainly look like big money favourites to certainly get their 3rd win in this series, as we're now watching the Francisco Ramirez car, the Zenith Esports car of Francisco Ramirez, should I say, coming down towards turn 1. Sergio Goodil getting so close as well. The Obsidian Racing team certainly here to try and get something a little bit more this year. Of course, they did not quite get this high last year, but the Obsidian Racing team certainly back looking for a fight, and Sergio Goodil is certainly the man that's going to try and bring it to them as well. Literally 0.3 of a second is the sole deficit between Zenith and the Obsidian Racing car, as well as they hightail through Repsol once again very shortly down through towards the next left, which will be that seat curve. I hope you're all enjoying this at home as well as they come down now towards the seat now, and very shortly coming through. Oh, what blimey, again is so tight around that next left, but taking all the curb on the exit. I've got to say, Ramirez not looking too happy out on track right now. Goodil certainly seems to have his number as they come through the Verth curve, and now powering up through this stint. Of course, he did slightly better there as they come round towards Campsa, and as they do so key to get this one right in order to enable some good straight line speed down towards the Lakea bend at turn 10. Will he make a late lunge here? Goodil might be an opportunity for him as they come down now towards this late one, as indeed the brakes are applied. He's going to sit in behind Ramirez. I think he knows that he's better in the corners. This could be decided on the main straight, and the Obsidian Racing car might yet get a huge scalp here of that Zenith Esports car as they now come round Bank Sambadel this time. Europe car is next. There you can see the flashing lights, or certainly the lights on a full beam, just making their way through the final sector here, coming down through the chicane. Huge opportunity now for Sergio Goodil as they now make their way a little bit squirrely out to that last section, but nevertheless he's only just over 4/10 behind, and certainly there's going to be no slipstream to be offered to Ramirez this time. Is he going to get certainly a chance down towards turn 1 here? Sergio Goodil looking to try and open up the door, a potential move here in the offing. Can he get it done here into turn 1 into Elf Curve? Not this time. Ramirez also denying Sergio Goodil. Lots of drivers being left frustrated as the earth gets flicked up around turn 1, Jack.
Yeah, you can see now the pace of MSI. They're just kind of just clearly breaking away from these two guys behind, and the entire field is now one lap down here at Catalunya. But of course MSI still have yet to make their pit stop in this hour, and they of course are a little bit later. But we have to mention that Ricardo Rico and Yannick Lapchin have both boxed as well, and Ricardo Rico was actually lapping quicker than Gabi Montoro on the previous stint. He's brought the gap down just a tad by about a second and a half to 2 seconds in that stint, and he was lapping consistently in the 44s. So Ricardo Rico still keeping the guys honest here. Back to this battle here, High Speed Demons and Auris Racing here that are battling it out for P14 in this race as well. And we can see now, this is Alex Castillo is at the wheel of that high-speed Demons machine by the looks of things. Yeah, it is indeed. And the Auris Racing car currently being piloted by Christopher Romero, who's at the wheel of that machine at this current moment in time. Still trying to keep the guys honest and keeping a good tabs on the car. And for the high-speed Demons car is the one at the top of your screens, and the Auris Racing car just behind. And then you've got another car just directly behind them, which is also battle for position, because that is the car being driven by Jonathan Zamora right behind him. So a 3-car scrap here for this 14th place on the track at the moment, and all BMWs, which is not a surprise really, but this is now on board. This is the Mass Devils car, so Jonathan Zamora now has got 2 cars in front of him, and really himself and the Auris Racing car have been working together to catch up to the high-speed Demons car, and they definitely got the pace over him.
Yeah, I think they do. I think, in fact, if anyone's in trouble, it could be Christopher Romero, but a good opportunity now. Nevertheless, I mean, getting a good exit was Romero there. He's trying to gain on Castillo now as they make their way down, and certainly still flying is Jonathan Zamora, who gets it within 2.5 tenths of a second. He is absolutely flying. Will there be an opportunity heading into turn 1? A late break indeed, and certainly, wowee, he did not leave any stone unturned. Again, the earth gets flicked up there, just making maybe the Auris Racing driver of Christopher Romero just think a little bit heading into turn 1 by just arching to the right slightly, letting him see him in the mirrors and thinking, who is this guy making a move here this time, as they make their way down towards the Repsol bend now. 2 tenths into 3 tenths of a second the difference. Just look at them plugged in together. It's almost like a chain of nose to spoiler right now, heading down into the next left at the seat. I tell you what, Jack, this is going to be a very interesting one. I'm looking forward to seeing what they do at the Lakea bend.
Yeah, it is getting very close between all of these guys. High-speed Demons not quite having the pace at the moment to try and keep up, but it seems like the fastest man at the moment is Jonathan Zamora, who's behind a lot of them. Auris Racing on a similar kind of pace right behind, but trying to find some space to go through here. Good run from the cars behind. Now here comes the Auris Racing. Got a good run of the high-speed Demons car in front. Down towards the left-hander they go again now. Lunging up the inside goes the Auris Racing car. High-speed Demons trying to keep it around the outside. They may go 3 abreast on the exit now, but no, they don't. Auris Racing in the 32 machine. High-speed Demons keeps the inside. Round the right-hander they go, absolutely neck and neck. Now the door opens for Zamora, but high-speed Demons keep the place for now. Brilliant driving. Now here comes the Master Devils Esports car, can't quite get through there, and they remain as they are. Very good defense from the high-speed car. Kept the outside line, kept the speed, kept the bravery, shut the door, and kept the place for now. But it seems inevitable they're going to get through, but very good defense there by the high-speed Demons car.
Yeah, Alex Castillo doing a great job to hold on to his position, but I got to say, I did not think that Jonathan Zamora would live to tell the tale as they went around Europe car. It looked so tight, but he managed to squeeze it in somehow, and yet all 3 cars still survived after that very high intense battle between these 3. It's amazing to watch, in fact, as they're now coming around the next right and very soon to be heading down towards Elf Curve. As they do so, you can just see it. Look at it. Absolutely prosaic. Auris Racing looking so quick, and the Speed Demons car, the high-speed Demons car, certainly looks like it's in a lot of trouble here as they round through the next right. Alex Castillo feeling the pressure slightly as Christopher Romero, who is currently in behind him, locking horns here with him. A late lunge potentially down into the seat curve, and I got to say, they're getting so close. You must fancy a move here. Very, very shortly heading up through towards Verth Curve, out of Verth into the Kamsa corner before they reach Lakea bend at turn 10. They rise up now through that very tricky section, heading up through Verth now. In behind as well, there you can see Jonathan Zamora joining the party as well as they round Kamsa. High speed certainly as they make their way around this section. They got another straight to Ghana here. This time it might be Jonathan Zamora who might try a late lunge here. He certainly opens it up left hand side. Wowee, a dive down the inside indeed, and he's opened up the door far too much there, and certainly that man Jonathan Zamora pounced on Christopher Romero, who really did leave too much space, and it allows Jonathan Zamora to move up to that P13 spot. Next on his list, Alex Castillo.
Yeah, Alex is caught up in a bit of traffic here. He's got an Audi right in front of him, which is now going to cause a few issues for him. As they come through the next chicane, they're going to hope that they get out of the way for him. He's going to look, that's an awkward place to look in the last corner, but here comes the Beamer now, and he's got a massive run in the high-speed Demons car as the grandstand's going to obscure the vision now. Here it goes past the Audi. Can he get past the high-speed Demons car as well? He's got a great run down towards turn 1 here in the Mass Devils Esports car. He's got the line for the inside of turn 1. He looks, but the high-speed Demons car is far too late on the brakes for him. Alex Castillo hangs on for now, but the run for the Mass Devils Esports car will carry on through turn 1 and through turn 2. Keeps it on the bumper here. P12 is on the offing here for Jonathan Zamora. Now he's got the run for turn 4 on the inside. Late lunge on the brakes from Jonathan Zamora. Can he keep it in on the inside? The high-speed Demons car hanging it around the outside. Now Zamora keeps it in round the outside, but again, Castillo has the inside for the hairpin. Goes late on the brakes. They're still necking it. Zamora out on the marbles on the outside. Gets on the power though. Switches back to the inside for the next corner, but again, high-speed Demons keeping it in. Castillo doing a great job, but as well, this is still allowing Christopher Romero to keep in the battle here. Again, a run up the hill now, up towards this fast right-hander, next left-hander on the offing now for the Mass Devils car. Can he get the run out? He has got the run out. Down towards the left hand is going to be a massive lunge on the offing here, I think, from the car behind. Here he comes. Big lunge on the brakes there as it cuts away for a moment. High-speed Demons have held on to the position before, but Zamora trying to close the door on the exit as they go up the hill. There's going to be contact. It ends in two. The road, round he goes. Does he collect anybody? No, he doesn't, but that was inevitable. He tried to shut the door, but high-speed Demons were still in the offing and ends up facing the wrong way. Far too aggressive racing this early on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at that replay, but wow, Alex Castillo, I was going to say, phenomenal defensive earlier on as they were battling before, but I've got to say, you've got to give credit to Zamora. I have to say, a phenomenal bit of driving. Effectively, I think he had that line, Jack. I think he had that line.
Still there.
Yeah,
yep.
He was. Yeah, he was. He had that line. So, you know, it's a hard one to tell, but Zamora can be proud of what he achieved. It's just a shame that it had to end that way. Castillo, of course, was driving for his life, defending for his life. Still holds on to P12, but I'm sure that'll be looked at later on.
It will, yeah. MSI have boxed, by the way, and back out. So it's now Obsidian who have somehow, I'm not sure how they've done that, but they've managed to work their way to second. They're, of course, a little bit out of sync in the pit stops. So the gap is now 30 seconds up to the lead and 54 back to Ricardo Rico. So that's opened up a little bit as well. But Gabby Montoro has stayed in the car for MSI. That remains the same, but these guys continuing still to fight it out for now, what is now P12. So that is still on the offing for Auris Racing here, which is Christopher Romero. It's Jonathan Zamora is still there in P14, so he hasn't lost too much. He hasn't lost really too many places, but it's just it's a tough one to call when we still have so much time left in the race. Why are you going to race so hard for these places? As now here comes the lunge up the inside from Romero, and we've seen this before. This might end the same way. High Speed Demons on the outside again. He's definitely alongside for the next corner. He's going to shoot across. It nearly ends the same way again, but this time Romero does the job on the outside. He gets it done at last. And it nearly went the exact same way the previous race. These guys are trying to shut the door, be aggressive, and, well, he wasn't going to give up too easy, Alex Castillo, but eventually, he gets past, and Romero is now up to P12.
I'm not sure how much Castillo's going to really like that. I have to say, I think he's going to be having a little chip on his shoulder after that move there from Christopher Romero. Nonetheless, I think Romero thought, I saw what happened earlier on. I'm going to give you some of your own back, mate, he said to him, but still managed to hold on nevertheless. But Castillo, I think, will be back for more. Do not write him off. The gap now, though, springing out to 6.5 tenths of a second. But Gabby Montoro, as you did allude to, Jack, now still in the lead after his pit stop. 33 seconds the difference between him and Sergio Gudil right now, who is currently in P2. Ricardo Rico in P3 as well, with Yannick Lapchin in behind him too, and Jordi Clara in behind them for Dream for Dream Esports as well, with Pablo Lopez in behind Francisco Ramirez in P7. Ate Kauppinen down in P8 and trying to chase. He's not too far off now. In fact, Ate Kauppinen, he's only 4 seconds away. So Kauppinen on a charge, Jack.
Yeah, but the problem is he's actually he's lost that pit stops to Zenith, so that's another place loss for Ate Kauppinen. He's got even more work to do now to try and bring that up. So he's fallen down to P8 as a result of that. So not the perfect time after that contact we saw earlier in the previous hour, as Obsidian are pitting from P2, so that's going to allow the gap now to go back to 53 seconds, back to P2. As you can see now, there is MSI out in the lead still. Gabby Montoro still putting in the consistent times that he needs to do. But Ricardo Rico's doing the same thing, keeping the pace at the same. You can see but just 2 tenths of the difference, but the gap remains at about 53 seconds. And Well, it's still within the window. That's the good thing for these guys. Yannick Lapchin is also still on the lead lap for now, so they remain on the lead lap, as does Jordi Clara and Pablo Lopez. Those guys are still all on the lead lap after the pit stop, so there's still plenty that can go on here. Lapped car, one of the Porsches coming up for Gabi Montoro to make their way past, as now there is the stricken car of the number 30 car, Jonathan Zamora. You've got Euromaster closing up to him now. But after all that, a lap after that racing, Alex Castillo is actually coming to pit lane. So all that hard work, and he's passed him anyway.
Yeah, I gotta say that must really grind your gears when something like that happens. But you've got to give certainly your best, give your best before you enter the pit bait. Of course, it could give you a huge advantage after you box, of course. So obviously it could work in his favour, but we'll have to wait and see. Gabi Montoro, there he is driving the MSI Esports car. The gap now out to 53.4 seconds. What a drive from the MSI Esports team. Hopefully they can keep it together and hold on to it. As we said, the magic number 3 is the terminology that we're using here tonight. I cannot believe MSI have achieved this so far. What a phenomenal previous 2 years they have had. Of course, we were here for the race last year, where of course MSI took the win after that one, and that was a tremendous event, certainly to say the least, and you've got to give credit to their team for all their efforts, and they've come back here again with such a strong squad, with Gabi Montoro now in the car after some, Salva Talons' huge efforts as well in the initial stint, using that raw pace and raw talent that he has. He is absolutely exceptional in that car as well, and Gabi Montoro doing the exact same thing with Ricardo Rico now trying to gain as well, 53.3 seconds as we said prior. Yannick Lapchin still in behind as well, though, proving that he is also a very feisty character, but he has got Jordi Clara starting to close on him now. There's currently a gap of around about, I would say, near enough 2 seconds, Jack. It's about around 1.8, isn't it, the difference between P3 and 4?
Between P3 and 4, yes, it is about that at the moment. A second and a bit between those two. Lapchin with the advantage there. Zamora is now pitted as well. Bit of a wiggle on the exit there from Gabi Montoro. And the problem for the rest of the field is that they still have yet to put Alejandro Sanchez in the car. And Alejandro Sanchez, along with Salva Talons, is also a World Championship Series driver. So they still have a lot of talent yet to get in the car just yet. But Montoro is still rapidly on the pace, 7.8 KI rating, pretty similar to Ricardo Rico. And the gap is 53.3 seconds as they came across the start-finish line there, as they approach the end of hour 10. Which is a milestone in these 24-hour races, as there is the Dream Factory car, and they have actually lost track position to Logitech. So they're going to have to try and get back over to the back of them, a second and a half between them.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're currently 1.5 seconds the difference, so they are pulling the gap back. It was 1.8, Jack, so they are working hard to bring it down. They've brought it within, brought it down another 0.4 of a second. So do not count out Dream Factory. They've, of course, got a very pacey driver in Jordi Clara, who is currently leading them around the next right-hander. They're trying to gain as much as they can on the car ahead, that being Yannick Lapchin. But here we are. We're now watching Garcia there out on track as well, as they make their way around the next right. And I've got to say, some wonderful panning shots here that we can see of some of these cars now in the helicopter view, rounding that seat corner before they then take the almighty climb up through Vert before they reach the Campsa corner once again. But no, darkness has sincerely fallen here at Spain, and what better place should we say to go racing than Spain, of course, the home of winter testing for Formula One, as well as some of the best racing you'll ever see. Of course, we got the real race being run here at this track as well while we're running this incredible esports event. So amazing to have that sort of on mind. Remember, they didn't race here last year in the real world of endurance racing, but we're here nevertheless, and they are racing right now. So phenomenal, isn't it, Jack? A phenomenal feeling to know that we're doing the virtual event, but the real race is happening at the same time.
Yeah, the only downside is that we're not there at the track.
Absolutely.
That's the only downside that we just.
I agree.
Obviously, restrictions still in place, but hopefully, in the not so distant future, we'll get out to actually do it. Because obviously, the event with all the sim rigs in the same room, and it's at this point as well, when you get to a live event as well, that when the night stint comes out, they turn the lights off, and that makes it even just the immersive experience as well. Just to have the experience of all the drivers in the same room, everything happening around you. You know, it's a different experience doing it remotely, but even so, it's still great to be a part of it nonetheless. But hopefully, we'll get out to do this at a live event in the not so distant future. Dream Factory bringing the gap down 1.1. It now stands at, and they continue to try to catch up to Yannick Lapchin, who is just the Lamborghini just in front of the Beamer that's right in front of the Dream Factory car right there as they carry through the last corner. And they are now approaching, they're now about to do their 325th lap of this circuit. And according to the timing tower, well, I don't think the drivers will want to hear this, just another 490 to go.
That's upsetting for them to hear, I'd imagine. But they're heading through the next right-hander. They've done a huge amount already. 325 laps is certainly a very, very tremendous achievement, and certainly they can be proud of what they've done so far. Of course, Gabi Montoro is still leading that fray. But look at the Dream Factory car. They're closing all the time. They brought it in another 0.4 of a second, so they are flying right now. And certainly Jordi Clara utilising the pace in that Dream Factory car, trying to close up on that man, Yannick Lapchin, who is still in third place. The gap still remaining approximately a second as they come around this next left at the seat curve. Once again, car number 43 occupying that third place spot. Dream Factory, as we said, has actually lost a 10th in that exchange. Bear in mind, I think they have got a car in between them as they come up now through the Verth curve, heading down through now, well, or up, should I say, up towards Campster Corner. And as they do so, Yannick Lapchin will be looking to try and get some leverage just so he can maintain the gap. And in fact, he's done a little bit better than that. He's actually grown it out by another 10th as well, up to 1.2. So this car in between them is starting to frustrate the Dream Factory car of Jordi Clara right now.
Yeah, it's the Euromaster esports car that I think that's sitting between them at the moment. So not exactly making life easy for them. But it's a car that's on a similar pace. So obviously the blue flag rule is slightly different when it comes to these endurance races. Obviously, normally within these endurance categories, if there was multi-class, the blue flags would only apply if you were in, well, it's going to box anyway into the pit lanes. That's going to help them out a lot. But normally, if you get a blue flag and you're in the same class, you must move over. If you get a blue flag and it's a different class of car, you do not have to move over. It's the onus on the car behind to make the moves, but we're obviously implying the rule that it's up to the car behind to make the move safely past the car in front. So you can see through there, they're always kicking up the dust. You can see if you have the dust particles set up pretty high, it will blind you with the lights. It's very hard to see, and it's especially noticeable in rallycross with the particles coming up in your face. And you'll also see lines being put down in the dirt as well that you have to, the track will develop off the road as well as much as it does on the road. So interesting to see what's going to happen here. It's now, I think the in-sim time is the exact same as the real-life time, so it's approaching 10 p.m. within the sim. So the track temperature will have dropped drastically now. So you're going to be in a case now. It's going to be very nice. Tires to be cold, and you're not going to be wearing them out too much. So I'm not expecting many drivers to start bolting on sets of tires every single stint or two stints. You can maybe stretch it out to a triple stint with some of these. Yeah,
absolutely. We'll have to wait and see whether they do choose to go for that triple view. But we'll soon see what happens. That gap between Dream Factory and, of course, Yannick Lapchin starting to draw out quite a bit now. Team Fordzilla, in fact, again, a little bit closer to Dream Factory. They brought it down to 4.4, now into 4.3. Team Fordzilla being led by Pablo Lopez, who's now trying to chase on Jordi Clara. Good opportunity here from Team Fordzilla to improve their positioning too. They're only down one place. Dream Factory actually having the better of starts between them because, of course, 4 places gained. But Logitech Esports can't get over that, Jack. 33 places gained. That is extraordinary.
Yeah, so you think Williams started last. Logitech started back than they did. So they started in a real last place, did Logitech. So that's, well, they did start last. There's 36 cars. They started 36th, Logitech. So that's a great effort from Logitech if they can hang on to that place with Yannick Lapchin. Have a look here. We have got one car, two cars, Matthias Berlano and the 999 Porsche has boxed. And the number 17 machine has also come into the pit lane, as well as the Kilometro Zero car has boxed, and they are now taking their pit stop within this hour. So Dream Factory just trying to keep up with Logitech G Altus Esports at the moment, and we'll have to wait to see if they can catch up to that as well. Logitech currently have got a bonus point from me in particular, because they've spelled esports correctly. MSI minus points.
Are we really judging that, Jack? I know.
Yes.
Amazing. I gotta say, no, I do agree. I always spell it with the capital E myself. So yeah, I can
Which is
fully agree with you.
correct.
Which
And
is
Williams.
correct.
See, Williams have it there. Look at that. Williams bonus points.
Yeah,
spelling it
bonus
with the
point.
capital E.
Are we going to make this a thing now? Is this going to be like the whole livery thing? We're going
This
to
is
be
the
having.
thing. It shouldn't have to be a thing. It's
But it's a thing.
Associated Press says it's a capital letter, so that's the simple way. And you don't capitalize the second letter because it's not a product. So that's there you go. You heard it here first. Capital E at the start of a sentence, or you're doing it with a team name, and you use it in a normal sentence, and it's not the beginning of a sentence or anything like that. Just put a small E on it. It's not hard.
Yeah, fair comment. No, I mean, so there you are. Verdict from Jack Kinnan, a true bit of Irish sentiment there. It's got to be capital E or it doesn't count. That's basically what he's saying. Capital E, justice for capital E. That's what Jack Kinnan's calling it.
Yeah, hashtag going.
Yeah. Hashtag justice for the letter E. That
Just
is what
for
we're
the
hearing.
letter E.
Yeah, so we know watch. Certainly the Williams esports car of Ate Kaupanen coming around the next right now. He's coming into the next chicane. And I just want to say a big thank you to all the viewers at home for staying tuned into us as well, as we now see Francisco Ramirez making a little bit of a mistake heading on the outset of the final corner at New Holland. But big thank you to everyone for joining us here tonight. It's been a pleasure having you all with us. Please leave a like and also, as in a thumbs up, if you could do that, that'd be absolutely brilliant. Also subscribe to the Mundo GT YouTube channel. It's been a pleasure bringing you the 24 Hours of Barcelona-Catalunya, the second ever English broadcast to be hosted here on the Mundo GT YouTube channel. Of course, me and Jack Kinnan have been here for both years now, and we've got a stacked lineup ahead of us, including Kieran McGinley back for the Moonlight with McGinley stint, and then, of course, me and Jack Kinnan will be back for the breakfast show at 3 o'clock, of course. And that's 3 o'clock BST, should I say 4 o'clock
AM,
CEST. AM as well. So yeah, so don't go away. You do not want to miss the breakfast show. That is where things really kick off. And also, don't forget to watch Moonlight with McGinley as well. That's coming up after this particular stint as well. That's at 11 p.m. BST or 12 p.m. CEST. I'm impressed that I remember those times, Jack.
You're getting the time zones right now, George. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I've learned
Trying to get
my
the hang of
lesson.
it.
I've learned my lesson from last year. It's great.
Yeah. I'll admit now, I nearly turned up for because I couldn't read the times, so I didn't know what time it was. But listen, it happens. It's hard to keep track. At least we're not running on American times. To me, if there's any Americans, I'm sorry, but your country's too big. Make it smaller. So also now, as we've been chatting here, Ate Kaupanen's put in the stint. Look who he's caught up to, Zenith Esports.
Certainly has, getting very close indeed. 4.5 tenths of a second is the deficit and is coming down. Look at it. Ate Kaupanen is a man on a mission right now, heading out of the final corner. He is literally giving it everything here. And surely in the Lamborghini, that's going to give him some lovely straight line speed up against that. Or should I say the BMW, should I say? That's going to give him some straight line speed with Francisco Ramirez's slipstream as they make their way down towards turn one. Of course, he's in the BMW himself as well. Zenith Esports is certainly doing okay at this moment in time. And I've got to say, Francisco Ramirez holding off the relentless force of Ate Kaupanen, who I think has got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, Jack, after that little incident he had earlier in the race.
Yeah, and he won't like that Zenith have come out in front of him as well, because they've managed to essentially overcut him, because they are kind of a little ways out of sync. So it's not ideal for Ate to be battling with Francisco Ramirez at the moment in the Zenith Esports car, but he's got to do his best now to try and get past him as quickly as he can, and continue to try to get up to the back of the Obsidian racing car, which is just up the road by about 5 or 6 seconds up to the Obsidian car, which is still being driven by Sergio Gurdiel at the moment. So still lots of time for Ate Kaupanen to get through, but ideally he needs to just keep the pace up. You can see just kind of consistently 2-3 tenths. He's on the same pace as the leaders at the moment, which is kind of what he wants to be doing. But he's now just kind of frustratingly caught behind Zenith here, which is last year's leaders, or who were leading at this point in the race. So they've got experience of working their way back up to the field, and they're now just trying to out-strategize some people here, trying to make some positions on the pit strategy. But Ate Kaupanen is trying to get Williams up the order just a little bit more. Continue, they're up 25 places from where they started at the moment. And again, the gap sits at 0.3 of a second, just under 0.3. It's going to be pretty close into turn one, actually, between these two as they come down the straight. But you can even see now as he's going to think about looking at it. I don't think he's actually going to be quite close. He gives a flash of the lights to, and maybe try to force Zenith wide here, but again, not quite alongside enough there. You can kind of see big oversteer through the corner as well. You can kind of see, if you look on the right hand side through the windscreen as well, you can kind of see the little bit of buckling going on at the bottom right there. So that definitely has some damage on the front. I'm assuming that's been repaired in the pit lane slightly, only an optional repair. It's not affecting him too much by the looks of it, but it's still quite noticeable. But still no way through, but some traffic coming up here for Zenith and for Williams. So hopefully for Ate, what he's thinking, that this is going to work for him. But I'm looking at the gap here. It looks like Zenith is going to catch these guys right around the last corner.
Yeah, just looking at this, so close. I mean, Ate Kauppinen is throwing absolutely everything at Francisco Ramirez right now, who's marshalling him extremely well right now. Of course, Ate Kauppinen letting him have it right through the final sector. Just can't quite hook it up down the main straight, but as they now make their way, it might mean a late break now heading around Lakea, and indeed getting so close to the rear end of that BMW. Just look at it. That logo, that sponsorship of Zenith Esports, very visible to the eye of Ate Kauppinen through his windshield. There you can see them. Look how close they are right now. Closing, in fact, with the cars ahead as well that they're looking to overtake. Coming around Europe car now into the next chicane at RACC, and very shortly they're around New Holland now as well. Ate Kauppinen throwing everything here. A little shake of the wheel just to control the car, and a little bit of a run off there by the Zenith Esports car as well, chewing up some of the earth on the inside line. Huge opportunity now for Ate Kauppinen. Has he got close enough in order to execute an overtake here? Big move in the offing here for the Williams Esports car as they come up now towards turn one. Will Ate make the crucial maneuver and move his way up this time? No, not a chance. Zenith Esports hold on, at least for now, but this could be a move we later see. We rejoin with yet another battle, this time the Mars Devils Esports car in P18, and that's Jonathan Zamora back again, this time on Simon Marquez as they come around the next right-hander. Of course, Kilometro Zero's car being driven by Simon Marquez in P17, and this could be a very interesting fight because obviously Jonathan Zamora was the one that was tangled in that big cluster, funny enough, in this same sector, heading up through Back San Bedell, who chews up a little bit of the dirt, but he's so effective around that final corner at New Holland. He's carrying a lot of pace here, and a huge opportunity as he now tries to tank on the Lambo, this time of Simon Marquez. They cruise up now past the paddock, through the escape road, out of the pit lane, and this time it is going to be this man, Jonathan Zamora, with another attacking crucial blow down the inside here now of the car in behind as well, and moves his way up into another spot there. Simon Marquez drops down into P18. Jonathan Zamora back with a flourish, and an excellent move indeed heading into turn one.
Yeah, but of course that was all in the pits. So Simon Marquez and Kilometro Zero managed to jump them in the pit lane. I'm assuming they would have had to take some damage stop there for Mars Devils Esports. So they're now just trying to limit that damage that they're keeping on. The gap out front between Montour and Rico stable, 52.9 to 53 seconds at the moment. As now we just look at, this is Williams back again. Ate Kauppinen still not able to get up to the back of Zenith Esports here. Francisco Ramirez, gap 0.4 of a second. We know that that's not enough to get alongside. It's about 0.2 that you need coming out the last corner to make it stick. Down towards the first corner they go again, and Ate is still not close enough to Zenith right there. Tighter line from Ramirez there, and this could work out for Ate Kauppinen here if he can get the run through turn 3. Gets closer again, but more speed carried by Ramirez through here. But now decent run from Kauppinen down towards turn 4. He might have an opportunity here to go on the brakes, and he does. Launches it up the inside. Ate Kauppinen has a run, gets alongside and makes the move stick. Great overtake from Ate Kauppinen. Robust, saw the opportunity and took it. Now he can get after Obsidian.
Yeah, that is a very, very good move by Ate Kauppinen around Repsol. He did pull it off absolutely magnificently and leaves Francisco Ramirez in the dust. And I've got to say, as they round up through Verth Curve yet again, cruising up through this high inclined section before they reach the Kampsa corner. The Williams that has suffered, unfortunately, a huge blow in that spin that unfortunately Ate Kauppinen had earlier on. He's starting to at least regain some of those positions now, and at least on this occasion he's moved his way up into P7, so very well done indeed by Ate Kauppinen, but there's still a long race ahead. 14 hours very nearly to the point to go in this race. I want to hear from you guys as well. In fact, we've got an update. Shlomi actually telling us Jarno de Houw is actually driving for Williams Esports, so that's an update on our timing tower. That's not what we're seeing, unfortunately, folks. Do apologise for that. Unfortunately, it is showing Ate Kauppinen in the Williams car, so we just need to get that updated if possible. So yes, it's Jarno de Houw, correctly given to us by Shlomi in the live chat, so thank you very much, Shlomi, for that. If any of you want to join us in the live chat, funny enough, please feel free to do so. We want to hear from you. What's been your favourite livery? Who's your favourite team? And which driver has made you more and more excited? Please post your comments in the live chat, as we're now seeing an overtake further up as well. And that, again, I think is a move. That's again on a BMW. That's the Customs GT car that's now letting through Jarno de Houw now as well, making his way up yet another spot past the lapped car. So well done him in executing that, and well done to the lap car in the Customs GT for letting him through as well. And I think he's going to do the same for the car that Williams passed even more previously. So there you go. Williams now moving their way up a couple of spots. But so lots of very nice liveries, lots of nice moves being made. And again, Williams have got another car to try and get past now ahead of them in order to continue on their fight to try and raise up through the standings, because they've got Sergio Cadil ahead of them yet, but they've still got another at least 6 seconds to find, Jack.
Yeah, and as we tick down, 3, 2, 1, they've done 10 hours. Well done, everybody. Hour 11 of this race. And, hope you're staying stuck with us. But they've completed 10 hours of Catalunya so far, and they continue on their way. A gap between Gabi Montero and Ricardo Rico. To be fair to Ricardo Rico, he's actually brought it down again. 52.4 seconds is now the gap. It's minimal, we know, but this could come their way later on in the race. Who knows what's going to happen with Montoro and Rico later on. Yannick Lapchin about a minute and 21 off the lead, and he still has the problem of the number 50 car is still very much alongside them. There is Speak of the Devil, MSI, who's still in the lead of this race, and you can see the gap. It's not quite correct. That's a live counter at the moment. Our timing is telling us 52.4 seconds is the gap between Gabi Montoro and Ricardo Rico at the moment, and they're setting basically identical lap times each and every time. But Ricardo Rico's keeping the pressure on. 52.4 is still a very, very close battle in the context of this race. It's definitely a gap of a pit stop that they've got right there.
Yeah, and look who's back as well. Eric Tetas, who really did set the world on fire in that initial stint. If you remember, Jack, of course, you weren't here to see that part, but Eric Tetas really did what was one of the star performers, and he's looking to do it again, this time on Simon Marquez. What an exit from Eric Tetas that we saw at the very start, and he's going to do it before turn 1 here, and this is exquisite from Eric Tetas, who I've got to say blew us all the way at the very start, and he's now moved his way up yet again. Brilliant from him, and has marched his way further up this order. Now finds himself in P17 for the R70 team, and that puts him ahead of the Kilometro Zero car of Simon Marquez. What a move by Tetas, getting that exit speed coming out of the New Holland corner and making the move even before turn 1. And that just goes to show his star quality. Do not never count out Eric Tetas, and they've actually gained 16 places in this race, Jack.
Yep, so they started near enough where Logitech started, which is not a bad job. Here's the Dream Factory car still chasing after said Logitech car, and just keeping pace. It's about a 1.8, 1.9 second gap at the moment between those two. So still plenty of time to gain. Tetas now trying to get up to the next car. He's 17th at the moment. Next up is actually Jonathan Zamora, and that gap is about 15 odd seconds up to the back of the Mass Devils esports car, which is next up on his list. But if he keeps it up, he'll certainly make good tracks. We're now going to be probably approaching some more pit stops, I would assume. Leandro Mendez's pit lane for his stop. That's the 10 Factories car has come in. but we're definitely expecting plenty more of the front runners to start pitting right now. As there's us back on the screens again. As we're 2 hours into our stint. It's flown by.
It has. It's really been quite interesting, and we've got another 13 hours to go. Of course, well, 14 hours in fact. 13 hours and 56 minutes remaining, folks. We'd like to thank you for joining us as well, as now we're seeing Eric Tetas getting past another lapped car indeed. But I hope you're all enjoying yourself back at home as well. This fascinating encounter that we're seeing at the 24-hour de Barcelona, of course, the 24-hour sim racing circuit here at the Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. It's a pleasure to bring you all the action. I hope you're all doing well at home as well. Please light up that live chat as well. Please make sure you do so. We want to hear from you as to who you think has been the star performers here this evening. Light up as well. Talk about the liveries. What was the best one? Also, are you watching the real race as well? Tell us about it. Tell us what you think of this race and also the real race. Be interested to hear your thoughts, your points of view as well. Do you think MSI have got it in the bag? Are they going to become 3-time consecutive champions? That is the big bold question. Jack, what about yourself? What do you think of the MSI performance so far?
Well, it's flawless so far, is what it's been, and if it's going to be hard for anybody to catch them if they keep up the current trend. As long as they don't make any mistakes, once it gets to kind of the early morning stint, that's when little spins happen, small little things that could kind of just nip away the gap, and Arnage need to keep on top of it as well, because if Arnage MSI has this in the bag. So Ricardo Rico needs to keep his head down for the next however long he's in the car, and the rest of the team need to keep up the current trend as well, because Rico's doing a great job to keep MSI, keep them pushing. He's having to keep pushing at the consistent laps as well. They're lapping 44.9s, 45.0s consistently, so there's still plenty that can happen. We've seen drivers swap around, position swap in the pit lane as well, from small little things. For example, Logitech have got in front of Dream Factory by working hard to get in front of them as well. So this is still very much wide open at this in the 11th hour of this race.
Yeah, it certainly is, and still a long way to go, folks. Plenty of racing still to be had as we approach the halfway mark, closer and closer, and Dream Factory are now very much in control at this moment in time as they make their way down towards that next right-hander, currently holding on to that 4th place, and Jordi Clara actually looking to try and close the gap on Yannick Lapchin as well. It's getting closer and closer between the pair. 1.6 it's currently held at this moment in time. They were actually closer than that, I believe, earlier on. In fact, it's just drawn out to 1.9. In fact, so it is actually going outwards. But Eric Tetas back again, this time on the Mars Devils esports car. And incredible stuff, because this man has been on an absolute flyer and seems to enjoy racing in the night as well, as much as he does during the day, as they come up now towards the Verth curve yet again. And certainly maybe looking to try and upend yet another car this time. I'm actually wondering whether that was a swap from earlier on, Jack. I'm not too sure whether that Mars Devils car actually got back past Eric Tetas.
I'm not sure, but anyways, he's going to make it. Opens the door, and Zamora doesn't fight it, and Tetas to 16th place. He was a second quicker than Zamora on the previous lap, so that is P16 for him. Well, actually, his last lap was also his pushing on in these conditions, these kind of colder conditions. These kind of these will suit some drivers better than the others, and the night stints also suit some other drivers better than others as well. The Dream Factory car, you are right, the gap was slightly smaller the last time we joined them, but they're just lapping at basically the same pace as Logitech G Altus Esports, who are also caught in traffic at the moment up in front of them as well. As we look now back to Gabby Montoro in the number 14 machine, the MSI. The brake is glowing in the dark, and the gap remains at 52.9, 52.8. So Ricardo Rico is just keeping it there. He's making sure that Arnage are in there in case something happens. And actually, I think it's MSI coming up to the back of the R70 team that we were just talking about, or is that no? That's a car that's further down. That's the that's a different car that we're looking at right there. That's the number 24 car that they're just getting past right now, which is Pedro Galiesto, who are just making their way through, and they'll go another lap down in this race. So the number 30 car is currently, as far as I can see, is a long way down the order at the moment, so they're another 10-11 laps down at the moment, but still we have 5 car lead lap, which is still a lot when we're 11 hours in.
Yeah, Gabby Montoro still maintaining that P1 spot and doing it exceptionally well right now as they round the next right-hander. Looking very convincing out on track, heading down now towards the next left, this time at the seat curve. And they're just going to gently nurse that car around. I'm just having a look now. We've got Jose Caballero, who was actually already boxed. In fact, I think he might have actually left the pit lane. So Paul Mounet is, in fact, in pitting out as well. So just keeping an eye on this. Paul Mounet making that stop. In fact, I think that was the driver change that actually brought out Eric Tetas. So that makes a lot of sense as we're now looking at Logitech GL2C Sports in P3. They're currently keeping ahead of Dream Factory, who are now within 0.8 of a second. So it's getting closer and closer here between the pair. Dream Factory, if you remember, were a lot greater but away from that. I'm wondering if the group of cars in front are actually slowing them down. But Dream Factory now getting closer and closer, and a good opportunity here for Dream Factory in order to try and gain into the top 3 places. Jordi Clara really starting to push now. They brought it within a whole second, Jack. That's absolutely massive.
Yeah, Yannick Lapchin was caught behind a lot of traffic there. This is the VSO, the way through for Dream Factory. That's a perfect place to catch the car right there, just getting past Andreas Dormeyer, who's still at the wheel of that VSR Audi. As now you can see, yeah, definite gain there, almost a second gain. It's just Lapchin caught them in the wrong place, which has cost him a lot of time, and that's dragged the Dream Factory BMW now right into the fray and into that crucial slipstream that is going to help them quite a lot in this phase of the race as well. And well, they've got to keep an eye out, because if they stop battling too hard, Pablo Lopez in the Fordzilla car is still not too far behind, about 3-4 seconds back, so they can't afford to battle too hard right here as they come around the corner. But it seems like Jordi Clara is pushing pretty hard to try to get past this Logitech car and trying to see if they can gain the position back that they lost in the pit stop. And well, we have to ask the question, I wonder, is Yannick maybe saving some fuel, saving some tyres? We don't know who's doing what in the stints, really. We can't really see from this angle, but it just seems that Yannick just caught lap traffic in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he's going to get now caught up with the Jordi Clara machine right behind him. But the only thing that's saving him is that the gap is about half a second, and the Lamborghini is quite strong in a straight line. That slipstream doesn't work about 2 to 3 tenths back.
No, not at all. I'm just looking now. You can see there, Yannick Lapchin in P3, still holding on to it right now. The gap still maintaining around about 0.4 of a second, just nearing 5 tenths. So the Alta C Sports car getting closer and closer to the front end of that Dream Factory car. Jordi Clara doing an exceptional job of trying to keep the gap very tight, trying to stay within that delta, within that slipstream, in order to potentially pounce heading down the main straight. I think as long as he gets a good run on this lap, he can get more and more close to the car ahead for that P3 spot. So we'll have to wait and see if he can do that. Just look at the Dream Factory car now. He is really pushing now, Jordi Clara, and starting to find a little bit of leverage as they make their way down towards the seat this time, and rounding the next left. And that blue livery getting closer and closer to that rear end. Certainly it's going to really be a good opportunity here for Dream Factory if they can stay right on the rear. Next up, Wirth Curve, which is again that inclined section that we talk about, and this is where a lot of the incidents do occur, but nevertheless they do it exceptionally well. Coming around the next right, I think the Alta C Sports car was a little bit better on that occasion, heading around campus, and down the stretch this time, half a second the deficit has been brought out slightly by Dream Factory as they head down towards the Lakea Bend, and still, as you see the orange discs glowing here, the Alta C Sports car still maintaining a steady gap, Jack.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job, Jordi Clara. I think he set his on the lap he caught up to the back of Yannick Lapchin, so 44.8 was his previous time, and his fastest lap is a 2. As we look now to, this is the High Speed Demons car that's caught up to Simon Marquez in P17, and they're continuing to fight it out for position here as they enter turn 1. You can see just the flashing of the lights right there, as you can see that's a very interesting contrasting lines between the High Speed Demons car and the Kilometro Zero car, but both seem to work out okay as they come around the corner, but the Lamborghini getting the better drive out of that car. Alex Castillo still at the wheel of that, what we think is still at the wheel of the car, because it doesn't seem that our timing tower is updating correctly at the moment. Still showing Ate Kaupanen is in the car, but we know that Jarno de Houw is in the car at the moment for Williams, as they enter the middle sector now. And of course, we've had, I think, 4 retirements from the race. Not too bad. We've had couple. I think the GMO7 team has retired. ARS Cockpit Sim have retired TF10, and Team Shizou, who went out very early in the contest. I think they're showing as 166 laps down. So that's a couple of hours ago. The Team Shizou unfortunately went out of the race, and a couple of others obviously still caught up in an instant, but have managed to keep the cars going, which is what you like to see. And gap up front reduces to 52.7 between. That's a smoke. That's a car backwards on that straight there. Can't quite see who that was. Our director's going to try find who that was. That was stopped on the circuit. Jonathan Zamora. It was actually Jonathan Zamora. It's just come up on the timing tower. Zamora's gone off again, and they've gone up a position, these guys.
Yeah, that's really painful for Jonathan Zamora. He doesn't seem to favour that section of the circuit, but High-Speed Demons now trying to gain on Simon Marquez in the Kilometro Zero car as they round the final corner at New Holland. A little flash of the lights here from High-Speed Demons in the car. Alex Castillo, we believe it's him driving that car. Remember, these two certainly coming to blows in the past. As Simon Marquez now still holding on to 16th, but in comes Castillo down the inside into turn 1. Brilliant, absolutely sensational, and keeps the line. Brilliant from Marquez. From Castillo to get past Marquez in rude fashion, really good fashion indeed around turn 1, and certainly utilising the pace, the grip on those tyres as well, as he seems to be taking better lines, I think, through this circuit. So I think that is definitely the difference maker.
Seems to be at the moment, as still frustrated. 3 car stuck behind the Logitech car as a very slow lap. The corner right there, but they managed to get through safely, just getting well out of the way of the guys there as they enter this next section of the lap. Just another lap car coming up for the Logitech Esports guys in front, but still no way through for Jordi Clara just yet. And it seems, well, the gap's remaining stable to the Fordzilla team, Pablo Lopez, for now. So they're keeping good pace, 44.981 versus 45.058 on the previous time. So setting a very good pace at the moment, these two. They're on the pace of the leaders, which is just what they need to be doing for now. But being very patient here, Jordi Clara staying behind Yannick Lapchin, and they're just coming up behind another car right here, which we can't quite tell what it is just yet. But hopefully for Yannick Lapchin, he's going to get him in the right place. I think it is going to work out quite nicely for Yannick here. If he catches him just going onto the back straight, he'll get the benefit of a nice slipstream, help him out a big chunk here as they come out of the last corner, and really using that outside curb there. Those two now onto the power, but it seems, I think Jordi Clara got a better line through there, but thankfully for Yannick Lapchin, he's got the slipstream from the car in front. He's actually pulling away down the straight just a tiny bit, as you can see, and staying in front. So that's a little bit there as late on the brakes goes Jordi Clara, and they're still going to be stuck behind this BMW again, but still the line. You can see the Beamer so strong to the first 2 corners, but he's had to check up to knock it into the back of Lapchan there on the way through turn 3. Now gets on the power. This is the opportunity. Here comes Dream Factory for the move on Yannick Lapchan and Logitech G Altus Esports. Looks to the inside. They're finally going to try and get it done here up the inside. Through they go, almost rubbing doors on the way through turn 3. Lapchan has the line though for the next corner, has the inside in the Lamborghini, goes late on the brakes. Dream Factory trying to go all the way around the outside, and the 50 car still alongside they go. Gets on the power, but Lapchan will hang on. And frustratingly, Dream Factory are going to have to try again. That was his best opportunity yet.
Yeah, it certainly was. He had the run heading out into Repsol Curve, but could not execute. It was superbly defended by Yannick Lapchin. He did it in great fashion indeed, holding on to that position. He had the inside line out of the seat curve, which certainly helped him heading into the Verth curve. But as they make their way down towards the Care at turn 10, still Dream Factory pushing and prodding all over the rear of the G Altus Esports car now, powering through yet again. Still, he might get a chance heading down the home straight unless Yannick Lapchin manages to get a little bit of a toe off the car ahead, which he might get to do, which will in fact enable him, I suppose, to control his race for cap. Very untidy exit there from Sergei Herrera, and now the Yas Heat car, done, I believe, by Dean Woods in the car now as they round through Kamsa. Huge chance here for Yas Heat, as now we see Dean Woods down the inside here of Sergei Herrera as they make their way down towards the Lakea bend at turn 10. Outside line here from the Yas Heat car. The race for cap doing its best to hold on in behind the Williams Esports car as well, probing the pair of them as they come up now through the next right-hander, up through back Sam Bedell. Yas Heat trying to probe, trying to push on Sergei Harass, who is in P12 as they make their way around now. Better line there from the Yas Heat car. Certainly Dean Woods powdering, peppering the rear end of that Race for Cat car, who's doing all sorts of lines into the final sector. Now running around the New Holland curve. Huge opportunity here as the BMW of Race for Cat now seems to be a sitting duck in the middle of a river. This time a Yas Heat car of Dean Woods right on the rear. Defensive goes Sergei Harass as now in comes Dean Woods. Outside line now heading into turn 1. Can the Yas Heat car get it done? Into turn 1. This time Dean Woods pushes, he prods, he gets through around the next left. Still
not quite.
He is not gone. Sergei Harass, brilliant defending from Sergei Harass now as Dean Woods still probes, he still pushes, he gets a lovely exit speed now heading down towards Repsol, opens up the door yet again. The Yas Heat car pushes, he will continue pushing as he makes his way down the inside now. Sergei Harass says no, he says, coming down towards the first curve. Brilliant from Sergei Harass. What an expert Surly Scenes in defending as once again Woods still pushes, but it's not enough. But they're going to continue down towards the seat curve, Jack. This is phenomenal racing.
Oh, he's gone wide. Harass made a mistake. Through goes Heat this time. He pushed too hard into the S section, and through goes Dean Woods. What a fight that was. I'd love to see the onboard of Circuit Harass through turn 1. How the hell did he keep that car in round the outside? As right on cue, here's going to be the move that Dean Woods made. You can see he shut the door here, Sergei Harass, but was just too late on the brakes here. Got out on the marbles and just got a little bit too wide, and through goes Dean Woods. And first stop for the top runners. Jordi Clara has boxed for the Dream Factory team just after passing the car of Yannick Lapshus. Now they're going to try and get a stop. That's a big clout of the curb there from Sergei Harass on the under tray of the car right there. Not what you want to be doing. You can get floor damage in this car, so you don't want to be doing that too often. Also, Williams have pitted. It's still showing, I believe, just I'm looking, it's still showing Atte Kauppinen in the car for us, but we're assuming it's still Jarno de Houw in the car, who's come in and boxed after he got caught behind that battle as well. Not ideal for him, but Jordi Clara has boxed for the Dream Factory team, and he's probably going to trigger maybe Logitech to come in this lap, maybe Logitech might try and stay out, extend the stint a little bit long, depending on the amount of fuel they have got. But that was hard racing between Sergei Harass and Dean Woods, and fair play to Sergei Harass. I don't know how on earth he kept that car in around the outside of turn 2, and I think props has to go to Dean Woods for leaving room. He could have very easily shut the door on him, and that would have been a race-ending accident for the both of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was phenomenal. I mean, you've got to give credit to Harass for his excellent defensive skills, keeping Dean Woods at bay. I felt that Dean Woods had him around turn 1. With that outside line heading into turn 2, it's such a great opportunity to hold on to the position, but somehow, by the skin of his teeth, Harass managed to hold on to the inside line, at least keep one wheel alongside that Yas Heat livery. It was a sensational watch. And they were literally riding together, switchback after switchback, heading into the seat curve, then getting it done around the first curve, where, of course, that mistake by Sergei Harass cost him all that track space, all that grip, and that allowed Dean Woods to go through. But you've got to give it to Dean Woods. He deserved the move. It was a great effort, but you've got to give the Race for Cat Motorsport car. They are fighting for every position out there. And again, he chews up a little bit of the gravel as well. It seems to maybe, but I think maybe he feels a little uncomfortable out there, Jack.
Could be, but he has got a little bit of damage on the car as well, which could be affecting him. We don't really know what's going on, but Race for Cat, not quite on the pace of Yas Heat. We don't expect them to be, but they're still fighting, but there's not really much that they can do from here. They've got about 40 seconds back to the next car, and then Dean Woods has got another minute and a bit up to the next car, which is Manuel Largo. But still, they've got 13 and a half hours to make that gap up, so they can still very much do it. Still, gap remains stable up at the front between MSI and Arnage. 53 seconds it remains, and has remained so since we came to air. There's Yas Heat getting past a back marker, and they move in front, thankfully, cleanly. That's the car that's in 32nd place that is still running. Tony Ruiz at the wheel of that machine. And they're carrying on. Here is the number 32 car, which is still running, Christopher Romero. Auris Racing, they've kind of fallen down a little bit. They were fighting for 15th a little bit earlier. I think they got caught up in something.
Yeah, I think they did. They're now down in where they are in P18, so not the best for Christopher Romero, who's now got to try and fight back. But there you can see him behind the familiar Eric Tetas car is not far behind himself. Well, I say not far behind. He's got another, I would say, a good 40 seconds to find on them. So we'll certainly see what they can do. In fact, it's more than that. It's more like 60 seconds, nearly a whole minute, in fact, in behind. But we'll wait and see what happens there. But the Auris Racing team doing well, at least for now. We saw a little bit, touching the curb a little bit there. That could very nearly land him into Oversteer City. We'll have to watch him now as he heads through the next left-hander. Maybe feeling a little bit tetchy in these dark conditions. You know, obviously it's very difficult to see. The floodlights, or should I say the beams on these cars, don't offer a lot of comfort sometimes. Obviously, when you see them all around you, you have to wonder whether you get attacked from all angles. But there's the Logitech G Altus team, Yannick Lapchin, who's currently holding on to P3, doing exceptionally well as well. In behind P4, Pablo Lopez, who's currently lying 6 seconds in behind. Though the gap now between Yannick Lapchin and Ricardo Rico is quite voluminous at this moment in time. So there will be a separate battle for P3 as he dispatched that back marker. And now heading up through back San Badell this time before he then reaches Europe car. But luckily enough, Jack, we haven't seen too many, should I say, major incidents that have resulted in direct DNFs on our stint, which is a relief. I just hope I haven't spoken too soon and commentators cursed anybody. But it's been great racing, to say the least. I don't think we quite saw the moves that we've seen in this race last year at all.
No, because we've got more cars on the grid now, and it's a different class of car. The GT3s just kind of lend themselves to closer racing than the GTEs, which is kind of interesting to note. And well, the GT3s have also, I suppose, a bit of a friendlier car to drive, more assists available on them. They have traction control and ABS enabled. As you see, Auris Racing just trying to get past Simon Marquez here, which is he's trying his best to hang on in that Lamborghini, but the Auris Racing machine is trying to get through past this Lamborghini with a big lunge through there. That was never going to work anyway, but still, he's got a lot of confidence on the brakes there, has Christopher Romero, as they come down into the next hairpin. Again, not quite the space opened up for him just yet, but clearly Christopher Romero's got the pace over this car. You can see the difference in the lap time, even nearly a second and a bit quicker than the Kilometro Zero car. Coming up the hill they go into this fast right-hander, and it seems only a matter of time really before Auris are going to make their way past into this 17th place, recovering from the positions they kind of lost earlier on, and coming into the braking zone again. Not quite close enough to go for a lunge, as Arnage have boxed. So Ricardo Rico's bringing that car in from P2, and they are now going to take the kind of first stops of the leaders. They've got a kind of clear gap to do it, and Auris Racing still trying to get past this Kilometro Zero machine. So close on the way through the chicane, but that's going to cost his exit.
Yeah, definitely. Haunting all over the rear. Christopher Romero not wasting any time. He's got Simon Marquez ahead of him there in the Kilometro Zero car. And certainly the Auris Racing car has been probing relentlessly. The gap is actually springing out all of a sudden. We've got confirmation from Salumi that Jarno de Houw is still behind the wheel of the Williams Esports car. So that is not Ate Kauppinen that we are seeing, folks. But just remember that it is Jarno de Houw in behind the wheel of that Williams Esports car. So we'll look forward to seeing what he can do so far. Obviously trying his best to recoup the damage that was done, but he's done a good job so far. Simon Marquez trying his best to defend against Auris Racing, and of course that man that we have spoken about obviously is Christopher Romero, who's been right in the thick of it as of late, and as Jack pointed out, dropped down a few places as well that we didn't likely see. I'm wondering if that was a pit stop, Jack. Hopefully not an incident, as they now come down towards the seats, and Simon Marquez getting a little bit funny across the track there, and trying to hover, maybe slightly too defensive on that occasion as they make their way up through towards the Verth curve. This could potentially open the door here for Christopher Romero as they make their way up through the incline, out of Verth curve now up towards Campsa, and they're going to hug the inside line now and very soon make the long descent down towards the Lakea bend at turn 10. And again, just look at the time being gained here by Christopher Romero, who might choose to open up the door here with a late break this time, though. He didn't make the move, but he has gone for a late break to get closer behind Simon Marquez. Now, we know that the grip in this particular car, or certainly this make of car, is a little bit better than the Lambo heading into the latter sector. You can get more grip in the corners, and now they're going to head around through Europe car this time. Certainly the downforce being applied on a car such as this is plentiful as they make their way into the next chicane, and certainly through this chicane RACC. They're going to power out now around the New Holland curve as they round the next right now, grip into the apex, the inside line, and certainly this could be a huge chance for Christopher Romero, who is now well within the 0.3 of a second mark now, or within the 4/10, should I say, getting closer and closer as that time now, it is actually drawing outwards. So the straight line speed is definitely favouring the Lambo here, Jack.
Yeah, it seems that they could be running a little bit less wing. You can see how much he closes up at the corners with the downforce of the Beamer, but the Lambo getting away down the straights as he now takes a interesting line, trying to go wide and cut back up underneath, but not quite paying off for him. So this is a bit frustrating. Very wide from Simon Marquez right there. And again, look at the different line, very shallow line taken into the corner by Auris Racing. Marquez going for a very wide line. Pablo Lopez for Fordzilla is now pitted. This could be the move here for Auris Racing. Chucks it down the inside. Has he found the space? He has found some room here, and the Lambo will power around the outside, though, trying to keep it in here in the 17th place here. Now into the S's, but now he's got the space this time, the 32 machine, and through he goes up into 16th place. He had to work for that one. He basically had to throw down the inside, hope that Marquez would see him, and he eventually went through with a good move.
Yeah, I've got to say, Simon Marquez could do nothing about that. We'll take a look at the instant replay, and a real act of bravery there by Christopher Romero, chucking it down the inside of the seat curve, and he just had him. He matched him pound for pound around that left-hander, and it does prove our point that BMW is far better in the corners, as we've now got the onboard view here of the, certainly the Simon Marquez in the Kilometro Zero car, and as we're looking at the replay there, he's seen the rear wing, certainly of Christopher Romero, as they round the next right-hander, and certainly Mars Devils will be delighted to make that crucial manoeuvre up through the field now, and he'll then be pushing on for yet more success. He's in P16, he's got Alex Castillo, those two coming together as well previously. In behind now, I think that's the VSR car as well, I believe, of Andreas Dormeyer, who's now also looking to try and get through as well, as they make their way up further through the field. And obviously this isn't, I don't think, an on-track battle, but the VSR car looking to unlap itself, and has done so brilliantly down the inside at turn 1, utilising the grip. And great to see Andreas Dormeyer. We commentate on him, Jack, obviously in Formula 1. Great to see him in endurance racing as well.
Yeah, great to see a bunch of these guys we know, with the VSR guys who are involved in this race as well. Great to see them out. Also, Logitech have boxed from P2, and this will be to try and cover off Jordi Clara. So let's see if it works, if they can retake that position again, because remember, Dream Factory passed them, and eventually now they're going to have boxed a bit later, gone a bit later, and let's see if they can make it over. Could work! That was nearly Obsidian taking the leaders out. That was way too close for comfort from Sergio Gordiel, as MSI put a laugh on the heart-and-mouth moment in hour number 11.
Yeah, Sergio Gordiel leaving no stone unturned, very nearly collecting Gabi Montoro. I tell you what, MSI do not need that here tonight, I have to say. I'd imagine that Gabi Montoro's heart was in his stomach at that point, but now they're riding up through the Campsa corner, getting so close indeed. The Obsidian Racing car currently in second place. Bear in mind, they are a whole lap down, Jack. A whole lap down. MSI in complete control right now. Currently 1 minute and 45 seconds is the delta between Ps 1 and Ps 2. That is phenomenal work from MSI. I mean, that is a huge advantage, isn't it?
It is, and it gives you a bit of comfort as well. But you don't want stuff like this to happen, where you've got a fast driver behind you that nearly goes into the back of you for obviously it happens. Obviously, I'm sure Gordiel didn't mean to. He probably just had a heart and mouth moment, just panic pressing the brake just to knock it into the back of Montoro there. Just to keep you updated, Lapshan has come out behind Jordi Clara by quite some margin, I must say. I'm assuming, judging off the timing tower, the gap's about 15 seconds. I think Logitech have switched drivers.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'd imagine that they have made a change. Yannick Lapchin has been in the car for quite some time, so I would not be surprised if they have made a change. We'll obviously keep you updated if that is the case. On our timing tower, it does still say Yannick Lapchin, but they're not updating as far as we can see. So as far as it says on our timing screens, it's Lapchin in the car, but the fact that they've been in there for quite some time may, as Jack did state, that they may have changed the driver as well. But we will keep you posted, folks, as soon as we know more. Sergio Gudiel in P2, as you can see in behind the MSI esports team of Gabi Montoro, who has done an absolutely splendid job so far of managing this race, leading from the front for MSI, going for the Triple Crown. 3 races in a row, 3 consistent and concise victories here in the Circuit of Barcelona-Catalunya, the 24-hour. And there is the safety car. Now, I'm a little bit nervous as to why we're panning towards this one, Jack. I hope we're not going to have a safety car incident.
No, but it can happen. A safety car can be called by the stewards if something does happen, which would make things a little bit interesting. But no, I don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see a safety car tonight. I've never seen one actually in an endurance race, so that'll be something. Normally we just have what they call a code 80, where you just kind of slow down to 80 kilometers an hour through a certain area. But I don't think that's going to come to light tonight. Thankfully for that, we haven't seen any huge accidents yet. We've had some small minor incidents in comparison to some that we've seen before. So well, we are now just about 25 minutes to go in hour number 11. There's the Logitech car behind the Euromaster car, and Lapchin, well, who we think is Lapchin. We're not fully sure who's in what car at the moment, unfortunately, so we're just trying our best to see what is happening with some of these cars as well. But now Zenith have boxed. That's a little bit earlier than what they did before. Zenith were running P3. Francesco Ramirez has now brought that car into pit lane, and they are now going to drop away. By Manuel Largo's pitting. Yas Heat are pitting now. So a good chunk of the field are now beginning to pit at the kind of the half-hour mark in this hour.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dean Woods is hopping out the car himself, because, of course, he's been in there for quite some time. But we will wait and see, of course. Sergio Arras as well is in there, as well as Manu Realago, as you said, Jack. Francisco Ramirez in the pits as well for Zenith Esports, as we're now watching Juanmar Frias now making his way down the stretch for Euromaster. And they're currently in P14 at this moment in time, and very shortly heading down towards turn 1. And opening the door here indeed is, I believe, I'm not quite sure which car that is. That's in the P6. That's Pablo Lopez, actually, who's making his way up the field as well for the Logitech Gialtis Esports team. They're now up into P5 on this track, so they're moving, moving at a fair pace and holding on to what they've got. But 30 places up on where they started. Obviously, they did box earlier on. There's the High Speed Demons car in P13. Alex Castillo still out on track for High Speed Demons, and certainly he's had a very eventful race here today himself. Has been on the brunt of a fair few overtakes, and also has been overtaken in this race as well. And there's P17's Jonathan Zamora, who he himself has had some action as well. As the Yas car is currently come out into a proper flurry. It's still showing Dean Woods in the car, and I'm not sure whether they made a change, but Christopher Romero is still ahead of him. Pablo Frias in behind him as well, as they make their way down through towards the next right-hander. Dean Woods, I think, under a little bit of pressure as they make their way around the next right-hander at Repsol. And as they do so, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a 0.3 of a second gap in between Mars Devils and Simon Marquez. So there is a battle going on for P16 and 17. Dean Woods, unfortunately, landed right in front of that battle, Jack.
He did indeed. So it's good that he managed to get out in front of them, because that would have been a bit of a hard fight to get through in this race. As 17 and 18, yeah. So just trying to keep an eye on these guys as well, because well, I can now say for certain our timing tower is showing incorrectly, because Simon Marquez is in that car, is now chucking it up the inside. Goes the Mas Devils Esports car, and does he get through? Yes, he does. Up he goes into P16, because on our screens here you can see Simon Marquez in P17. On our timing tower that says Pablo Frias for us, so our timing tower is incorrect. So for now, we have no idea who's in what car, so we're just going to have to go with the team names for now.
Yeah, we certainly will. Mas Devils Esports now up into P16, and what a daring manoeuvre indeed by them to make their way up further through this field. Simon Marquez couldn't do anything about that in P17, and I have to say, a great manoeuvre indeed. Just literally planted the car where he wanted it as we now rejoin the live action here tonight. Of course, it's been absolutely superb here, and we're now reaching the 13, well, we're under the 13.5 hour mark now before the end of this race. Absolutely tremendous stuff indeed, as Simon Marquez, we watch him hightail through the first couple of bends here. He has got Master Devils Esports ahead of them right now after that stupendous overtake heading into the Lakea bend. And there's our camera shots viewing the drivers heading around Repsol corner right now. So great to see the battles are still ongoing despite us being under the cloak of night right now. And obviously we're looking forward to seeing what they can do further into this race. Obviously I think Kieran's going to be wondering what's gone on in this midfield. You're going to be in for a good show of Moonlight with McGinley later on, as are we looking forward to that. But there's the MSI car, Jack. Gabby Montoro in the pits.
Yep, that is the leader then, and we'll be able to see Salvatalens swapping in. So Salvatalens back in the car, still no sign of Alejandro Sanchez popping in the car just yet. But now up on the jacks, new tyres going on the car for Salvatalens. And now I'll be interested to see what the gap is going to be to Ricardo Rico. We can ignore the gap to Sergio Gurdiel because he is out of sync in Obsidian Racing. He'll be boxing kind of a lap later. And it'll be a full tank of fuel. There's Obsidian, who are in P2 at the moment, but it's actually net P2 for Ricardo Rico. And we'll have to see now for Gabby Montoro, well, not for Gabby Montoro, Salvatalens, who's now in the car. And they now exit the pit lane, and that I can see is a big gap back to second place, and you can increase that by another couple of seconds, at least another 30 to 40 seconds back to P3. So they're still very much in full control, but Salvatalens now back behind the wheel of the Lamborghini.
Yeah, good pair of steady hands there with Salvatalens behind the wheel of the MSI car. And they're like an all-star team, aren't they, MSI, Jack? Certainly Salvatalens is absolutely brilliant. Gabby Montoro with an excellent stint himself. And as you said, Alejandro Sanchez still not yet in the car. So it's almost like an A-list team at MSI, and all of them capable of taking this car to the end. And obviously after that stint now, bear in mind, Sergio Gurdiel has got to box, hasn't he, Jack? He's got to box again. You'd expect in the next lap, like you said?
I would think so, yeah. I think that they're roughly within 2 or 3 laps after MSI. They're trying to keep on the same kind of strategy as MSI, as Team Fordzilla here, running in P6 at the moment, which will turn to P5, we think, later on in the race. Williams Esports just behind them, with, we think, Jarno de Houw behind the wheel at the moment. And, well, you can kind of see there, that is Fordzilla's target. It is Logitech, who are just in front of them. And they've really managed to close that gap down. I can definitely say, because of the gap change, Logitech have made a driver change. We just can't see who it is, unfortunately, that's got put in the car for this one, because the gap has kind of decreased by about 13-14 seconds back to these guys. So we can kind of say that they've swapped the driver in on that previous stop, which puts them at threat from Fordzilla here.
Yeah, and Fordzilla have been very, very good this race as well. They're very, very formidable when it comes to overtaking. We've seen them do it quite a few times already on this broadcast. And there's Altus Esports dead ahead, and they're bringing the gap right in. Remember, that's 0.2 of a second they brought it in by. And if they can get a lovely rise out of Verth Curve, this would certainly go in their favour as they make their way up now, heading up towards campus. There's the G Altus Esports team. Currently holding on to P5. Currently on our timing tower, still showing Yannick Lapchin, but we think there has been a change. Team Fordzilla in P6, still showing Pablo Lopez as well, as they make their way down towards the next left-hander at Lakea Bend at turn 10. And is it a case, Jack, now that Team Fordzilla just got to be patient, just need to try and stay in behind, utilise any slipstream they can get hold of in order to try and get in, just keep it calm, I suppose, at this late-night stage?
Yeah, they just got to keep it nice and safe, and avoid any major incidents here with the cars in front, as we just try to keep an eye on who is where, trying our best. Obviously with Logitech, if they did make a swap, it would either be Michael Neumeier or Carlos Fenalosa in the car right now for Logitech Altus Esports. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they get on. We can just assume that it's a different driver because well, a 15-second deficit is a driver change, so I can only assume that, and maybe Fordzilla made one earlier on for this. We're unfortunately running a bit blind here with who's in what car, so we'll try our best to try to keep up with everything. But what's for definite is Arnage have definitely worked a good stint there. They've brought the gap to the leaders Salva Talens and MSI down by about 2 seconds after that stop.
Yeah, stupendous stuff. Ricardo Rico, as it's showing in the car. I'm not quite sure if that is him actually in the car right now. According to our timing tower, it is saying Ricardo Rico, but 52.2 is the deficit. They are working hard, Ricardo Rico, and of course that team there, they're currently lying in P3. Jordi Clara in behind them as well, but obviously they may have made a change as well, or they might do in the near distant future. Yannick Lapchin as well in behind them too. Team Fordzilla still probing. They brought it down within another 0.3 of a second. They are flying. Logitech GLTC Sports currently in P5. 7.5 tenths the difference between the pair of them. Logitech currently 31 places up from where they started, down to a Team Fordzilla, so they're pushing to try and get ahead even more as they now try and wind their way through the next right-hander, and of course looking a little bit better. Fordzilla, maybe they're getting better grip in the corners. Now this last sector is going to be very crucial as they come through the Europe car bend now into the next chicane, and there you can see them chucking it into the bench. Just look at that, great response here from the Fordzilla team, heading on the curve, just mounting that little tube curve there as they ran through the final corner at New Holland. For now heading down the stretch, and of course now the Altus Esports car has no slipstream of its own to try and hold back the force that is the Team Fordzilla, but yet still the deficit is climbing outwards. No gains here from the Fordzilla car as the Altus Esports now moves up into P4, P5 now for Team Fordzilla. So very interesting to see that. They must have overtaken someone in the box. I believe that is Sergio Gudiel, who is now in the pits as they now round turn 2, heading down towards Repsol at turn 3. Still Altus Esports holding on to that position, but that Fordzilla car is right on his rear, Jack.
Yeah, he's all over him here. What we think, what our timing tower is showing, as Pablo Lopez, he gets right underneath him here. But it could be either of the other guys at the wheel right now. It could be Alex Palau behind the wheel, or any of the other guys who are part of that Fordzilla team heading into this race. Fordzilla, of course, having Alex Palau at their team, but obviously he's obviously in a bit earlier in the race, so he may not be coming on until later. But it could be Julian Rodriguez, we haven't seen in the car yet, and he may have just hopped in right now, but we don't particularly know. So Logitech tried to keep Fordzilla behind them right now, but it does seem that it seems like Logitech are the slower car. You can see, look at Forza, 44.686 in the previous lap, nearly matching their overall best time this race in hour 11 right here. So they're flying. Look at the grip from this one. I would wager maybe that Logitech didn't take tyres on this stint, because Fordzilla look like they've got a brand new set of boots on this car.
Yeah, they're looking so quick, Jack. The response is looking very good in the final sector, and the Fordzilla now making its way down, of course being donned by Pablo Lopez here on this stint, making their way down. Now still not finding though any time. They're not actually getting any gains now, although now he may choose to go for a late break into turn 1, holding the line. He hesitated a little bit at the Fordzilla car, but
what
makes his way through. Wow, Wade, that was extraordinary. He left it so late. We'll have a look at the replay on that one, but it looked like he hesitated towards the end, but we'll take another look at it nevertheless. The Team Fordzilla car, of course, got a lovely exit out of New Holland, heading down the long paddock straight. Here we're going to see them yet again. Yannick Lapchin, who we believe he could be in the car. He's currently on our live timing screen showing in the car in that P4 spot, but in came Pablo Lopez out of nowhere, and down the inside, it looked like he hesitated slightly, but superb stuff. Just jettisoned the car straight down the inside, and that is how you take cars at turn 1, Jack Canan.
Absolutely, yeah, and that kind of move leads me to believe that's Alex Palau, honestly, making kind of moves like that. That is superb from the Fordzilla driver right there, and we'll carry on, but great move, and that moves them up to P4 now, so demotes Logitech back to P5 in this race, with the Williams just behind them. Williams are about 14 seconds behind these guys. Fordzilla have another 20 odd seconds up to Dream Factory, well 16 seconds exactly up to Dream Factory, who we don't know who's behind the wheel of that car just yet, but we know Salva Talens definitely behind the wheel of the MSI machine, and judging by the pace, Ricardo Rico definitely still at the wheel of the Arnage machine, because he's keeping that gap stable right now at the moment at a 53-second lead. Those guys are lapping very, very consistently quickly each. As look at Yas Heat again, catching more cars here up to Auris Racing. They move And according to our screens, Dean Woods still at the wheel of this Yas Heat machine, and all over the rear of the Auris racing car here through the last chicane, hopping the curb on either side, getting on the power now. Big clout with the curb as he comes around the last corner. He's got a good run here. The Yas Heat machine on their way down towards turn 1. Let's see if he's going to be brave like Fordzilla, trying to get down towards turn 1. He has got a good run. You can see the defense being put up by Auris Racing here. Good speed down towards turn 1. I think a sense of move coming here from Yas Heat. No way through just yet. Defensive line from Auris as they head through turn 1. Down through turn 2 they go on the power. Through they go through turn 3. Long right hand, a bit wide from Auris there, getting on the power. Yas Heat nice and early on the power all the way out to the right hand side. Defensive line again from Auris Racing into turn 4, but still being very patient here as they come through a wider line, trying to get up underneath Auris Racing, but no gap there. Good defense put up.
Yeah, but Dean Woods could yet get him heading into the seat. Oh my word, I tell you what, it was a sudden break. I don't think Dean Woods was quite ready for that at that moment, but he recovered it well, and out wide again, this time by the Auris Racing of Christopher Romero, who's currently lying in P13. Dean Woods now, so close in tandem as they rise up through Verth Curve now, as Dean Woods now, a little shake of the wheel as they make their way up through towards Kamsa. Great opportunity though for Dean Woods, as long as he can pull it together, and this battle is for P13 in this race. Opportunity down towards Leclerc if he chooses to unleash the Yas Heat beat, or beast should I say, heading around the next left now, and the Auris Racing car still holds on though, but don't count out Dean Woods. Remember, he made a crucial move earlier on, a most stunning maneuver, an intense battle of course, and Christopher Romero now is going to have to try and hold off the force of this relentless Yas Heat car coming into the Europe car bend this time. Look how close, he's glued to the rear of that Auris Racing car. Certainly Christopher Romero giving lots to think about here as they come through towards the final corner. Exit speed is what counts here for Dean Woods and Yas Heat, certainly, as they now ride their way through the final corner. They're well within 0.2 of a second. It's oh so simple. Surely it's oh so easy. Yas Heat looking to try and drive up through another spot. Dean Woods down the inside this time. Can he get the move before turn 1? He will hit it at turn 1. Dean Woods down the inside. Superb. Excellent maneuver and gets it done. Textbook once again around turn 1. We're going to take a look at a replay. Jack smoothly does it from Yas Heat.
Yeah, and you can see that he needed to be within that 2-3 tenths out of the last corner. You can see just a tad wide from the Auris Racing car through the last corner, and that just gave the slight advantage that was needed for Yas Heat to move up a place here. Very simple move in the end. Alongside he went. Nothing that Auris could do about this. Into turn 1, braked a little bit early actually. Yas Heat up the inside and carried lots of speed through turn 1. He was nearly half a second clear going through the corner, so great job, great bit of racing there between those guys, and Yas Heat continued their move up through the field after their earlier exploits, and we will see how they get on later on in the race. But these guys now, new driver behind the wheel of Masked Devils, Marcus Alarcon, is now behind the wheel of the Masked Devils machine in P19, and they will continue. Obviously, Jonathan Zamora swapping out of that car after a long stint. Obsidian, new driver behind the wheel of Obsidian as well. Pedro Sanchez taking over that car from, I think, Sergio Gurdiel. So Sergio did a good long stint in there. And Pedro Sanchez now trying to make up the time lost with the driver swap. They've come out now behind Williams, but they're not too far behind Williams at all, because they've yet to make their other driver swap. Yarn Dahau, of course, swapped in quite early compared to the rest of these guys, so that time will come back to them again as a big old flash the lights from the car in front, and that's going to be a big old set of the inside of the Masked Devils car for Pedro Sanchez, and that's very clear about that's the thing about endurance racing. If you're going to make a move past, that's a spinner, that's a Ferrari around in the background, that's not going well for that car, but that's, as I was saying, that's the clear thing about endurance racing. If you're going to make a move past a car that's in the same class as you, you've got to make sure that your intentions are clear. I think we're going to get a replay of this incident. This was the Obsidian car. I think this is probably just going to be the move we saw getting past, but you've got to make your intentions clear when you're getting past lap traffic, because it can be so easy for as a lapped car. It's very hard to judge where people are going to go. So especially, this is a perfect example by Pedro Sanchez of how to do it. You're along the straight, start flashing lights, let them know you're there, and then move off your line, flash the lights again, let them know that you're about to come through. And there was no kind of untoward action there. Alarcon knew exactly what was happening there and through he went. You'll see in the background the Ferrari just nipping the curb on the way through, and round they went, and nothing they could do about it. But always make your intentions clear in endurance racing, because it can end very badly. Then we're just going to rewind back here and just see the Ferrari. You'll kind of see it just rotate around in the background as they come through turn number 1. I just caught it in the background of shot, but you just see it just on the way through. That was gone before they even entered the corner. Tried to save it, round it went.
Yeah, indeed. I think he hugged a lot of that inside curb a little bit too much. Lost a bit of traction heading onto the grass. Definitely hugged that inside curb way too much. You shouldn't be taking that much, Jack, I don't think. It's literally when you're taking those curbs on the inset, you just want to take the slightest of touches. I think that is the vital thing here. In fact, we're actually going to see which car it was in question. Is that the Euromaster car? By any chance? No, it's Deccan Esports. Deccan Esports. Oh, it's that pesky letter E again, Jack.
Minus points, and well, it seems like justice has been served. I'm joking. Deccan Esports. Deccan Esports is rotating. I respect Deccan Esports a lot because they're running the Ferrari, and they're one of the few people that's actually running the Ferrari here. And it's obviously not a strong car around here to get through the first corner. No problem at all right there. That was just a case of being just a little bit too late on the brakes. The traction control kicking in as they came through. There's Eric Tetas, who's continuing to carry on through the field for R70. He's got a car right behind him here, which is trying to make their way through. Can't quite tell. That's the Dream Factory car. Actually, it's right behind them. Flash the lights. As it comes down, you can see now, I think Tetas just eased off a little bit down the straight just to let the P3 machine come through. Dream Factory still running in third. But about a minute off the lead at this point, about 15-20 seconds off P2 at the moment. But Fordzilla, they have to watch out for them. You can see the gap, 14 seconds. Once Dream Factory maybe make a driver swap, that's going to be Fordzilla up to third.
Certainly will be, and that's going to be a massive move for them, certainly. I must say, I'm a big fan of Eric Tetas. I think he's been absolutely superb in this race, and obviously has a true understanding of endurance racing as well, and I really do enjoy watching him. That initial stint, I will go back later on and watch his start, because it was absolutely sensational. Amazing that he got the places that he did. Very similar to Williams Esports as well, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, very, very impressive moves from Eric Tetas, and back in the car again, and showing absolute respect on track as well for them as well, out on the circuit for those cars that are higher up the grid order than what he is. So well done to him for that. That, of course, being Jordi Clara that we saw in our car. Certainly on the timing tower, it shows that, anyway, to say the least. There's the Williams Esports car. Jarno de Houw in the car there as well. There's the Customs GT car as well, making its way around car number 33 and making its way up through the field. Certainly currently lying in P30 and trying to gain on Gamer Esports. And that's going to be an interesting fight indeed. Gamer Esports making a little mistake heading out, and that is Pedro Galistio currently driving that car as well, with Carlos Blanco driving the Customs GT as they come around the next right-hander now. We could yet again see another fight in the lower echelons of this classification as now they come through, and that unmistakable yellow of Gamer Esports now cascading through that chicane section, looking a little bit of a sitting duck, a little bit of loss of shape, but I think he handled it well coming around in the next right-hander, and certainly Pedro Galistio now looking like he might be in a little bit of danger. Yes, he's actually managed to close off any idea of any slipstream for the Customs GT car, so Carlos Blanco unable to garner anything on the Gamer Esports. I think he made a little mistake heading into New Holland, Jack.
Seems to me, yeah, but the Lamborghini just much stronger on the straights compared to the Beamer at the moment. And the Customs GT car, well, the last update we had driving the car was Carlos Blanco, and Gamer Esports Pedro Galistio, but we're not exactly sure who's behind the wheel as they come up to turn 4. No way through for the Customs GT car just yet, and they will continue to try to nip away at the gap. Just having a look, Salva Talens now opening the gap back to Arnage Motorsport, or as the Arnage competition, as they enter this phase of the race. The work that Ricardo Rico did is becoming undone as they got Salva Talens in the car, who is now just lapping at a consistent 44's pace, 44.7 on the previous lap for him, which is a rapid time around here. Best time of a 44.5. Rico on a 44.9. The only other person who's kind of doing that is the Fordzilla machine, which is in P4 at the moment, is now little opportunity there. Lots of cars having to take to the outside, as this is going to get a little bit awkward now as the car in 20th place makes their way through. That's the XPD Racing Audi that manages to get through. They're really on their own actually in P20s. Having a look, they're a minute behind the car in front and a minute in front of the car behind. So they're just kind of enjoying being around other cars, I suspect, as now in comes the Lamborghini of Gemma Esports.
Yeah, that is Rogelio Gonzalez making his way through there, the traffic, and currently in no man's land as things stand in P20, as you quite rightly say, Jack. The Customs GT car, though, has still got quite a few cars. Just look at the string making their way down now. This, of course, being Carlos Blanco in accordance to our timing tower, and there's another car going past as well. Another flash of the lights as they make their way through, and this is, in fact, I think, another battle hugging the inside curb again, and that is Team Fordzilla once again, and they got to get through some traffic as well. It's all a big cluster in this early sector. Amazing stuff indeed, but Fordzilla getting through without a scrape or without a scratch. As there's the Logitech Gialtas esports car itself, a little bit further back in P5, but Fordzilla enjoying their presence there right now as they ride through the next right-hander at Repsol and very shortly down through towards the seat curve. So Fordzilla looking very, very confident right now, and obviously looking, well, like I say, confident, and that's exactly what you need, is confidence. There's the Fast Repair Motorsport team in P's 24. That's the number 2 car, of course, Yosemi Chavez in that car right now. And there's Fran Parada for Euromaster making their way up through the field too. And in P16 is Fran Parada. And they're chasing on Eric Tetas, who's in P15. The gap between those is currently lying around about 13 seconds. So they've got quite a bit of work to do in order to gain on Eric Tetas, who is just ahead of them in P15. So Euromaster, though, still very much in this race. Carrying, actually, is that familiar BMW colours they got there, Jack?
Yeah, it seems to be carrying some quite familiar colours up in front here. Just having a look at the timing tower and the timer up front, because we're approaching the end of hour 11 and it's now almost hour number 12 for these guys to start to complete. So they've nearly agonizingly close to getting to the halfway point of the 24 hours of Catalunya, which is going to be a feat in and of itself. There's the Fordzilla machine just up in front. They're just trying to catch the XPD Racing Audi, which is held position for the majority of this, as they now tick down. And hour 11 complete. It's now hour number 12. Just another hour to go, and we'll have reached the halfway mark.
Yeah, half an hour until we reach halfway, folks. Currently, amazingly enough, well, actually, no, another hour before we reach that point. As though Team Fordzilla in P4 just trying to gun down upon the car ahead as they make their way down towards the next left, and as they hightail their way through. Certainly, they'll be trying to ride up through the curves now. Verth curve heading around Campsa very shortly, and just hightailing around now. Certainly, Fordzilla having a very good run right now in P4. They themselves have got quite a little bit of a ways to go, though. I mean, Jordi Clara still ahead by around about 13 seconds, so looking very, very confident indeed. But as they make their way up now through the next left and right at Bank San Badell, they've got to try and get through this next one. Is that Green Power written on that spoiler there, Jack? Green Power, I like it.
Yeah, it does say Green Power underneath, but I'm not exactly sure how economical an Audi R8 LMS GT3 exactly is. But
you think Elon Musk is driving?
Well, maybe, or it could be, I don't know, hydrogen-powered, biofuel power. I don't know. It's something anyway. I mean, there was an entry at Le Mans this year that was hydrogen-powered, or something like that this year. Had its own class up there, so I don't know. Maybe they've done something to that car. But anyways, Auris Racing trying to catch up. I think that's the Mass Devils Esports car up in front of them at the moment that they're trying to bridge a gap to, but they're running 13th at the moment. I'm looking for some, and well, here's we haven't seen too much of him really. He's just been doing his job. Salva Talents in the MSI Esports car, hour number 12, and they are still leading the race. And this is one of the two guys on the MSI Esports team that is also a World Championship driver in, my memory serves me correctly, Porsche Esports Super Cup. So himself and Alejandro Sanchez part of that series. So these guys are, well, it's in their name, it's in their license. They are absolutely world class.
I mean, who better to have in your car, Jack, when you're oodles of time ahead? You've pitted, you've got a fresh compound of tyres, you're pretty much on the same level of tyres as the car behind you, but you've got that, such an advantage. There's no better man than that man Salvatallon to have in the car, is there? He's just so consistent, so prominent. We saw exactly what he did in the very first stint of the race to actually control it from the get-go, despite the issues that they had at the start where they had to do a drive-through penalty, but yet came out and Salvatallon, on his own accord, managed to not only get himself up from P16 to P1, but at the same time draw out at an exceptional rate to then allow his teammate Gabby Montoro to take over. I mean, that is absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, that is just the man you want controlling your car when you're pretty much in the clear.
Yeah, it really is superb, and the gap's now 54 seconds, so it was 51.8 when they came out of the pit lane, and it's now almost increased. Eric Tetas in the pit lane for R70, and by the looks of it, I'm not seeing the car going up on the jacks, so fuel's going in at the moment, and then the tyres will be put onto the car if they decide to do that. No sign of a driver swap either. It looks like Tetas might just be taking fuel for this stint, and High Speed Demons are going to jump in front of them on the track. There they go. So up to 16th go High Speed Demons, and Eric Tetas, by the looks of it, I think he's staying in the car for now. He's still in the pit lane at the moment, so I have to wait to see if he's swapped out with somebody. It looks like they're keeping the tires on. Just put a bit of fuel into the car, and they're carrying on as they were. So pit stops beginning to come now. We're expecting the majority of pit stops to be in about 20 minutes time. The majority should come in to serve their pit stops as just High Speed Demons just negotiate the slower traffic on the inside there cleanly. So still plenty of time for these guys to make up positions. There's Fast Repair Motorsport, who are just down in 24th place, and they're just dealing with, believe, Logitech. That's Logitech Esports just up behind them there, who are trying their best to get through, and they are just getting held up a tiny bit here behind these guys, and they have got at least a decent lead back to Williams. So they've definitely managed, despite everything, they have managed to gap Williams. Remember, they were fighting hard with Williams earlier, and they've definitely managed to gap them, and now they've got a solid P5, but the biggest gainers really are Fordzilla out of this. They were back down in P6, now up to P4 after the stops.
Yeah, we've got another off as well, Jack. Pedro Galistio is off the track at this moment in time. Not sure quite what happened. But in fact, he has suffered, I think, a little blow there. But High Speed Demons now out in P16 and currently running their own race right now. And the GM07 team, this is the first we've seen from them as well. Car number 15, currently down in, I believe that's
Fair
actually
play.
last place. Yeah, Ramon Serra, they're still going, Jack. Give them a lot of credit because they're so far down, but they're still continuing. You've got to give them credit for that, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just the never ever give up attitude from GM07. They're the last running car at the moment, and they are, let me just see, a total of, they're nearly 30 laps down, to put it into perspective. Wow. Nearly 30 laps, I think exactly 27 laps down, but they are still running, which is exactly what I want to see. They're 23 and a bit minutes behind the next car, so there's, 23 minutes, there's still 13 hours left. You never know, something can still happen in front of you. You may as well just keep the head down, keep going.
Absolutely. You've got to give them every bit of credit in the book, folks. It's absolutely brilliant to watch all these guys going at it. XPD Racing as well, up in P20 themselves, fighting it out with Rogelio Gonzalez, who unfortunately has fallen prey to a lot of the faster cars that have been out on track, but doing exceptionally well nonetheless. But he is 28 seconds behind Eric Tetas, who is in P19 right now, who was obviously just pitted, so you'd expect him to sort of draw away clear at this moment in time. There's the Kilometro Zero car in P18, of course, and chasing Marcos Alacon as well. In P18, though, that is Pablo Frias, according to our timing tower, and he's trying to gain on Marcos Alacon as they make their way into the chicane. And there you can see that the gap is currently lying at 1.5 seconds. And so there is a little divide in between them right now, but I'm sure that they'll be doing their damnedest to try and close that gap. Just want to say a huge thank you once again to everybody for joining this broadcast. We've got a good number of people watching this race right now. I want to say a big thank you to all of you for tuning in this late. Obviously, we're very shortly, we're in our final hour, in fact, of our commentary stint at this time, Jack, but it's been such a great race so far. Amazing to have all the spectators with us as well. If you would please leave a like and also subscribe to Mundo GT, that would be very much appreciated. I hope you've all enjoyed the coverage as well. It's been very interesting, lots of action, plenty of overtakes, and I'm sure we're going to see some more as once again having a little look down the inside just ahead of us there. That is, of course, the Marcus Olocon in the Mars Devils esports car. I'm just having a little nose further up. Alex,
oh dear.
Oh wow.
Spinner.
And is that a Yas Heat car there
Yas
ahead
Heat.
there?
Yeah, Yas Heat. Yeah.
Where are we? I'm not sure what happened there, Jack. Have you got any update for us?
No, I've just seen what you've seen on board with the Kilometro Zero car. Don't make it worse, guys, as they try to get past here. They're trying to get back underway here. I wonder if we can get a replay of that. So that's Yas Heat dropping back behind Auris Racing. Here comes the replay of what happened to Yas Heat. And, I think that's just a complete lock-up on the brakes right there. I wonder, can we get it a little bit before that? Because that was just on the way there. Well, it's daytime. Let's go back on it. But I think by the looks of it, that just looked like rear lock. Here is the replay coming up for you now. Well, it's not quite what we're looking for, but we'll. By the looks of it, I think what's happened there is he's come into the hairpin and got on the grass, maybe on the way in. Look at all the marbles kicking up on the outside as well. Here we go. Let's have a look on the way through from, we think, Dean Wood at the wheel, but I think he's out of the car right there. And I think my suspicions are correct here right now as he comes round the right-hander. He gets to here, goes all the way out to the curve on the right-hand side. What does he do? Touch the grass, and all the way on the outside. I am psychic.
You're absolutely spot on, Jack Kinnan. Your psychic ability never fails to amaze us here in the commentary box and also the spectators at home. But look at the gravel that's flicking off those tyres. And certainly that just goes to show how much and how devastating it can be if you go off track. Certainly in these cars, they don't have the downforce as such. Any loss of grip, like that is truly damaging. So as we go back now to the live feed, the Yas Heat car now right in the thick of it here. And they've got a lot of work to do. Currently lying in P13, who we believe Dean Woods. Why are we? Another bit of a cluster further up, though. And they've got Christopher Romero ahead of them right now. The gap between Dean Woods and Christopher Romero, who we did overtake earlier. If you remember that outstanding battle that we witnessed earlier on. Dean Woods now sees himself behind Christopher Romero yet again. And that gap now is around about 2 seconds, the difference, which is not ideal, certainly for them. But Yas Heat themselves are under pressure, I believe now from P14, Sergei Haras, who is right on his tail right now as they make their way down towards the next left-hander, this time at the Laquer bend at turn 10. They're getting so close, too close for comfort, you could argue, as they rise up through back San Badell now. And the gap is very minimal. Dean Woods doing all he can to try and starve off any deficit. He's got to try and close up, try and recover, because it can be quite damaging if once you've made a little mistake like that and you have spun, it does fry the mental ability a little bit.
Yeah, he's just got to try a reset now, Dean Woods. But that's what I said earlier. Around this time of the race, this is where those little mistakes start to creep in. And I think Yas Heat should have this move here on Auris Racing. That's them right in front of them here. Down towards turn 1. He's got the run this time. And he will have the overspeed into turn 1. 4 past the Auris Racing. Back up the inside. Super late on the brakes. Through he goes and up into P12. Recovers from the spin immediately. So good job from them. But you can see they've got a minute up to the next car, which is Cherokee PS, which is Jonathan Goitis at the wheel of that machine at the moment. So still a lot of work to do for Yas Heat, but a big chunk of time there lost from a simple error, dipping a wheel onto the grass, and it punishes you very hard if you do that. And you could see as he went off the road as well, offline, you could see the dust and marbles getting kicked up on the way through as well. The gravel stays on the track here on iRacing, so yeah, that will cause some problems for some guys, but they should be able to clear it off here. But Yas Heat now trying to get away from the guys behind as best they can, and a couple of guys further down the order just beginning to take their pit stops. We're going to be approaching pit stop phases very shortly But still looking at the gap up front, and Salvatallons has opened it out to 55 seconds now, and he continues to open it out.
Yeah, he's flying, Jack. Absolutely flying, Salvatallons. Just seen there's another car that stopped as well. Jose Caballero has actually stopped as well. Pitting in is Freddie and Ignacio Amarin, who is now in the pits now himself. That's driver number 31, as we're looking on our screens. And they're down in 26th place right now. Obviously, that could change. Leandro Mendez in the pits too. And as we said before, Jose Caballero, should I say, also making a stop. So 3 cars currently in the pits right now. Team Fordzilla making their way around the next left of Verth Curve. And according to our screens, that's Pablo Lopez. Obviously, we're not quite sure whether that is Pablo Lopez in the car. Rumour has it could be Alex Palau, of course, the IndyCar driver who has wowed many a spectator as well. I've enjoyed watching Alex Palau, in fact, Jack, in IndyCar, because he has been extraordinary. We've seen lots of moves from Alex Palau, very talented, certainly in that open wheel series, but certainly he seems to fancy himself as a very talented sim racer as well.
Yeah, well, I'm not able to see his iRating, unfortunately, because we can't update the timing. So, but I'm assuming Alex has spent many a time in iRacing as well. I think something that's cool though is I'm looking further down the order, and the guy who's in the VSR car at the moment, Andreas Dormeyer, looking at his license, rookie license, by the way, 2.5 safe driving, 1350. This is his first race, I'm pretty sure, judging off that, because that's the iRating you start with and the safety rating you start with. So Andreas Dormeyer has hopped in at the deep end and gone straight into a 24-hour right there. I wonder if I'm right on that, because I'm pretty sure I am. 1350 or 2.5 is the starting license in iRating, so right in at the deep end for Andreas Dormeyer. Not even MX-5s. Who needs them? Straight into an Audi GT3, 24 hours of Catalunya. I mean, that's the way to do it.
Well, I tell you what, if he gets, I mean, he is having a good race considering. I mean, I haven't seen VSR make that many mistakes. They've been very clear and concise. They've been very, I suppose, very careful out on track. We haven't seen them torn up in, or certainly gathered in any incidents. So Andreas Dormeyer can be pleased, as we now see, indeed, the Irish racing car just certainly jet setting its way into the pit lane. And soon they'll be going in to make their stop. But credit to them, they're doing exceptionally well. I mean, Visceral Esports can be proud of their drivers' efforts. A lot of them are all actually more attuned to the open wheel kinds of racing. Obviously, we see them in the single-seaters quite often. But they're here today now, as you can see the Irish racing car reversing back into the pit lane.
I've done that many times.
Overshooting the grid place. But no, credit to them. That is a driver swap indeed. So they're making a little change. Christopher Romero no longer in the car, and they're going to bring someone else in. Unfortunately, it hasn't updated on our timing screen, so we will not be able to see who that person is, unfortunately. But nevertheless, incredible. And like you say, Jack, I give huge credit to Andreas Dormeyer to be a rookie and be ahead of at least 2 drivers who have got reasonable iRatings. You've got an A-grade Tony Ruiz in behind, and Ramon Serra as well, a B license. In behind as well, who are obviously carrying a little bit more than what that man, Andreas Dormeyer.
Our timing tower has updated. We know who's where. It is Alex Palau. I was right.
He was
Alex Palau.
You're spot on.
There we go.
You're spot
Boom.
on. Great. We love to see it. Alex Palau in P4, IndyCar extraordinaire in P4, and that's great to see. And now we've got some. I got to say, the names have all changed now. Ross Woodford is now in the Yas Heat car. We've got loads of them currently out and about. And we can also see that Ulas Azildarim is actually driving in the Viscera racing car. So he's got a B license, Jack. So Ulas Azildarim has got experience in iRacing himself.
6.8k
That's
well.
pretty good. That's pretty good.
Very high.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we know who's in the cars. Thank God for that. Salvatallons in the MSI, Jimmy Antonez in the Arnage competition here, Samuel Grana. Then I knew that diving move was Alex Palau. Just the way it was. Andrew Carl's in the Logitech car, Jarno de Houw, of course, in Williams, Pedro Sanchez in the Obsidian car, Jorge Garcia, Mustafa Mezraya, Victor de la Fuente, as you said, Ross Woodford in the Yas Heat car. And we have got another World Championship driver out on the track. Marcos Nunez in the 32 machine is also out on the circuit in that World Championship license as well. So we now know it just updated out of nowhere, and we got that. And just looking on that lap as well, Alex Palau, 44.8, so he's just on a 44.6, so he's matching the times of Salvatallons at the moment out front, and he's bringing the gap down quite significantly to Samuel Grania in the Dream Factory car as well. So that gap is now 10 seconds, George. So Alex Palau is putting in a stint and trying to get up to the back of these guys. He's 8.4k I rating, vastly experienced on the sim.
Yeah, he's bringing his best IndyCar head into this race here, Jack. Certainly Alex Palau, a man on a mission here for Team Fordzilla, closing the gap on Samuel Grania, who's currently in P3 as well. Jimmy Antoinez, who was very, very quick in the initial stage as well for their team as well. They were doing extremely well. Yana de Hau in the pits himself now as well. So Williams making a stop. And but Salvatalans, who are now currently watching on our screens, bringing the gap up to nearly 56 seconds, the deficit between him and Jimmy Antoinez. Yana de Hau still in the pits at this moment in time. Not sure whether that's going to be a driver change as well. I doubt it at this stage, but we'll have to see how quick he comes out.
Lap.
Wow, in the dawn, under the night sky, a 44.5. Amazing from Salvatalans. That just goes to show the quality of this world champion.
Wow, in the middle of the night as well. Salvatalans puts in the 44.538 on that previous lap. Superb from that man, from the reigning world champions MSI Esports. You wouldn't expect anything less from these guys, honestly. But he's in the middle of his stint, George, and he's pulled the fast lap out of the bag right there. Obviously, he's got the tires in a very nice operating window. The fuel's at kind of maybe a quarter full now as well. The car's feeling very nice, and he's just enjoying it. You can tell he's just out for a drive at the moment, a very relaxing drive, and the gap is now 56 seconds back to our Arnage competition, so that he's managed to open that gap up by 4 seconds in this stint, which is a brilliant job by him. So Jimmy Anton is not quite able to keep the same pace as Ricardo Rico did in the previous one, but it could still come back to them, you don't know, in this race. But we're expecting some pit stops very shortly for some of these top runners. Well, Yana de Hau has come out just in P8, kind of on his own, a minute behind Jorge Garcia in P7. And there we go. He's gone faster again. Salvatore 44.3. What is this man doing? What have you given him?
He was talking, Jack. He wants to go ahead even quicker. But I tell you what, if he keeps linking these up, he's going to be a relentless force. MSI Esports certainly look like they've got this race in the palm of their hands right now. I tell you what, if you can put together a really good night stint, that is pretty much the race handed to you when you get into the morning stint, of course. And Salvatalan's enjoying himself. Definitely. I get the feeling there's a good sign, a good aura of jubilance in the MSI camp right now. I can imagine if they're in a Discord call in amongst each other, they're probably delighted with what's going on. I mean, obviously they're staunch pros. There's a reason why he is considered world championship material here, certainly when it comes to the iRacing simulator. So Salvatalan's giving us certainly a masterclass here at this stage as well. But not forgetting Alex Palau, of course, real racing driver in IndyCar, 24 years of age, here driving in this race for Team Fordzilla, and doing his utmost to try and close on Samuel Grania, who's now doing his best to keep this man at bay right now. There's Jonathan Goitzis as well, who we're currently watching. He's currently a second behind Odox Motorsports Samsung. That, of course, being driven by Victor De La Fuente. And that second gap is still maintaining itself, although, albeit, Jonathan Goitzis is now trying to bring it down even further. We're now dipping into the 8/10. Look how quick that Cherokee car is going. They're doing a lot better than what they did last year, Jack.
Certainly are. Remember, Odox managed to get past Cherokee about 2 hours ago, and now they've worked their way back up again. Samuel Grania, as you mentioned him, has just boxed, so you could definitely see that Palau is going to go long on this stint and try to overcut them here as best as he can. So Samuel Grania taking the pit stop for Dream Factory, and we'll see if they can maybe make up some places here. That's going to, of course, promote Logitech up to P4. And then Obsidian up to P5 with Pedro Sanchez Albert at the wheel. Andrew Cowell behind the wheel of the Logitech Esports Lamborghini. But Jonathan Goites in the Cherokee PS machine. These guys got passed earlier by that very car that's in front of them. But they've worked their way back, and they've got up to the back of them. They're nearly lapping at about 6 to 7 tenths of a second quicker than the Odox Motorsports Samsung machine. So let's see if they can get their way past, because a bit of revenge on the cards for Cherokee here.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're going to be looking to take it, and it's best served hot and fresh, and certainly under the night sky of Spain as they go round the next right-hander out of New Holland. And Jonathan Goetz is working as hard as he can. He's brought it right down into half a second. They are pushing really hard and coming into view. The Odox Motorsport Samsung driver, certainly Victor De La Fuente, can only watch on in his rearview mirrors. Jonathan Goetz is with the absolute extraordinary pace in a straight line, making his way into turn 1 at Elf Curve, and you get the sense it's only a matter of time before he unleashes that car heading into the end of this lap. I can certainly imagine him gaining a lot of time heading through the middle sector, as now we're watching them make their way around the Repsol curve very shortly. And there's the Repsol now as they go underneath the bridge and taking the next right-hander, certainly. And Jonathan Goetz is really applying where necessary around that apex now, and it's got so close now, within 0.4 of a second as they come through the seat curve now. And Odox Motorsport Samsung still in P10. That, of course, Victor De La Fuente doing what he can to keep Goetz is in behind him here, coming around the next left here, rising up through Wirth Curve again, taking the high elevation before they reach Kamsa. And there you can see, I think there's a mass difference in grip levels here, certainly as they make their way around Kamsa. This should be a textbook move here from Jonathan Goetz, who's literally taking time after time off the Odox Motorsport Samsung. Surely will he make a move down the inside here and dispatch him early? No, he's going to be a little bit patient, come around the next left now, and surely he'll be fodder heading out of the New Holland corner as they make their way up through the back Sambadell curve. Very soon they'll be tanking their way through the final sector. They are in the final sector now, but they've got to take Europe car now before they reach the final chicane, before the final right-hander at New Holland, and they take it well. Jonathan Goetz is finding all sorts of grip out currently on this circuit. Just look at him, plugged right into the rear of the Odox Motorsport Samsung team. Victor De La Fuente can only watch on now. Just look at the gap. It's down to 2.5 of a second. Here comes Jonathan Goetz now. Cherokee, who have certainly wowed us here today with some very, very smooth overtakes. Remember, Odox took the position off them previously. Closer and closer he comes. Jonathan Goetz is down the outside here, on the inside, heading into turn 1. And as he does so, actually shuts the door. Incredible stuff. Victor De La Fuente with his defensive head on and does his best and does defend against Jonathan Goetz. It's very impressive.
Yeah, Goetz much more confident on the brakes. Look at him fighting the wheel there, Goetz, through the corner now. Does he throw it up the inside of the next corner? No, not quite. So it seems like De La Fuente having the bigger cojones on the brakes, it seems, at the moment. But it seems Goetz is a little bit more confident through the corners for now. So going wide into the hairpin, looking for the switchback line. The difference in the lines right there, and it equals out on the exit, but still advantage De La Fuente for now. No pit stops up the front just yet. We're definitely approaching the pit stop window now, up towards the Kamsa right now, trying to get up behind 0.2 of a second now. Little dab of the brakes from De La Fuente on the way, and now look at that run from Goetz. Surely now he's got him on the way down towards the left-hander, up underneath him, goes to the outside, switches back to the inside. He has the line, he has the option. The door's open, but look at that, so close and very wide from De La Fuente. He forced him into it there, George. Goetz makes it stick this time.
You could just see that De La Fuente was trying to push him a little bit, and he's pushing him around the next right-hander as well. Incredible stuff from De La Fuente. He's certainly a relentless figure, trying his best to hold. Oh, wow, very late around Europe car, very nearly taking them both out, heading into the final chicane, and very, very messy over the chicane as well there from Victor De La Fuente. Maybe he felt a little bit rattled after the overtake by Jonathan Goetz. Indeed, I think he tried his best to try and prize that Cherokee car, try and keep him at bay, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately. But back again comes the Odox Motorsport Samsung car, still intent on trying to get back ahead of Jonathan Goetz, but nothing's going to happen on this home straight. Currently, Goetz has got his number, at least for now, but Victor De La Fuente didn't take anything away from him. I'm sure he will be back very, very soon. But what a race we've had so far, folks. Still Salvatalans with the advantage. It's been pushed out to 58 seconds. He is still landing blow after blow on Jimmy Antoinez, and again solidifying their position. Alex Palau himself trying his best to whittle back the time. They're actually level, in fact, if you look at it, Jack, with Jimmy Antoinez, P2 and P3 on level of laps. So it could be the case that we could see Alex Palau maybe even challenging for P2 very, very soon.
Yeah, he's catching them. That's the thing. So Alex Palau is putting in a stint to catch up to Jimmy Antoinez, and the gap's about 27, 28 seconds at the moment. So it's still very possible for Palau and co, Fordzilla, to jump over, to jump Arnage in the next maybe phase of the race, because once they got Palau in the car, the pace has been upped immensely. Salvatalon's, of course, opening the gap. Antonet is not quite on the pace of them at the moment, and this is a golden opportunity for Palau and Fordzilla to try and get one over on P2 and try to take it back here, which would be great for them to try and do. But we're not expecting pit stops from them just yet. Out of them, we reckon Palau will be the first to kind of come in out of this group. Well, actually, no, it's Arnage straight in. Jimmy Antonez in. And at the moment, the pace is not there for Arnage and Jimmy Antonez. So I wonder, are they going to swap out again or not? They can't afford to. It's an extra 15 seconds. But you can bet anything that MSI's next stop, they are keeping Salvatalon's in for the next hour.
I would not be surprised. Salvatalon's has obviously been an absolute prosaic figure. Just incidentally, if you have a look at the I ratings again, Alex Palau has got a greater I rating than what Salvatalon's has. So that goes to show the talent in behind that car right now. Fordzilla indeed goes into P2, Jack. So excellent stuff here from that team, Fordzilla, who have actually brought themselves right into the fray of things. Alex Palau, what a stint. Certainly proving that he's just as good behind a sim rig as he is behind an IndyCar car. So credit to him for all that effort now. He's in P2. He's gone ahead. Andrew Carla's also gone ahead as well. He's actually chasing Alex Palau himself. So we could be seeing them come into the fray too, with Pedro Sanchez-Albert pressing through as well. So Jimmy Antonez now, this has got to be a serious stop now, because they need to do their best to maybe get an undercut on the cars ahead in order to try and maybe recover that P2 position. But we'll have to wait and see. It's all on Alex Palau now, Jack. He's really got to land some serious laps now.
Yeah, he's going to push on, try to overcut them, try to close the gap a bit at least. The gap was 28 seconds-ish going in, so they're just trying to cut that gap down as best they can. Eric Tetas, look at that from him, trying to get past the back markers all over them here. He's in P19, trying to catch up to Marcus Alarcon, but that's a quite a large gap he's got to try and make up here. But Jimmy Antonez is back out, and he's come out in front of Jorge Garcia, which is kind of what he needed to do there. So he's got some clean air to try to chase after Obsidian, Logitech, Fordzilla, and the leaders MSI. So it's now all in the hands of who decides to pit next on this next lap. I don't expect MSI to come in for a good while yet. They're at least another 15 minutes away, I reckon, from a pit stop. Alex Palau, I reckon maybe another 2-3 laps to stay out, and he's actually going to come in straight away. No, he's going to try and coming in straight away and try to see what the gap's going to be coming out. So Alex Palau pits from P2 for Fordzilla, and we will see. I'm sure he's going to stay in the car. There's no way they're going to swap him out that early after he's done so much work to bring them up there.
Yeah, no, I'd imagine they want to leave him in. A man of his quality, he's an ideal figure, certainly for this team, and Fordzilla will want to keep him in the car, I'm sure. Let's keep an eye on how long this stop is. He's been in there for quite some time now. We'll keep an eye on see what he does. Pedro Sanchez-Albert would be the next. He does pass him, moves up into P3. Andrew Carl now up into P2. Jimmy Antonez is next. Is he going to get past Alex Palau? That is the question. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to look at the time as well when he exits the box. I believe the deficit was like, what was it, around about 20 to 30 seconds, Jack?
Yeah, roughly. So there goes Antonez past Palau. So let's just wait and see how long Alex Palau is going to be in the box for. He's going to go behind Garcia as well. So that's another place he's going to lose. Well, Garcia's out of sync, so that won't affect him too much. So waiting for Palau to exit the pit lane. He's out now. So the gap is, having a quick look,
20 seconds.
It's about 20. He's reduced it by another 8 seconds. So great job, Alex Palau.
Yeah, definitely, and he'll have, certainly I'd imagine, there'll be new tyres on that car, Jack, as well as a refuel.
By the looks of it, actually, his pit stop was 2 seconds quicker than Antonez, so I'm assuming he's put in a slightly bit less fuel, 55.3 litres it looks like, or no, 55.3 stopped in the box, so maybe a slight bit less fuel put in the car, but maybe they both put tyres on in that stint as well, but gap has definitely come down. It's actually now stabilized 23 seconds the gap is now, but definitely reduced it by at least 5.
Yeah, great effort there from Alex Palau, and once again we've got this battle again. Jonathan Goit is under pressure by Victor De La Fuente, who is back again for some more. And both of these guys, obviously, we saw battling earlier on. And this time, as again, we got flashing lights going on in behind as well. Lots of action across this track as they come out of the seat curve. And Jonathan Goites can now see behind. He's going to be wondering what's all that flashing about as the Odox Motorsport Samsung car of Victor De La Fuente comes up through the hightail section, up through Verth Curve, rounding through the next right. Now, he's really got to put something in here, does De La Fuente, because we know that, of course, that his tyres may not be the same as what Jonathan Goites has. Maybe Goites has made a mistake, maybe to let De La Fuente through, Jack?
Yeah, possibly, but you can see there's another mistake from Odox there, going way too wide into that left-hander, and that's dropped them a second behind that behind them there. So that's going to be a tough one for him to recover here, because the pace is so similar as they come through the chicane. Under half an hour to go before we reach the halfway point of the 24 hours of Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya, and we still have, which is brilliant, 33 cars still running. We started with 36, and we still have 33 cars out there on the circuit. So well done to everyone for making it this far.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to all these drivers, and as you quite rightly say, Jack, well within 30 minutes now of the halfway point, and of course that's when we'll be bringing back Kieran McGinley into the commentary box. Myself and Jack will be taking a break. I think looking as well on the commentary stints, Kieran will be joined in the next stint by Carlos Andreas Porcel as well for at least an hour stint, and then Adrian Fedez is going to be there as well, joining him for the rest of that stint as well. And myself and Jack will be back at 3 a.m. BST, and that's 4 a.m. CEST as well for every one of you watching us over in Spain or anywhere else in that European bracket of CEST, that's for sure. We're looking forward to it. It's going to be great, and obviously that is when we'll be leading you in to 8 o'clock CEST as well. So we're looking forward to the rest of this stint, and obviously it's going to get serious, I think, into the early hours, because the drivers might not be feeling too much tiredness right now. I think the early hours of the early morning, I think that is where the pressure's going to hit, Jack.
Yeah, when people who are waking up for their stints, I know what that's like. It's horrendous. So when you're 3-4 in the morning to hop in the car, and you're not awake yet, and you've got to try and get back on the pace again. Now interesting. Palau has now come out behind the Logitech car. So Logitech have jumped them again, and Logitech have caught out in front of Alex Palau by taking a short stop, 42.3 seconds in the box. No tyres there, George, for certain.
No, absolutely not. So that's interesting to see. We're going to have to wait and see how that affects things as certainly as this goes on. Odox Motorsport now have dropped back by 2.5 seconds off Cherokee Jonathan Goites as well. So he's actually managed to manage that quite well. I think Odox is starting to make a few errors heading through this race after we saw them go wide. And again, that timing delta is really going down right now. There's Salva Talent, a lap ahead right now. Incredible from Salva Talent, and he's ahead of Pedro Sanchez Albert by a considerable margin, eating up a little bit of the gravel on the escape of New Holland, but coming down the straight yet again, and he's coming up to another back marker, and it's going to be really, really interesting. We've actually got news again, Jack. Williams have made another change. They've got Ate Kauppinen back in the car for Williams, so no longer is it Jarno de Houw in the car sat in P8 right now. It is Ate Kauppinen.
Oh, great. Our timing's not updating again. So we're back to having basically no idea, but we'll thanks for keeping us updated on that. I did see, I think also Dream Factory have also changed, judging off the pit stop times as well, but that has not updated on our end either. So we'll have to wait until our timing refreshes again or something. But anyways, the majority of drivers have remained the same. Palau still in the car, Carl is still in the car, Antonez is still in the car, but there's definitely been changes at Dream Factory and at Williams, because the time is 1 minute 8 seconds in the box. So I think that's the way we're going to be able to judge it, is the pit stop times. Salva Talent continues to lap in the 44s. I don't think he's dropped out of them once this whole stint, and he's coming up to put another lap on the driver in 20, the number 13 car, which is currently being driven by Alvar Gomez, who is driving that Audi at the moment. So MSI still absolutely in control of this race. Salva Talent doing the job out front. The gap is going to be increasing. I think it's going to be over a minute